Tolo, baby. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. We are live with the Monday edition of Sean and RJ here on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. Thank you for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. I appreciate you starting off your week with us. We got Cowboys insider Bobby Roberto Bell, Peyton, Mr. Rockwall running the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. How was the weekend?
Pool is open. Yeah, so the weekend was, got to get in the pool, which means, the Sunday showers are optional from here on out, Peyton. Just letting you know that one. Just letting you know that Sunday showers are optional.
Just Sunday.
I gotta get the sunscreen off. Sunscreen off, on Saturday. I really do. Especially, Sarah was like, if you want to have any kind of relations, coitus, you're going to have to get the sunscreen off because you're sticky. So I had to do that on Saturday. But on Sunday, it was optional. I did. I still showered, but it was optional.
It's disgusting. It's gross every single time he says it. Weekend was pretty awesome. Slept a lot and still managed to go out and do stuff. And we went to Andretti yesterday. It was a good time.
Ooh, that's fun.
Pepe.
Expensive.
Look how you got the fresh cut. Coming off the fame of having your own day there in Rockwall, were you just floating throughout the rest of the weekend?
Yeah, Friday I was going around bar to bar, just hoping everyone would pay for my drinks, pay for shots. It's Peyton Russell Day, but no one recognized me. I went to brunch with the parents after the Firehouse tour, after you guys came over to my house. And so that was great. Friday, it happened. It was awesome. Got a lot of text reaction on social media from the Tolos. They were awesome out there in Rockwall at the fire station number 2. But man, I got hit with a bug Saturday. I've been battling hiccups for the last 12 hours, on and off. It's so annoying. Well, sorry. It was it was a bug and then turned into hiccups. But, yeah, so I'm about 80%.
I'm amazed you were able to go to brunch and look your parents in the eye after everything that happened on Friday.
Oh, I stared into that steak skillet bowl that I had going for me, and I was...
He set up his proclamation on the thing against the salsa table. I had the waiter to come by.
Right next to the bill jacket.
I said, Mom, Dad, it's just for radio. It's just for radio. It's not really happening. It's just for radio.
It's really happening. You have the seal.
He told me that
he's talking about sleeping with the Colts owner with a dim light.
Yeah, he told me what was actually worse than that for him was when his dad gave us the thumbs up and nodded, saying that he was a Cowboys Super Bowl baby. He's like, I don't want to think about my mom and dad doing that. That was disgusting.
Yeah, that's right. It looked like it was going to be a no-hit weekend for your Texas Rangers.
Here comes number 41. A breaking pitch lifted high into the air. Deep right field. Nimmo gets turned around. He is back near the wall. He leaps, and he's got it. Brandon Nimmo pulled that one back, going over that 8-foot-high wall and taking a home run away from Yordan Alvarez. Brandon Nimmo make a play.
That was sick.
It was incredible. Mm-hmm. That was an incredible catch. And I was thinking about it.
Play of the year, right?
To this point for them, probably.
Why did I feel like we just said this a month ago about a different play? We always say that
one good play a month ago.
I know, it was one good play a month ago.
It's hard to keep track of their one good play a month in Texas.
The only thing we keep track of is defense now anyway, or pitching.
I did think in that moment when that home run was robbed, the idea came to me, and I know you're not big on the masculinity thing. Chop, is there a masculine way to applaud your outfielder? Because this one right here for pitchers, it never looks manly.
It's very soccer.
The raised up glove, because you're trying to make sure he sees you.
Yeah.
I know, you're trying to make sure he sees you, and so, but it always looks less masculine than you probably think it does.
You're going to see that in FIFA. You're going to see that in soccer when they're here in a couple of weeks. The upward clap.
By the way, I'm fine with masculinity. It's the toxic masculinity.
So
Nate was on the mat like, grab my nuts. Everyone grab your nuts.
I would just grab the nuts. Let's go, baby.
I did that play was ridiculous. But it wasn't even just one of those ones where it's like, oh, you're skying up and you're robbing it 4 feet over the fence. Like the adjustment he makes at the last second, because that ball got behind him, and the adjustment he makes, like reaching behind him and snagging that was incredible. And at the time, the only good play, because we were halfway through the game and they still didn't have a hit.
Felt like it was going to be a no-hit weekend. Jake Berger going ahead and changing that. Ends up 2 for 4 with a double and 4 runs batted in. Ties a career high, second time this week, third time this year, putting up some of these numbers for Jake.
Yeah, and then, some of these games will be Josh Young that's the only one that hits. Otherwise, it's Berger. Zeke, yeah. It's a couple of guys.
Berger, Durant, and Zeke.
That's it. No.
And then once a month, Jock Peterson.
Young, I'm sorry.
Yeah. And then Jock Peterson gets one once a month and screams at the crowd like, F you guys.
Get a random hit in there. Because, Houston's pitching has been brutal this year. Yeah. Brutal. Worst run differential, or second worst run differential in the sport. Most runs allowed in the American League. It's been a bad stretch for them pitching wise, and it just encapsulates. Maybe the Rangers can't hit indoors because Houston keeps the roof closed all the time. That's what it is. They need to see the sunlight.
This game obviously all about Nate Eovaldi. Of course, as soon as I stop betting on him, he goes absolute lockdown. 7 innings, 0 runs, 8 strikeouts, had a .71 ERA in his last 4 starts against the armpit. So he owns the Astros and he owns the Yankees.
Yeah.
4th straight. I love this stat from Sandler. There's a back-end insult on this. It's the 4th straight quality start for Nate when trying to help them avoid a sweep.
Oh, no. It sucks. That sucks.
He's got the best team batting average when down 7.
Yeah.
What was it? Jock Peterson has the sweetest swing of any 0-18 player or whatever he is.
But afterwards, Skip said the splitter, it was the difference.
The splitter was, and that has been the difference. That is like, it's his out pitch. It's the one that has become the most, I don't want to say unhittable that he has, because it seems to be it is, but it's just at least the most productive for Nate Eovaldi. And this is what, one of the questions we had, after those 2 Yankee starts, he obviously got skipped. In his start, it was like, all right, just take a day, take a couple of days, and they just skipped the 1 start. It was, how was he going to respond to that? First of all, was he going to be sharp with about 10 days off?
Yeah.
And second of all, what was his velocity going to be like? What was all the issues around the reasoning for skipping the start? It seemed like it was much ado about nothing.
Yeah, and this was a little more, at least early on, felt a little bit more like battling than the other starts have. Like, I mean, it was stuff where it's like, all right, he has the deep one that Nimmo snags. Then you had those runners on the corner, and somebody, I can't remember who was up to bat, but they flew that ball all the way up to the track, and like Osuna catches it right in front of the wall. He had a couple walks, had hit by pitch, but that's what you want to see somebody do when maybe it's not like perfect the entire way. You want to see him battle a little bit, and Eovaldi's done that the last couple times. Anytime he's kind of gotten close to getting in trouble, instead of earlier in the season when it was, well, here's the home run, and now you're in big trouble, he's managed to get out of it.
Friday, they were in big trouble as they were on no-hit alert. I think they finally got their first hit in the 8th inning. Saturday, it was a little bit better with actually 1 run. So you go from 1 hit to 1 run to yesterday being no hit through 4, and then finally double bird.
So we don't need to know how many. They didn't know the game started at 1:30. They thought it was a 3:00 start yesterday.
You never want the stat from Saturday of Jacob deGrom struck out as many guys as home runs he allowed. When that's the stat, that's never good. But 4 solo shots, they didn't hurt you too bad. So if your offense would have sort of been good, maybe you would have had a shot. But
he's allowed more home runs than walks this year.
Wow.
He's got 10 home runs allowed and 8 walks.
Do we finally have...
Unless I just can't add. I'm pretty sure that's right.
Yeah. About not adding?
I can't add, but I'm pretty sure that's right.
It's correct, which that could either be a really good or a really bad stat, depending.
Yeah.
A waiter for RJ Choppy, that's a hitter. That's the Rangers offense. You're either going to get hit with the miscalculation for the great tip, or you're going to get screwed.
Yeah.
Oh, he's going to miss. Is he going to miss right or left?
Double the first number. Simple.
Do we finally have an answer to the Corey Seager mystery as they rest him for 2 straight games with the back spasms in the midst of the 0-for-27 slump?
The answer is he had back spasms, that's why he's been bad?
Yeah. I'm asking.
I would think not. I would have guessed we would have heard. Corey Seager isn't the type of guy who's going to let an injury linger.
Because he'll just shut it down. Because Saturday morning was the first time Schumacher said he had experienced any back issues. So there goes that for the previous month or 2.
I love Seager, but he is not averse to missing games. Like he has no problem if he's not 100% saying I need a day or two.
Yeah.
So I think that's probably not the reason he's been in an 0 for 20-something slump.
Yeah, 0 for 27 slump. It's the worst one of his career. I was looking at yesterday. They had I know we've looked through the baseball savant page a couple different times lately, but I was looking at, they had the swords statistic, which, do you know what swords are, Chop?
Swing over defense.
It's basically like
no idea.
Swings that are, it's an advanced metric that basically just says you were completely fooled. You swung, it's these highlight reel ugly swings of just like your swing path was nowhere near the ball. You had no timing on it. It's just basically being completely fooled by a pitcher. So I was looking through that, and he's already double this year what he was the entire 2023 season. So then I started looking at, all right, well, what's the percentage of that? 2023, 1.4% of his swings were swords, quote unquote. 1.7% in 2024, 2.8 in 2025. He's up to 4% this year, which is one of the highest rates in Major League Baseball. So he's not seeing the pitches well at all.
We were set up for an all-time scramble for the final round of the PGA Championship. The day starting off with 31 guys within 5 strokes. Here is how it ended.
It's going to ride the crest of the hill. Oh, it's exquisite! Yes! Unbelievable!
CBS with the call for who? Who won?
Aaron Rai. Aaron Rai is somebody that I had heard of him only because I'd seen his name up there.
And his wife, I guess, plays.
His wife plays. Yes, she's on the. I think she's on the LPGA tour. It may be one of the other tours, but she definitely plays. And he wins the PGA, which was it was a very odd setup. I mean, you did not have a ton of low numbers. He was really the only low number that was out there. He was the only one that was pushing 10 under par at all the entire week. And people were thinking, all right, what was the winning score going to be here? Around 11 or 12 under. Masters usually around 11 or 12 under. This course has set up in the past where you can get to close 18 under, 20 under when it's on the regular tour, when it's on the BMW. But in this, they set it up pretty difficult from the standpoint of you weren't going to get a ton of birdies. But Aaron Rai, he had a bogey on the 8th hole. When he bogeyed that,
he had 3 bogeys on the front 9.
Yeah, and when he bogeyed 8, he had a 1.9% chance of winning. And then he goes and plays 6 under par for the next 10 holes. And he winds up running away for the field. Running away.
Yeah. It wasn't as fun a finish as I was hoping for.
No, it wasn't, because we had a situation.
Because I never heard of him.
Right. We had a situation on.
Although shout out Indy, I think, somehow, some way.
Well, India by way of England. So
okay.
he has lived in England. His family has for the last 2 generations. But his family is from India. His mom from Kenya. So his dad's from India. His mom from Kenya. So he winds up going and he runs away for this field. There was a time on Saturday we had 7 guys tied for the lead at 5 under on Saturday. And I thought, okay, you got Rahm up there making a charge. Rory is 2 back. Scheffler is on the charge here at the end. You've had Cam Smith, Patrick Reed, who always seems to find his way on these leaderboards. All these guys are up there. And then you have your dudes you've never heard of, like Schmid and Malley and Rye, who were, Malley and Schmid were the 2 guys that were, or Smalley and Schmid were the 2 guys who were in the lead in the final group on Sunday. And Aaron Rai winds up winning with 2 gloves.
Ugh, hate it.
2 gloves and iron covers.
Iron covers?
Iron covers.
Is that in case of the rain that could come to rust?
I don't know. Well, the story on that is that he did not grow up very rich, and his dad, when he was like 8 years old, bought him like $1,000 set of clubs, and he would clean the grooves with baby oil and a pin every day, and he would put the iron covers on to protect them. But if you see somebody play, if you offered me a round at Augusta, but you said I had to wear iron covers, I don't think I would go.
No, I don't think that's true.
I don't think
that's a nice story, though. Dad bought him the expensive clubs.
Remember the roots.
Yeah, it's a great story.
It's nice.
It's a great story. He is like, everybody's happy for him. He's a super nice guy, apparently. But the iron covers are like a major faux pas in golf.
Monday edition of Sean and RJ getting off to the start here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for being part of the 6 a.m. club. Did you party with Dak Prescott over the weekend in Fort Worth? And our favorite Cowboy interview on his health and his new defensive coordinator. A little Inside the Star on Sean and RJ next. But you had a fantastic weekend except for one thing, that car accident.
Texas811.org for more. Safe digging starts with one simple step.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3. The Fan segment here brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck ride, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
This is your official home of the Dallas Cowboys. In case you did not know, good morning, Metroplex. Sean, RJ, and Roberto here on DFW Sports Station. Cowboys had their Reliant Home Run Derby late last week. I saw Pat Doney hit 7 home runs.
Well. So I guess there was a media one that I wasn't invited to.
There was.
Have you ever hit 7?
Yeah, I hit way more than that.
Oh,
when I won.
What hurts more, not participating in that or this golf thing with like Bassick and Dave Raymond and them playing? Is that another media event put on by the Cowboys, or is that just another media event from someone else?
The Cowboys had a media, not a media. They had their sponsor tournament last week. I played in that last year.
Nice.
Yeah. No, that doesn't bother me because that's like 8 a.m. I had to miss the show.
Okay.
So I had to miss the show. That was the one that Hagelin
played in?
No, that I was part of My Possibilities.
Okay.
It's part of Peace-a-thon. The Home Run Derby, because I was the MC. Like 5 years in a row, I MC'd this thing, and I think they sold it to some other media guy.
It's nice they moved the fences in. I guess they did this 3 years ago, and the media, I think only one person hit one out, and it was one. So somebody won by hitting one home run.
When before I had always seen the fences moved in, but apparently, it was like a long time ago. It was quite hard to hit it out.
Anyway, the players were all talking. That included Dak Prescott on Caleb Downs, which I cannot wait to see in Oxnard, quarterback versus safety.
Yep. Dak Prescott was asked about Caleb Downs and his entire approach and how everything's gone so far. And he said, I love the way that he's wired, and I'm excited for him. As you remember, last week was the first time media was not allowed out there, but it was the first time that the veterans were on the field with the rookies doing things because it was the first OTA. But he said, I love the way that he's wired, and I'm excited for him. He's got some great vets, whether it be myself to ask questions to or great vets on that defensive side now to help make sure that he gets off to a great start. Dak said a little bit later, obviously we needed help. We went into that side, everybody knowing that's what we were going to do, starting with the staff, and did that to then just adding as many players as we can, whether it be veterans and free agent signings or in the draft. I think we did a hell of a job just being around these guys for 2 weeks. Looks like they're a lot of high character guys.
Caleb also got his new threads. Looking nice in the white and blue. Number 13, as it stands right now.
Yeah, that number's not staying. There's no way that's going to be that. It better not. That's not a defensive
strange
number.
He's not paying according to his dad. His dad said he's frugal.
No, he is frugal. So he's one of those ones who, when it was the first 2 minutes of his media conference call, the first thing he mentioned was no state income tax. Like he was all over mentioning that, and now that he goes to Dallas, he's like, I don't have to pay state income tax, which is great. And so he's also one of these guys, I think, who's talked about wanting to live off of like a lot of endorsements as opposed to like his salary. So he's definitely frugal and aware and all those things. That's fine. You don't have to take 2. Just don't wear 13 or 18. Both of those are gross.
18 is less of a 13 is just it's just a weird number.
It's a busted 18.
I see what you're doing there. Mm-hmm. I see what you're doing.
Yeah.
So, other Dak Prescott headlines as he was apparently out and about with Coach Schottenheimer at the rodeo in Fort Worth, and then they took in a show at Billy Bob's. And Dak is out having fun. There's a video of him crushing some pizza, looks like at some point in time outside, having a good time. I know a couple Cowboy fans are in our DMs. They're not necessarily thrilled with that. Look at the message. There's the head coach drinking his shotties as well. I don't think any of us care about that whatsoever. The headline that sparked my interest was Dak Prescott hanging out with his ex-fiance's almost bridesmaid.
Yeah, move on.
Over the course
literally
of the weekend. So this girl, who Dak apparently knows from college, Caitlin Rance, was going to be a bridesmaid of Sarah Jane in their wedding. And then a couple people at the rodeo hit up Page 6, hit up TMZ, and said,
snitches, man.
They are way more than just friends. They're getting very comfortable with each other.
Woo! Man, salacious. I love salacious. I love other people's drama.
Yeah.
Now, the problem is I don't love my quarterback's drama.
That's right.
Okay, I love other people. Can this not happen to Matt Stafford? Jalen Hurts.
Matt Stafford has a lot.
He's got a lot. Jared Goff, Jordan Love, Caleb Williams. Like, can we not have that happen? I don't need the Dak drama.
Here's the crazy thing about this story. All these tabloids call the girl. I don't know how they just randomly get her number. She picks up the phone.
Oh, God.
And they're like, have you seen this part? Have you read
not
this?
seen
Have you
this
seen
part.
this? Have you heard about this? They're like, hey, you were with Dak. Are you guys dating? She hands the phone over to Dak.
Oh, dear.
And it was the next day. They're at brunch. How do you first off, I'm shocked that Dak wasn't like, just keep the phone away from me. So Dak is sitting on the phone vehemently denying that they are an item while at brunch the next day when she just hands the phone over to him and said, here you go, TMZ wants to talk to you.
Was it a group brunch? Do we know what the head count was?
It could have been all of them. Could have been everybody that was at the.
I would
because there was a group outing at the Pro Bowl Riders event and at Billy Bob's.
I would be dropping forks on plates while I'm talking on the phone, like
Jerry.
It's loud here. There's a lot of
Jerry
people
in our
here.
Interview.
Yeah, just be like
bang the teacup.
There's a lot of people here, guys. Can you please be quiet? And then I'd stop making noise and be like, all right, thank you, appreciate it, guys. Sorry, I had to get all those people quiet because there's so many of us here.
I cannot believe they called the next day. She hands it over to him, and they're at brunch.
And they're at brunch, man. I mean, look, everybody loves mimosas. Everybody loves waffles and mimosas, okay?
I've never drank one.
You've never had a mimosa?
No, it just didn't sound appealing.
I mean, barely bring the orange juice. I mean, you need bring one of those little droplets. Those little droppers that you could just put like a little drop of something in. That's basically what you need for the orange juice.
Like drug people.
But,
I'm not letting people put droplets in any of my drinks. I would not recommend.
Can you put that eyedropper?
I do myself. I'll do myself.
There'll be a drink now at these bars with an eyedropper like on the tray.
There you go.
You want the Cosby?
You mentioned the pizza, or where he's eating the pizza. We've all done that. Where you take a bite of something, and then all of a sudden you immediately take like 2 or 3 steps back. You're just catching your balance. Mad respect, though, that he did not go square toe on the cowboy boots. The round toe is back. It's back, baby. So mad respect for that.
Was this Friday or Saturday night?
Friday night was the event. Saturday was the brunch.
Okay, so Friday, I'm just trying to figure out which concert he was seeing. I needed to see if this was Stoney LaRue or Diamond Rio. So apparently he's a Diamond Rio guy.
Oh, God.
Diamond Rio's...
Oh, yeah, meet in the middle?
That's a very old group right there, Diamond Rio. So he's... I guess there's that positive you can look at.
She handed the phone to Dak. He told us they're not dating. They've been friends for years, and there's nothing going on between them. They've known their days. They've known each other from their days at Mississippi State. So, there it is. The possibility of Dak hitting up one of the bridesmaids.
Wow. So is it a chance? No, there's no chance that. So they've known each other since Mississippi State?
If they've known each other since Mississippi State, doesn't that sound more like if she was a bridesmaid, she was like as a hook into the group of like, well, you're Dak's friend, and so you can be in here? Like, less than like meeting her through the bridesmaid, like, oh, well, that was one of her friends.
Look, man, all I can tell you is it's hard to wiggle out of the brunch the next day. Very hard.
Oh, no, there's no wiggling.
Very hard to wiggle out of the brunch.
Yeah, there's no. I mean, there was some wiggling maybe going on, but it wasn't in brunch.
That's right.
But yeah, it's very hard to wiggle. But like the optics of this are like now that he knew her at Mississippi State. It's like, oh, yeah, she was brought into the relationship.
DeMarvion Overshown, our favorite defensive interview on the team. He did get me feeling a little bit better about linebacker. I'm trying to stiff arm my emotions here with Overshown, with Revel, with Bland, and telling myself not to expect anything from them for the most part, with the most hopes that I have for Duran after the big contract. But here's DeMarvion giving a health update. John Machota with a lot of these video updates from the Home Run Derby.
biggest blessing I can ask for. I feel like everybody know when I'm healthy. Like, I'm one of the best linebackers in the league, and that's not to toot my own horn, but the film and the stats speaks for itself when I'm on the field. So being healthy is the number one way to stay on the field and be able to do what I do. So the fact that I get to go through this full off season as a healthy man and coming into training camp healthy, I feel like people ain't seen my best yet. So I know it's gonna be one of my best years.
I hope he's just running around and it's noticeable with the athleticism and the speed in Oxnard like it was in was it year one right out the jump?
Year
is when he
two.
made it? Year two.
Yeah, year two. I mean, technically year one, but yeah, it was year two. He's it's tough because he's such an optimistic person as well that it makes.
Because he kind of said the same stuff last year when he's like, no, I don't care if there's a brace or whatever's involved. I can still fly around just like normal.
When you hear him talk, that's the thing is it's like, okay, you're always so positive. So is this just some of the spoonful of sugar, or is this like genuine optimism? I will say, it to me is a miracle he even got back to play last year with how bad that knee injury was, and it being at the end of the season in 24. For him to be able to come back and even play at the end of the game, but it was those last 6 games he was even when he'd see it quick enough, he was just like a step slow getting into the hole, and there were several plays that were left on the field because it's just he couldn't get there fast enough.
Having an off season will be huge, though.
No brace.
Right. Because obviously when you are rehabbing, you're not really having a true off season. He's got a true off season.
Here he is on the new relationship with his new DC.
Oh, no, it's been fun. You're excited for football already when you kind of in the meeting room and you kind of going through, certain stuff on the field and you see the scheme actually like playing out in real life time and just knowing like, okay, this is what's going to help us win the Super Bowl. Like how he explained the calls, how he go into depth on, the reasons why we're doing everything that's, 1 through 11 on the field. Like, why are we doing this to better the team, or why are we doing this to, better our chances to force a fumble or, force a 3 and out. So when you break it down like that, a guy like CP, he comes to work ready to work every day. Like, he quizzing us in the room, making sure we ready and stuff like that. That's the type of, leadership you need.
That's different. That they did not talk. So when you talk about like what's optimism, what's this, what's that, like the way he describes being in the meetings, talking through the scheme, and then getting out there and watching it be executed and go, oh, okay, I see what this is. They did not talk that way about Matt Eberflus. They did not talk that way about their time with Mike Zimmer. Like that's a unique thing of him saying like that's genuine excitement you can hear with them of just like this scheme is something different and it's something new to us and it's exciting to see. Oh, okay, taking it from chalkboard to like out here when we're out here on the field, this clicks into place here. And you're starting to sense that excitement from a lot of them, I think.
RJ's betting slip has been torn up with the elimination of a number 1 seed. Did it ruin Jake Reitman's bachelor party? And are we not giving enough respect to now the back-to-back MVP? That's next on Sean and RJ 105.3 The Fan. But shout out to Tolo Mikey P, my Hurtado MVP of the weekend. He put me in the social media post, and he said had to come give Hurtado a try since Sharif talks about it 24/7. And I'm seeing the 3 different platters that Mikey got at one of the local locations: Mansfield, Arlington, Fort Worth, and Farmers Market in Dallas. I'm seeing the brisket sando. I can see the smoke that Brandon Hurtado got on this brisket from here through the picture. You got the brisket sando, these amazing hand-cut fries. You got the pickle and onions on the side to mix it up. The birria tacos look like pieces of art with the cheese and the sauce, and of course that beef broth consomme on the side. I'm seeing the elote, the hatch chili mac and cheese, and it looks like some extra slices of brisket as well. Did you go enjoy the drinks, the music, the patios, and of course the specials, whether it was the smoked quail, the beef ribs, or the big red barbacoa, all that and more at your official barbecue of the Texas Rangers? Always tell them Sean for the Fan.
Gets underway at 7 o'clock on 105.3 The Fan and the Odyssey app.
Hey, and it's back to Sean and RJ right here, 105.3 The Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Mitchell to the half-court line. Donovan unloads. Baked it in! He baked it in to close out the quarter. Donovan Mitchell from half court. How about that? 47 feet away.
There's the call on Cavs radio as we got an absolute blowout in Game 7. The Cleveland Cavaliers take out the #1 seed Detroit Pistons, 125-94 in Detroit. R.I.P. Choppy.
Tear it up. Tear up my... I don't know. I don't even remember making this. I don't know what happened.
You're probably drunk.
Could be. Very possible. But in June of last year, I put $10 on the Detroit Pistons to win the NBA title at 50-1. Don't know why. I don't even remember doing it.
Better than Nick Wright, who put down $10,000 on Minnesota because he figured Ant would come back before Vegas changed it. So he put down $10,000 with a bunch of other high-powered friends. So I was glad to see that.
So I was, I was a little upset, but I figured they weren't going to win. I mean, they would
have won $2 million.
Oh, gosh.
$10K for $2 million.
Gosh, that's a day. Yeah, because they went to 7 games with Orlando. They weren't gonna beat the Knicks. At the end of the day, they weren't gonna beat the Knicks. But I didn't think they would just no-show Game 7 at home.
Woo. Just losing home games. That was a problem for them during the stretch. They split with Orlando at home in the first round. All they needed was one at home of these last 2 that they played, and they lost both of them, both those home games. And so it's the standard for teams like this. When you're young and you're coming up in the NBA, you usually have one of these stumbles along the way, and you learn from it and you progress into the future. That's the hope, is that you're going to be able to progress. Oklahoma City had it happen a couple years ago. We've seen it happen with other teams.
Well, the problem is that team in the West right now is probably the Minnesota Timberwolves, and they got stuck. They got stuck against San Antonio. We'll get to the Ant ridiculous drama here in just a second. But this is James Harden and Donovan Mitchell moving on. I love the call at the end of half when he hit that 3. I think it was Ian Eagle. I think who was on the play-by-play for Amazon? He goes, a spider bite at the end of the half. I was like, oh, that's good.
Good.
That's
I don't
very
remember
good.
Who was on the. By the way, why don't they have the timeouts on the graphic on Amazon?
I don't know. I'm trying to look now, though. Is there anybody... Oklahoma City, I'm sure, has a few different people, but between Donovan Mitchell and James Harden, what have those two played in terms of number of playoff games for their career now? Probably. Harden's played in 187. Donovan Mitchell's played in 77. So I mean, Donovan Mitchell's basically played a full season of playoff games. Harden's played 2.5. Yeah, and so it's a super experienced team that showed up when it mattered, and Detroit just crumbled at home. Both those last games.
Bickerstaff says it's not a disappointment with the Pistons season. Agree or disagree? I disagree. Losing to the Magic, I think, would have been a disappointment. Yeah. Being here after, Cade had the long issue and everything else, I kind of expect young teams to lose. I wouldn't give the Spurs a shot against the Thunder. I think the Thunder are going to beat them just probably pretty handily, even though they're a really good team. Because it's just the way that young teams generally fold in the postseason the first time they go through. There's a growing pain. They overachieved. It's hard to say you overachieve and fail because they're not a 60-win type team. Okay, you know what I mean? They're not. They're like Cleveland. Remember Cleveland a couple years ago? Yep. They had 58 wins or whatever. And we knew they were going to get bounced. Yeah, that was a Bickerstaff team. He was at Cleveland 2 years ago. I guess when you put it like that, I was thinking 1 seed, you should at least get to the conference finals, especially in the East, where no one thinks, no one's really scared of Cleveland. But then what was my expectation for Detroit heading into the year? And I guess I would have said really good regular season team, but they're not going to go to the NBA finals. So I could agree with you on that. I look at them like, last year, Chicago, the Bears, or Jacksonville. You win the division, you win, 12, 13 games, but you get bounced.
Like, was it a successful season? I guess in the nuance of where they had been, probably.
They've gotten Game 7 in 4 of their 6 Eastern Conference series now. So the only ones that haven't have been the Knicks. The Knicks have run through both of those, but otherwise all the other series have gone to Game 7.
Dirk and crew were almost left speechless over something we've never seen before. Anthony Edwards, while getting eliminated by San Antonio on Prime.
This is not something that you would often see at the 8:01 mark of the fourth quarter of a closeout game, but Anthony Edwards, knowing that Chris Finch is going to empty the bench, made his way to the San Antonio bench and dapped up players, coaches, one by one.
I want to know what, all I want to know is I want to hear Udonis Haslem comment on that in the post-game show.
Yeah.
I would much rather see him wait till the end of the game.
Anthony Edwards walks over to the Spurs huddle. They're all like, "Hey man, what are you
bench is over there, man?
What are you doing here?"
Oh, hey, Earl Thomas. What are you doing at the Cowboys locker?
Dapping up everyone, in his words, to pay them the respect they deserve as they're getting pummeled, eliminated, and what do you say about this? Like, I don't know how to figure this dude out. I go back and forth so many times. To me, he's on one hand, I'm like, all right, him and Wembanyama are my two favorite in terms of trying to keep old school alive, trash talking others. We're not friends. I'm going to try to cut your throat, Kevin Durant. I'm coming after everyone. A little bit of the old school with him and Wemby. And then you go and do the most new school athlete thing. And I want him to be the face of the league, and then he's got baby mama drama. I want him to do this, and then he does that. And I just don't know where to go with Anthony Edwards. For the record, in this instance, this is disgusting for me. I have such a major. This is ridiculous.
I found it to be,
but I don't know how to question his competitive spirit because of what you're about to say about today's generation and all the other things he does that appears old school.
Right. Like to me, this is pretty disrespectful to your teammates because you still had. And look, he may not even know the names of the 5 guys that went on the floor when he emptied the bench, but he had 5 guys that are teammates of his for 80 games. Who had to go compete for 8 more minutes, right? And they're trying to get.
Now, he would say, "I'm still going to go over to the bench and support him."
Right? Yeah, but
it was a timeout.
It's just like, you're telling them they already knew the game was over. You're just reinforcing that the game is over. But I just can't get beyond that. This is like today's athlete is just different. Like, and my kids, they're all they tell everybody on the baseball team, promote yourself on social media. Right? No, coaches can't find every player. Every game you have, you got to make a graphic and you got to post it on social media. Well, what do these kids do? They post other kids' days on social media. It's like they constantly are sharing their teammates. And I'm like,
yeah,
guys, you can't. I told my kid, you can't share another catcher's stat line
off your own team.
No, like that are so they're kids that play on his club team that have high school games. Right, so they're on other teams. You can't be sharing other kids' stat lines. You guys are competing for the same spot.
Yeah.
They just don't get it. They're like, he's going to share mine. And I'm like, okay, that's fine. Do what you want to do. I'm not going to tell you what to do. But, I'm just saying, it just seems a little wild to me.
He's
soft.
I'm trying to think of if there's any explanation that would be anything other than a contradiction. Like where it's like he's so hyper competitive in one way, but then it's like, good game, I'm giving up in the middle of it. Other than just the closest thing I can think of is some of those really aggressive, like Call of Duty online players who will talk the nastiest trash on there. And then when it's over, if they lose, they go, you got me. All right, well, cool, see ya. It's almost like they're only competitive when they're in it, and then as soon as it's over, apart from it, it's almost just like a character they play when they're inside of it.
But then
Diggs used to be that way.
I'm judging you differently and thinking of you in a different, milder way, which is better for me competing against you moving forward, where I'm like, all right, he's not really an assassin. He's not really Kobe. He don't really have that Mike mentality. Right. He'll come over here and pat us on the butt if we beat them bad enough. That's how I'm thinking about him moving forward. I think that's a disadvantage for him and the Wolves. This was Dirk and Udonis Haslem reacting to this afterwards on Prime.
I've watched the NBA and been a part of it for a long, long time. I've never seen this. A guy walking into the huddle with 8 minutes to go in the fourth quarter and dapping up the entire team. Too much for me. Obviously, you can do that after the game and show plenty of respect. That was a little strange for me.
And what I will say is great as Ant is as a basketball player, there's still some growth for him as well. Because as a leader, I would not have walked down there and shook their hand. I would not have walked down there and shook their hand with 8 minutes left in the game. As a leader of my troops and my guys, I will not show that weakness. The game is not over. I got 8 minutes left. I still got smoke coming out of my ears because I'm so damn mad we losing. Let me calm down for those 8 minutes since I'm not in, and then after those 8 minutes, I'll go down there and I'll congratulate them and their coaching staff. But in the middle of the game, when I got guys that have sat the bench and cheered me on, no, I'm going to sit there and cheer those guys on. I'm going to put that energy back into those guys. And then when the game's over, I'll go over there and shake their hands. So that's just the way I handle things. I'm a little bit different. I'm a little bit old school. I understand there's a different generation, but I don't think if they were beating San Antonio, Wemby would have went down there and shook his hand with 8 minutes left. I don't think so. I damn sure know Wemby wouldn't have went down there and shook his hand.
I mean, fan text is like, they're not enemies anymore. Obviously, they're changing teams. But they are. That's the thing. These guys change teams nonstop. I get it. But it just, I can't imagine that this is looked upon in a wonderful light.
You know who it kind of makes a little bit better? I don't know. This weekend I was killing time waiting to go out, and I just clicked on The Last Dance just to have Mike in the background. It kind of, for a second, it like made Isaiah Thomas and the Bad Boys look better to me.
Yeah.
And I was like, which one would I rather have? The unsportsmanlike, we hate your guts so much we're walking off the floor without shaking hands, or I'm going to shake your hands midway through the quarter while you're kicking my rear end. And I was like, in that moment, I was like, I like what Isaiah did better, even though it was cheap.
I prefer that. I'd rather have Isaiah, because then I just know everything that led up to it is genuine. Like, I know that the competitor that you were and the nasty disposition that you had, I know it was real. Like with Ant, it's just like, okay, well, then none of this is real. It's just flat out, it's not as... There's not as much emphasis placed on, like, competitive spirit anymore. And this, in general, is just a broader problem with the NBA. Like, this is a symptom of, again, everything the NBA's got problems with right now. With load management and the AAU style that has brought up all these players who are like, we were friends with these guys. It's the whole banana boat in the offseason with Chris Paul and LeBron and all them. Like, that's
Draymond and LeBron.
That's this era. That's the era now.
The NBA has it more so than anybody because of the AAU. Like, there's travel baseball. A lot of these kids, but there's so many players. Because you got 20 kids on all these teams. There's so many players in basketball. I mean, go look at high school, high school basketball, AAU. They've been friends since they were 6 years old. They've been close.
I think that's why Luka's energy, his competitive energy, has generally been considered different, because he grew up playing with adults. Like, he was playing at 15, he was playing in adult leagues where they're competitive, and
Giannis would kind of keep it old school too,
right? Because he doesn't know the same thing. Europeans, they don't know these guys. They didn't grow up playing. I mean, people remember, and I know it was 25, 30 years ago, but people talk about when they first time they saw Dirk. Dirk was like 18 years old. They'd never seen him before. Like, what is this?
Was that a good or bad PGA Championship, and who made it? And MMA and boxing fight weekend. That's next on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan.
After we get you over to Zerez, get that carpet professionally clean, the clean way, the green way, the Zerez way, the best carpet cleaner in the industry. They don't use soaps, they don't use chemicals, they don't use detergents. It's their own system, and right now you get an awesome offer for you. It's 3 rooms, pre-treated, clean, and sanitized for $109, and then you get your air ducts cleaned for $449. That's fantastic. That air duct cleaning is an awesome service. All the bacteria, the mold spores, they're up there trapped in the attic air duct unit. You got to get it cleaned up and swept out.
D&M Leasing Studio. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Aaron Rai with two gloves. Winning the PGA Championship that I was hoping would end up a little bit more dramatic than it did. Was it a good or bad tournament? Good morning, Metroplex. It's Sean and RJ. Happy Monday. Thanks for being a Tolo. We got Roberto and Pepe as well on DFW Sports Station. Yesterday, before the round kicked off, Scotty Scheffler and a bunch of others said, I've never seen anything like this. When we were out there, I think it's just the nature of a lot of different things. But, yeah, this is a leaderboard that is this bunched up. And anyone, literally anyone, could win this tournament. And Aaron Rai did. Basically, the 68-foot birdie on 16 ended it. And what made it even more non-dramatic is he finishes, and then you got to wait for everyone. Right. That part sucks.
There's a couple of groups that had to finish still.
Yeah.
And, because you get the ESPN sent the notification out, Aaron Rai wins the PGA Championship, and I looked down, and I'm like, am I behind? I fast-forwarded, and I was like, oh, no, I was caught up. But, I mean, you could not. The guys had already teed off on 18, the last group. There's no way. They didn't get a hole-in-one, so there's no way they could have tied them.
21 players were within 4 shots of the lead, 8 of them major champions, but did not have the drama as we closed out. And I think the bigger talking point here is Rory McIlroy and others questioning whether this was a good or bad setup.
Yeah. This was a lot like, if you're a NASCAR fan, Talladega or Daytona, like a restrictor plate.
Keeps everyone close together.
Keeps everyone close together. The course setup.
I used to do a show at Dover International.
Dover was always a crap course.
Monster Mile every year.
It's a track.
Hey, they have a cool statue.
It was the worst. It was other than Bristol. Bristol really sucks.
Look at Bobby.
Wow.
I used to watch NASCAR a lot.
So this was definitely not like it. This was definitely a restrictor plate type golf tournament where, everyone, there was no separation. Aaron Rai was the only one literally that separated, and he didn't separate until about the 66th hole.
Yeah, you can see it right here on datagolf.com, Chop. If you look here, like he spikes really big on Sunday, where before that he was, I don't know
what these charts mean. Is that his win percentage? Is that win probability?
Yeah, this is win probability. You see,
look at it right there.
See, it was useful, Sean.
It was a one.
Wow, I needed your stupid chart to tell me he blew up on Sunday.
You did.
Really cool.
You did. I needed it because I didn't watch.
Before his Eagle on 9.
Go do a podcast with Hagelin.
Before his Eagle on 9.
I'm going to do a lot of podcasts.
He had a 1.9% chance to win. And then his Eagle on, so after the bogey on 80, he had a 1.9% chance to win. And then all of a sudden he wins this thing going away. We're talking about an hour and a half later, he's lapped the field. He had 6 strokes gained against the field of the back 9 alone. And that was with some questions. People were wondering on 15. 15 is a 550-yard par 4. Aaron Rai is not long. Bobby pulled up the Data Golf site. He is like bottom 15% in driving distance. He knew he could not reach this. He was not birdieing this hole. So he's like, all right, I'm just going to tee off with a 3-wood. The only trouble here for me is in the rough. I'm putting it down the middle of the fairway, and I'm going to make par. Because par was like what, as Rory said, par was a very, very easy score to make on this golf course.
So what were Rory's? What are the overall issues with the setup?
Well, that was it. Here's Rory speaking on this about the way the course was set up, the way that it was keeping everybody close, and the way that you really couldn't pull away, which actually turned out not to be true because Aaron Rai did all those things.
The only thing I would say is I think a bunch leaderboard like this, I think it's a sign of not a great setup. I think when it's as bunched as it is, because it hasn't really enabled anyone to separate themselves. It's like, it's easy to make a ton of pars, hard to make birdies, and not that it's hard to make bogeys, but it feels like bogey's the worst score you're going to shoot on any one hole. There's not a lot of hazards.
So on that 15th hole, because I bet $10 on Rory yesterday morning along with Scotty, it's not a well. It didn't turn out well. But that was where he was supposed to make up some ground, and he played so bad on the hole, I was like, all right, I'm over and done with, because I was assuming bogey or double bogey. No, he actually ended up with the par.
Yeah.
But that's what he was saying right there. But it was an awful hole for him.
Right.
It was still a par.
Rory for the week was even on the par fives. You have to be under par on the par fives in any tournament if you want to win. He was even on the par fives.
Especially if you have his length.
Right. And
it's so weird for Rory to complain, too. Like to be upset about anything.
He got that Philly fan kicked out, I assume. So let's give Rory his props when he turned around and said, shut the F up.
Yeah.
Someone just yelled, like, go USA, and that set him off. What are you doing, man?
Yeah, because Rory's like...
He's soft. He is very soft.
Rory's in a tricky spot because he's like, he's even said, like, this is the greatest country in the world. He lives here. Aaron Rye lives in your favorite city, Jacksonville.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, he lives there.
He's overcome a lot. This is a true underdog story.
But this was a bunched up leaderboard. I mean, it really was. Outside of Aaron, who pulled away because you had your 10 guys within 2 strokes between number 2 and number 10. They were all right there, 6, 5, and 4 under. And a lot of them were, Xander Schauffele and Cam Smith and Rory and John Rahm, Justin Thomas. These are all major champions that were up there on the leaderboard. But it did lack the juice because Aaron Rye pulled away. And, he is, we talk about humble beginnings. He still stays at a Hampton Inn.
What?
All these guys, he goes to these tournaments, and all these guys stay at the Four Seasons, and here he is.
I thought you meant he, lived there permanently.
No. All these guys are staying at, Four Seasons and the Ritz, and he's over there at the Hampton Inn for $139 a night.
Chop, to the point of pulling away, Data Golf here, which I like to refer to as Money Shot, they say that through 10 holes on Sunday, John Rahm was twice as likely to win this tournament as Rye was. But then on that 11th, he just flipped the odds.
So I guess the overall question is, would you rather the better players have the ability to pull away and show off their greatness, or have it all jumbled up so that the have-nots are right there? I would prefer Sunday, what we got, with everyone close.
Close is good.
Yeah.
Close is good. You can manufacture close. Close doesn't mean, it's great golf, but it's good for entertainment value. Mm-hmm. Because,
I want drama in the final 4 holes.
There's nothing worse than a guy winning the major. Now, if it's Tiger winning by 15, it's like, oh man, I've got how much of a bludgeoning is he putting on here? But if you're not Tiger Woods,
don't look at me if you're going to reference that stupid website
I'm not.
again.
It's a real point. It's a real point about golf. It's a real point. What was it? Was it last year at the Masters where Rory had that hook shot that went viral?
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes, went to a playoff last year.
Yeah, that shot that he had that everybody was like, oh my gosh, that's so incredible. That's less impressive in the moment if he's up 10 strokes.
1,000%.
So if you're wanting to flex the ridiculous ability of the top golfers, that's going to show up more when it is a close match on Sunday.
Aaron is like I said, he's not very long and he's extremely accurate. He kind of old man golfed this thing. He old man golf. I mean, all these other guys are going. Look at Rory on 15, on 16. He is putting the ball into the rough. It's impossible to make birdie out of the rough. And Aaron is just piping this thing 285 down the center of the green, center of the fairway. Like I said, his carry is only about 285, but he hits it so low, he gets 50 yards a roll.
We had the intro to this championship from Big Dom. Rory can't take the filthy fan harassing him. Scotty Scheffler got yelled at for supporting the Cowboys, saying Cowboys suck, Philly's going to beat your butt.
He's laughing. He was laughing at that on the green.
And then yesterday, RJ Choppy was triggered again by another intro for the final round.
Hello, friends. I've always wanted to say that. It's a beautiful day in the Philadelphia area. I'm Errol Reeves, coming to you this Sunday, not from the friendly confines of the lake, but from just up the road at the Mink, a Runnemake Golf Club, whose tough defense has been on display at this PGA Championship through 3 quarters, frustrating the visitors and creating challenges for their offense. But the Philly fans and fanatics know that a championship doesn't come easy. They've come to see who will be the last known survivor who will rise up and hoist the Wanamaker Trophy as the 2026 PGA champion. Golf fans everywhere This is for you. Let the celebration begin.
He can't say words with S in it.
I was going to say, that was a clean rip. Like, that was the one that they settled on. I was like, that's as good as it's going to be.
Yeah, I don't know what is more ingrained, the stereotype of when they come here, they immediately have to play into the cowboy angle, like the Old West, or when they go to Philly, they have to play into the Rocky angle.
Can't do an intro with that song under it anymore. You just can't.
Especially if he's just going to quote the lyrics. Rising up to the challenge of our rivals.
Give me a word with an S that starts with an S.
Last known survivor.
Last known survivor.
By the way, Aaron Rye was 290 to 1.
Wow. Thanks for that tip, RJ.
Should have put $10 on him last year.
Did you make it a UFC or MMA weekend for all of 20 seconds?
He's at 145 pounds. Oh, immediately Rousey takes Pavano down, but Pavano looking for the guillotine. And Rousey pops her head out in full mount, ground and pound. Rousey looking for the arm, and already the arm, it's over. Mamma mia, it is just incredible.
That was the whole fight.
17 seconds. Done and over with on Netflix as Ronda Rousey made $2.2 million for 17 seconds. There it is. Done and over with. Interest level, I did not care. I wanted to see the result at the end, but I was not going to tune in to watch.
I had a lot of friends that were watching this. I wasn't really. UFC just doesn't do it for me. I totally respect it. I totally get it. I understand the appeal. It's not for me. It's too brutal. I much prefer boxing.
Too brutal?
There's too much blood. You get the red mask. I just, who was it? Was it Nate Diaz this weekend? I just can't do that, man. Like, I totally get it.
Gory.
I understand the appeal. It's just not for me.
No, yeah, I mean, I was getting updates about this randomly, like I'd get press releases or whatever of just like, catch it on Netflix, that whole thing. So I was aware of it, but I really just was wanting to check in and go like, all right, did Rousey lose? That's all I care about. And she won, and so that was disappointing. Dude, I didn't realize this was the Mandalorian
You wanted her
girl.
to lose.
Yeah, I wanted her to lose. Why? I didn't realize this because I don't like Ronda Rousey. I didn't realize this was the Mandalorian girl.
She said she lost 100 pounds. Carano, I don't know. I don't remember Gina Carano being like 220 out there.
No, but...
I mean, she couldn't even ride a horse, you're trying to tell me?
Well, I mean, she did get fired from Mandalorian, so she may have been like stress eating or something.
Speaking of, and by the way, Conor McGregor is supposed to, Dana White tried to blow up Jake Paul's promotion by announcing this as Jake Paul's fighter, as Francis was walking out for the intro. Dana White went live and said Conor McGregor is going to return from a 5-year hiatus. But speaking of horses.
Here's Iron Honor trying to come and get Napoleon Solo. These two to the final furlong. Napoleon Solo still there. Iron Honor on the outside cannot get him. Napoleon Solo and Paco Lopez have won the Preakness. They win it by a length over Iron Honor. Chip Huncho was third. O'Sully was fourth.
NBC with the call. Way to go, horse racing.
Way to go. Blame the Belmont. The Belmont won't move their schedule. The New York Races Association is like, we've got a perfect schedule set up because they have like 2 weeks of summer in upstate New York, and that's where they run all this. Basically, it all runs off of Saratoga, and they've got to do the Mylar handicap and all their horse races they have up that they have to run through. The Parcells is all part of them, sure, but they won't move it back. So the Preakness stays 2 weeks later. And every trainer has said, we are not racing inside of 4 weeks. We're not doing it. So if the Preakness was 4 weeks after the Derby, then the winner of the Derby, I don't even remember who it was now, would have been in that, where they would have raced. But forget tradition. This is not even at Pimlico anymore. It's at Laurel Park. And the Belmont isn't even at Belmont. It's at Saratoga.
Who's softer these days, the horses or NBA players? Load management.
Oh,
yeah. It is very like load management, like with the horses. Since for some reason they just don't even want to compete to win it anymore. You will say I will
name that next horse Ant.
Because they used to race in the Derby, and then a lot of horses would race the following weekend and then race the next weekend in the Preakness.
Equa Analytics.
And then be a glue stick.
Equa Analytics, which is a horse racing analytics site.
Stop
Sean,
it. Stop it. It is not.
No way. Yeah. We've got horse racing analytics.
Equa Analytics?
Yeah. They're saying that there was a 10% chance for this horse to win.
Cut it off. I'm so sick of it.
10% chance.
Shut up. I can't do it. Now AI could replace Bobby right now at this point with just reading these stats. And making broadest videos. 877-881-1053 in order to hit us up here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a total that stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. We go commercial free in the Expressway with a loaded best and worst of the weekend after Mike McCarthy gets his quarterback. Are you going to be watching the rest of these quarterbacks and some major questions within the NFC East? Commercial free in the Expressway around the NFL and best and worst of the weekend after this. And this is Wild Fork Foods. Shout out to longtime Tolo
This is your loud and proud home of the Rangers. We are The Fan.
And it's back to Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan. It is the Expressway right now on The Fan, and it's brought to you by the On Time Experts.
Commercial free in the Expressway. Best and worst of the weekend. The number one segment to where our family actually tunes in because we don't talk to them enough and they want to know what we did over the course of the weekend. RJ Diamond Cavs on your home of the Rangers at 8 o'clock here on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a total. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. The Aaron Rodgers saga is over for the offseason as he is signing a one-year deal worth up to $25 million. It's a base salary, according to Schefter, between 22 and 23. The deal still needs to be finalized and signed, but there it is. Mike McCarthy has Aaron Rodgers back.
They finally told him he was pretty enough. And he heard it enough times how beautiful he was and how special he was. He's like, all right, now I can come back and now I can play football. And that's Aaron Rodgers every offseason. He wants you to woo him and flirt with him all offseason, and then he'll return to play football. But all right, good luck, Pittsburgh. I can't imagine this is anything but a bad thing for you at this point if you're wanting to develop quarterbacks, because let those guys just get out there. Let them figure it out. Sitting behind Rodgers isn't going to do anything.
Most people try to break through a glass ceiling. The Steelers embrace it.
Yeah.
They're like, no, this is nice glass. This is tempered.
Yeah.
we're not breaking this glass. We're going to go up to it and not anywhere beyond it. And we want to be able to touch it. We don't want to. They are so scared. They are so scared of 4-13. So petrified. They're more scared.
It's like they're afraid of exposing their fans because they're all the great gritty Pittsburgh fans. Oh, they might not show up over 5-12.
No, but they are.
But they don't want to win 13 games either. That's not blue collar enough.
They're more scared of going 4-13 than they are
blue collar enough.
Yeah, they're more scared of going 4-13 than they have desire to go 13-4.
You
know, it's
sure it's the Maverick treadmill post 2011 title.
It's like they've got their nice, safe vehicle, right? It's not a jet. It's not a Rolls Royce.
Not a Peyton Mustang,
right? It's but they're in a rally sport like Peyton is. Not a super sport. It's a rally sport. You know, they got a nice, safe vehicle, and they're not going to try to get a Rolls Royce if it means risking going into a Yugo. Peyton has no idea what that is.
They have finished below 500 4 times in my lifetime. That's it. And the worst.
But they get all the praise for it.
Yeah, the worst record they had is 6-10.
Denver had this for years, right?
And
Denver
they
didn't go below 500 for years.
Right.
Well, now with John Elway.
They won a couple Super Bowls during that stretch. So, I mean, it's not even just they managed to be, all right, we're competitive, and we've also won Super Bowls, and we've appeared in some. So, I mean, it's not, I don't want to make it sound like Pittsburgh has just been some laughable organization. They're not. Like what they do is impressive, but it is also
just boring.
A little bit of you just take a bath one year and reset and figure it out. Don't hold on to 42, 43-year-old Aaron Rodgers, who they're throwing up the highlight right here of him struggling to reach the pylon and outrun the 330-pound Ravens defensive tackle.
Are you going to watch these quarterbacks on Netflix? Season 3 premieres on July 14th. It is going to feature Jaden Daniels and his mama, Joe Flacco,
Snore,
Baker Mayfield,
yes,
and Cam Ward.
That's just one that I care about. That's Baker. Baker's perfect for that show. That's the exact type of person, exact type of personality you want. I have no interest in seeing, because this is always it's like reflective, right? Like it's from stuff last year. So Flacco it'll
show Baker in his house watching that final regular season game and the whole setup in there and how, a quarterback watches like a regular fan.
So Flacco's pretty uninteresting to me. Cam Ward, I guess this will be
about him.
That's exactly it. It could be good to teach us about Cam Ward because right now I don't know anything about him to where I would think he's interesting.
I do want to learn more about him. I do want to watch a little bit for Cam.
And Daniels is just okay. We get to see him banged up and hurt. I was trying to think about I would have loved to have seen this be Drake May for next year. I want Drake May.
He's boring. His wife's like a baker.
Hell no, I'm not watching for Drake May. I'm watching for all of what little like Easter eggs can I find of like, oh look, that's Diana Rossini's hair tie in the locker over there. She was around.
Her husband apparently went out to dinner.
I would.
The stage photo shoot.
Was he allowed to sit at the table or was he a little off center?
In the corner.
You're at the Gino Auriemma table. Not that Gino's into that. I'm just never.
Whoa! Wow, where did Gino come from?
I always say that Gino's not allowed at the big kids coaches table.
Oh,
when he walks in the bar, he's got to sit at the other table.
He does.
Do you think we could get for the next one again next year? Could we get Aaron Rodgers? Since Rodgers is going out,
I mean, he already did a Netflix.
I know, and so like I'm thinking, I would actually be fascinated to watch him and McCarthy's reunion, like behind the scenes, to see how they interact with each other and do those sort of different things.
They probably will talk. Rodgers is going to do his own thing.
I'd love to see him.
This is why. Like,
I'd love to see Mike asking Aaron, what's the game plan this week?
How many like when he's not at Billy Bob's, how many throwing programs has Dak done in the Dak yard or whatever, with his receivers to this point?
A lot.
Probably a couple this offseason. Probably several this offseason.
Yeah.
Aaron Rodgers has been.
He talked about it at the home run derby. Said he and Pickens have already been working together.
Rodgers has been sitting there on a beach in Costa Rica, ripping ayahuasca.
Yeah. So there it is. He's back. Yay for the Pittsburgh Steelers fan base. I do have odds on week 1 starters for these different teams.
Ooh.
This will be interesting for the Dallas Cowboys, as we always lose to this team. Arizona's week 1 starter will be
Jacoby Brissett.
Good job, Bobby. Minus 400 at 1-4. The other options are Gardner Minshew and old Carson Beck. Just get Carson Beck on the field because he's been talking some smack since being drafted.
And
all those ESPN College Game Day analysts who were in love with covering him. They're like, physically, I mean, I don't know that there's anyone better. Like, you just watch Carson Beck. He's going to be the guy. All these little kiss asses for the bigger programs like Kirby Smart and Miami.
He will be the first quarterback to start this year from this class.
Ooh, okay. It's not going to be Fernando.
It's not going to be Aller unless there's an injury.
Right. Okay.
Who else is in this class? Oh, Nussmeier.
I mean, who's more likely to get hurt?
Nussmeier's in KC.
Mm-hmm. Which Mahomes is not going to be ready. But
who's their backup? Is it Nussmeier?
Fields?
Yeah, they got Fields.
Okay. So
they got Justin Fields.
All right. Fields might start. Now
he's going to start.
Palmer's not going to start. Sorry, not Palmer. Beck's not going to start the year.
Are you confusing him with Carson Palmer?
Yeah, I did. Because Arizona too, right? Arizona.
He's already overselling Carson Beck. He's going to have Carson Palmer.
No, I just think that he's 30 years old, man. He's probably the most ready. The guy's seen more snaps than Justin Fields has.
He looks like Beavis. Or no, Butthead is the one he looks like.
Atlanta Falcons week 1 starter. This is a good one.
Tua.
God, I forgot he's there. Yeah, I'll go Tua.
Tua is the slight favorite. I would go Penix, but Tua 2-3 odds. Penix
Tua's safe.
Huh?
Tua's like safer-ish. You
have to find out about Penix.
You do. I agree. I totally agree. I'd start Penix just for that reason. But Tua, I get as a coach, you go, this guy's going to get us a better chance to win.
He's safe up until he gets sacked.
Yeah.
Cleveland.
Deshaun Watson.
Yeah, Deshaun,
much to Dion's dismay, 1-2, minus 200. Shador 3-2. Then Dylan Gabriel 33-1. Taylon Green 75-1.
Boy,
I'm rooting for Watson to come out and ball out.
Really?
Yep. Just for the crazy story of it.
That would be a crazy story.
Not because of him. Not because of any passions that I share with him.
Which would be better for the NFL, if Watson came out and balled out, or if Shador won the job and he did?
Oh, Shador.
Because they just get another superstar.
Better for the NFL and the story and the talking points. So that's the favorite in Vegas bet online for the Browns. Chiefs week 1.
Fields.
Mahomes is minus 800.
I would bet on Fields.
Fields is 5-1.
Didn't he get hurt in November?
Mm-hmm.
December?
Yeah, he was late in the year.
Put down $20 on Fields.
Yeah.
To win 100. Any other quarterback 10-1. And then Raiders, Cousins is minus 250. Mendoza is 2-1.
So obviously I don't know who their other quarterback is. The only option would be if Cousins get hurt, and then Fernando's thrown in there.
December 14th was when Mahomes
there's
got
no
hurt.
way.
There it is. Bet it.
So that's a pretty quick turnaround.
All right. ESPN spoke, Jeremy Fowler, to coaches, executives, scouts. And they were predicting the upcoming season with different topics. For the Cowboys, we covered this last Friday in Rockwall, George Pickens' future. The Bengals put questions of Joe Burrow's future to rest. Teams jockeying for position in a strong quarterback draft class. Eagles will face a decision about Jalen Hurts' future.
Yeah, the Hurts stuff was... There were a few different angles on that one that I thought were interesting. So the first thing is talking about how, man, he's already putting in work with his receivers. He's a message received, guys. He understands where he has messed up. It sounds, at least from the way it's being written here,
as open as he's ever been to play action and under center work.
The way it's being the way it's being positioned in this article, at least, is, hey, the rose-colored glasses are off for Jalen Hurts. He has gotten his awakening that you guys wanted, and he realizes, you know what, I need to change and I need to be better. And so that's great. Fine, sure, whatever. I'm sure you have gotten the message that you're not doing enough because everybody's been criticizing you and you're driving out A.J. Brown now. But the thing that's funny here to me was he was talking about the split that evaluators have on Jalen Hurts. And he's like, some are like, he's throw him out. You got to get rid of him. But he said there are some evaluators who still see Hurts as a top 12 quarterback, which is such a weirdly specific grouping. And generally you'd say, on this end, there's this. And on this end, there's some evaluators that still see him very positively. So it's like, okay, whoa. So his max right now, in the eyes of people across the NFL, is there are a few people who say he's not top 10, maybe just outside of it. That is the highest praise you can come up for from other evaluators across the league. That sounds like the entire league is pretty much out on Hurts.
AFC executive, quote, polarizing player and his running ability starts to decline, his value will decline too. Howie will always be proactive with finding solutions. He has $22 million in 2027 guarantees. So they take a $3 million cap hit if he's traded before June 1. They save $21 million on that year's cap if he's dealt after June 1. Quote, the guarantees make it like a Kyler situation where Philly would have to facilitate a trade. The flip side, he can force their hand on a new deal if he thrives. The current one runs through 2028. NFC executive, a personnel evaluator. I think he's going to play well. He's had so many different coordinators over the years. He'll be able to adapt to the changes, and if the running game returns to form, Hurts throws it well over the top.
This is one of those... You actually kind of root that he has a decent year.
No, you don't.
For the long term that they have to re-sign him.
Yeah.
And then they so if they like the way you look at the NFL, every team's going to win every 4 years, right? They're going to keep recycling. That's the way kind of the NFL works, right? They kind of manufacture it so every team is going to win their division or make the playoffs every 4 or 5 years. Well, that's going to happen anyway. Get it out of the way. Let him play well. Let him sign for $60 million a year or $70, which he's not worth, not even close. And then they're cooked. They're done.
Yeah, are we going to get is the punishment here going to be that Philly has an awful year and we're going to just not even be focused on it? We're going to be like, it's great, Philly's awful. And then they're going to be able to get out from under Hurts, and then they're going to be up near the top of the draft in one of the quarterback
get
classes.
Sellers, or
it's like, we found the replacement. No big deal.
Yeah.
If we are still doing this show together in 4 or 5 years, we're going to be in Nashville for Super Bowl 2030. Nashville is the host city.
All right. You build a stadium, you get a Super Bowl. That's kind of the way it is. Minnesota got one. I can't imagine Buffalo's going to get one, though. That's where they're going to stay, in Toronto.
Yeah.
There's not enough hotels.
They went to Jacksonville.
They did go to Jacksonville. But Jacksonville is like, obviously it's in Florida.
Jacksonville,
which you would think in January is much better.
Jacksonville hotel situation is pretty bad.
Oh, I mean, they were staying on cruise ships.
Yeah.
They didn't have enough hotels. They had to bring in cruise ships to
stay. They can
stay.
stay in igloos. They'll be fine.
Yeah, there you go. But Nashville's a great city. It is, it's going to be cold. It's going to be chilly there. It's going to be very chilly, but it's exciting.
There's your Morgan Wallen halftime show.
Hell yeah.
Let's get to best and worst.
Hey, at least he's selling out. He's selling everything out. He was in Florida. Poor Post and Jelly Roll. They're 75% empty seats.
Why?
I don't know. I would
want to go see that show.
Yeah, I'd want to see it too. Morgan's still selling out everywhere. He has Ella with him now. Ella's opening for him. Ella Langley. And
for Post?
No, for Morgan. She's opening for him.
When did we last get new music from those two?
Oh, Morgan had an album.
No, Morgan, Jelly Roll and Post. Morgan is churning out music every other week.
Post had an album last year, a country album last year, right? With he had Morgan, he had Blake Shelton on it.
No, I know, but he toured since then. So he has toured with that album.
Yeah,
He's not put one out since.
Maybe people don't like the country.
That's one of the theories that's been out there, is that he's flipped and now he's got so many country acts with him, and it's like, well, the base that made you famous doesn't want to go see a bunch of country acts. That's just not the audience.
I mean, they had Big X the Plug with him in Nashville this week or last week. They're supposed to be there, but I think
Aiden's agreeing on the country dislike.
There's a theory called blue dot fever, and it's nothing to do with politics. When you go to an app to buy tickets, you see a lot of blue dots. Those are empty seats. You got to get scared away. You're like, oh, no one's going to this thing. I'm not going to buy this. So it kind of people want to go to events where the ticket. This is where LeVar Ball was right. Make your shoes $500. People are going to be like, oh, I got to have these. Make them $30. Like,
Except the brand folded.
I
almost bought those shoes.
It's the concept.
Why?
Because I liked the Laker purple colorway ones, the ZO2s. I did like them.
Let's get to best and worst.
Ladies and gentlemen, the weekend.
I'm having a bad fucking weekend.
Let us know what you did, what you got into with best and worst of the weekend here on Sean and RJ and Pepe, Mr. Rockwall. I'd like to start with you over a topic we did not get to last week. The seating chart has been made.
Oh, my goodness, it has. At my wedding, which is, guys, we're 19 days away. 19 days away till you guys have to dress up. Bobby, you can't wear jeans. Can't wear a hoodie. 19 days.
I'm wearing jeans.
Talk to Tim.
What?
I'm wearing jeans, my sport jacket, my cowboy boots.
You're gonna.
Why can't you respect the code?
I don't have a suit.
Get one.
You buy a suit.
I invited you 8 months ago.
Oh man,
I'll buy a suit for a single wedding.
Well, you save it for another wedding.
You don't have a pair of dress pants in your closet. You don't have one pair of dress pants.
No.
This is the moment. This is the moment of the Peyton choppy divorce.
You and Tim are in the same boat now. Don't be making fun of Tim with him disrespecting Peyton's wedding in the Monday meetings afterwards. You're in the boat.
Hang on a second.
You're in the same boat.
Let me rephrase this. I have a suit.
I know you do.
I don't know where it is.
Well, yeah, okay.
We were cleaning out the closet. We put it in a bag because it wasn't clean.
You got an old Kings of Comedy one, probably, like I do.
No. I threw those away. They had holes. They had moth holes in them.
Yeah.
So I've got a suit. It's in a bag. It's folded up. It needs to get cleaned. I don't know where it is. So we'll see.
I've got a suit. So mine was from from Cody's wedding. So I still got one.
At the morning show table number one, because you guys are number one.
Is it number one?
I don't know.
Yeah. Is it closest to you? Like, what's the proximity?
I don't know. I mean, if you guys want to be close to me, I can make it close. I don't think that's been assigned yet.
We want to be in the best possible position.
We want to be right by the dance floor, right?
Yeah, what's the best possible position to you? Bar?
The exit?
I would think close to the bar and exit at the same time. And is it a per plate or a buffet?
I think it's per plate.
Okay, good. So we don't have to worry about the line. I don't want the line. I don't want lingers.
Yeah, standing over you.
Yeah, I'm going to not want to be near the dance floor. So I don't know if that's relative to that or not.
Lee Bryce, I don't dance.
Can you and I have a dance? Just me and you?
I think she might divorce me if I danced with Choppy before I danced with Kristen.
Yeah.
So at the morning show table, we have Sean, RJ, Bobby, obviously, and Aiden makes the list. Aiden has made it.
Is he a +1?
Not yet. Not yet, but he still has the option if he needs one. And then, so I can only sit 10 people per table. And the +1s obviously can make it full pretty quickly here. So, I thought about, Brian, Eric, Zach are going, but that's 12. They all have +1, so I couldn't put...
Eric, Zach, and who?
Brian.
Okay. You got Ross to commit. Well done.
Oh, did you invite Dawson?
No. Well, I ran out of spots. Numbers thing. And at your table will also be Tim Collins and his +1.
At our table?
At your table.
All right.
Yes.
I'd have preferred Fred.
You have to sit RJ next to Tim as they violate the dress code. The two of them have to be right next to each other.
So now we have 8. So that leaves us with 2 more spots. We have Spittle at the morning show table as well. Tim and his +1. Spittle, Aiden.
Did
Spittle has a +1?
That's my question.
He did not sign up for a +1 with that one, but there was the option, obviously.
Okay.
So if he finds one,
This is good.
within
This
the
is
next couple
solid.
weeks,
It's a
there is an
solid
option.
table. It's a solid table.
Yeah.
So it's us and the 2 bosses and Aiden.
Yep. And then at table number 2.
So wait, it's 10 at a table, right?
Yes.
So Aiden could not bring a +1 then. If in theory, because
yeah,
now
I guess
you're talking about
because-
we have 6 guys, and there's already 3 +1s that we've got.
Yeah, so if you didn't put a +1 already, then I guess you don't have a spot for one anymore.
So, but Tim put one, right?
Yeah, Tim does
okay,
have
so
one.
it's 4 people with dates, and then Aiden and Spittle.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's 8.
There you go.
Yeah.
And then table number 2.
So the option to bring is basically closed.
Yeah, there won't be a spot. Sorry, Aiden, there won't be a spot.
Yeah, I'm
or
surprised
Spittle, yeah.
you're acting. You're acting kind of clueless about a couple of important details. Number 1, you didn't know whether it was buffet or per plate. I find that hard to believe. Number 2, you don't know. You're making it sound like they can just bring the +1 up to 3 days out.
Yeah,
that's not how it works.
No.
I have been involved in 0 of the planning of the wedding. Just where the venue was,
Do you know
where
what
the honeymoon
meal
is. Do what?
Do you know what the meal is?
Yeah, it's chicken. It's like chicken, some veggies, stuff like that. But that's what Mackenzie came up with. So.
He was well aware of the alcohol setup. I know that. So he did make sure to look at that. I'm just glad we're not sitting at the same table as Carter.
I bought so much. Table number 2. I bought so much alcohol, so you guys better be drinking that because I don't.
Is
know.
it a cordon bleu or a regular chicken?
Lemon pepper. I have no idea. Table number 2. I have Brian, Eric, Zach, and their +1. So that's 6. Alec and his +1. Alec Medford, his +1 will be that's 8. And then Carter Freeman and his girlfriend will be 10.
Are you? Oh, Carter is the goal. He is really there.
I knew he was there. That's why I said I'm glad I didn't end up at the same table as him.
I didn't realize you were that tight with Carter.
Well, I mean, when Carter worked here, we were seeing each other every day. We were cool with each other.
We were having discussions about him after the show. I didn't realize that Oh man, that's the surprise invite for me.
Carter makes the cut, but not Dawson.
I can't wait for this. I can't wait for this. I'm gonna try to create a Bobby Carter stir.
Why did you put the?
You don't have to create anything.
Out of curiosity, why did you put the bosses at our table versus G-Bags?
Well, because then you would get Alec and Carter, and I know if Carter, I think Carter.
You could just sit us with people you know. Like you could have mixed up the tables, gotten us some.
Well, we're
people
not complaining. I just wanted you to basically say.
I'm just saying, like it's not like we're tied to it.
I wanted you to basically say the bosses would prefer to sit with us over G-Bag.
The bosses, Tim and Gavin are classy individuals.
He gave Tim and Gavin the choice.
Tim doesn't want to follow the dress code like you.
Yeah, he gave Tim and Gavin the choice. They wanted to sit with us.
I will say Jake Reitma did screw it up. He was going to be at y'all's table. He said he couldn't go because his fiance is having her bridal shower that day.
What?
So,
this guy has more events
in California.
This guy,
he's going to her bridal shower.
He's got to be platinum plus on American. This guy flies everywhere
from here on out.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
There's a Reitma rule on this show.
Yeah.
He's not. He's excluded.
Oh, he's going to be devastated.
This is a BS move on his part.
He's gallivanting around everywhere. Why is he at the baby shower, bridal shower?
And he's going to skip Peyton's wedding to go to California for the bridal shower?
Yeah, why is he there?
I could have invited Hagelin or Corey or Dawson or Lucius. I could have invited them. But
you didn't invite Lucius either.
And then Sailor not going as well.
What's he got?
He's got baseball.
A one-run scoring team?
No offense. Yeah,
he can call the game from the wedding.
He can call the game. They won't take any. You don't even need to watch it. He knows what's going to happen.
It says traditionally bridal showers are women-only events.
Yeah. We know.
No, but I'm saying I didn't know if anything changed in recent years where it's like, you sure?
The guy shows up to pick up the gifts.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what I did. I showed up at the end. Now, our baby shower, I showed up in the middle of it because I wanted a piece of cake. But for the most part, you show up at the end.
My phone's blowing up. Kevin Turner, Blue Dot Fever ticket prices. People hate Jelly Roll.
People hate Jelly Roll.
KT said, Peyton was my old intern and I have no wedding invite. Ouch.
Peyton. What?
Man.
I'm sorry. There was a numbers
Carter
thing.
got the cut. Carter is the one that's so difficult.
Carter got the cut.
I like it. I like it.
The boss is Bobby at an open bar. Pepe's trying to get Bobby fired, says the 254.
Next, Kaylin will be at the other table.
Oh, I forgot Rai. Dang it. I knew there was someone I was forgetting.
Yeah. He would fly in from Colorado while Reitman goes to California. This is the Peyton wedding seating chart. Fascinating as I knew it would be right here on the Fan. All right, what else?
That's it. That's just the two tables there for work.
So no KNC.
Alec is there.
Alec. Okay. There it is.
Again, numbers thing. I'm sorry. There's going to be like 120 people there.
I can't wait.
I'm sorry.
I'm excited for this. I know people complain about weddings and it's a burden and it's this and that. I can't wait. I'm very excited. Are you worried about anyone acting a fool, whether it's us or other people?
I mean, Bobby would be at the top, but I think
is he allowed to? Are we allowed to film you guys like doing your vows and walking down the aisle as Bobby tried to tell us that you're not allowed to do that?
Ooh,
I wasn't there.
Mr. Wedding Etiquette.
See, I don't know. I think the ceremony is no phones, though. It's because we just want you to capture the moment. We just want you to watch. No phones.
No, because you guys want all the likes and you want all the social media.
We have a photographer, videographer. That's their job.
It's like they don't want the phones in their shots. That's what it is. Like keep the phones down. We got videographers.
I would worry about Wolchuk too. He is my social.
He was the biggest problem at Cody's wedding
and the Super Bowl dinner.
Yeah,
he's my. Like, I used to hit up Zach every once in a while here on the weekends, like, hey, what are you doing? You like to party as well. But after what he did over Thriller, I'm wary of Zach. Zach's got some weird. He's got some whack Wilchuk. He's got some weird tendencies. Some weird personality traits that are unpredictable, in my opinion, that I've seen as of late.
Sammy.
All right, so there
469. Damn, Josh Clark couldn't get invited.
Well, he's having
was that Josh that texted?
Fourth kid. He's about to be out, on his own maternity leave as well. All right, so there it is. I can't wait for Tim. Tim's gonna be so worked up in this meeting, saying, "Why are you taking these shots? Why am I being?"
Hey, listen. All we can ask for Tim is sleeves. All right, just wear some. That's all we can ask.
Oh, we can ask for one more thing.
He's gonna be standing at our table.
The Captain Morgan pose.
Yeah.
Right. Best and worst, Choppy.
We opened the pool.
I almost invited you out Saturday until I saw the Instagram story of the pool.
Oh, yeah. We were in the pool.
And I can smell your scent today from the no shower.
No, you can't.
Yeah, I smelled it at the coffee machine.
Really?
You got this stale scent after your pool days.
Oh, yeah. Well, I had diarrhea last night. That could be part of it.
From what? The Peyton bug?
No, we ordered sushi to go.
And you have not showered since you had diarrhea.
It was late. It was like 8:30 at night. It was like 8:30. I was like, I got to get to bed.
You are a sourdough starter. Just your whole being.
Yeah, but you're in sweatshirts at 100 degrees, so you ain't smelling like potpourri.
But you know what? Then there's a shower immediately after it comes off, though.
Listen, there's no doubt I'm baking bread. Okay, there's no doubt. And I'm about to go in the sauna here after the show.
So, people.
Boy, listen, this shower stinks anyway. No one will be able to tell. No one will be able to tell. That sauna's gross.
You were going to be patient zero for some airborne illness.
Yeah, the chopavirus.
Chopavirus.
I think the bird's gone. The bird's been born.
Told you to take it out.
The bird, we saw a shell on the ground. I think the dove.
This is the bird nesting over your outdoor TV.
It's on the TV. It's on the back of the TV on the arm thing. So it's hopefully it's getting the hell out of there. We did have our friends. We had our friend Derek who officiated our wedding, and Carly over this weekend. So we had a good weekend there. Steaks on the grill, and I overcooked the damn thing.
I saw that,
and I think my thermometer's busted because I took these things off at about 113. And
that's well, that's more than rare.
They were brown.
Really?
I was like, oh, this thermometer's broke.
What type of steaks were they?
It was a sirloin prime. Prime sirloin.
Okay.
Which I think if you cook right, it's a poor man's fillet.
You got to start doing the finger test. You got to finger it.
Yeah.
See how far it goes in.
Yeah.
See how much juice comes out.
Yeah.
That's what the chefs do. They gave some even knuckles. Use the knuckles on it to see how much give back you get like this,
It was still tender, and it still tasted just the same, but the coloring was just a little bit, I was like, well, this makes no sense. I took it off so early.
Yeah.
So, got to get a new thermometer. Worst, man, I'm not a green thumb. I killed some flowers. We bought 5 flats of flowers for this fundraiser. And the Vinkas, yeah, the flats are like 20 little Dixie cups of flowers.
Didn't know that's what they were called.
Yeah, and the Vinkas are thriving. We have killed the zinnias. So whoever said these are full sun Texas summer flowers, liars. Stick with the Vinkas. I got bamboozled. I've killed them.
Didn't you call me out for an old man conversation topic Friday? That's what this is right here.
That's what this is.
Yeah.
What was the cover? It was you and...
I did something old. I can't remember. Bobby, best and worst.
It was a good weekend. Got in a lot of sleep. It was great starting it off at Rockwall Firehouse number 2. Fantastic being out there, seeing everybody.
We got as many... I don't know if it's because Peyton introed everything or the mayor was spectacular, fantastic, but we got as many compliments on that show as we've gotten in a long time.
Peyton did when I walked in there. He was like, "Was that a good turnout? Did I do good?" He's still one of the affirmation there. We went to the Andretti karting and racing, which was great.
So fun.
That whole area. Have you ever gone out to Grandscape for like an evening?
No.
Grandscape is so
Great.
good.
It's so packed though. It's so crowded.
It's super busy. Everything over there can be really expensive. I think it was like one go-kart ride. Like you just do one go-kart ride, which is like 5 minutes. It's like $35 a ride.
Per person.
What? Yeah,
yes.
it's absurd. We bought like... We did that, but then we went in the like little video game area and they played on the games for hours. So they had a great time. They enjoyed that. That was the best of the weekend. The worst of the weekend is I don't know. I think I'm about to get canceled on my refinancing on my Explorer. So I refinanced the thing recently. I was sitting here in the studio with you when it happened. I was like, all right, I'm going to just knock this out. It'll be fine. Well, they keep asking for this like release document to be signed. They're like, here it is, sign it. I go, okay, and I sign it. And then I go to upload it, and it says, sorry, we don't need this document. Don't worry about this. This document hasn't been needed. And so I'm like, okay, but it keeps asking for it. And now I got a notice yesterday that was like, your documents are 40 days overdue. Hurry and get this situated. I'm like, I've been trying. And every time I try to reach a human being from the lender, nobody answers. Like, there's no way to talk to a human being. You're only talking through like little chat bots that don't understand my problem. And so now I don't know what's going to happen. I may just end up, who knows, maybe my car just gets taken away.
Like, would you keep the same amount of years that were on the term?
Mm-hmm.
So if you had 5 years on the term total, you would re-up and do another 5 years?
No, I'm saying it's the same amount that was left on the other one.
Oh.
And so like it's like $200 cheaper a month. So I was like, okay, let me do this. And I've already made the first payment, so they've got the payment, but I don't know what the hell's wrong. They're gonna take my car.
My best is two Tolos, John and Rodrigo. Rodrigo came through with some more squishies along with his 2 kids who need. Remember River Monster? We got those poker shirts.
Yes.
He kind of started that before COVID. His boy has a Luka basketball handle. He can ball out both hands. I was seeing on Instagram. He hooked the wife up with more squishies. And then Tolo John, maybe my next kind of morning show Tolo fan outing. I'm going to go rogue and we're going to have. We need to thank our listeners with these ratings that have been coming out. And this is a place called Monkey Bar on 9. What's the hotel we stay at in Indy?
The True.
The True by Hilton.
Yeah.
This is a bar that my wife found, and she's like, we're going to this rooftop bar. And we pull up to a True by Hilton.
And it's on top of the roof?
And it's on top of the roof.
Those are cool.
Miko Cena, like Mambo Taxi menu. Tolo John, he's like, let's hook it up. Free apps. And the margaritas, the shots. We'll do a little morning show gathering. And my worst of the weekend is Peyton's driveway.
Holy cow.
I almost turned around. It almost caused a divorce in our car over us arguing about how to get into this house. What a nightmare. The mayor, you got to clean this up, man. You got to clean this up. This is
trying to back out of his garage. My auto brake engaged 3 times.
Yeah.
Just slam my car
Watch it getting in and out with Bobby leaving and then going up and down these. What a disaster. I said, how long is this construction here? He goes, 2027.
God, I don't know how you do it.
I mean, we bought the house, and then 4 months later, we got a letter saying, hey, for the next 18 months, we're going to be doing construction in front of your house and all around it. I said, well, I'm glad I just bought the house.
Awful. That was my worst of the weekend. But nice house, Peyton. Well done.
Well done.
RJ, on why it was a wasted weekend for the Rangers against the Armpit Diamond Cavs after this. And this is...
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Now the pitch, and that's hit down the right field line. This has some air under it. It could get out of here, and it does! An opposite field home run for Jake Berger just inside the right field foul pole. Berger's 8th dinger of the year gives Texas a 2-0 lead.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about dominating a weekend series in Houston, outscoring the Astros 9-6?
Oh, they outscored them in the series?
Yeah.
That's why run differential matters.
Look at that. The Rangers lose 2 of 3, but an 8-0 win on Sunday salvages. They win the run differential in the series. The aggregate, that's how they should do these things. That's how they do it in soccer. It's the aggregate, right?
I do believe as well. I think that on the year now are they +3 now? So I think their entire run differential comes from this. Yeah, they're +3. So the Rangers are a completely even run differential except for this series.
They are 1 game back of the swinging A's in the AL. Imagine that, 1 game back.
Is yesterday... Oh, gosh. I always get in this argument with people over... Let's be honest about what the situation is versus using the convenience of some of these other factors. So... And this fight and argument has been breaking out on Rangers Twitter over just look at the division. Like you're right there. Seager and Langford are out.
Yeah.
And I hate that. I think opposite. I'm like, let's be real about it.
They're at the top of they're near the top of a very mediocre American League.
This is exactly what
division.
This is the same thing we talked about maybe last year too. It was definitely 2 years ago where it was one of those things where it's like, they're right there. Why wouldn't you invest them? Like, because they're not good. Sell, get rid of these pieces while you can and try to add for the future because you're not good enough this year.
I look at, if I'm Chris Young, I totally understand the idea that, look, DeGrom and Evaldi are very old and there might not be a season next year. And if there's not, we've probably lost them as the top of a rotation World Series contender type pitchers because there's no season next year. With a lockout, DeGrom's going to be 40 years old before he pitches again. You got to maximize this year. Same thing for Seager, right? Seager's not old, but in 2 years, I mean, how beaten up is his body?
Yeah, this year's different. I'm not saying the sell thing. The sell thing was a couple years ago.
Right.
If you could add offense to this team, I'd be in favor of it. They just have shown no willingness to do it.
The American League
or ability.
Yeah.
They may be willing, but you got to come under the cap.
The Rangers are 22-24. Cleveland leads the Central at 26-22. All right. That's not much. That's not far off from where they are. Tampa and the Yankees are the only 2 teams in the entire American League that have fewer than 20 losses. Tampa's at 30-15. Yankees are 28-19. But nobody really buys Tampa. They're fun offense. So you're really like, and the Yankees have flaws up and down.
Yeah, the opportunity is blinking.
It's blinking at you.
It's right there in front.
That if you're looking at it like that, it's like, all right, let's go for it because we know something's not going to happen next year. But also, it's like, how realistic are you going to be? If you have a chance to make the playoffs, I think you go for the postseason, especially in baseball, especially with this pitching staff. But I don't know how you look at this weekend. And I was being, obviously, if you don't know, I was being sarcastic about the 9-6 outs. Yes, they did. Wow, cool. There's no way to look at this other than a wasted weekend. You went up against one of the worst pitching staffs in the sport and the worst pitching staff in the American League. The Houston Astros have allowed 263 runs. Nobody in the sport, in the AL, has allowed more than 249 other than them. And that's Baltimore. And then the Angels at 246. And then nobody else is above 225.
Their ERA coming in was a 5.59.
And they embarrassed you in the first two games.
A shocking margin of more than a half a run. They're the worst in baseball, team ERA-wise, by more than a half a run. And they almost no-hit you. Like, basically through 2.5 games, it felt like you got no hit. 2.5 games of the series.
This is...
I wish for the purposes of the show that yesterday's win happened on Friday.
Right.
And then the other two games happened Saturday and Sunday, so we could come in with the focus. It would obviously be a lot more negative, but I think it's most important to focus on really what happened Friday and Saturday.
Yeah, it's like...
you almost literally got no hit for the series.
I think of this on Friday. Leiter pitched wonderfully.
Yes.
7 innings, 1 earned run. Imagine having your starting pitcher go 7 innings, 1 earned run, and the game felt like you were down 6.
It's the Cowboys getting their ass kicked against Baltimore or something, and then they come back and they score like 16 in the fourth quarter to make it look like it was a 1-run or like a 1-score game.
Yeah.
And then you're sitting there and the Cowboys are trying to tell you, like, look how close we were. We showed so much heart. It's like, no. We don't just get to erase over what happened here. And like I said, yesterday, even when they scored 8 runs, they got to the 5th inning without a hit. Like, I mean, it took them, they were still no hit for half the game. And them being in second in the division right now, I just went and looked at this. 11 of the 15 teams in the National League would be ahead of Texas in the AL West right now. 11 of them.
Here are some of the numbers. Bobby had some of these. In 12 of their last 14 games, they either scored 6 or more or 1 or fewer. It goes back to your all or nothing from last week. And then Choppy had the offense heading into yesterday. Nimmo was 0 for his last 12. Young was 0 for his last 8, 3 for his last 20. Evan was 2 for his last 14. Duran was 4 for his last 20. Jamie Newberg tweeted this out. The staggering note when comparing this offense to last year's, the MLB average for team runs scored in a game this year is 4.4. The Rangers are at 3.6. That's last in the American League. It's second worst in the whole sport. Last year when the offense was the culprit for this season, they scored 4.22 runs per game, which this year would be close to middle of the pack. Last year, 4.2 per game. This year, 3.6. Wow. It's that much worse.
And to take 8 walks on Saturday and score 1 run is so egregiously bad.
13 runners on.
Awful. And I saw a stat that only twice in 54 years prior as a franchise they had that kind of a stretch where they had that many runners on and that many walks and only score 1 run. I mean, the offense is just not doing it. And when you waste Leiter's start on Friday, and DeGrom, I mean, he allowed 4 solo homers. He really wasn't bad. He allowed 5 hits, 4 of them were home runs. He's given up, for whatever reason, he's allowing the long ball this year at a crazy high rate. At 9 starts, 10 home runs.
Yeah, which is the same as Evaldi. Evaldi's given up 10 home runs this year, same sort of thing. Their patience is gone, Rangers fans. Because this is every time we would talk in the last couple of years, ever since 23, when we would talk about the Rangers, and if there were any of these struggles, usually there was, I would say, majority pushback. Hey, these guys are going to start hitting. This is going to happen. The last couple times in the last 2 weeks that whenever we've talked about the Rangers' struggles, the fan text is jumping down their throat and just talking about, you've got 214. There's no ability financially. Ray should sell the team. Rangers fans deserve better. 214. Chris Young is a horrible roster builder. His trades are absolutely awful. 469 or 214 says this offense sucks. 469, tough because the AL may be in play, but Berger, Jock, and Higgy are not part of a team that upsets the Dodgers. Like, there's general discontent now that I think it was about 2.5 years you bought yourself.
Yeah.
With that World Series title, where now Rangers fans are starting to say, all right, this has got to get cleaned up because this just isn't fun to watch. And that's the biggest problem. It's not fun to watch them.
No, it's fun to watch the pitchers.
They're good.
It's fun to watch the
pitching
pitchers.
is really good.
What was the watchability scale that you found or had?
Let me pull it up here.
David Schoenfield had done that list earlier in the year and had them as one of the more difficult teams to watch.
The 9 tiers of watchability.
I text you guys every other day bitching about this.
Oh, it's tough.
It's brutal.
It's tough.
I'm requirement hate watching.
I get you. I feel you on this one. So the tiers were, SI had this appointment viewing is like Dodgers, Cubs, Braves, Yankees, and then you have your tier 2, which is the time is now, and that's like the Brewers, the Mariners, the Rays. Flawed but fun is Seattle and Washington and the A's. More flawed but less fun is like Baltimore and Houston, and you get all the way down to tier 8 out of 9, the 2023 World Series. That's what the tier is. And obviously Diamondbacks and Rangers. And it says the Rangers have an aging roster that's got up to a slow start. And unlike their former home, Globe Life Field has played more like a pitcher-friendly environment, which contributed to the fact that Texas has scored the fewest runs in the AL and allowed the second fewest. DeGrom is worth tuning in for when he takes them out, but otherwise they lack pizzazz. They do. They lack pizzazz.
972 says, my son and I have always watched Rangers games together. We turned it off the other night for Savannah Bananas is what we decided to watch.
Drink toll. Did he good? What's the tier below us? What's the category?
The tier below us is tier...
The Rockies.
9 is Hope is Lost. That's Rockies, San Fran.
Who we face tonight.
And the Angels.
Colorado tonight.
That's in Colorado, right?
Yes.
Oh, baby.
Oh, they might score 3 runs.
They might score some runs. Now, this, you'll know. You'll know if this team goes out there and scores, it gets shut out in 2 of the 3, or scores like 2 runs in each of the first. You'll know something's wrong. And
I know it. I already know.
In a breaking news story, something is wrong.
Yeah.
Something is wrong.
I just took a tour of the Star the other week.
Wow.
And you walk by, right, the War Room.
Mm-hmm.
If you walk by the Rangers War Room, and on their whiteboard, there's anything other than a list of offensive names and bats to go pursue and try to trade for, then I don't want to. Right. I don't want to suggest a crime, but
their war room's just an Excel sheet, like a budget.
They probably
the whiteboard better be nothing but bats and names.
Right.
That's it.
I would not be upset with a closer, a true closer. But that's only after you get a bat, because otherwise the closer's kind of useless.
That's the biggest thing to figure out now. We got to start figuring out, like, it's around this time where you start figuring out, like, all right, who offensively could be purged around the league? Like, who are teams going to start getting rid of?
This is my plan right now. Diamond Cavs on your home of the Rangers. You buy big on bats, and if you can't do it, or Ray Davis doesn't let you go over the threshold financially, then you sell big because of next year factoring that in. If you can't buy big on bats, then you sell big.
Right. Sell big.
That would be how I would pivot. DeGrom, Nate, Seager, bye.
Yep.
Bye.
Because we're on May. It's going to be May. Oh, God.
That's good.
Diamond Cavs here, Sean and RJ, 105 to the Fan. Do you want cockfighting, peeing in shampoo bottles, or Barry Bonds watch?
Let's go Bonds watch, because the other going to require more time.
Kyle Schwarber is on pace to tie Barry Bonds' home run record at 73 for the year. He's already hit 20 freaking home runs. This guy has turned into, he was an awesome player as a rookie, and then he went to like this era where he was like, oh, this guy's going to be one of the worst hitters in the sport, kind of like Cody Bellinger did for a while.
Shredded his knee, though, too.
Shredded his knee, and then what he has done in Philadelphia is so amazing. Like, he is just a home run machine. One of the top RBI guys in the sport. If you don't tune in to Kyle Schwarber at bats, MLB Network should put these on every day. Every single day. When it comes up to Kyle Schwarber and Shohei and Judge and a couple other guys, put this dude on every single night. 9 home runs in an 8-game span Only only one other guy named Mike Schmidt's done that in the entire history of the organization. Schwarber's having a tremendous year.
And I'm rooting for him. I don't know why. I like him.
I like him too.
I can't stand Bryce, but I'm cool with Kyle.
He seems like a guy who just like after the game goes and shoots pool at a beer at a pool hall, just drinking beer, hammering them, and then wakes up at 2:00 for the next day's game.
Diamond Cavs in your home for Rangers baseball here on Sean and RJ. Thanks for being a total. That stands for turn it on, leave it on. Why a lot of people think that we have already made a mistake with the number 1 pick. That's after this.
After this is after we get Joe.
Roger that, Sally.
liability personal injury lawyers. Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Power play with 118 left. Quinn ready to fire, scores! Quinner with a great shot as he rips it home. Another power play goal, and the Sabres storm back and have a 4-3 lead.
We got a Game 7 tonight in the National Hockey League. Game 7 in the NBA stunk yesterday, unless you're a Cavs fan. And we have Montreal and Buffalo tonight, 6:30 on ESPN for Game 7.
Yep, and the one downside for this is that, man, Buffalo stinks at home in the playoffs, which is amazing because that's a crazy crowd. But they lost Game 5, 6-3. They lost Game 2, 5-1. They lost Game 5 to the Bruins, 2-1 at home. They lost Game 2 to the Bruins, 4-2 at home. They're getting destroyed. Like they've lost I think it's 5 of their last 6 games at home, or 4 of the last 6. It's 4 of the last 6 in the playoffs. They're just struggling at home.
You were making me think I could get really good odds on underdog with Montreal on the road. It's -118 to -122. So there's no good road value.
And I don't know why. Like, I know Montreal's a really good team, and they played one of the. So we had spent so much time on the Stars.
But you can still play at underdog promo code Tolo.
Yes, you could. we spent so much time on the Stars versus the Wild and how close that matchup was. That should not be a first round matchup. Montreal was that in the East. Like, they played Tampa. Like those were 2 100-point teams. Very, very good. Same division as Buffalo. Like they, in any other situation, they're in a much better spot. But not the case.
I'm going to trust you on this. You say Montreal funny. I just got to say. You say Montreal.
That's how they pronounce it.
Let's hear it.
Montreal.
Oh, he's saying like M-U-N.
Yeah, Montreal. By the way, I think this is the biggest money puck number we've ever seen, Sean, from that 8-3 game the other night. Buffalo was 87.5%. We've never seen the deserve to win meter that high.
You know what I'm going to do?
Well, it's something not good by the look on your face.
If you, from now on when you do this, I will book PFF guests.
Yes!
On the show.
Let's go!
Marcus Mosher will have a weekly.
I would love to have Mosher on weekly.
Mike Leslie.
I will book.
Not even Sean can stomach that.
Since you're going to the PFF of hockey, we will start getting random PFF guests on during the Cowboys season. So you have a decision to make.
PFF or Reitma.
The Wings made their decision, and early on, it's not going well. First off, Jose Fernandez, 3 games in, ripped the selfishness in the Wings locker room after they lost to the Lynx. He said there's selfishness in here. 3 games in, we're already doing this. And now people are comparing Olivia Miles to AZ Fudd, who we obviously selected number 1. Olivia Miles became the 3rd player in WNBA history to have 10 points and 5 assists, shut up, Bobby, in each of her first 3 career games. She's joining Candace Parker and Sue Bird. Yeah, it's 10 and 5. But still, you're joining Candace Parker and Sue Bird to start your career. Meanwhile, AZ Fudd, while missing their 2nd game, she's averaging 5.5 points. So, did they make the wrong selection? I'm not going to lie to you and pretend that I can analyze Olivia Miles' game. You have other Tolos like Clay Moore helping me out. He said, I kept receipts of Wings fans like you and Bobby do who attacked me when I said Miles should be the selection, but we had to pick the love story. We had to pick the romance.
Had to pick Fuddbeckers.
And
maybe just say yes.
Huh?
It's a love story.
Taylor Swift.
Yes,
he's like doing a play-by-play call for Michigan.
Well, this WNBA fan Sapphire blew up by making this Twitter video talking about the double standard of loving on AZ Fudd. What would have happened if this was Caitlin Clark?
Now, if Caitlin Clark had come out her rookie year in the WNBA and given this piss-poor, below-average performance as her first game, everybody would have come out of the woodwork talking about, see, Caitlin Clark's too hyped up. She's an okay basketball player, but she's not that great. See, she's not really ready for the veterans of the WNBA. It's different from college to the W. Like, she had it easy because she was playing in college. If Caitlin Clark had come out and had this piss-poor below average performance the way AZ Fudd did, no one would be saying, let's give her grace. It's just one game. You know, she needs time to adjust. Give her time. No. Y'all always got a double standard when it comes to Caitlin Clark. AZ Fudd is a number 1 draft pick. It's rarefied air. There's only one every single year. So AZ Fudd needs to bring her ass out like the number 1 draft pick. Get W. That's what I have to say. Get It's always a double standard when it comes to Caitlin Clark.
Well, there you go. She went off. Not a good start so far.
Where's this woodwork that people come out of to talk about the WNBA?
Like that?
Yeah, I don't understand the phrase coming out of the woodwork.
Everybody would be talking all over social. Where?
Well, the
Dave Portnoy.
The Caitlin Clark, Angel Reese thing was talked about a lot. But look, in all seriousness, I'm like, was this a...
He said something. He said something in my ear.
Can you compose yourself?
I didn't. It was not on purpose. He said something in my ear.
Like, I don't know Olivia Miles' game. That's why we need the fan text, Franklin Franco fan text. Like, how obvious was it that she was the better player? Obviously, it's early. It's super, super early. But I hope this storyline of being Paige's girlfriend or significant other. Do you need a moment now?
I'm just reading the fan text. You were saying Olivia Miles putting up Draymond numbers.
Yeah, 10 and 5.
10 and 5.
So
10 and 5 put you on Mount Rushmore to start your career. Oh my.
Yeah. Early concern and early worry. All right, we do have some relationship drama with Carl Pavano. Remember that name? Former pitcher?
Oh, yeah.
And an instance of cockfighting.
Which one do you want first?
This is not the sword Corey Seager thing you were talking about earlier.
Which one do you want first?
Diaz,
okay.
More current.
Edwin Diaz, Dodgers star closer, signed this offseason for like $85 million. Just a major contract that he got. Well, he is linked in a cockfighting ring events in Puerto Rico found by USA Today. He is pictured in a Facebook post way back, and a Facebook post dated like from back in February, advertising for cockfighting tournaments in his Dodgers uniform. So that's when this thing started. He's in his Dodgers uniform on a Facebook post advertising for cockfighting tournaments. Text in the ads translated in English reads, "The Puerto Rico Cockfighting Club invites all enthusiasts to a special match and a grand tribute to one of our island's greatest sources of pride, a tribute to the Puerto Rican star and cockfighter Edwin Sugar Diaz." They seem made up. Those quotes seem made up. But apparently the largest newspaper in Puerto Rico published a story showing him in the pit of this cockfighting ring. And now we're looking at, in connection to illegal cockfighting. This is from USA Today. Now,
how do you treat this differently from dogfighting? I mean, I look at it as less offensive than dogfighting, but we still have animals, right? Does this end in death?
We're really playing.
Is this to the death?
I don't know if it's to the death.
That was an intro song.
This is amazing intro music.
Yeah,
turn it up.
So,
this is to the death cockfighting?
I honestly, I don't know.
Little Yeti Seinfeld?
I don't. Little Yeti. I don't know. Now, according to USA Today, it is legal in Puerto Rico. That's what it says. I don't know if that's true though, because Puerto Rico, I would assume, has to follow the same laws as the rest of the United States as a territory.
Well,
ask Logan and Jake Paul.
That's right.
It says Puerto Rico defies federal ban and keeps cockfighting alive from a 2019 story here. So there is that.
Now, if it's legal, this is, it's not the same. I'm not saying it's the same, but if you're 18 years old, you go to Canada, you could drink. Right? Or wherever, right?
Yeah.
Wherever you could drink. So does that change? You go to Oklahoma, at 18 years old, you can gamble. You can't gamble in Vegas.
It was a government-sanctioned industry for nearly a century in Puerto Rico. And in 2018, when it was officially banned across all territories, then Puerto Rico was just like, screw you, we're gonna go ahead and defy it.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, do we require?
It said it was banned there when the U.S. federal government outlawed the practice in 2019.
That's what. So it is. Yeah. So the USA Today article is like, the quote is from it. It says, "It's legal in Puerto Rico, thank God." This is from Diaz. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. I feel safe. The cockfighting arena feels like home to me. There's no way that's a real quote.
It is to the death, by the way.
There's no way that's a real quote.
So what do you do? If you're Rob Manfred, what do you do with this?
Man, this is if they got to find out if it's legal, because if it's legal, I don't
think he's free. You think he's good?
Do you require people to do they have to adhere
they say
to
stop it or stop putting posts up in your Dodgers uniform with like bloodied chickens or whatever. Like, let's not do that anymore.
Boy, I struggle with this because
and it's white. He's an all-white jersey with
you got. If you're gonna have a sponsor, if you're gonna be an endorser for something, they want to see the Dodgers uniform in it. So you gotta go in there dressed in your attire. Otherwise, what's the point of having the endorsement?
I guess. Look, I mean, if you were to go to another country and you're not allowed to smoke weed in the NFL, which I know you are now, but if you were allowed, you can't just go to states where it's legal and do it. Leagues still have rules.
Yeah.
What satisfaction do you get out of watching this? How is this through? I know that, the dogfighting, same thing. What satisfaction do you get out of this?
Betting on it?
Yeah, I mean, it's apparently, if it's been an industry there for 100 years, there's some sort of cultural aspect to it that they really enjoy it.
I don't know. This is a tough one.
It's tough. Yeah, it's a tough one for me because, if it is legal, if it is cultural, does he have to adhere to our norms?
I think they're going to look at it as illegal.
I think they are.
I think they're going to tell him stop, or if you're going to keep doing this, be quiet about it.
Pavano.
All right, Carl Pavano, pitcher, Marlins, Yankees.
Awful mustache.
Involved in a juicy divorce. So, more details have come to light in the post-divorce prenuptial agreement that him and his ex-wife have, that he allegedly urinated in her shampoo bottles and soiled the bed in which she slept in.
I heard someone do this with the bottles. Do this before.
Oh, God.
They went in their ex's house and did that in the bottles.
So there's a court of appeals to void the prenup that they signed in Florida. She says she was forced to sign it under the threat he would leave her, but an affidavit reveals more allegations that she has levied against him. So she claims that he served her divorce papers in 2024. 20 minutes after that, he sent in a group message with Alyssa and her children that showed multiple firearms laid out on the kitchen table, captioned "Hold the Fort." So she's like an influencer. She claims that he urinated in shampoo bottles inside her private bathroom. So I guess what happens is the way they're handling the divorce, the kids stay in one house. The couples move in and out every couple of days. So they've got their marital home. Carl stays in for 5 days. He moves out. She moves in for 5 days. So it keeps the kids stable.
Yeah.
I get it. I guess. I understand that. But she's saying what he does is he will have women over. They will be in the bed, in the bed that she sleeps in. They will soil the bed, not change the sheets. He will take all the linens out of the house, so she has to use those sheets or wash them herself. And so she's unable to have, quote, a hygienically clean and safe bed during her parenting time. He plants drugs in her belongings in an effort to get the couple's 3 kids taken away from her.
Man.
So he has a hidden camera inside her bedroom.
Okay.
This is getting nuts, man. Urinating in shampoo bottles.
Yeah.
Been together
This is all
for
according
a
to her.
long time.
Huh?
They've been together for a long time. There's a post about them dating all the way back in 2006.
So the court says that the prenup is like a one-time payout of $300,000, and he must buy the house for $1 million for her.
Who is already cheaper to keep her? Who is already on the bubble for the Dallas Cowboys roster? Next, and below
the belt
right here on the Fan.
After we get you over to Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram.
Here on 105.3, the Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world, 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations, 2023 through 2025.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby Belt is an idiot.
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me take off my belt.
We're not.
Over to you, Bobby.
Is this already the end for Joe Milton? Maybe not. Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by Window Nation. That'd be a tragedy if Joe Milton were out the door before you got a chance to chat with him all because KNC swiped him and took him as a guest last year in Oxnard they took like 3 guests of ours last year. I didn't appreciate that. That's why it was nice to take Steve Berline from them last week. John Machota over at The Athletic is already jumping in to the 53-man roster projections and trying to take a look at who's the sleeper candidates who could be cut. And there's a couple things in here that I think are interesting that I would not have expected he was going to have in his cuts, especially on the offensive side of the ball. But we'll jump into it really quickly. Quarterback. Right now, as he enters before we enter training camp and we're in the middle of the offseason programs, he is projecting that they're going to carry 2 quarterbacks into the regular season depth chart and onto the regular season roster, and he does not have Sam Howell on the roster.
Oh.
Which I opened the article thinking I saw 2 quarterbacks and okay, he's going to cut Milton then.
Yep.
I was wondering if he would keep 2 or 3 and keep Milton around, but he says no. He says it seems difficult to keep 3 quarterbacks. So Joe Milton and Sam Howell will battle for the backup job throughout training camp and the preseason. Either one could win the job. Howell has the experience, having started 18 NFL games, but Milton has the higher upside. It's hard to believe that the Cowboys would part ways with Milton after trading a 5th-round pick for him a year ago. And that's the biggest question about this.
They did it with Trey Lance.
That's the thing. That's the biggest question about this right now, is the idea of what do you want in your backup quarterback? Do you want a lottery ticket or do you want a spot starter? And those are the 2 options that you have with Sam Howell and Joe Milton, where Joe Milton very well could be somebody who progresses and the traits are so impressive that somebody may get interested enough and go, we'll give you something for him. You're probably not ever going to be able to trade Sam Howell, I wouldn't think, because Sam Howell kind of is what he is. Undersized guy who the NFL had already kind of determined we were done with before Dallas signed him, or nobody was like clamoring around for him. So, but Sam Howell probably is in a better spot to be able to, if Dak goes down for 2 games, step in and play and keep you competitive in those games. And that's ultimately what I think Dallas wants.
Yeah, Chop and I've always been on different ends of this. He wants more unlimited wild card. Yeah. I want more safety. But to me, it also depends on what your defense is.
Yeah.
It depends on what the rest of your team is.
And how many games you're going to miss.
If you have a horrific, and how many games you're going to miss. If you have, if Dak's out for 8 games, throw in the wild card.
Yeah.
If he's out for 2 games, I want the safety. If your defense is horrific, give me the wild card. If your defense is really good and the other team's going to score 20 or 17, give me the safe thing.
And it's also like, who are they playing too? So if you're give me who's the best offense? Give me just a great elite offense.
The Rams.
All right, you're playing the Rams. You have a better chance of winning that game with Sam Howell or Joe Milton. Conversely, if you're playing a team like New Orleans, who you should beat, I don't want the wild card. I want the safe guy, right? I want the safe guy who's going to win that game.
This exact question that you guys are going through right now is why I would keep 3.
Yeah,
I would, and I know a lot of people are saying it's too difficult. You don't want to keep it. That's so much, like so many resources to devote when you've got a team that is looking at depth concerns on defense and other things. Like you can't afford to just have a quarterback who's definitely not playing the whole time, and you're just keeping her out. But to me, it's like you did already trade a 5th rounder. There's so much upside with Joe Milton, but Joe Milton's also not going to win you a football game next year in all likelihood if you need him to step out there and start. Howell might. Like, I think of. Who are when you think backup quarterback, like, oh yeah, that's the guy who just steps in and wins you football games. Like, who do you think, like the guy that comes to mind for me instantly is Brian Hoyer. Like, Brian Hoyer's never going to be a guy that I'm going to ask to start regularly for me, but I also feel generally competitive. Cooper Rush was great at that, being a generally competitive quarterback, structuring a game plan around him. But he's never going to be more than that.
Yeah.
That's always who he's going to be. So I'd like to have that around because I do want to remain competitive if I've got a couple weeks I got to get by. But also at the same time, I don't want to give up on a lottery ticket potentially because there's so many teams. Belichick did that for years with the Patriots, where they'd stash a quarterback and then just flip him for more capital in the future, and it's just a worthwhile investment to have. The next place where he has some surprise cuts is the very next position. He has them only keeping 3 running backs, and one of them is Hunter Lipke. The obsession with Hunter Lipke around here has reached Jameel Showers levels, where it's like, I don't know what he's really doing here, but he hangs around the roster for 6 years somehow. But he's got Hunter Lipke, Javonte Williams, and Jaden Blue. Bye-bye Phil Maffa, bye-bye Malik Davis. Malik Davis was a good player for them last year.
Malik Davis he just never will find a foothold. It's crazy because I do think that he's got something.
Yeah, he is such a Malik Davis is. It's sort of the Blue and Davis are sort of the Milton Howell like comp when you look at the running backs, because Malik Davis is not really anybody who has any like one big time trait, but he is just kind of solid at everything, and he's just all right. He can do everything kind of decently for you, and he can play. Whereas Blue's the guy who's like, yeah, he may fumble a bunch or drop passes, but my gosh, he can run 4.2 if he's got just a clear line of sight for 80 yards. It's like, okay, that's great, but he ends up saying that he thinks the third spot just comes down to a numbers game, and that's why he's only keeping 3 running backs, and ultimately thinks Blue wins out because of where he was picked. He does have them keeping 4 tight ends, which Jake Ferguson, super positive over the weekend, talking to John Machota about the tight end room and also the potential for the Cowboys offense.
Feels like I say this every year, but this is the best talent I've seen in this room, and that's our job is help each other out wherever we need it. And Linda Wells has been doing a great job of molding the young guys and getting them ready.
What's your mentality this offseason, just getting ready for the season?
It's just getting into the best shape of my life. Being able to run, being able to, keep my endurance going, making sure my body's good, and, just being able to play as many snaps as I can and win as many games for this team.
The offense was so good last year. I mean, is the mentality just to try and even one up what you did, or what have you approached that as a group as well, offensively?
Yeah, last year is that's the starting point for us. I think we barely scratched the surface of who we could be, and we look back at a lot of tape right now, and we say, hey, there is a lot we can clean up, and we're looking forward to it.
And you know what? That's something that we've talked about pretty extensively. And I know I've defaulted to it, Sean. I think you have to, Chop. I think you've been a little more open to the possibility. But the idea of just, I'm expecting regression on offense. I just think that's likely. And not like they'll be bad, but I just think it's likely that they're going to take a little bit of a step back. But there were absolutely things last year that could have been better offensively. There were so many different times where we'd look at their red zone execution was awful, or, the Panthers game where they were scoring great early in the game, and then it got down to it, and they kept going like 3 and out in the final couple possessions. We're
going to address it.
There were definitely some areas of the offense last year that could have been better.
Yeah.
The offensive line was not perfect. Guys on the offensive line can get better. Jake Ferguson can get better, although I did think that was funny. Ferg better not become a complete cliche guy there.
He ain't going to get in, he won't. He's not going to get in that shape eating them Haley sandwiches.
Dude, he is all over with the
There's a crunch that I gotta find out from Jake or his fiance. They're not married, right, yet?
No, not yet.
How she's getting the crunch on this toast. I mean, maybe his mic is turned up, but God, it's an envious crunch on these sandwiches.
The mic is probably turned up, and they've got to have some kind of old school panini maker.
Yeah, offensively, right? We got whipped by the Lions. They ended up with 30, but then Brian Flores put Shoddy in a pretzel.
Yep.
This was 3 straight losses that ended things. And then they scored 17 against the Chargers.
Yep.
So their offense also failed them at times.
Yeah.
And then you talk about the Aubrey crutch that we battle about all the time, those situations.
Yeah, the highs were very, very high for them. And when they have
to do it against, do better against good defenses. I'm not going to say score 30. No one does again. There's a reason why defenses are great. But against the Houston Texans, look more than competent when you face them this year, that you can hold your own.
Yeah, show up.
That over-under is going to be 15.5 for them against the Texans.
You already talked about it last week. It was higher than we thought, right?
It was like 47.5. I don't know why. So that's a high number.
The rest of the 53-man roster projection here from John Machota. So he's got 4 tight ends, Jake Ferguson, Brevin Spanford, Luke Schoonmaker hangs around for another year, and Michael Trigg from Baylor, who he's the hot trending name of the undrafted free agent that'll stick around. 5 wide receivers, so he goes arguably arguably a little light at receiver because you could go up to 6 and nobody would think sideways at it. Lamb, Pickens, Flournoy, Turpin, and then Mingo holds on over the veteran Marquez Valdez-Scantling and the 7th-round pick Anthony Smith. And the reason why he's going light at all these other places is because he's going full steam ahead with 10 offensive linemen. So he is all loaded up there. No surprises in terms of who he keeps, but in terms of the guys that there's no surprise like, Waffle kind of cut. But he keeps, in addition to the 8 you would probably expect, he keeps Trevor Keegan, the veteran they brought in, and then a Johnny Cornelius, who was a day 3 pick for them last year. So he's going really deep on the offensive line. Defensive lineman, he's keeping 5. That's Quinnen Williams, Kenny Clark, Jonathan Bullard, LT Overton, and Otito Ogbonnia. And then the outside linebackers, which is the pass rushers coming off the edge. They're what you would typically think of as defensive linemen. Rashawn Gary, Donovan Ezeraku, Malachi Lawrence, Sam Williams, James Houston, and Tyrus Wheat, of all people. Sam Williams actually had talked as well over the weekend about everything they're doing. He said he's pumped about the new defensive changes because he says, this puts me back in the kind of defense that I was playing in Ole Miss. I love the 3-4.
This is the power of the Cowboys because this Sam Williams quote blew up on Twitter. And it's like, he's Sam Williams.
Yeah.
And this is the power of the star. He said, this is what I did at Ole Miss, so I'm happy being an outside linebacker in the 3-4. On Christian Parker, he's not trying to play around. He's straightforward with what he wants, and that's the way it's going to be. Close quote.
5 inside linebackers on John Machoto's roster projection: DeMarvion Overshown, D. Winters, Jayshon Barham, Shamar James, and Justin Barron. They really like Justin Barron, or they did. Obviously, new coaching staff could think differently about it. Go super deep at cornerback, keeping 6 of them. I forget Darion Kendrick is on this roster.
I've never heard of him.
Former 2nd-round pick out of Clemson.
Second?
Yeah, I forget he's here. They signed him during the offseason, but 6 corners, 4 safeties, and then they keep the 3 special teamers.
Belo. Every day at this time on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers. Is everyone else as excited as I am about hopefully the next great sports rivalry beginning tonight? After this, right here on The Fan. If your cameras only record...
1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Cavaliers can dribble out the clock. Cavaliers start spreading the news. They're heading to New York. Cavaliers upend the Pistons 125-94.
Final hour, fist pump time on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. I see Alec Medford. I see Aiden Butler, Sean Shreve, RJ Choppy, Bobby Bell, along with Peyton Phillip Russell to start off your week here on 105.3 The Fan.
Have we had an influx of just local radio announcers that have opted for song lyrics as the finishing call? We've heard a lot of that lately. There was the Taylor Swift Michigan call of they've got a blank space and they'll write their name. And
it's Kevin Kugler.
I feel like we've had a bunch of these lately where somebody just references a song. Now that's fitting. That's New York. That's Frank Sinatra. So it makes sense.
It makes sense. But just this, I just want the NBA to know that they frowned on this at one point.
Yeah, you tried to start this.
They frowned upon this at one point.
Cavs radio, and now Byron Anderson is the recipient and beneficiary.
He is, yes.
At
Tarleton games.
125-94 was Game 7 yesterday. You heard it on Cavs radio. Detroit #1 seed, out of here. I'm done with that. See you later. I don't care. What I do care about is tonight. So much so that I've changed up the Little League, the T-ball schedule for Ollie, where I had to tell the wife, I said, I need you to go this evening. I need you to go.
What time is this practice?
No, tonight's a game. 6:30.
Oh.
Yeah, practice was yesterday. But I said, I need you to go to tonight's game, and then I'll do tomorrow because I cannot miss Game 1. I called my pops. I gave him the NBA playoff alert. I said, this is when you need to start paying attention. Game 1 tonight, because I am hoping that this is the next great rivalry in sports. I was trying to think of what have been the most recent great NBA rivalries, and even sports rivalries, because this is it. This is the dream setup, the dream scenario for the NBA.
Oh, yeah.
Thunder, Spurs, SGA, Wemby. Let's freaking go. I cannot wait.
It's absolutely the dream scenario. The NBA clamors for market 31 versus 47. They can't wait. They can't wait for the 11 people to watch this.
There's no way San Antonio's that low on the market.
Oklahoma City's 47.
I know. I would still think that they were ranked higher.
San Antonio's 31.
Interesting. I think the
No.
Wikipedia.
I'm not letting him go on this. I'm not letting that slide. Sarcasm or reality over excitement for this? With your market shots you just took.
I'm excited to see Wemby.
Okay.
I'm excited to see Wemby on like a big stage. The Thunder don't do it for me. I'm bored with them. I got nothing for them. I'm more interested in seeing the Knicks get into the NBA Finals than I am either of these two teams. I like Wemby. The SGA I can't stand him. Free throw merchant.
I think when you ask like what's the last big rivalry is probably, and it wasn't even just teams, it's probably just LeBron versus the Warriors. Like that was the last like legitimate one we had. We locally here enjoyed
a lot of teams.
I think we enjoyed locally here Luka versus the Clippers. Like they were that would get kind of nitpicky and nasty. But there's not been
Mavs Spurs was nasty for a while.
This is
the
more,
aughts.
and this isn't even like necessarily like hatred or anything yet. But you're hoping to build up just like these are the Titans and they're going to be doing this for the next several years. Which both teams are young enough and structured to the point where they very well could be the ones doing this.
It's not Bills Chiefs, right? It's not that. It's not as good as that is at all.
We don't know yet.
It could be. Yeah, it could be. It could end up being.
I mean, that also has been one-sided.
In the regular, well, it's been one-sided in the playoffs. In the regular season, Buffalo's put it to them.
Okay.
But yeah, the playoffs, it has been one-sided.
And this could be
back and forth.
This could be just good or better. Now, the odds in Vegas are favoring OKC by how much? Their win probability percentage to win the series for OKC is what?
55%.
You said what?
55.
65.
72%.
That's interesting.
The Thunder are minus 255. San Antonio's plus 210 to win the series.
I think that's just the nature of a 7-game series, and historically the NBA where the better team a lot of times wins. They just win the series.
The Knicks are the exact same percentage over the Cavs, 72%.
Which is stunning because, I mean, as the fan texters wanted to point out, when I said I'm taking the Thunder and I'm not even thinking about it, there were lots of angry Spurs fans who then texted in and were like, did you not see the way we handled the Thunder during the regular season? Which they did. The Spurs whooped up on the Thunder during the regular season. Now, the Thunder were hurt for like 2 of those games, I think.
And Jalen Williams, I think he's either questionable or probable for tonight, by the way.
And so, and it's like, all right, that's fine. You can throw all that out there that you like. To me, this is where it's you're going to have the veteran savvy win out. I would bet this doesn't go more than 6 is definitely the max. I would pick Thunder in 5, though.
Woo! Wow. Now, SGA. Shams catching some heat for ruining it and saying that SGA is going to win his back-to-back MVP. I don't know what to do with this guy.
I don't either.
He's very, very difficult for me to kind of summarize.
I think he's the most universally disrespected player that's so good at his craft.
Oh, I thought we were talking about Shams. We didn't know how to handle Shams.
No, I do. Screw you, man.
I was like, a lot of people hate Shams.
Screw you, pretty boy.
Yeah. So I think
Answer Peyton's text.
I think he's very disrespected.
And Kay Adams.
I think partly is deserved.
Well, I would think you would say partly is deserved because you disrespected him.
Yeah, I do. Like I totally get it. He's deserving of the MVP. He's completely disrespected as a superstar.
Mm-hmm.
But I just cannot respect a guy who just starts his drive into the lane and tries to do a running layup from the free throw line just to get fouled. Like I just can't respect that. It drives me nuts. I'd rather see him just...
Did he lead? What did he lead the league in free throw attempts by? He had,
in the last 2 years, he has made 140 more free throws than the second place person.
140?
140. It was 40 this year. I think Luka had the second most free throws made. And then last year, he made 100 more than James Harden, who was second.
Wow.
Like, if James Harden is the free throw merchant of our era, like, Shai is lapping him right now. And it's just, like, Doris Burke started this. She catches a ton of heat from Thunder fans. I get it. If I was a Thunder fan, I'd be throwing all kinds of shade at her. But he's deserving of the MVP. He's also deserving of the foul merchant, free throw merchant label that he gets.
This is what we do to people.
He aura farms the fouls.
This is what we do. Like, Shai was universally beloved as, like, who wouldn't like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander? He's so just positive.
Canadian.
He's Canadian.
Like, he seems like such a nice
automatically
superstar.
Trying to get rid of him.
We did this story a couple of years ago. He did not get foul calls back in the day. Like, it didn't happen very often. Then he gave an interview post-game one time. They're like, are you getting frustrated at your lack of calls? And he's like, no, they do a really good job, okay? You know, like, I mean, I don't take it personally. And, you know, just gave this really nice answer. And from that moment on, his free throw attempts skyrocketed. It's funny, I saw who was it? Miles Turner, I think, had done a podcast over the weekend where he was like, these refs are like mafia, dude. If you cross them, they will hold you down forever. Like, they don't play around with you. Yeah, he's like, they don't play around with you. So yeah, I would imagine catch more flies with honey than vinegar or whatever it is. He did that. But we always find somebody, after a while, we just start going like, let's start hating him for some reason. He is the only guard. It's him and Michael Jordan in history that are 30 points per game, 5 rebounds, 5 assists on 50% shooting. He's done it twice. Jordan did it twice.
His efficiency, that you should be your analytics efficiency guy. He crushes that category.
Because he only takes about 7 field goals a game because when he gets fouled, it doesn't count as a field goal attempt.
He is the 5th active player to be named MVP in consecutive years. It's just, I don't know what to do with him and throwing him into this mix of Joker, Giannis, Steph, LeBron. And now Shai is in that category. By the way, Saturday morning, ABC accidentally, they were proven right, they accidentally ran in Knicks Cavs Eastern Conference Finals promo. They ran it on TV. But Shai, 31 a game, and the career best 55% from. That's the thing that's also crazy about it is, like, in the era of three-point shooting, guys winning back-to-back MVPs doing it inside the three-point line.
Yeah. And look, there's a throwback aspect to that I love. I don't.
And clutch player of the year, he won. Led the NBA with 175 points in the clutch. That's 5 points within the 5 points, final 5 minutes of regulation or overtime. He had 16 go-ahead clutch field goals in those opportunities. He's fantastic. He just doesn't have like the sexy game. He's not going to dunk on you. He's not going to have the craziest handles. He's just so smooth.
He is, over the last 4 years, 4 full seasons, he's averaging 31 points a game, 6 assists, 5 rebounds, 2 steals, and a block per game. That's every night he's going out there and doing that while turning the ball over about twice a game. That's absurd.
Some Thunder props from Bet Online. Will OKC go undefeated in the playoffs? It's a 5% chance. They haven't lost a game.
So the odds are that, or what? Plus what?
18-1.
Oh, I would take it.
That they will go undefeated.
You're halfway there.
They're winning their games by an average of 21 points.
Throw $10 on it.
Without Jalen Williams, who averaged 23 in last year's finals, including 40 in Game 5. Total playoff losses over under 3.
Under.
Man. Gosh, so they're going to run through this in 5, and they're going to run through the Knicks?
Yeah, I would say it's
6?
right at 3 or under. 2 in this, 1 or 2 losses in this, and then they'll run through the East.
Man. I got to figure these are going to go 6.
Really? Okay.
I would think so.
All right. Will OKC win the Western Conference? Yes is minus 290. So that's a 74% chance. Will they win the championship? Yes is minus 175.
I mean, remember, didn't they go 7 with Indy last year?
Yeah. They did. Are they that much better? I don't know. Odds to win the title overall, OKC is minus 160, then the Spurs at 3-1, then the Knicks at plus 550, Cavs 22-1.
Oh, God.
Yeah, there's a drop-off there. Yeah. So everyone's just waiting for OKC and the Knicks. No, actually, I've been waiting for this. I'll be more all-in on this than any NBA series outside of Luka versus like the Suns or the Clippers.
He is in the last, what is this now? 29 games if you include the playoffs where Shai's actually played for the Thunder. They're 28-1. They've lost 1 game in the last 30 essentially that Shai's played in.
Yikes. Other NBA odds that are out. Will LeBron James retire?
No.
No is minus 450. Will he return to the Lakers?
No. I'll say yes.
Minus 150 is the favorite. 40% that he returns to L.A. Will LeBron and Bronny be on the same team next year?
Well, I think no, he's not returning to the Lakers, so I'll say no.
No is minus 170. His next team?
Cleveland. Yeah, Cleveland.
Cleveland is even money. Then the Warriors, Denver, Knicks, Bucks, Pistons are 10-1. I took it all the way down to the Mavericks at 40-1.
Who doesn't have any good players so that he doesn't have to feel insecure about playing with other superstars?
Will Durant return to the Rockets?
No.
No is minus 400. Next team, Pistons, Heat, Wizards, Warriors.
Pistons?
Will Jamal Murray return to the Nuggets? Yes is minus 400. And then next team possibilities, Raptors, Rockets, Pistons, Golden State.
By the way, you mentioned in Pistons there. That's the next guy that the NBA is going to, just like they did with Shai, everybody's going to start hating. They're going to look for a reason to hate Cade.
Cade?
Yep. He'll be the next one up. People will just start saying, he's just fake. He's just phony. I don't like him.
Fake and phony?
That's because there's nothing easy to pick at his game about, so people are going to they're going to go, he's like Russell Wilson. He's just phony. He's too nice.
Do we need to apologize to the Manning family? Ugh. Next, in the red zone on your home of the Cowboys after this. And this is Hurtado Barbecue, the official barbecue.
And dealers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-0817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight? You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
This is the Red Zone, your football fix here on your official home of the Dallas Cowboys with Sean, RJ, and our Cowboys insider, Bobby Belt, who would like to apologize to the Manning family.
I would not like to do that. I would not like to apologize to any of the Mannings, but I think this is worth sniffing out if this is BS or not. It's to me a significant development.
By the way, did you see Arch sitting in the middle seat?
No, I saw Peyton did an interview with his daughter on what the Gen Z alpha terms are.
Yeah. It looked like a Southwest flight with our old Arch sitting right there in the middle seat. And they're like, what an awesome, lovable kid.
So Eli Manning was doing Bussin' with the Boys. And I imagine Eli's been asked this question a million times, and yet I've never heard him give this answer. So I don't know if he just saved it because, I got to give him something good.
Right.
But they just kind of flippantly threw it out to him. Hey, you didn't want to go to the Chargers. Was there any specific reason why you didn't want to go to the Chargers, Eli Manning? And Eli decided to get into detail saying, it was all me, nothing to do with Pops, and it all had to do with them not being able to pick where to eat for dinner.
What exactly was wrong with the Chargers?
I just didn't feel like they were the most committed team to winning at the time. Marty Schottenheimer was the head coach, who was awesome, had great respect for him, but they came to work me out in New Orleans, went to dinner, and there was just friction between, the head coach, general manager, the owners. They're all yelling, kind of fighting. We're at a Marriott restaurant, and Schottenheimer's mad that we're in New Orleans, we're eating at a Marriott, and so he's pissed. They're kind of just bickering, and it just didn't seem like there was a whole lot of agreement on things, and they were kind of committed to building a great winning franchise at that moment. My parents really weren't supportive. My dad didn't like the idea. He came to my defense and supported me after everything was going down. But a lot of people
didn't like that you were kind of demanding, I don't want to go to San Diego.
Right. He didn't like that. And afterwards, he took a blunt of a lot of the criticism because he came to my defense, and people were saying, you played in New Orleans all those years, you didn't win, so you're trying to dictate where your son's going. And he just kind of bit his tongue and said, I'm just hey, this is what Eli wants to do, and I support him. And he kind of did some media to try to save me from doing all the media and taking the hits.
It's very admirable of him to cover for Eli, if that's the case.
Eli really is the one.
Was Archie covering for Eli, or is this Eli 20 years later for some reason covering for Archie?
Great question. Because Eli
because Archie's planning to do it again in about a year.
Yeah.
So he's we got to start giving him some covering fire so this doesn't look like a history.
That's interesting.
The only thing I'm taking from this is I have to give Brian Schottenheimer, when I see him, credit for his dad's palate.
Yeah.
Although you won't. You'll say that Marty made the wrong decision for being in New Orleans and the best place to eat, as he said, Marriott versus Marriott, as Corey Majors would say.
Yeah.
So that'll be our first little mini.
Chicken Caesar salad at the Marriott's probably better than anything you get down there in New Orleans.
I think it's hilarious that's what was indicative to Eli Manning, though, about they're not serious about winning. It's look how much AJ Smith and Marty Schottenheimer are going at each other over this restaurant.
Oh man, I want to believe.
I think Eli's being honest,
because Eli is.
Yeah, because I don't think the Mannings can lie.
No one's going to come at Eli for this anymore anyway. He won his 2 Super Bowls. He was proven right. Right? He was proven right. He went to the right spot.
Well, that's kind of like lame of Eli to go 20 years letting his dad like hang on this then. But that's the thing. If you say they can't lie, then that would also have to say that Archie was lying and taking the criticism for it. So somebody lied somewhere.
Right.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like, if Eli, would they have just gone along with it versus the Godfather, Archie, being like, no, I think this is wrong of you to do, so you should just go there and play. He didn't want to go to another team in that interview either. I can't remember which one it was, but he said, I didn't want to go there either.
Yeah.
Either.
What leads me to believe that this was Eli's call is I've watched an inordinate amount of Manning interviews. Peyton has always said, like, his dad offered him, like, no direction when he was choosing colleges. It was totally Peyton's choice. And same thing with, like, they didn't push Arch to Tennessee or Ole Miss or LSU. It was like, this is totally your call. I feel like Archie was, like, he would have been consistent with that.
That's why I'm leaning towards, I think Eli's story that he's telling here is probably accurate. Is that it probably was Eli and Archie just decided, all right, I'll back you. I don't think you should do this, but I'll back you. It's your career. But it would sound more consistent. Archie being upset with Eli wanting to do this sounds more consistent with how they've handled Arch.
How do you hate Archie anyway, unless you're a Charger fan?
It's hard to hate Archie.
How do you hate him?
One thing on this.
I hated him when I thought he was doing this. I hated Eli.
Yeah.
I think anybody who winds their way out of a spot in the draft, I really have no respect for. That's why I hate John Elway.
I understand. I generally agree with that too, because
even though the whole thing's an unfair practice, really, I would hate if they got rid of the draft. I love the draft, but it really is unfair.
Why though?
Why? Because it's the only profession where, like, I get to choose where I work, and I get to choose my location. And in this, you don't. That's why it's unfair.
But I mean, it's not unlike other things. Like is the military inherently unfair whenever they?
That's the only other thing you could ever compare it to.
Right.
But I'm still choosing, for the most part, unless there's a draft, I'm still choosing to go sign up for the military.
Right. But they'll like assign you jobs and stuff. Yeah. Like you're just this is what you're going to be doing here.
Yeah.
And so
I think having people, having enough numbers to defend the country is a little bit different than playing football.
Not if you ask football coaches; they'll tell you it's the same thing.
It is, but it's unfair. I love that it's there, but it's. I think it's unfair.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. The standard set, like now, the other alternative is, Major League Baseball for years was the only sport that didn't have a draft.
It's for that
everyone just went to the Yankees.
It's ultimately for the league to even be sustainable, because otherwise, if everybody was able to just come out and like sign with whatever team they wanted to, like it would.
I'm just saying, you would not like if you were drafted at your workplace. No, and you're like, you got to go work at the Freak.
That's right.
And then come here in 2 months.
If I'm making $20 million, I'm shutting up. If I'm Eli,
I can make $20 million and choose where I want to go. And which he did. He ultimately won.
Yeah.
All right.
Putts.
An idea that you want to steal?
Yeah, I do. So the NFL doesn't love to take ideas from other leagues, right? They don't take a lot of things from college. College.
Other than their schedule.
The XFL and the UFL right now, but the XFL did some things with their cameras years ago when it was Vince McMahon's thing, right? They were the first ones to have those cameras on the line.
And the tracking cam, that was on those zip lines.
And that's matriculated its way to the NFL.
Big word.
I know, right? And this is a little bit too made for TV, but this is a in-game sideline interview with the referee after a pass interference call.
Have some conversations with Ricky Prohl about a penalty or not a penalty with these contested throws, especially to Hakeem. How do you judge that?
There's a back shoulder, and I'm looking at that, and, there's no material restriction. I'm just going to leave it alone, to be honest with you.
So if the throw is not where it should be, if that throw's not there, you're not going to reward a poor throw on something like that?
Yeah, that works. That works for me.
So the ref gave him absolutely nothing, but...
Yeah, it was a terrible interview.
But... the NFL, I would love to see this. The NFL would never do it because the Referees Association would never allow them to be put out like this. I mean, these guys don't even give interviews after the game. They do a pool reporter. And it's a little too made for TV. This is very American Gladiators. I could just feel Mike Adamle saying, let's go on down to Layla Ali giving us the sideline interview. But there are times where fans deserve answers.
Well, I think that's why they have Blandino.
Yeah, it is.
He's trying to
But I want to hear from the guy who made the call. Why the hell did you make? They'll never do it.
Yeah. No, but I also think that is because they want you to generally be anonymous. They don't want people having branding. They don't want people being in the spotlight. Yeah, honestly, I don't think they always loved Hockey Lee because of some of that stuff. No, it's nothing Hockey Lee ever did on his own. He worked out. He was in the gym, But
is it his kid who we all think wants the attention? Who seems to be the performative ref?
Sean Hockey Lee is pretty performative. It feels like at times, but no, I think it's in general meant to protect. We don't want them having any sort of a voice. We don't want you to know who that. That's part of keeping them objective. We don't want you to think anything about them.
All right, so there's another idea Choppy would like to steal for the National Football League. Caleb Williams in the Cowboy colors with number 13.
Caleb Downs.
I keep saying that. When I think colors, I'm thinking of Caleb's nails. But Caleb Downs in the number 13, his pops said he's probably not going to spend big to get his college number because he is frugal. And you had a draft pick spending story.
That's just like Jeremiah Love. Jeremiah Love plans to invest his NFL paychecks. He will not spend a single one of them. He's going to be living completely off of the endorsement income. He said, he told BR Gridiron recently, I'm not spending any of my checks. All that money, my financial advisor is going to take care of all that. I don't know about it. It ain't my job. It's going to be there making more and more money. Hopefully, if you trust the right financial advisor, I wouldn't just have no clue about what money I have.
Trajan wealth.
I would do something to protect myself. But this also coincides with another story where there were some people instantly getting a little uneasy with the Chiefs' first-round pick, Peter Woods. Because Peter Woods went out there and he bought 2 Maseratis right off of the bat, one for his mom and one for his sister. And so you've got this Jeremiah Love story, you've got the Peter Woods story, and it made me bring up this thought or this question. Is there any way in which a player could spend their money right after the draft that would make you question, should we have drafted this person now? Does it make you question their on-the-field ability or ability just by spending habits and nothing else?
I give more credit to someone like Jeremiah Love mentally. I'm like, all right, this is a smarter individual who's going to have his ducks in a row. I give more credit to that person than I do insult the spender.
Mm-hmm. It's just exciting.
I got no problem. 2 Maseratis. Your mother, you struggle or a reward.
It's for family.
It's for family.
Buy a house.
Buy a boat.
Don't buy a car. Buy a house.
Clearly spending $1 million in the strip club and popping bottles the first night would make you go, well, okay, this is a problem. But,
yes.
But I wonder if there are just some reckless purchases that would make a team specifically go oh, crap, that's not the guy we thought he was.
There's so much misinformation on social media. Like this story, the memes were that this guy spent $1.5 million on these cars and his salary is only $500,000 for the year. And I'm like, well, that doesn't make sense. Maseratis aren't $750K.
Yeah.
And I'm pretty sure first-round picks making more than $500,000 the first year.
They were combined $250,000. And then he's going to make more than that.
Oh, he's going to make that a month.
A lot of people were like, your deal isn't even signed yet, though. You don't have this money yet. It's
he does.
No, I know you're going to have it. It's just one of those things where it's who knows? Could something happen tomorrow? You fall down, and now all of a sudden the Chiefs are well, wait, let's not do this. It just made people say, all right, is Peter Woods investing this in the wisest manner?
And he was the guy whose entire family was dressed the same?
I don't remember.
And I think he was. They were all dressed in white, and he was just in a regular street clothes. I think that was him.
I'm with you on this. I think that it's more. I question Peter Woods less. I just look at him and go all right, he was excited. A lot of people do stuff like that. It just makes me more think, oh, Jeremiah Love's pretty responsible.
Yep. It's the Red Zone, brought to you by Jess Love Coffee. We'll be doing the show live at the Arlington location this Friday. Come on out and join us. Let's have the KNC Masterpiece come on in and join us for Crosstalk with Sean and RJ next.
Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market, upgrade your vehicle. Get a Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine today. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world. 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone else, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Here comes number 41. A breaking pitch lifted high into the air. Deep right field. Nimmo gets turned around. He is back near the wall. He leaps, and he's got it. Brandon Nimmo pulled that one back, going over that 8-foot-high wall and taking a home run away from Yordan Alvarez. Brandon Nimmo, make a play.
Yes, Kevin Hagelin?
I want to talk about something that you posted. You posted a happy post of success for the station, and it was delightful, and 95% of the people were delightful in the replies and everything like that. But then there was that small percentage, and I just wanted to correct a couple of little things real quick. One of the people commented, it was like, what's the big deal? You beat one station. ESPN's not even around it. All right, first of all, jackwagon, ESPN is still around, just not here, because we drove their ass out of town. And make no mistake about that, ESPN and ESPN Radio still exist, just not here, because they were like, well, we can be okay with being number 2 behind the ticket. And then we came in here and whooped their ass and sent them packing back to Stanford. Secondly, for the other people who are like, you beat one station, it's all of the stations, regardless of format. But even if it was just one station, even if it was just the ticket, remember when we started here, people were like, it's 105.3 The Fail. This station sucks, blah, blah, blah. And nobody can ever beat the ticket. Ever. It will never, ever happen. So you decide to celebrate in a moment where it does happen, and people want to complain about it. Shut the hell up.
Yeah.
Very good, Hagee.
Thank you, Kevin. Thank you. Love
Back to you guys.
Then we should just toss the ball back to the ref. Hell no, I'm spiking.
It is amazing.
Because I've tossed the ball back too many times. And then you have to hear this bull crap a time. They're in a legal battle. All right, well, take a look at some of the other numbers where we've been whooping their ass for years.
Because you don't remember, like, where this station was.
Oh.
It was.
Oh, we do. We showed up with you guys, yeah.
But, like, you know, because you came from Kansas City, you saw DFW Fourth Market. You didn't. When I was at ESPN, it was a like people were like, why would you go over there? Like the place you're going to be out of a job in a year. Like, why would you do that? You would never leave, making no money on a night show for you going to the Fan.
Yeah,
it's just wild that was where this place was 16 years ago.
So to that point, and I want to make sure that this is clear, I think the run that the ticket has had so far is one of the greatest, if not the single greatest run in the history of sports radio. When I started working here, when everybody found out what my job was, they're like, oh yeah, like the ticket. And you're like, yeah, not really, but okay. Now, when you tell people what you do, their response is, oh, I love the Fan.
Yeah.
And that's a huge deal. So just let people be freaking happy.
I just think sometimes on like a Friday afternoon or night, I'm like, okay, I basically have a day and a half to enjoy the weekend. And I'm not complaining about the job. We have a dream job. But then like Sunday, it's kind of back to work. Yep. And I'm like, all of us, and a lot of these recent numbers came in for the draft. So I was like, damn, man, all the work that Broadus and Zach and Corey and Bobby, sometimes I get to a weekend and I'm like, I gotta, what are we doing in life? We're busting our ass, paying attention for 10 hours a day, Monday through Friday, and then I get a day and a half of weekend, and then it's like right back to it. And I'm like, it's a lot of hard work that everyone up here does. And then I'll see an audio cut email, and I'll be like, those guys are doing a great job. And then Josh Clark with the video stuff and the sales department. So I was like, let's take a moment to celebrate and reward everyone, because a lot of other stations have, and people probably don't know this, they have media deals.
What?
So like the ticket has always been in bed with the Dallas Morning News and vice versa. So the Dallas Morning News is not going to write any type of complimentary article about us. And other shows that have worked here, that there are other people right now have like D Magazine. Like I'll see these radio nominee of the year, host of the year, show of the year, and I'm like, I don't know even, have they been registering with these ratings for the past like 3 years? I don't even see them on here. So people have media deals to get highlighted when they do well. We don't. So I think Richie Witt, he's in non-Republican states only right now, so he's not writing about...
I don't know. He's in Florida. And it doesn't get more Republican than that.
No, he's been traveling the world, but... Richie would used to he used to write about the ratings updates, so we don't have it. So I'm like, every once in a while, I think you need to remind people and the listener for making all that stuff possible. So everyone in the building been doing a hell of a job, fantastic, and the draft numbers were through the roof. So thanks to that extra work that all these guys do, Corey. That's a lot of extra work.
Oh yeah,
you're sitting there and you're going, and it helped us having 2 draft picks to hype up the draft. But the bosses, right? We had to talk them into it, but they sent us to Indy. So props to them. Then you get it sold. So all these things working together. Every once in a while, we need to brag a little bit and just remind people and let them know that everything is working out right now. What's coming up,
guys? Are we all appreciating or just hating when it comes to SGA? We'll do that at second segment of the show.
Hey, real quick, there is Choppy's in a text fight right now. Speaking of the sales department. Thunder fan Cody and Choppy. This is nonstop.
He's our second segment today is just for him. Then
he is a
Cody
Thunder
is not like
fan.
Pulling punches at Choppy in this text. Right now.
Here are the texts. This is just RJ and Cody. This is it. Cody's responsible for a Firehouse tour. Look at this and more. But he loves his Thunder.
He loves
is Choppy
Thunder.
the green then.
I think that may have been me.
The initial thing was because Choppy was calling Shai a free throw merchant, and Cody sent a link, and he goes, in case you wanted to actually research a take before you spouted off the cuff, Chop.
Oh! Yeah, which I brought research because he had made 140 more free throws than the number 2 guy over the last 2 years.
And he said made free throws means you're good at making free throws when you get the chance to shoot them.
Who can shoot 85%?
He leads the league in made free throws. He does not lead in free throw attempts.
I think he does lead in free throws, does he not?
He does not.
Who leads in free throw attempts?
I can't remember who it was this year.
Giannis is he frequently near the top.
I think Shai has led 1 year in his career in free throw attempts.
Yeah. Cool. First of all, I'm never going to bring information that doesn't fit my narrative to the table.
Bankero is first.
Why
Bankero,
would I?
By like 0.2.
The whole point is to win the argument, not to present all sides. You know, one of my favorite quotes ever is from a defense attorney. Who said, what's your favorite case they asked him, what is your favorite case to try? And he said, a murder case. And they said, why? He goes, there's one less witness. Okay? And so why would I bring all the information to the table?
Those are some stiff shots in there.
I was just showing him some of the texts. I was showing him some texts like, dear Lord.
Between Cody and Choppy?
Yeah, I didn't want to read that one where he's he's dunking on him.
He's not dunking on me. He can't dunk. He's got a nose ring.
He's making free throws on you.
He's making free throws on you. Without taking sides, how in that moment did you go, did you not say, he's not dunking on me, he's pretending I fouled him and fell on the ground? How is that not what you said?
That's not what I said. I've been waiting. I've been dying. I've been dying to get the nose ring comment in. That's why.
Will you tell them the 10-22 segments?
Yeah, are we all appreciating or just hating when it comes to SGA? At 1 o'clock also, I want to add this, and I haven't talked about this with you, Kevin, but should my wife have been this upset that another woman's hair was in my lap on Saturday? We'll do that at 1 o'clock.
Were you having brunch like Dak?
It's the tease.
Yeah, did you guys, what kind of feedback did y'all get on that?
I didn't even look because I was not going to get into you're tearing down, you're going after our quarterback. It
wasn't like that.
I don't care that Dak's out having fun. I do think it's juicy that he may be having fun with his ex-fiance's bridesmaid.
Move on.
You saw what happened with that?
Maid of honor or just...
No, just a bridesmaid.
Okay.
Just a bridesmaid. Maid of honor's crossing the line.
Ooh. So they're at the rodeo event, and then Billy Bob's, and then TMZ calls the girl. She picks up, hands the phone to Dak. I don't know it. At brunch. At brunch.
Trained well enough.
At brunch. So they're at brunch the next day. Weird. But I can't imagine the hatred that Dak Prescott had for having to pick up that phone, take the phone, and deny to TMZ and Page 6 that we're in a relationship.
She not hand the phone
over. Hey, next time, don't answer.
Is there a sister
Don't
code?
say you're with me next to me.
Is there a sister code? The bro code is like, hey,
She's apparently, allegedly, she's known him since college.
Yeah.
They've been college.
That's fine. That's fine.
She's not on the sister code. She's on the bro code.
She's
really?
on the bro code.
Interesting.
She was a bridesmaid.
Yeah,
but it could be like how, I'm going to throw your sibling into my bridal party, even though they may not be one of my top ones.
Charity case.
Gotcha.
Well, he wouldn't do that with his sibling.
Who said he's doing that?
That's true.
Did you finish teasing your show?
That was it.
Okay. I was hoping you had more. But, yeah, that was...
I can throw another one in there. Noon, the system is, in fact, doomed for the Rangers. We'll get into it at noon.
Yeah, that was looking a little messy.
That was brutal.
Is asking Skip about their offense interviewing Jerry or Steven about their defense? Are you running out of ways to do it?
Yeah, 2 weeks ago.
I think we're focused on players a lot. Individual players
asking about their
lot.
bad individual offensive players becoming as bad as their bad individual defensive Cowboys.
Yeah, 2 weeks ago he said the dam was about to break, and then last week I think they had just had that crazy ninth inning win, so we talked a lot about that. But yeah,
you got 13 weeks, because you just got like one position player a week you can focus on for the whole interview of talk to us about why this guy is not hitting.
Congrats to, thank you, Alec Medford, Josh Clark. Jamal Mosley has a job already. The Pelicans are hiring him after Orlando said bye-bye. Former Maverick assistant. So he's going to try to get Zion to play 30 games. Hey.
Good luck with that.
Didn't he play like a decent amount?
I don't know. Yeah,
he did.
Again, RJ narrative. I'm RJing the argument. Okay. Making up stats to fit my narrative.
No, not making them up.
Oh,
leaving out.
Only
conveniently leaving out. You have to do that.
A lie of omission, as they say.
Oh, my bad. It was not Paolo. That was in the playoffs. Luka was the free throw attempts leader this year.
And where was Shai on there?
Third.
Did you know that Luka
After
in his
Denny.
entire career has never finished higher than third in MVP and gotten 4 first-place votes total ever?
So what you're saying is you agree with Nico and think he did
happened?
a great thing?
Nope.
No, what happened is Kevin triggering Bobby.
Kevin does love the side swipe at Luka. And everybody in this day and age, they used to do their side swipes at Luka. They were very in your face about it. They don't do that anymore because they saw what happened to Nico. So now they like to side swipe and go, no, wait, whoa, I don't agree with Nico.
Zion played 62.
But they agree with Nico secretly.
Zion was 62 and 30 last year.
Okay.
Why did you say I can see the vision when we were leading into crosstalk?
Why in the world would that come up today?
Because you can't stop talking about how smart you think Nico is whenever we're off the air.
No, we made fun of him for that dumb fortune favors the bowl all the time.
The C, it's starting to come together line. Like I told
he got one of the worst returns in the history of sport for him.
The fellows take over next. We are back tomorrow. It is the KNC Masterpiece here on The Fan.
When sports news breaks, these guys break in immediately. You're getting... Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors.
Oh, man. That was very Kool-Aid-y.
It makes my day. I was picturing you exploding through the wall.
Dude, is that...
Don't clip that.
Is that his... is that his wife's name, Kool-Aid-y?
I will concede it should be. I have no idea, but it should be now.
When a good nickname is created.
Yes.
You got to go ahead and...
That's it.
Yeah.
We're done. No more notes. No more research. Nothing.
My favorite thing that I ever told Kevin about, or actually he created it, was I went into a house and saw a chandelier and a fan combo, and I was like, that is amazing. And Kevin goes, it's a fandelier. And I was like, this is what he does.
Yeah.
He is very good at putting words together.
That's right. I mean, look, that's what I do. I have unique experiences and thoughts in life. Like, I don't know if I told you this, Alec. On Saturday, I went to the ATM and I saw a guy with one leg. I thought he might have needed something, so I just walked up. He was just checking his balance.
So the show ends at 2.
Aiden liked it.
Aiden doesn't matter.
Well, again, Kevin, it's for me, it's my fault, all right, for two things. One,
because he only had one leg.
No. See, that's funny to me. It's the delivery from way downtown that I'm like, I know this is about to be a joke. And I'm like, save that for your stand-up bit. But you look at every day as your stand-up show. So I see how it goes here.
Would you come to my stand-up show if you knew all I was going to do was just pepper dad joke after dad joke?
I wouldn't. Actually, I would. I would. That would be my thing. I would be like, I'm going for this specifically. But, you know, it's when you do the witty things that are kind of the one-liners out of nowhere, I'm like, that's good right there.
Yeah.
It's the ones that I can see from afar that I'm like, okay, this is about to be a joke. Yeah, I think sometimes he's about to tell me a cool story. You know, I was out this weekend. Oh, where was Kevin? And then he's like, I was at an ATM. No, you weren't.
And why would I be walking up to that ATM? I have a car. Come on.
Well, are you suggesting that
seriously,
people without cars
when is the last
can't walk up to, or I guess he was walking.
I'm just saying, if you don't have a car, are you really going to the ATM?
Alec, have you ever walked through the drive-thru at a McDonald's or a store?
I guess that's true.
Kevin and I did that once, and they told us to go away and go get our car.
Yeah, they told that to me too in high school.
But see, he's leaving out the important other detail of it. So we did this at 5:15 in the morning when we were filling in for the morning show. And then Corey was like, oh, well. And I said, come on, let's go get the car. We can still make it. And that's when the morning show still started at 5:30 as opposed to 6. Because you're like, oh, you got 45 minutes. No, we have 15 minutes to get back to the parking garage, get the car, go get the food, and come back. And we made it. Mm-hmm. There was not a lot of time.
I was so stressed.
But we made it.
So stressed out, dude. So stressed. Kevin's that bad influence friend, though. You know, he's the one that's like, we can do this. And you're like, I don't know. And he's like, oh, I already got it all figured out.
Yeah, that's the worst part is he has the awful idea, but he's like, I have facts and proof to back it up why it will work.
Yeah, you're like the dude in The Boys, the leader of the other group.
Carl Urban?
Yeah, you're Carl Urban's character, where you're just like, guys, follow me. And we're like, this is a ridiculous plan. And you're like, but it's going to work out.
It'll work.
And then we hate it the whole time. And then we get there and we're like, it did work, but are we in a worse situation than we were before? And you're like, no, actually, it's better now.
From the 469, that one was good, Kevin. Took me about 3 seconds to hit and realize it was a joke. From the 469, damn it, Kevin, already. And that's y'all didn't say that, but that's what I could feel in your responses or lack thereof. So I'm aware of your displeasure.
I appreciate the Tolos out there. Love y'all very much. Thank you for being here despite all the things.
And somebody said that Ocho Cinco had told that joke. I'm not disputing that. I heard it from my wife, and maybe low-key she is a fan of whatever Ocho's doing. I don't know. I know she was excited to learn that Greg Ostertag had won mayorship. Mm-hmm. So, you know, maybe there is some carryover there.
All right.
Don't know. I'll have to look into that.
Kevin, do you know when Peyton's wedding is?
Yeah, it's D-Day. It's June 6th, right?
Oh, okay.
That's
All
right.
Just in June. All right.
Just historically, I believe June 6th, 1944 was D-Day.
They were talking about his wedding this morning. I just assumed it was this weekend the way they were talking about it. Because they were talking about seating arrangements and everything.
Do they know the seating arrangements?
Yeah. Peyton laid it all out there for everybody.
Wow.
Alec, do you know who you're sitting with?
No, I did not have the chance to listen while I was at the gym this morning.
We will be represented. I don't know that I knew Alec was going to be there. I just wanted a representation from the show. The fact that Carter's going is really hurtful. Actually, I'm not even hurt. I'm not mad. I'm just disappointed in Peyton in this whole thing. And I did send him a picture of Ed Werder this morning to let him know exactly how disappointed I was. So
that makes him
I don't know if Peyton is still taking suggestions, but everything will be cool and water under the bridge if you let me dictate who Carter sits next to. Then everything will be fine because I have a specific idea.
I think he's at that table.
Oh, yes.
I actually think he is
then
at that
you know
table.
what? Never mind, Peyton. You and I, we're cool. I am sad I don't get to see that, though. And you might be like, why are you wasting time? That's a fair point. But also because I just didn't really want to talk about the Rangers because they make me kind of sad. But you know what? Let's do it. Give me cut number 2, will you please? I bet it's not a Rangers offensive highlight.
From 2.11 down to 1.82.
It's a 29 and 2/3 inning scoreless streak.
Yep, here's a drive deep down the right field line. Nimmo looking, it's gone. This is the same spot where Alvarez hit his. Zach Cole, his 3rd home run of the year. 4 solo home runs for Houston, and the Astros lead 4-0.
I believe I first heard it from pitching great Fergie Jenkins, who did say we could call him Fergie when he was in studio. But it's not the solo home run that will kill you. However, I feel like you could add the addendum of either unless you give up 4 of them or unless your offense is just
inept.
Yes.
Ept would be nice.
Oh, my God, would it ever.
And, Kevin, you said, disappointing you wanted to play the highlight that was sad, but then they do something like yesterday, and you're like, why couldn't you do that 2-3 days in a row?
Right.
Spread those out just a little bit. I know, Skip was talking about, hey, I know we left runners on the base, but I'd rather be in a position where we do have the runners on the base than one where we're getting shut out and we don't have any runners on the base, like no hit through so many innings. Like those things, that's offensive to me. Offensive baseball, not offensive but offensive. And I like having runners on base, but whenever you score 1 run in 2 games against a bad team that is in your division that you're supposed to be dominating and destroying. It's a brutal time for you. But then they give you an 8-run outburst, and you're like, well, isn't that what they also are?
Thank goodness, yeah.
You're this, but you're also that. Can we find somewhere in between so that DeGrom isn't going out there and y'all are squandering one of his outings that isn't one of his greatest ones,
right?
But still good for most people out there.
See, and I think it was that game that really beat me down, and part of the reason was because of a note that I saw from Jared Sandler. So obviously you go back to Friday night, you get 1 effing hit. Good job. At least you didn't get no hit by the Astros. And then Jared tweeted out, since 2020, the Rangers have averaged 6.6 runs per game in the game immediately after getting 1 hit. And I was like, okay.
Why? That's a weird thing. How are you that good after a night where I guess it's because you're like, screw that.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're more focused. Whatever it is,
right?
Bottle that up.
Except for this time, because they scored 1 run in that following game.
Oh yeah, crap.
If that led, if we would have been 1 hit on Saturday and then 8-0 on Sunday, I'd have been like, well, I don't know, but something's happening there. But instead, you had the most agitating game of the series. And yes, I do think Saturday was more agitating than Friday. And here's why. Friday, you couldn't get a hit. You couldn't get anything going. It was really, really bad. But on Saturday, there were things that were given to you, and you could do nothing with them. They got 9 free bases on Saturday on walks and hit by pitch. They responded by scoring 1 run. They were 1 for 10 with runners in scoring position. And then that meant after 2 games, quick math, 0 + 1 = 1 run in 18 games and 2 losses. And so Saturday was what really irritated me because I was hoping that I could count Friday as, like a one-off, even though I know this offense has struggled all year. They haven't been that bad. And I was like, one-off, I saw the stat, and then they got all these hit by pitches and walks and nothing, man. Nothing.
Now, does it give you any solace? You're going to say no. Alec, you're probably going to say no as well. Tolos, you'll probably say no as well. Does it give you any solace that even in these weird moments, Corey Seager has not been good and Wyatt Langford has not been on the field?
Right.
And that those guys coming back and being right. Now, I never know if Corey Seager's right. And I don't know when he will be, but with that situation, does it make you feel any better that could help at some other point in the season, knowing that you can score the 8 runs with a bunch of guys that aren't Corey Seager and Wyatt Langford?
So I don't think it does for 2 specific reasons, but you're right. There are things to champion on this team. The start of Brandon Nimmo, though, obviously I realize that has started to fall into a rut. The start of Josh Young, the on-base prowess of Alejandro Osuna. There are things to celebrate individually, offensively, but here's the issue with what you just said, because otherwise, you're right. Like, you tell me that you're close to 500 and your 2 best offensive players are giving you absolutely nothing.
And your pitching's doing mostly what you expected, and your bullpen's better than you anticipated.
But consider the following. For Wyatt Langford, he's probably still out for 2 more weeks.
Yeah.
That would be my guess. And then Corey Seager, look, he got the day off on Friday. I know what they said. I think he was always going to get the day off on Friday. But now he's back in Arlington to see the Rangers back specialist. He's been ruled out of the first game against Colorado. He's getting an MRI. I have not seen the results or heard anything about the results of that because they want to rule out anything possibly more significant, even though Seager
other than tightness.
Yes, even though Seager himself doesn't think it's anything significant. But I feel like how many times over the years, unfortunately, specifically with Corey Seager, have you heard, I don't really think it's that big of a deal, and the next day he's on the 10-day IL, and then the next day you find out he probably won't come off the very first day that he's eligible. So I'm not saying he's about to miss months and months, but don't you think you could see a scenario in which no Langford and no Seager for the next 2 weeks?
Yes, absolutely. And
that's why I have trouble with that.
I think you can. I'm trying to find
I appreciate
these silver linings here, because otherwise this summer could be very sad.
Yeah.
And I don't want a summer like that. Sad and mad, a summer of Sam, if you will.
Oh my God!
That if you can stay afloat, we talked about winning series. If you can just win and do the 2 for 2 for 2 thing, then you're in that window. And maybe that, but I can't, Kevin. Here's the thing. Seager, the way he looked before he stopped playing
is awful.
Gave me no feelings of he's going to find it and be right. And then Wyatt Langford was so good in spring and then dropped back a lot whenever they got there. So I don't know what to anticipate whenever they get back. But obviously, Skip talked about this with us at camp. You'd love to be able to have the same lineup every day.
Sure.
And no, I'm putting these guys out there instead of having to shuffle things around and find some sort of chemistry somewhere. You want that. You can't do it whenever you have the injuries, but you also can't do it when the guys aren't hitting as a group.
Is there any part of you, I know this is going to sound like a weird question, so just hear me out. Is there any tiny part of you that might have been a little relieved when you heard that Corey Seager was going to getting an MRI?
Yes.
Okay, because that way, couldn't you view
Gives me an idea.
That you're like, well, it has to be something else, right?
Rather than my question of, is he getting old and his hands are going too slow?
Right.
And now he's starting to chase on sliders because he can't hit the fastball. That's my fear.
Yeah.
My fear is that the player that is being paid a lot of money for the rest of his contract here is not any good anymore. That's the fear. So when they say, hey, this could be it, then you're like, okay, let's wait this out just a little bit. Maybe he goes and gets a little treatment there and comes back and he's right again. That's my hope. But again, Kevin, I pointed out, 32 years old, we've seen a lot of major league hitters hit that point in their career where the fear of what I had is existent on some of these great hitters of all time. So hopefully he can figure it out. We'll be all right.
And then somebody asked the question, why do you keep bringing up Wyatt Langford? He wasn't good when he was playing.
Yeah, I just pointed that out.
Yeah, but it had only been 20 games also, and so I'm willing to give him like a little bit more leeway, especially if you look back at the way that he has had like some earlier season issues. Maybe you were like, well, he's going to turn it around. Plus, he's 24, and I think it's far more likely that he would go on the upswing during a season than some of the other players. And then maybe we talk about this another time. Maybe it's in the show. But take a look beyond just the total numbers for Nimmo and Josh Young. And there are concerning trends there this month. You know how you can be like, hey, this player X, Y, and Z in the last 15 games is doing all this, and they're really turning it up, so don't worry about their 220 batting average or whatever. Well, that works the other way as well. Where if you look at the overall numbers of Young and Nimmo, you're like, rock and roll, here we go. But if you take a harder look at the way they're trending, especially this month, it's not great for a team that desperately needs any semblance of offense anywhere. Oh, by the way, the Astros also put Jose Altuve on the injured list with a grade 2 oblique strain. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, I really have no idea what the responses are going to be like for this. Are we all appreciating the greatness of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, or is he a reflection of how far the NBA has fallen? We will do that next right here on The Fan.
Lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
SGA right around Smart, sees three, put it in anyway, and one.
Whoa. KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I really want to see where the comments go on this one. Are we all appreciating the greatness of Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, or is his success a reflection of how far the NBA has fallen? And I'll tell you why I use those specific thoughts. The last part, anyway, are not from me. They're from comments on various tweets about him, right?
Okay.
All right, so let's go to...
Can those various tweet comments be turned into a song?
Yeah. Man, that's
a fun world.
That song kind of rocked my world a little bit.
You're welcome.
One of the tweets, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, first player to win consecutive MVPs since Jokic in 2020-21 and 21-22. And the first guard to win consecutive MVPs since Steph Curry in 14-15 and 15-16. And only the 14th player in NBA history to do that. The most popular comment on that tweet was, quote, should have won an Oscar for all of that acting. Then I take you to another one, and it talks about all the people that he now has more MVPs than. And the most popular comment was more of an indictment on what the league has become than his individual greatness. So clearly there are a lot of people who think that. We made reference to Bobby and Cody kind of going back and forth on all of this. And I wanted to see what the people think and what y'all think. I'll present you with a few numbers to go along.
I will say, just being friends with Cody,
Right.
He's our sales guy.
Right.
Was at a dinner with him recently, and I made a joke, and it was immediate. Like, I'm ready to cut you type defense of
he's not here for that.
This player. Yeah. That is, he really feels strongly about that, which we all do. We are all arsenaled up. Is that the right word? With any type of ammunition we need whenever somebody comes at our guy or our team. So that's how it is.
And do you think for him specifically, it makes it even worse because he's had to hear this incessantly for like the last 2 years? Like, these critiques didn't just pop up.
Yeah, and because it's Oklahoma City, you know?
I mean,
it's the Thunder.
Interesting.
You know, the little Thunder, if you will.
From the 214, SGA is proof of how far we've fallen. From the 972, it's definitely the latter, Kevin, so that would be the negative as well. All right. So there's a variety of numbers that could push this one way or another. SGA this season, when he played for the Oklahoma City Thunder, they were 56-12. Which is astonishing, and they were 8-6 without him.
So they were still good without him. Better than 500.
That's true, but 56-12, and without him, they were on pace to go 16-12.
Okay,
so he's a plus 40 wins. Now, if you just look at plus minus, which I know that stat doesn't translate as much in the NBA, but with Shai on the court, the Oklahoma City Thunder are plus 788 this season. That's more than 100 points better than the next closest player, which is Wemby. All right, he's first.
So you're suggesting good series?
I think this is going to be a great series. He's first in clutch points, first in clutch points per game, first in 20-point games, first in plus minus, second in points per game, second in 30-point games, third in 40-point games, and now consecutive 60-win seasons. So that's a lot of freaking positive to go with it. But this is the tweet that I saw that really set people off. SGA now has more MVPs in his career than Dirk, Kevin Durant, Charles Barkley, Allen Iverson, Hakeem Olajuwon, Kobe Bryant, and Shaq. And so
those are all good.
And so I think that's what agitated people, is the idea that based on MVPs alone, he would be considered better than any, let alone all, of these players.
So which question do you want me to answer first?
Whichever one you like.
All right, I want to go to the, are we appreciating it, or is it the NBA has fallen? Would you not say that when Dirk was doing what he was doing, the NBA was like, I can't believe the game has turned to this?
I do.
Because now, not from us, because that was our generation.
Right.
Our generation this is how the game has revolutionized from, as J.J. Redick said, your generation of firemen and plumbers.
Which is a stupid thing. That's
still hilarious. You got to admit, it's still funny. But like when you look at the old generation, it was a different game. Before the three-point line, different game. It was Steve Kerr recently that said he'd get rid of the three-point line altogether to change the game.
Man, that'd zero him out to no championships really quick, wouldn't it?
But again, that's a guy that's like, from me.
Yeah.
I'm saying if you want to change it, do it that way. But when it is just the way this game is being played now, is that the referees are going to call it the way that they call it. And guys have found ways to take advantage of that through their careers. Luka was Micah, right? I'm fouled on every single play, and I'm not just saying it. I really am. You're not calling them for me. Why? Because I think you hate me. And why do you hate me so much? Is it because I gripe at you the whole time I'm running back up the court? Probably. Like there's whatever the politics come to it. The game is James Harden's benefited from getting to the free throw line a lot. Dwayne Wade took an entire championship from us by getting to the free throw line and drawing fouls, intentionally drawing fouls on the way to it. And you can say what you want about any numbers. I watched the dude play. He does very, very good things that are very subtle that get the calls. And it's a smart thing because guess what? His team wins and whips everybody's ass on the way.
And that is very true. And it's going to be a tough, I think, next month and a half for people who don't like SGA and people who don't like the Thunder because clearly they're the favorite for the title. And speaking of that, if they win the championship and if Shai wins finals MVP, there have been two other players in the history of basketball to win back-to-back MVPs and back-to-back finals MVPs. LeBron and Jordan.
So LeBron and Jordan are basically the same.
So
history's told us
I'm not getting into that debate.
Street
One
arguments tell
NBA
us that all the
debate at
time.
a time.
So you're going to say that SGA is basically the same as Jordan and LeBron.
I am not, but also because he's way younger. Let's see what happens with his career. If they win 5 titles in a row or something, I'll be like, well,
and that
I guess
argument
so.
too, right? Isn't it? Michael Jordan faced tougher defenses than LeBron. And then, and then even LeBron probably faced tougher defenses than SGA along the way.
Right.
And definitely never even touched the kind of defenses that Michael Jordan had to deal with. But again, I'll give him this credit as well. You still have to make the shots.
Sure.
When he goes and gets an and one, he still has to make the shot. When he goes and gets the free throws, you still have to make those shots. Those points don't just rack up because the ball hit the rim and bounced out.
Well, let's talk about that.
And I will also, on that, one more second, in addition to that, I wonder how many defensive players are terrified of just being around him.
Sure.
And so that makes the shot. He knows what he's getting. So let's go look at those numbers.
So, and there's something, by the way, that Cody sent to me. I believe it's called like the gravity rankings or the gravity chart or something like that. And essentially it discusses how much you bring in defensively double or triple teams. And SGA is leading the way on that. And so now
we talk about the gravity and with Rantanen, and how much he helped other guys when he was healthy and
exactly.
good.
So not only would that help other players on the team, that would potentially lead to more foul calls, or that's more likely why you would get those foul calls because you're more likely double or triple team. But you just talked about the shooting, and then I'll tell you, I think the major issue, you might have already kind of hit on it with this entire deal, is Shai was the first guard in NBA history to average 30 points per game on 55% or better shooting.
Okay.
And he also joined Michael Jordan as the only players to average 30 points, 5 assists, and 50% shooting in 4 consecutive seasons in league history.
Nice numbers.
And that's where I think it bothers people the most. If he was this same player on a team that wasn't winning, I think the criticism of him would be way lower, or I think people would be like, hey, get this guy some help. It's that he's winning, and he might be in that category with...
He's surrounded by a good team.
Yeah, and he is. Like, think about it. You can make a decent argument, or maybe probably better than a decent argument. Their second best player has been out since April 22nd, is coming back tonight.
Yeah.
for Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals.
Stupid hamstrings.
They went 8-0 without him? So, that just shows that team is unbelievably deep, but part of the reason is great management in not only getting the draft pick that was Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, but getting pick after pick after pick and loading that team up.
Did they build it the right way?
They really did. That to me is impossible to argue.
The right way is always unique to whatever your circumstance is, but when you're looking at it and you're like, they had so many picks.
Yeah.
And they traded away some great players. They moved on from some great players in their time. James Harden, Kevin Durant. They moved on from some Paul George, and I can't say he was a great player, but a very, very good player. But they've done some significant things that put them in this position. It was just a matter of time for them to find the right talent to make it happen.
From the 903, people have been drawing fouls since the invention of the pump fake. Too much whining about SGA. And then this is one of the things that you touched on, and I think this is the biggest issue people have. And Shai is nowhere near LeBron or Jordan status. I think that's the number one issue that people have, is all of these accolades are rocketing Shai up the chart, in part because he's really good, but also in part because his team is really good, and people have a problem with that, as opposed to if he had maybe won one title along the way, but it looked like that was probably going to be it, or he had always stalled out in the conference finals, like if he was the Timberwolves or something. I don't think people would have anywhere near as much of an issue with him. And then for the 972, Kobe would beat SGA 11-0 in a 1v1 to 11. If that is how you judge it, then I think we need to rethink quite a few things when it comes to the hierarchy of NBA greatness if it's based off of 1v1. So I can't answer to that. I think the other issue that I have...
Oh, yeah, that's a completely different conversation.
For sure. Absolutely.
For sure. And let's do that. This summer, Kevin, let's break down 1 versus 1s of the greatest and how they would fare.
We could probably figure that out.
Some dudes are fantastic, and they were great at dishing the ball.
Yes.
And some of them were great scorers, and I think Kevin Durant goes even higher because of his scoring acumen.
And I think it's not just the free throws. It's the dramatic version in which the free throws can take place at times. I'm okay if SGA got fouled, but it's okay to not fall down or to just fall down a little bit. I feel the same way about soccer. I don't need you to act like you got hit with a shotgun at point blank range every time you get fouled. I'm not disputing that he got
from
fouled.
120 meters away.
I'm not disputing that he got fouled. Just, dial it down a little bit. And then the other issue that I have, I think specifically...
How are you going to convince the refs, though, if you don't dial it up, Kevin?
And so those are the two things that I think bother people the most, because that's what irritated people at times, and probably still does, about Luka. It's the perceived whining or perceived acting. But the other reason is because they're really good, and it looks like they're going to win another championship. But the other issue that I have with all of this, and I will admit I am a Jokic fanboy, is I do not believe Shai is the best player in the league. I think he is firmly entrenched as the second best player in the NBA right now. But with Nikola Jokic, you have no player in the history of the NBA ever has won an assist and a rebound title. At any point, 15 years apart, year after year, never happened. He did it in the same season with decidedly less help and far more injury-prone help as well. I think Jokic is the best player in basketball, but Shai is second.
Shai is the MVP right now.
And that's the thing, is you can't take it away, and it sure does look like they're about to march to another title, what's that going to do? That's only going to intensify the hatred. No one's going to go, well, he got 2. Good for him.
Do you think there's going to be a march over San Antonio?
No.
When you say march, you're just saying getting there.
If I had to guess, I would predict them to win the finals. I think this series with San Antonio is going to be great. And this is going to be a great example that you get defensive guy, Wemby, super stud, against guy who always figures out a way to score the points in Shai Gilgeous-Alexander.
I also wonder, too, is this just part of the natural progression for Wemby? Is going through this moment, learning the hard way, not getting to the final. You know, like that, just that natural progression of you got to experience this and figure out how to beat them the next time.
Look, and it's three distinct avenues, right? This could be his origin story for greatness, right? These could be his Pistons or Celtics if you want to go the Jordan route, or he could skip the steps. Already feels like San Antonio's ahead of the curve, or he gets stopped here and he turns into we'll see, but maybe the next Anthony Edwards, who always goes far in the playoffs but never actually breaks all of the way through. And so, yeah, that's interesting, especially given that the Knicks might break a streak this year. But I hate to do this, but I think it's a little bit of both, right? Like, I think it kind of shows the acting that people get bothered by, and the winning is what bothers people the most. But I also think we should appreciate some of the stuff he's doing for somebody who was traded away as part of a trade for what they thought was going to be a far better player. And that's obviously really blown up in the Clippers' face. We're the K&C masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for baseball nuggets after taking over Times Square. The Mets stun the Yankees. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, a Cowboys Monday. Vach Lombardi is going to join us for Krusty's Corner at 3:40. Chris Young at 4:20. Nation starts at 2 on The Fan.
If you're looking to buy a brand new car, the place to go is Platinum Chevrolet on the east side of the Metroplex in Terrell. I have bought 4 cars from Platinum Chevy in the last 6.5 years. Did the first 3 at the brick and mortar. If that's for you, great. I don't think there's a better place to go in the Metroplex to get your new car. If you're like, that sounds great, I want to do everything online. Guess what? We bought that 4th car and did the entire process, including the financing online at PlatinumChevyTexas.com.
Kevin, do you like the year 2026?
I do.
Well, you're going to love these models then. The Colorado 2026 Z71, $4,000 off. The 26 Silverado 1500 RST, up to $10,000 off. And the Z06, over $11,000 off. Hey, let's go ahead and throw in the 2500 HD. Love that truck. Up to $6,000 off. Lots of prices right there that you're going to absolutely love at Platinum Chevrolet. And as we tell you all the time, you can do the entire deal right there from your computer. Just go ahead and go online, check out the prices, get your budget all squared away, and guess what? That's the price you're going to pay. The price you see is the price you're going to pay. No dealer ads, nothing like that. Shop online and let them deliver your new Chevrolet. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com and drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Cowboys fans, the NFL offseason is heating up. Before summer temperatures come on with a full blitz, schedule a first-time $59 AC tune-up and professional cleaning with on-time experts. Proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Here's the truth. Dirt, dust, and debris are the #1 killers of air conditioners. Most companies do a quickie system check, but at the on-time
your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
0-1. Chopper over the mountain toward the middle of the infield. Runner coming home. There's no play. Simeon scores. Game over. The Maine Mets, one comeback at a time, have won the series. They win this one in 10, 7-6.
KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where it's always interesting to hear Bobby go, no, don't listen to him. He's trying to screw with you, as if Bobby would never be on the cutting edge of saying something. We're the KNC masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and now, so nice I had to say it twice, now it's time for Baseball Nuggets. Alec, you also want to hear that for like the whole time, right?
Yes, that would be music to my ears, and probably mine only.
So let's talk about the New York Mets. By the way, we discussed this a week ago when they brought up A.J. Ewing. Since then, the Mets are 5-1.
Nice.
Since he got brought up.
And they were, like, the Danhausen curse lift has nothing to do with that, right?
It just took too long. Okay. I wished he had waited like a week and a half to lift that curse, and then it would have really fed in perfectly.
That's got to be, if you're going to do stuff like that, you got to say give or take 7 days. You know, throw in one of those like, hey guys, look, this isn't one of those that comes into effect immediately, but if it does, awesome for y'all.
Because I'm thinking if somebody told you will die today, give or take 10 to 10 days, you'd still take it pretty seriously. I'd be like, oh. Okay.
I would walk around going, when's it going to happen?
Yeah.
And then I'm like, do I stay in the house or do I just go out there on a voyage and ride that shark into a volcano?
I wouldn't do that, but side question that I promise I'll get back to the Mets and baseball stuff. If somebody was like, hey, would you want to know the when and how that you're going to die, knowing you could do nothing to stop it, would you still want to know thinking that somehow you could stop it? It's like, you died in a windsurfing accident, and you're like, I just want to go windsurfing.
But then somehow you're going to end up on a windsurfer, like you're going to be on a boat somehow, and you're going to be like, the boat collapses, the windsurfer shows up and says, take my windsurfing board.
Yeah.
And you're like, there's kind of a how. I would kind of like to know how, I guess.
Okay.
Because not that I would try to stop it, but maybe I could go out on my own terms in that situation.
Oh.
And be like, I'm not going to let it go that way. That sounds painful.
Okay.
I would rather do something less painful.
Okay.
See if I could make it happen that way. Actually, I don't want to do that either.
All right. So we'll
what, Kevin?
chalk you down as a no. I'll put you down as a no.
This is tough, dude.
Okay.
I didn't expect this question today.
I'm sorry?
I want to live.
Oh, good.
And I choose to live.
That's nice.
Until
the
thing says you can't anymore.
Nope.
Everybody dies.
But not everybody truly lives.
Let's hope that, everybody, takes the approach of I'm going to go as hard as I can in this life until the life says you're done.
I would argue against that. I feel like that going as hard as you can has cut some life short. So let's try to refine that definition. Not at this moment, though.
Enjoying this life in an appropriate manner.
You're getting closer.
It will give me longevity.
Okay, you're getting closer. Now, the Mets were down to their final out. I guess I don't have to say it dramatically.
Oh, yeah, we're back to baseball.
You already heard that they won. And Tyrone Taylor hit the game-tying 3-run home run. Carson Bench hit the walk-off fielder's choice, which is definitely more underwhelming. And then they were victorious. Now, the Mets had previously been 0-91 in that scenario. Unless it was 0-96, unless it was 0-98. For some reason, the stat compilers at Elias and MLB.com and some other place I forgot all have a difference of opinion about how long it's been. It's either 91, 96, or 98. They had lost that many consecutive games in that scenario. So my point is, a really long time. Let's go to the Dodgers. Blake Snell did undergo surgery to remove loose bodies from his left elbow, which always sounds weird. And the Dodgers expect the 2-time Cy Young Award winner to return this season. So we talked about it. He came back. First start,
wasn't very good, and he had been dealing with fatigue and inflammation, and then he was scratched from his very next start, and he's getting surgery. We'll see how that goes. Now, let's talk about the Philadelphia Phillies.
When did we stop saying debris in the elbow and started going with loose bodies?
I don't know.
That's a this year thing for me. Is the first time I've seen it.
It's longer than that, but I don't like it. It's weird. But I guess the doctors are like, I don't really care what you think.
Yeah.
And that's also fair. All right, let's talk about the Phillies. Christopher Sanchez pretended like he was pitching against the Rangers on Saturday. He had a 13-strikeout complete game shutout as the Phillies won 6-0 over the Pirates. But then the Phillies won 6-0 again the next day against Paul Skeens and company. And because of that, the Phillies have turned it around from 9-19 to 24-23. They are back above 500 for Paul Skeens. He ran a scoreless inning streak to career high 20 innings before he gave up 2 on a ground out in the 5th. We'll get back to the 5th inning in a second. And then his streak of 39 consecutive innings without a walk ended when Adolis Garcia drew a walk to start the 5th inning. That was the longest.
You're kidding me.
No, I am not. I would not have guessed that.
Adolis Garcia drew a walk.
Like, you know who's going to break this up? Adolis.
And you're like, okay, so a home run.
Yeah, no, they're like, he drew a walk.
And you're like, no, that's not. He didn't break up a walk streak by walking.
And yet, he did. It was the longest walkless streak for a Pirates pitcher since Bob Friend in 1963.
He's a good pal.
But Paul Skeens also gave up 5 earned runs in 5 innings.
Do you think Bob Friend was well-friended, or do you think that he was a loner and just kind of hermit crab kind of dude?
No, I think he's a friendly fella.
But you don't know.
Yeah.
Let's go look.
Are you going to find, was Bob friendly?
Yeah, was Bob Friend?
Let me know what you end up finding out.
Friend of a lot of people.
Let's talk about the Seattle Mariners.
He was indeed beloved by many, Kevin.
Okay.
So there you go.
First of all, I'm just really excited that you found that information. I was not sold that they would have that, but there you go. Let's talk about the Mariners. Cole Emerson, the number 6 overall prospect in MLB, he made his major league debut. He was called up and made his debut yesterday at just 20 years of age. He batted 9th, played third base in the series finale, of which the Mariners lost to the Padres 8-3. He had a walk and scored a run and was hitless in his other 2 plate appearances. By the way, get ready, because today starts the Padres and the Dodgers series, and both of them have come into this series off of another series sweep of the Angels and the Mariners. So both of those teams rolling off the last series, coming into the series starting tonight.
This should be a good one, huh?
I would assume.
Yeah, I don't think the Dodgers are going to take this one lightly.
That feels like that will end in a series loss for them.
Actually, it could be like a split for them, just based on how the Dodgers are. If they take things lightly, they're just like, it's fine.
Now, normally, I would agree with you,
games. They could.
But it's only 3 games.
They could split. They could figure out how to split.
Okay,
yeah.
All right, well, we'll see. I would predict no.
You're doubting the Dodgers.
And I am sometimes wrong. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Wankers and Winners of the Weekend. Who is the best or the worst this weekend? We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Can it be the wrong answer if it's the truth?
Yes.
877-881-1053. You...
I say this from experience.
Probably right about that.
I say this from experience,
okay.
Kevin.
All right.
But it's, and that's the other thing you got to ask yourself sometimes. Don't you hate whenever you get the leg up in a situation and then immediately burn it on something stupid and you're like, I really could have avoided this and used that for something else later down the road? Like when my wife was like, hey, I ate some of the chicken legs that you made because you don't care about me and know that I don't like chicken legs. And I was like, well, there's 5 chicken breasts in the fridge. Why didn't you eat one of those? And she just looked at me, and I was like, I win. Now I have the advantage. I have the man advantage here.
Right.
What did I do? Yeah. But then I burned it on something stupid and shouldn't have left the room. You know what I mean?
Okay.
Now we're back to even, and I need a 1+.
Okay, I like that. Now, somebody brought up a wanker of the weekend that I think could devolve into a totally different discussion right here. And, of course, I had to go look this video up. From the 214... Pete Crow Armstrong is a wanker of the weekend for telling that female White Sox fan to, he's a fan of D-Generation X. I feel like that is the classiest way that I can say that.
S is D? Is that what you're suggesting there?
Yes.
All right.
Yes, it was.
Okay.
And Pete Crow Armstrong said some lady decided to start talking S, and I felt the need to say it back. And now she was in one of the ground level suites, and so she was 6 feet away from him, behind only the little fence. And I guess my question for y'all is kind of a sports etiquette question or whatever. I think if you're talking trash to a player, they have the right to fire back in the same vein. If you're like, you suck at basketball, and they're like, well, you're here to watch me play or whatever. I realize there are places you can take it that take it into inappropriate land. But I feel like in that scenario, he's perfectly within his right to fire back in a similar vein. What say you? As long as it's just verbal.
Yeah. No, you don't run up in the stands and hit them.
Never.
But usually doesn't that end up happening? Like the more the instigation goes back and forth, the more it levels up, and now it's fisticuffs, if you will.
Indeed.
But yeah, if you just like in the street or walking through a library, if you say something to somebody and you don't expect them to say something back, then you shouldn't have said something in the first place.
Man, I'm totally with you because this feels like internet culture come to life, right? You're like, well, I'm protected by this fence or by these stands. You're like, yeah, but not from words.
Yeah.
It's just the same thing. Like sometimes, every now and again, somebody comes in hot on the fan text, then they get all sad when I respond in a similar fashion. They're like, I can't believe you would say that. And I was like, you came in being like, your show sucks.
Me 469, I was thrown out of the Mavs game by Nico Harrison for less, just saying. I disagreed with Nico Harrison throwing Mavs fans.
Oh, yeah. I thought that was the dumbest idea possible. People are angry, and instead of giving them the forum to be angry, you're like, we're going to kick you out. Yeah, that will diffuse the situation.
Mm-hmm.
And
maybe he should have just had some better comebacks instead of throwing you out.
I mean, probably. People are like, how do you sleep at night? And you'd be like, on a bed full of money. But, like, I don't know if that was the direction that he wanted to go. All right, Alec, then same kind of moral compassy-esque sports question for you. Do you think that, like, man, if you're throwing it out there from a verbal perspective, don't dish it out if you can't take it back, right?
Exactly. Stay out of the kitchen if you can't handle the heat. Especially, like, think about the environments that these athletes grew up in and whatnot, in these clubhouses and stuff. They are not just professional athletes. They are professional S-talkers. Like they know how to cook up a good comeback, and they're used to it.
Talk.
Yes, because they do it in a friendly manner all the time. You do it with your coworkers. You know, whenever you just see them minding their business in the hallway, you say something just to throw them off their game, and then y'all have some playful banter. You go about your business. They're used to that. So if anything, I think it's fair because it's probably just second nature because he misplayed a ball in that situation. So she's just saying something. He's probably just in the back of his mind, like, I got to clap back because I just made a mistake.
Right.
You know, that's only fair. And I feel like you see it in other sports, too, and they get away with it a little bit more. I feel like NBA players kind of have more grace, maybe because the fans are a lot closer, so those interactions happen a lot more. I don't know, but yeah, I'm not going to kill him for that. Now, if you get really personal or if you, like, threaten physical violence as a player, sure, that's different. But if you're just like, hey, I'm going to say something creative back to you, I don't care. It's fair.
I think I'm with you on that.
And Alec's been well known for saying if you touch his nitro zone, he's going to show you something strong.
That's right. And PCA got his nitro zone touched a little bit.
Yeah.
Holy moly. Can you guys pull up the Cowboys
I do. This is
schedule real quick as well?
This is a little addition.
Okay.
Could he have handled it with a little more class?
Absolutely.
I bet you he'll have to issue an apology.
Oh,
yes.
He'll give the fake apology.
Yeah, because he's asked to by the team and all those things. And it's for the betterment of yada, 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 yada. But yes, there is a way to handle it with better class and rather than saying that one. But again, as you said, if you're going to come hot at me, don't expect that I won't come hot back.
Yeah.
So...
Look, you know my friendly one I would have gone with is like, hey, Pete Crow Armstrong, if you had one more eye, you'd be a Cyclops. Like, I think that, something like that, would be like, wait, what the hell did you just say?
Hey, Kevin Hagelin, you always parallel park appropriately and you're within 9 inches of the sidewalk.
See, that would throw me off. And I'd be like, hold on,
Why is he saying nice things about me?
Compliment?
Kevin, I hope that somebody next to you at the table chokes on something and you successfully give him the Heimlich maneuver.
Ooh, would this work on you, Alec? I hope your team loses, but the rest of your week and day are fruitful and positive.
I like that. Yeah, that would get me to scratch my head a little bit.
Yeah, I'd be like, thank you.
All right, Kevin, what's up with the Cowboys schedule?
All right, so wanker and winner of the weekend have been thrown till a later date. Well, probably just a later time in the show. All right, looking at the schedule, tell me which game you think the Cowboys would be the biggest favorites in which game they would be the biggest underdog in.
All right. Ooh. Biggest favorite.
I think that one is easier.
Tennessee.
They are the second biggest favorite. Alec, your chance to steal. Which game would the Dallas Cowboys be a bigger favorite?
I think they're wrong about this.
At home against the Arizona Cardinals.
The Arizona Cardinals, they are currently installed as 10.5-point favorites.
I don't think they understand how we panic when we see the Cardinals logo. We're a weird team against the Cardinals.
They're only 6.5-point favorites against the Tennessee Titans. Which game would you have them as the biggest underdogs in?
Maybe Seattle, Los Angeles. Be a couple of games.
If you could only pick one.
L.A.
Alec, it's your chance to steal unless you want to concur with that answer.
Oh, that's an odd spot to be in. I was thinking Seattle, so I will stick with it. It's on the road. That makes a ton of sense.
Seattle, 4.5-point underdogs. Against the Rams, though, 5.5-point underdogs.
Is that
the
more?
Rams, that is more. Biggest underdog of the season. So I just want to throw this out there. And I realize that there is a Cowboys tax that kind of gets mixed in to these betting odds sometimes. But just think about this. Going through the schedule, just based off of point spreads, 2.5 against the Giants, win. -4.5 against the Commanders, win. +2.5 against the Ravens and Texans, lose. -3.5 against the Bucks, win. So that puts you at 3-2. +3 against the Packers and the Eagles. So 2 losses right there. You are 3-4 going into Week 8 against the Cardinals.
Pretty sure that's what I had them at on Friday.
Ooh.
Now, granted, my math was off.
That is fair.
But that's consistent with me.
That is also
But
fair.
I do believe that I had, and then I had them. Now that being said, I had them losing to the Cardinals because I just don't trust the Cowboys against Cardinals.
Yeah, I hear you on that.
But yeah, that's pretty consistent there based on the odds.
But then against the Cardinals, I already told you -10.5. Against the Colts and the 49ers, you're favored in both of those, -1.5. So that all of a sudden bumps you up to 6-4. Favored over the Titans, as I told you.
You said you're favored over the Niners?
That's right.
All right.
Favored over the Titans, 7-4. Favored over the Eagles at home on Thanksgiving. That puts you at 8-4. I already told you they're dogs against the Seahawks and the Rams, 8-6. And then you close out the season hosting the Jags, favored by 2.5. Hosting the Giants, favored by 4.5. At the Commanders, favored by 1.5. That would put you at, if you just go off the betting odds, 11-6. And so I just wanted to throw that out there again. I'm familiar with the Cowboys tax, and maybe that tips the balance on the San Francisco game, perhaps the Washington game. But even then, that still puts you kind of in that 9-8, maybe 10-7 area that y'all had talked about when we did this on Friday. So just in case anyone's like, y'all are the only ones who think that, that is what Vegas is tossing out there as well.
Vegas ever right?
Vegas.
Are they right at least 50% of the time?
Yes, indeed.
Really?
They are right at least 50% of the time. That is why they just keep building new casinos.
So that one time that I was getting off the airplane, and I can't remember if you were flying in with me to Vegas. There were some dudes, some bros sitting behind us, and they were like, you see that out there? That's a crippling economy. Let's go take advantage of it. And I was like, oh, they think they're going to beat Vegas. And
I will
it
tell you
hasn't crippled
this.
yet.
Those people might have. And maybe you're thinking right now, I have a story where I also defeated a casino or Las Vegas. I'm not saying it can happen. I'm just saying if you take the totality of everyone, you will lose. You will lose again and again and again and again.
And I wonder, too, like, who has taken down Vegas over years and decades?
Danny Ocean.
Oh, yeah, mate, that's a good point. You know what, Kevin? Go ahead and chalk another one up for you, man. Proud of you.
6 to...
All those documentaries on him are very good.
87.
How did they get all the information, though, from him in these documentaries?
Also, did you hear they might do a prequel? Who's that for?
Me. I love prequels.
Now, that's
you know that about me.
But that's what you said about the Buzz Lightyear movie.
It was terrible.
But you said you were going to go see it, and then it was out of theaters in 3 weeks because neither you nor Reggie went to go see it.
I didn't go see it.
I know. That's what I just said.
But I watched it because I love prequels.
After it was already a failure.
I still watched it, Kevin, because I love prequels.
You're not helping out.
I knew how bad it was supposed to be, and I said, don't care.
You're not helping out. The companies make profit. Don't you care?
Do they make money off the theater?
Yeah. Yes.
What?
Quite a bit.
You're telling me.
That's the whole reason you put a freaking movie in the movie theater.
I thought it was the toys. I thought the toys sales were the things that really drove value for...
Okay, not all movies have toy sales. You haven't seen the Project Hail Mary rock man out there for sale, have you?
Why not?
The Ryan Gosling in an astronaut uniform toy, have you?
Sounds like there's a pocket we need to invest in now, Kevin.
I would buy one of those rock toys. That movie is excellent.
Is it?
Yes. It's long, though.
Did you see it in the theater?
I did.
Good for you.
Because I care.
When is it going to be free?
That I don't know. It's on demand now if you want to pay $20 for it.
I'll wait.
Oh, there is a Rocky plushie.
See?
By the way,
that market's already taken up now.
The sports story I was going to tell you to go along with
Hold on,
this.
how's there a Rocket plushie? It's
Rocky.
It's a rock. It's a rock. If it's a plushie, that's an oxymoron.
Says someone who's never seen the movie.
That is because
there's more squishiness inside of him than almost anybody you know.
Inside of that rocky guy.
Yeah. By the way,
sorry,
what I was going to tie this to, although we kind of lost the bigger focus, what I was going to say is there's been a lot of gambling platforms that have also been laying people off. So I wanted to kind of get if y'all think it could be either a flat growth for some of these sports gambling or perhaps a slight downturn. Because there's some spots like you look is a couple of spots have reported, hey, they undershot their revenue from last year by $200,000, and that's from 40.6 to 40.4 million. And that might not seem like the end of the world, but what if you projected like 8% growth? And so are these places stagnant? Are they going down? Or are they just not growing at the level they would? Because, I mean, you've seen them across many, many betting platforms that, like, they've had to get rid of people. Or do you think that's part of them realizing how to do it smarter or maybe tapping into AI?
Tapping into AI is a definite factor in that, doing it smarter. A lot of times, Kevin, some companies over-project their growth and what they're capable of actually, continuing on. And then, hey, once we've grown to this point, some of those people are going to start asking for raises. And do we actually have that, can we facilitate those things over those times? So I think, there's a lot of factors in it, and most of the time it is growing faster and then realizing once you get to that growth, do we need these ping pong tables? Are we getting the maximum out of it, and what do we need to do to change some of these things?
There was a source with Front Office Sports that said, hey, I think the growth is starting to slow, and the parent company of FanDuel, Flutter Entertainment, their shares are down 56% this year, that's an astonishing drop. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day, plus the trade that went under the radar over the weekend. Next on the Fan. Brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Want to remind everybody in the noon o'clock hour, we will start our newest giveaway. We'll be giving away a pair of tickets to go see Logic and G-Eazy perform at the Pavilion Toyota Music Factory in the noon o'clock hour. But right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call.
Yeah!
The pride of Mansfield, Texas, and the mayor of the Medfordplex.
Why does my phone keep trying to change it from pocket to pocky? I don't have a front pocky. It's a front pocket. Why? Stop, phone.
Is that worth cutting off the thing for Alec?
Do you want to know why?
Why?
I lost my wallet this morning.
No, you didn't.
It was in my front pocket.
Are you serious?
Of my pants that I was wearing. I patted that pocket down. I stuck my hand in that pocket.
I think you mean Pocky.
So there you go.
Yeah, I feel
like I might be going crazy, guys.
I gave him my badge so he could, because like we live in an office where you can't really go too far without a badge.
Yeah. And Kevin never gets up, and I go to the bathroom. And so I went to the bathroom, and I was standing in the bathroom, and I went, what is this?
He's feeling on his leg. Like, what is this?
Thank you.
And it was mine. In my pocket. It was my wallet.
I mean, it's much better than if it was like some guy's hand. Depends on which guy. Like some guy rubbing on his leg. The urinal.
No, I know what you mean.
Oh, okay.
I mean Corey.
I don't. Again, it's
took a moment of pause.
All about circumstance. You never know. Back to you, Alec.
You guys leave me with the most impossible pivots. We got the question of the day, I guess, and then the trade that went under the radar this weekend.
I swear to God, Alec, if this is about Angel Reese, I'm gonna lose my effing mind.
I promise it's not.
Okay.
Like right hand in the air. Okay. I promise it's not.
Now, hey, real quick, can you wave it like you just don't care?
Anyways, before we get to the question of the day, I do want a shameless plug. If you're into music, you should go to my YouTube channel at The Alec Medford on YouTube, or just search Alec Medford. I've got a full-length reaction in real time to Drake's new album, Iceman. And he dropped 2 other albums on Friday as well. I will be reacting to those as well in the upcoming weeks, so please go hit subscribe. Check me out.
Can I ask you a Drake-based album question?
Sure.
Do you know if it's true if Dak's ex-fiance posted a link or like one of those songs on her Instagram in reference to perhaps the happenings?
I didn't pay attention to any of that because, quite honestly, I'm not Sean Sharif. I don't care about that stuff. You know, it's not a shot at him. He eats that stuff up.
That's true.
I tried to stay away.
That. Yeah, he'll admit that.
I tried to stay away from it on purpose. Because I don't know. I don't like that we have so much access to these people's lives, especially when they're doing stuff that they maybe shouldn't be doing.
That is very fair.
So I try to just stay out of it in general. But if she did, clever. Very, very clever. But yeah, check me out on YouTube. Just search Alec Medford and you can find it there. There will be plenty more coming soon. But guys, today is International Museum Day.
Ooh.
International Museum Day.
So, Alec, can I tell you an answer to the question you haven't asked yet?
I'm scared.
Brandon and I went to the National Potato Museum.
The what now?
When we were in Idaho. And I do have a picture of us standing in front of a giant fake potato, which is outside of the museum.
I think you meant baked potato.
No, after that freaking... Never mind. And inside, they also had the world's largest Pringle
What?
It was 40 times the size of a regular Pringle, and it was under this like insane bulletproof looking glass, but it was cracked. So I was like, what? How did that happen?
What's the point?
Yeah.
Huh.
And then they had these creepy animatronics that feel like they hadn't been like Optimum in a while. Like, Five Nights at Freddy's. If you told me that those things from the Potato Museum rose up and killed people, I'd be like, I could see it.
How do you think the Pringle got cracked? I'm sure there's an episode about it.
Threw a body into it or whatever.
Got hungry overnight. Yeah. No,
that was a fun sentence.
Trying to figure out how to how do we crack this? So I could totally see it.
They need to get one of those animatronics from Disney World of Mr. Potato Head.
Yeah.
They have those where it's almost puppeteered, where they have somebody voicing it in real time.
Oh, God.
Because I saw someone, it's on one of the rides, somebody was like, hey, it's Steve Harvey. And he said, I heard that. And I was like, oh my God, this is amazing.
If Mr. Potato Head, though, let's say it's a giant stuffed Mr. Potato Head, all right? And he walks out there and he just starts throwing potato chips at everybody, just slinging chips. Doesn't that look a little weird?
Yeah. Feels like he's endorsing cannibalism.
Mm-hmm.
That's right. Just like Mr. Krabs. The question of the day is actually not what Kevin thought it was going to be.
Oh.
What is your favorite school field trip of all time? 877-881-1053, Twitch and YouTube. Want to hear from you as well.
I loved going to the old Perot Museum. Or the old Science Museum at Fair Park.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was... Was that Perot still, or did they just name it when they
I'm
moved?
not saying it's not. I don't recall.
I was a child. If you were an adult at that time, can you tell me? What was it named?
Or if you were also a child with an amazing memory.
That's right. Yeah, if you actually read the sign. But I always loved going to there because you could do the thing where you put your hand on the globe and your hair went up.
And it would be like...
Yeah, or you could get in that little thing and spin around in circles and stuff.
Oh, is that the gyroscope?
Or that one where they'd make it rain in the room. All sorts of cool stuff.
It's a very progressive museum.
Different type of make it rain, Kevin. Not like at the club.
Dang it.
We were children in elementary school.
Start them young.
Oh, mark that.
But nope. Now, that being said, does a band trip count? Because that's different than a field trip. Field trip was you kind of almost really knew a week in advance. You're like, oh crap, we got a brown lunch bag. What?
Oh, yeah.
Pack your lunch.
Okay, so question to go along with that.
The science place is what everybody says.
Yeah, okay. I liked it when it was just this vague. Actually, it's a pretty specific description, but you just didn't know what it was. And I want somebody to be like, that was Penny Whistle Park. And you're like, no, that's not right. Did you love or were you pumped for all the field trips because it meant no school? My answer is going to be the planetarium, but I also felt like I erred on the side of, hey, it's a field trip. It's not in school. Mm-hmm. So
I always got nervous when I was away from home anyway. I'm very much, I'm a homebody. So I was always nervous about what could happen,
Oh, no.
I don't know what's going to happen. What if I opened that brown paper bag and there was no lunch?
Oh.
I hear you. Can I? This is going to be
tough.
At
least if I open the brown paper bag and there's no lunch and I'm at home, I know I can go to the pantry.
That's at least a little bit on you, though, right? If you had a brown paper bag and didn't realize there's nothing in there.
Yeah.
It would be very light. Very.
Yeah. I hear your broader point. I just want to say for that lunch specifically, that's a little bit on you.
Yeah, good point.
That's pretty much on you. Yeah. The one time we did a planetarium trip, I think was in elementary school. And we went to the UTA planetarium. The crazy thing about that is the professor that ended up kind of giving the whole tour of the place and everything, Mr. Murphy, he ended up becoming my father-in-law 15 years later. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, because my sister ended up marrying his son. And then they got divorced, so there's no connection there anymore.
No!
But yeah, it was just a weird thing because I was like, I recognize that voice. And then my sister was like, did you go to the planetarium when we were in elementary school? I was like, yes. And she was like, that's how you know. I'm like,
space.
That story had so many twists and turns.
Yeah, such a random
and then they
fool.
got divorced.
Now we traveled through the Milky Way.
That's right. But I think my favorite personally was the Perot Museum, Corey, because I'm younger. And yeah, we went before it opened. We got a VIP experience before it was open to the public.
Yeah.
And so So what sucked was
them doing those. Yeah,
and it was right after the finger loss incident happened, where they had like that high jump thing, and somebody's the ring got caught on it, and they lost their finger. So that exhibit got shut down, and we're all like, man, we really wanted to try that.
Is it still there? And they're just like, don't wear rings when you do this?
I think
that would probably be the best approach rather than taking it out.
Yeah, but it was closed when we went there. They had it all tarped off, and we're like, oh, that's a scene of a crime. Cool. But yeah, I raced against a T-Rex on a digital screen that day.
How'd you do?
I beat it.
T-Rex really wasn't as fast as people like to think he was.
I'm sorry, Alec.
What?
Your story was really good. But I've been thinking this for about the last 2 minutes, and now the fan text is catching up with me.
Huh?
I can't. You know how I am.
Yeah.
Does that make that guy your father-in-law? I'm sorry. Like, this is all I've been thinking about for like 2 minutes.
So your sister's father-in-law
is
not necessarily your father-in-law.
Right. Like, kind of, sort of. It was just like the easiest way to explain it.
What do you call it?
That's what I've been thinking, and then people started texting in, and I was like,
yeah, like
crazy.
Like I know not technically, but like that was the easiest because like we spent a lot of time together, like the two families. So people would be like, "Why are you and that family together all the time?" I'm like, that's essentially my like removed father-in-law because my sister's married to his kid.
Yeah, how many times did you grow up with somebody and you're like, "That's my cousin," instead of my friend's family?
Exactly.
Well, you're asking the wrong person because obviously I would be very.
Everybody has cousin friends.
Every normal person, yes.
It was such a headache to explain to people. So I would just say that's my brother-in-law, that's my father-in-law, that's my sister-in-law. Like it was just such a headache. And plus, I grew up with that family. Like the younger sister was my grade, so everybody was like, "Why are y'all together?" I'm like, "No, we're not together. Our siblings are."
Okay.
So that's why we spend Christmas together and stuff. Like, yeah, so it was such a headache.
Okay. All right.
Now that
Thank
headache
you
is
for
gone.
that clarification, just because that's what I was thinking, and I was like, maybe I just don't know how this works.
I didn't actually think that. I was just like, it's so much easier to say. Our friend Matt Hicks replied to my tweet for the question of the day, and he said either second grade train trip to Harper's Ferry, West Virginia, or fifth grade overnight trip to Jamestown, Williamsburg, Virginia. This is from our school in suburban D.C.
Overnight trip, eh?
Yeah. We had a couple of those when I grew up, but we were too broke for me to go, so I didn't get to go. One was to the Capitol. I think NASA was the other one. Yeah, it was NASA. That was the other one, but my mom was like, haha, no, you're not going, so I stayed.
Do you ever go to Samuel Farm?
Ooh, yeah, that does sound
out
right.
in Mesquite. Like just past there on 30. That was always a good one, too.
Yeah.
I think we went once or twice out there.
Did you ever go to the old-timey place where they were like, this is a blacksmith worker, and they didn't change character ever?
I think that's Samuel Farm, isn't it?
Was it?
I think so.
Okay, maybe
those are kind of creepy.
There's an amazing South Park episode about it, though.
Yeah, there's a couple good comedy stand-up bits about that, too, that can't be shared. Before I get to the trade that nobody talked about enough over the weekend, I do want to shout out, I know we're going to get to some high school track later in the show, but CE Kings Dylan Mitchell, have to shout him out. He is the 6A Texas state champion in the 100-meter after running a wind-aided 9.92 second 100-meter as a sophomore.
But you had to say wind-aided.
Jeez.
You have to say wind-aided? Okay.
But that usually takes away some of the flair for some people. But if it does, how about this? Mitchell now holds 4 of the top 10 all-conditions performance spots in the 100.
Wow.
4 of the top 10
and you
all
said he's
conditions.
A sophomore?
And he's a sophomore.
Holy moly.
He was running.
Yeah, and 6A is really competitive in the track scene. Doing that as a sophomore is insane. I don't care if it's wind-aided or not. Sub 10 as a sophomore,
that's crazy.
You are different. So shout out to Dylan Mitchell of CE King. But on Thursday, the Pittsburgh Tribune-Review shared an article concerning an agreement between two organizations making a trade that nobody talked about enough. The Pittsburgh Zoo and Aquarium and the Franklin Park Zoo in Boston have completed a trade, sending 7-year-old male Western gorilla named Frankie to the other zoo in exchange for a 33-year-old silverback known as Little Joe.
Little Joe.
yes,
was not aware that the zoos made trades.
Oh yeah, this described as the rare gorilla for gorilla trade. But a lot of people saying Pittsburgh got fleeced here, and Pete Blackburn, a Boston native who co-hosts the NHL podcast What Chaos, asserted his hometown zoo is entering a rebuild mode. So lots of people have lots of opinions on this trade. But
just pause real quick,
I didn't
Alec.
believe that trade at first. I thought it was bananas.
Son of a gun. There is no better reflection of the times in which we live in than people saying one zoo got fleeced for a trade with another zoo.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, now people in Pittsburgh are saying that the zoo is now in win now mode because they got the veteran player.
At least y'all talked about this gorilla trade.
Son of a...
There was a time, Kevin.
I might quit. We're the K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, where apparently our long national nightmare will continue. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag.
In the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Rodgers under center, crouching, gets the snap. He'll fake the handoff. He'll drop back 7, wind up, pass down the middle, caught at the goal line, in stride. It's a touchdown. Grabbed by Marquez Valdez, Scantling hip high.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Courtesy of Men's Tea Clinic. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip and rip it.
And we have to start with unfortunate news. As our long national nightmare that is Aaron Rodgers will continue. He has signed a 1-year deal with the Steelers because I'm sure nobody else wanted him. He will earn up to $25 million from the Steelers this year with a base deal of $22 million. Last year's base rate was $13.65 million, so they gave him a raise. The Steelers, that is. There was a really hot take Sports Minute we had earlier today when they said that 42-year-old Aaron Rodgers might not be that great anymore. Whew! Scorcher. Now, for the Steelers, they went the bold route of giving Aaron Rodgers a pay raise despite his 44.4 QBR last year, which was 23rd in the NFL.
I'm a huge Steelers fan.
Damn it! Not true, but if it was, this might make me stop.
This is fascinating to me in so many different ways because of what we were told about Mike McCarthy and Aaron Rodgers. You know, not liking each other and all those things, and now they're back together again. I guess, what was it, the band The Eagles said hell would freeze over before they ever got back together again, and then they did, and they were like, we needed the money.
Do you think they look at each other and they're like, hey, it's either me or nobody?
Yeah, except for maybe so.
They're like, all right.
Yeah, we got to do this together. But then, again, listening to the GM, and why would a GM say anything other than Aaron Rodgers was great while he was here. They loved his leadership. They really liked the way he tried to bring the room together. But then I watch him, stand there and his hands on his hip during a tush push. I'm like, just get off the field and let somebody else be on the field for that play.
Right.
But it was successful, I guess. So it's a weird thing, Kevin. I was hoping it was going to be over. He'd still find ways to interject himself into our media somehow.
Sure.
But I guess we get another year of somebody drafting him too high in your fantasy draft.
Do you ever think that people who complain about the media all the time and then take a media job are idiots?
Yes.
Or hypocrites at the very least?
And then they don't really know exactly what they're getting into and the difficulties that come along with it. And why are you guys judging me?
Yes. Now, I know to engage in schadenfreude is not good. With that in mind, It pleased me today to hear that Urban Meyer lost his grievance against the Jags over unpaid salary. If you recall, he was one of the worst coaches in the history of football, also known as Fingers Magoo.
And he kicked the kicker.
Yeah, per Mike Bassick. And yeah, he skipped a team playing home so he could have a booty call. So it took 5 years to figure this out, but they ruled against Urban Meyer and said, hey, the Jags don't owe you any money. They fired you for cause because of like all of those things that we listed and more. So look, any day where that fraud doesn't get more money, I think is a great day.
Is it fair then?
Of course.
All right.
Definitely fair.
Yeah.
Now, the Bills, Cardinals, Dolphins, Falcons, Raiders, Ravens, Steelers, and Titans all kick off their OTAs today if you care about such things. The last team on that list, the Titans. They are going to be the host of the Super Bowl in 2030. Multiple reports out there that Music City, the bachelorette party capital of the world, as I learned, is going to be hosting the Super Bowl in 2030.
Yeah, Alec, there was this moment a few years ago where I told Kevin that, and he was like, what, Nashville? And I was like, yeah, dude, this is where...
I had no clue.
They look at it as a little bit, more open, cleaner New Orleans kind of vibe, where you got a lot of bars, you got the strip going on, and Kevin refused to believe it. Until we had Bochy on, and Bochy lived right outside of Nashville.
Yeah.
And he was like, oh, yeah, and told us the whole story about it.
And I think not that long after that, we had actually gone to Nashville, and we were on some rooftop bar, because apparently that's what you do there. Yep. And there were so many little groups of, oh, my gosh.
When you see bachelorette parties, Alec, how do you respond?
He goes beep 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 beep.
Yeah,
Target acquired.
Yeah, you just kind of survey the landscape and you start scouting. You put the scouting hat on and you're like, okay, do we have any franchise players here, or are these going to be some undrafted free agents that we're just going to have to worry about at a later time?
Yeah,
so,
1 year wonder.
Every once in a while, you find a gem in there. You're like, you know what? I see something that nobody else sees in that one.
Right.
Yeah, you find your Tyler Smith every now and then,
or she's there.
The grenade. Somebody has to jump on the grenade.
Look, man, don't pretend that. Yeah, don't pretend with me. Now I'm going to stop talking.
That being said, I'm glad we're getting a few more of these Eastern time zone Super Bowls.
Yeah,
Kevin, because traveling that week to go back in time is tough.
It is weird.
I don't think we've ever gone forward in time since we've been at the
only
station.
Central or Pacific. I can't even imagine Sean and RJ, and they're like, yeah, well, we're going to run Mike Mayock at 4 a.m. And you're like, what are you even talking about? So, yeah. All right, let's go from that to terrible news for J.J. Watt and other people who don't understand what the NFL is doing. The NFL owners are expected to vote on adding 2 more international games for the 2027 slate, which would bring the number up to 11.
Did you hear Dak talk about that over the weekend regarding...
So you can sleep on a plane?
Yeah, he's like, I can sleep on a plane, but also, we'll figure out how to get our bodies right. And yes, it's an adjustment, and an adjustment for a big business, and you can either fight against it with your group, or you can adapt to it. It sounds like a lot of the players that are playing right now are like, we'll figure out... We might bitch about it a little bit.
Sure.
But we're going to adapt to it eventually.
And that is their right, and I think that's one of the great American pastimes, is complaining about something that you can do nothing to change, but it just makes you feel better, right? All right, let's talk about the Cowboys a little bit more. Tyler Smith said, I believe this was at the charitable event, the Home Run Derby, that he had a great conversation with the Cowboys about the idea of playing left tackle. He goes, I have an understanding of what it is, and that's the most I can ask for. Let's go from that to Brendan Sorsby. Now, we have talked about all of the issues with Brendan Sorsby, especially when it comes to gambling. He is seeking out an expedited resolution for his NCAA eligibility. Why? Why do you suppose that is?
So that he can play and make some money?
True, but I also think it's because he needs to know if he needs to get into the supplemental draft or not. So the supplemental draft usually takes place in early July.
Makes sense.
So let's say you're waiting until August, and all of a sudden they're like, you can't play.
Yeah.
You can't play for the year. What's he going to do? And if you tell him in the next month, they can be like, all right, supplemental draft, Sorsby is in it. Make your decisions accordingly, NFL.
Yeah, no, that's a smart decision on his part. And whatever agency he's working with as well.
Right. After, unfortunately, a lot of not so smart decisions, but we'll see if that goes his way.
How much does that affect the NFL perspective? Like, have you fulfilled your other things first? I don't. It's an opportunity to get a job in that situation. Like, it is an opportunity. It's a kind of a Hail Mary situation as well. You know, like in one of these, like it's my last hope. Hopefully I can do that. Otherwise, maybe he could play a season down the road. I don't know. He has no more eligibility left after
that's what I'm saying is I wonder if they would say you can't play this year, and obviously he'd already been angling towards the pros, or if they're like, you're done, you would never
be able to play
eligible yet again. I actually don't know what the percentage basis is on this, on getting things expedited either, because I see what he's going for. Got to make money somehow.
From the 469 that he bet on it?
You took the under.
Stop it.
That's what they said, not me.
Yeah.
They did text that in.
Yeah.
I hope everything works out for him.
And then, of course, the one text, Alec just goes for the single moms in the group.
Stop it, man.
Not anymore.
Oh.
I don't know, Friday he said that. So.
Feels like you should direct that at him, not me. I don't think I get to be the arbiter of, I was like, I have ruled he is single. I do not believe that I possess that ability.
I am.
Okay, well, there you go.
Complications.
Oh, man, that's the story of his life.
So if you're a single
the
mom,
last couple of years, yeah,
there's still hope.
If it's complicated for you, he'll complicate it. I don't know. Coming up next, the Astros series emphasized the Rangers' offensive issues. Will those definitely doom the season? Next, right here on The Fan.
The more time you give, the more our...
krld-fm and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. The NFL Draft appears as though it's heading to Minneapolis in 2028. By the way, the Twin Cities, they have an awesome art museum up there. This is a cool place. Me and
not just a mall.
No, the mall. We did go to the Mall of America.
Was the art museum in the mall?
No.
Okay.
But they have the biggest Lego store I've ever seen in my life, and also like life-size Lego creations and a roller coaster in there.
I got a question. You went to the art museum.
I did.
That was a statement. When you were there, did you just look at the art, or did you read about it?
I read about it
Proving
in
yet again,
some occasions. It's the story. Look, and the one I had to read about, now I forgot it because this is like 10 years ago.
Lady in a boat or something?
No, there was like a giant spoon and a cherry or something outside. I feel like I'm kind of getting it, but not totally. Maybe it was a fork. There was some sort of giant
made an impact, it sounds.
Art installation outside. At the time, I told people about it.
A fork and a cherry?
Yeah. Well, so let's talk about the Rangers.
Let's do it.
I feel like is the prudent way to go with
Smart
this.
Man.
All right. So for the Texas Rangers, their offense is awful. I don't feel like I'm breaking any news here, but it was really crystallized around this just abomination of an Astros series. Now, I realize yesterday they won 8-0, and that is, in fact, awesome, and we can talk more about that game specifically. But help me out with that art museum, too, people. The Astros came into that series, because you know how we've heard a lot, like when the Rangers struggle offensively. Oh, you know, we had to face this pitcher and that pitcher, and they're the best pitchers at all pitching, and blah, 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 blah. Going into this series, Astros had the worst staff ERA in all of baseball. Astros had the worst staff whip in all of baseball. Astros had the 5th worst opponent's batting average against in all of baseball. So this was an objectively terrible pitching staff.
Mm-hmm.
And here's what happened. You know about the one hit in Friday's game. But on Saturday, the Rangers had 1 run on 6 hits, which means in 18 innings of baseball, they had 1 run on 7 hits. By the way, that 1 hit on Friday was from Justin Foscue.
Let's go.
And I always want to see Justin Foscue succeed, but if that's what you're falling back on, probably not a great plan offensively. So I decided to just look a little bit further into every single inning and make sure I didn't miss it. Obviously, they had no multi-hit innings on Friday. Saturday, they had 3 hits in the 7th.
Okay.
And then 1 in the 2nd, 1 in the 4th, 1 in the 9th. What does that mean? That
so
means
you're not getting runners around in those innings.
Although On Saturday, you had a plethora of walks and hit by pitches, so they made sure to beef that category too. But think about it. That means in the first 18 innings against probably the worst pitching staff in baseball, the Rangers had one multi-hit inning. One out of 18.
Dang. This is the lowest OPS you've had in like 6 years.
That doesn't surprise me.
This is the lowest batting average you've had since the COVID season.
So that would lead you to believe that obviously they're not scoring any runs, right? Let's go to Jamie Newberg from the Newberg Report. because MLB offenses are struggling this year. Offense is down across the board. I will readily admit that.
That's true.
MLB average 4.4 runs per game, per team.
Okay.
Rangers average 3.62.
That's bad.
That is very bad. That is the worst in the American League and the second worst in all of baseball.
The league average is almost a run better than you.
Indeed.
Okay.
But now it's about to get worse. Sorry. Spoiler alert, this segment isn't super positive. Last year, the Texas offense was terrible, right?
Mm-hmm.
They averaged 4.22 runs per game. So the offense last year that we thought was god-awful and unacceptable is on pace to score 97 more runs than this offense.
Okay.
Which is the most depressing baseball thing I've heard in a while.
From the 817, 15 men left on base on Saturday, is that unlucky or not being clutch? It's a couple different things. Not the talent necessary, but also not the talent necessary from across the board.
Yep.
Because if you have a pocket in your offense that is good, then you can take advantage of that pocket. Now, that being said, Major League Baseball pitching can expose that pocket too and take that down. But if you have a little area where you can get on base that frequently and you get back to that one area where you're like, all right, Seager's back up. There was a time when we knew as long as we can get Seager back up or Simeon, one of these guys, something good can happen. You don't have that right now. And then the last couple of years, it's been like that. You could not string together. So I don't think it's unlucky at all. It's unlucky that you position yourself with a lineup that can't do it. That's what's unlucky. And not being clutch, part of it is, again, not having the talent that's able to do that right now. Occasionally they can.
Right.
They're just a little under 500 at being able to be good enough to do things. But occasionally they can score enough runs to win a game. But right now, whenever you're having those moments, there has to be a completely different approach to things.
So I think not taking advantage when you have the opportunity. And to his credit, Skip Schumacher addressed every variation of this question. But if you just kind of quick hit, the Rangers are in the bottom third with runners in scoring position when it comes to batting average, on-base percentage, slugging, and OPS. In the bottom third in all of those categories. And quite frankly, some of the categories, they're in the bottom 5 of the entire league. And here is one of the issues. The Rangers, especially early on, had shown significantly better plate discipline early in the season, except when it comes to runners in scoring position. They had the 4th highest strikeout percentage with runners in scoring position.
Really?
Yeah, so for whatever reason, that play discipline, which for players like Josh Young has been way, way better. And across the board, I still thought it had shown signs of being better. It disappears in that moment, and that's why you're not getting a ton of opportunities with runners in scoring position because of your own shortcomings in on-base percentage, batting average, OPS, stuff like that. But then when you do get those opportunities, your strikeout rate, your swing and miss rate have spiked, and then your slugging and batting average have remained low.
You know, we were so excited the other night when they came away with that bottom of the 9th inning, getting runners on and producing the runs that were necessary, right? But there was a moment when Ezekiel Duran's up at the plate, and you're like, all right, does he try to drive the run in, or does he let this thing shuffle itself out? And what Ezekiel Duran did was, because he had a 3-0 count, all right? Patience, Let that pitch come in. That was a strike. All right, 3-1, Kevin. What is the 3-1 count? Swing away.
Yeah.
It has always been that way.
If you get the pitch,
if you get the pitch, you get the pitch, you drive that sucker as hard as you can. I believe what he did in that situation was there was a high and in fast sweeper that landed just inside the strike zone. And then the same pitch comes out and over the plate, and he drives it and gets a double out of it. So, like, the patience at the plate, even whenever you have runners in scoring position, does pay off for you when you finally get a pitch. Maybe it's not the pitch, the fastball you're looking for, but it's a pitch that you've seen, and now it's hanging, and you're able to take advantage of it. It feels like there's just a little bit more pressure. Maybe they're a little more aggressive. Maybe they're told to be a little more aggressive whenever they have runners in scoring position, rather than, hey, let's let this thing work itself out. We'll take walks. We're fine with it. I think the approach kind of always has to be very similar no matter the situation. But based on the strikeout numbers going up, it feels like they're just saying we're going to be more aggressive. And I do wonder also how often the guys that do strike out more are coming up to the plate in those moments. Maybe that's the case, but I just have to really drill into those a little more. At the moment, it doesn't matter. The runs aren't coming across.
Yeah, and you've started to run into, and I see the text. We saw the text last week as well. You really continue to see the struggles of Evan Carter, who is somebody who we had.
His defense is so good in center field. You're like, we got to keep putting him out there,
and then
especially with Wyatt out.
Yes, and then the thing is, like, what's the best way that he's going to learn how to hit left-handed pitching? By going up there and hitting left-handed pitching. All right,
and by Nimmo found out by practicing hitting left-handed pitching that was aggressive to him, and I wonder if they should say, hey, we need to implement this.
I mean, anything they can try, because otherwise he's 1 for 24 against lefties with 10 strikeouts. And I know it's a smaller sample size, but just think about it. If Evan Carter goes up to the plate against a left-handed pitcher, he's 10 times as likely to strike out as to get a hit. That's his OPS is 190 against left-handed pitchers. So, and that's the tough part of where the Rangers put themselves last year and the year before and this year as well, as you don't have time to experiment all of that out. Like, let's say you were right now 15-27, and you could see the writing on the wall. Then you could run him out there every single time against every single left-handed pitcher, and you're like, we're going to get a whole season of this in one way or another, and we're either going to sink or swim or whatever. But instead, at 22-24, which is not a great record, but you still find yourself a little bit more than a fourth of the way in the season, a game back of first place in your division. And if the playoffs started today, the Rangers would be in there. So I hear people that are like, sell, sell, sell. Would you do that if you're sitting on a playoff spot, regardless of how you think it's going to go? If you're sitting in a playoff spot, I find it hard to believe they would do that.
You have a manager that is in his first year that wants to prove that he's a manager that can win. And I don't think he's going to be, let's just dump the team, because he wants to prove that he can win no matter what. He's like, I just got these guys. I want to prove that I can do it with them too. You have a GM president, the president of baseball operations historically has been, if you're close, we're going for it.
Right.
We want to give our chance every
normally I love
every chance we can to swing for it, even if we fall a little bit short. Maybe that one little thing we've seen many times, Kevin. That one little thing can be the piece that takes you over the top. The Cole Hamels deal, the Cliff Lee deal, like all those things where you thought that might be a season of see you later, and it turned into a season of no, we actually have an injection that we needed. I love Brian Ray said this about Jim Nill and the Stars when they went and got Mikko Rantanen. However you feel about Mikko now, but at the time it was a reward to the team for working so hard.
Absolutely.
And you tell them, I believe in you guys. We'll go out and get it. So that's my hope, Kevin, is that during this time period, and they have a depth of pitching. They have a lot of pitching depth. That is the hope, is that they find a bat that they say, we're willing to go add that and make this trade-off. And that bat comes in and helps across the board, whether it's protecting a Seager or protecting a Langford or whatever it is, it comes in and helps add to that. Because right now, it is a bunch of pieces that you're like, I really need a career year out of you. I need you to be something that maybe you haven't been in the last 10 years or 5 years, and I just need that out of you.
And this is where I get concerned that a couple of different fans go, and I totally understand the thought process from the 903. Then F and bunt. Well, remember, that was one of the issues that when Jock tried to bunt, it didn't work out, and the fan base crushed Skip for that. And then from the 682, I worry this is not the case. The hitters are good enough. Whatever the coaching, I think the coaching approach at the plate is god-awful. It's a coaching issue, in my opinion, but the issue is you expanded out your hitting staff and made changes from last year, and you also made changes from the year before.
This is the third one. No, actually, this is the third one in 2 years.
Yeah, so you had
Boone last year.
You've been making those changes, and you're still in the same situation. So I feel like you can only switch so many coaching methods or coaching styles before you're like, well.
And I think every player that's telling the truth about themselves, and every coach would probably say the same thing. You can only coach them so much.
Sure.
When they walk away from the hitter's deck, the batting circle, and they get into the box, that's on them at this point. What are they going to do to just be able to scrape by and make something happen or find that right pitch? Like you said, offense is down. This offense being where it is right now is unacceptable for this team, especially when you have pitching doing the best it can, and giving you opportunities and chances to win. Kevin, four home run solo shots to the Astros isn't enough of an excuse to say you shouldn't have been able to score more runs in that game.
And maybe this is a question for another day.
Your pitcher goes out there and does what he does most nights. He has a night like that, then you need to get out there and make sure that you're covering his ass.
So this might be a conversation for another day. What is the appeal to come here if you're a hitting coach? Because think about what the pitching coach did. They gave you your pitching coach last year, Maddox, gave you the greatest performance probably in the history of Texas Rangers pitching. And then we decided to squabble with him over a little bit of money that doesn't actually count against any sort of cap and let him go away. So if you're a hitting coach who comes here and does amazing things, the Rangers are going to be like, well, as long as you don't want to get paid more, keep doing your thing, man.
Appreciate you, man.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, let's do some NFL schedule overreaction or reality next right here on The Fan.
Take a
The on-time experts.
Prescott on second down. Back and runs up out of the pocket. Runs to his left, to the 10, to the 5, cuts to his right. Somersault to the goal line. Touchdown! Touchdown for the captain! Touchdown, Prescott!
Man, that was an awesome highlight. Frequently, I will put for a segment that will talk about the Cowboys or Rangers, but it's not like about some specific ongoing thing. I'll say, get me a sweet-ass Cowboys or Rangers highlight, and man, you did it. Good job.
One of the sweet-ass Rangers highlights that you posted this morning, Kevin, was Brandon Nimmo stealing a home run. And Jared just posted some, I guess it looks like Instagram.
I've heard of it.
Somebody has a baseball signed by Brandon Nimmo that says, "Thanks for letting me go after it, Brandon Nimmo." And evidently, this fan was sitting there. Is it a season ticket holder? 31-year-old Houston Astros season ticket holder, lifelong fan. There was no way I was reaching over that wall and interfering with Brandon Nimmo trying to catch Yordan Alvarez's solo home run. Brother in heaven knew the rules, and his friend Stevie knows the rules too. A few innings later, Brandon Nimmo came back out and handed us signed baseballs, including one that said, "Thanks for letting me go get it." So, nice work there.
And it sounds like he's not that big of a fan.
Went to an Astros fan, though, so that's kind of
I know, but an Astros fan who helped us,
helped us out, you know?
Yeah, I guess.
How'd that work out for us?
Yeah, we didn't win. All right. I'm just kidding. We did, Corey.
Yeah!
Interesting. All right. Overreaction or reality? You like the Cowboys opening the season with a divisional opponent?
I kind of don't.
Oh.
Yeah, I kind of want to get your feet wet a little bit, kind of warm into the season, and then take on some divisional opponents. But I guess the positive is, we kind of saw it last year. They don't know what you're capable of, and you don't know what they're capable of, and we almost beat Philly last year.
Right.
Like, we almost stole a game from a division opponent by them not being prepared for what we were doing. And so that's kind of where I'm a little shaky on it, because the Giants could try and steal one from you. Whether or not they're good enough yet, that's a different story.
Sure.
And whether the Cowboys' defense is good enough yet is another different story. So I don't love it that much. Plus, I really always like playing uncommon opponents. I think it's fun. Feels more like a wild Super Bowl kind of game. But I understand rivalries are important, and people really love it.
Alec, overreaction or reality? You like the Cowboys starting the season with a divisional opponent.
Reality for two reasons. One, you set the tone early. You put the division on notice if you can get a win that, hey, we mean business this year. And I liked it, especially like last year. It just adds another layer of intrigue when you already had a new coaching staff coming in. It was like, what's this offense going to look like? This year, it's what is this defense going to look like? If they get Jackson Dart to turn the ball over 2 times and you win by 2 scores, then you're like, oh my gosh, that was incredible. What is to come? And then there's just part of me that's conditioned from high school football where whenever you cover these games and broadcast these games, they usually start with a run of uncommon opponents. And if they only win by 3 or they lose a game, the coaching staff will literally tell you they're not in our division. It doesn't matter. They're like, this game does not count. They're not in our district. It doesn't matter. We don't care. On to next week. And then that one doesn't matter either. So I'm just conditioned, thanks to high school football, to any non-division games in the NFL just kind of being like, I want to win, but they don't mean as much to me, so I guess.
I did like hearing what Dak said about the start of this schedule. And Kevin, I don't know if you have any other Cowboys start of the schedule stuff, but we kind of said it Friday, and Dak kind of reiterated the same thing, and that is we need to get out to a hot start real quick.
Agreed.
And set that tone very early. And I like what Alec's saying there about, doing it against a division opponent, but the way this schedule is structured, you're going to be tired late middle, and so you need to go ahead and have some padding to go forward.
NFL schedule overreaction or reality. The Bears will miss the postseason. Now, hear me out on this one. The Bears have the hardest schedule in the NFL based on the 2025 win-loss records. Now, that doesn't always translate, but The last team to win a playoff game after going into the season with the hardest schedule by that metric was 10 years ago. In the past 10 seasons, 7 of those teams didn't even make the playoffs. So overreaction or reality, the Bears will miss the postseason.
All right, so I just wanted to look at, not the beginning, because they do have the Jets and the Dolphins on their schedule, so... But they have, obviously, their division's tough. Like that is a very tough division with Detroit and Green Bay and Minnesota in that division. But I didn't want to look at the beginning. I wanted to look after bye week for the Bears.
Okay.
Their bye week, Kevin, they got the bye week you wanted. 10. And then after that, New Orleans. Tough team, actually. You think you should beat New Orleans, and you probably should, but I don't think you walk away from that game feeling healthy. Because
and the development of, who knows, the development of Tyler Shuck?
Yeah. It's just the physicality they play with is kind of tough on teams. Then you got in Detroit. You're still not sure about Jacksonville. Okay, cupcake against Miami. Thanks. Maybe.
I'm pretty sure about Jacksonville now.
But then you're at Buffalo, and then you have Green Bay, Detroit, Minnesota to finish your season. That's a tough end to your season. You could be going into the playoffs, limping a little bit, but also physically limping. And so I see that, this is going to be a tough one for them. Ben Johnson seems competitive, though, Kevin. I think Ben Johnson will have those guys' brains all wired for let's be tougher than everybody.
Do you have to rethink it when I tell you that Eric Armstead says that Trevor Lawrence 100% belongs in the elite quarterback conversation? So now that you know that they're facing an elite quarterback.
I mean, Eric Armstead, you know what I'm saying?
Alec, overreaction or reality? The Bears will miss the postseason.
I felt like this was an easy overreaction until I pulled up their schedule, and then I saw exactly what Corey was talking about. That murderer's row to end the season, that's an absurd stretch that, like you said, Majors, if you're limping, if you're beat up at all, which I do think they got better this offseason, even though they did subtract, in a sense, with DJ Moore, I'll go reality on this just because... I don't know. I feel like Detroit's window is closing, but they're good enough still. This is just a weird division now. It's incredibly weird because I'm on the Packers just because I don't know if they're going to be healthy. Their frontline talent, incredible. But Micah Parsons probably going to start the year on PUP. And it feels like if one receiver for the Packers goes down, then they have none. So... yeah, this is just such an odd division to where I think that last 4 games or so could really do them in.
This one I think should be fun. NFL overreaction or reality. The Cardinals will have at most 1 win by Thanksgiving. At most. Consider this. The Cardinals went 3-14 last season, and they are the only team that has been installed as an underdog in every single one of their games this season per DraftKings. Factor in that they don't really know what they want to do at quarterback. And I say overreaction or reality. At best, they will have 1 win by Thanksgiving.
Have you looked at their schedule?
Yes. There's a whole lot of losses on there.
Tell me when you hear a win.
Oh, no.
At the Chargers.
No.
At home against Seattle.
No.
At San Francisco. At New York.
That might be the best chance so far.
Home against Detroit. At Los Angeles Rams.
Home
against Denver. That might be it right there. Denver, tough team.
Oh, in your face, Jago.
At Dallas. You guys, y'all don't believe.
We're going to win that game by 2 touchdowns.
I don't know, man. I'm just terrified.
Listen, Carson Beck starts. It'll be 3 touchdowns.
I'm going through the schedule. The Jets.
Yeah,
week 15.
That's week 15 off a bye.
And then week 17 against the Raiders. So both those games are home games. So you said at most 1?
By Thanksgiving.
Oh, yeah, no. I'm taking the under.
That's a reality. Alec, overreaction reality. The Cardinals will at most have 1 win before Thanksgiving.
Oh.
So that would be through the first 11 weeks.
That's a tough schedule, too, for a team that wasn't good last year.
I know.
This is an easy reality. I'll take it a step further, Kevin. I think they might accidentally win one game this season. Not even intentionally. Man. I think they might accidentally beat the Raiders or the Jets.
And somehow it screws them out of getting the number one overall
Exactly.
pick.
Exactly.
Man.
You're like, that's just their luck.
I'm not saying that it would happen. Would you be, bonus question.
Rick bonus.
Damn it. And their bye is before this. You would be super amped to watch the Cardinals-Jets if they had 0 wins combined going into that game.
Yes.
I would too.
Yeah, I would be like, I cannot wait. I cannot wait to see who gets the number one overall pick.
Over-under would be like 11.5.
Yeah. You know what, though? The Jets would end up screwing up. They would lose that game.
Yeah.
And then they would end up winning a game at the very end of the season. You'd be like, what happened, dude?
Yeah.
And you're like, well, the other team obviously took out all their best players, and
that's like what happened to the Mavs with the Bulls. Yep. Schedule overreaction or reality. The NFL really screwed the Cowboys with the scheduling of their international game and in the aftermath. Now, I'm going to ignore the teams, but the Brazil, quote, home game is in week 3. Then you get a road game in week 4, even if it is just to Houston, and then it's followed by a Thursday game. So their reward for Brazil and an international game was a road game followed by a short week.
Yeah. Yes. And that's why, again, New York and Washington are as important as Alec was saying, right? Because those two games right there, you give yourself that kind of comfort. They've experienced these short weeks, with the Super Bowl, so there are a few guys that know how to handle this. It is early, so Caleb Downs is really going to need to tap into those dudes very early and be like, hey, how do I manage my body and things like that? Like, those dudes are going to have to learn very quickly. And a lot of this defense has never experienced this, the way the Cowboys have experienced it. Yeah, that's a disservice. That's a bit of a disservice, I would say, for sure. That early in the season, especially with some of the opponents you're going up against in that area. You said I'm not going to name the opponents, but the schedule itself.
Yeah.
Having to do that twice in a year isn't your favorite thing, especially when your bye week's so far away.
Exactly. Alec, overreaction or reality, the NFL really screwed the Cowboys with the scheduling of their international game and in the aftermath.
Reality, because even on schedule release day, when we were kind of trying to piece it together, everybody locally and nationally was kind of trying to put 2 and 2 together, like, okay, so you got to have a home game, or maybe they get a super early bye or something right after the Brazil game, and you didn't get any of that. You're just on the road. It feels like a billion times to start the year, kind of like we were talking about on Friday with the Buffalo Bills. How they just can't get consecutive home games for whatever reason. I feel like in that early part of the season, they were really trying to milk the national attention from the Cowboys. And that kind of screwed the team over in that sense with the international game, on top of the fact of, hey, you're playing some pretty decent teams as well with some primetime slots. So they did get screwed over, and I'm not a fan of the beginning of the schedule whatsoever.
Overreaction or reality, playing inside will get the Lions back to the playoffs. Keep this in mind. From weeks 5 through 16, the Lions played just twice outdoors. One of them is in Miami.
Oh, nice.
The other one is in Germany.
Cool.
So, overreaction or reality, playing inside will get the Lions back to the playoffs.
Yeah, that's a positive thing for them late in the season to make that something like that happen. I have concerns about the Lions this year. Like, when you've been that close that many times, look at the Stars.
Yeah,
and then you kind of dip off a little bit. Don't make the playoffs. Like, what's the motivating factor? And now also losing Montgomery. Jahmyr Gibbs will have more workload. That's going to be a real thing for him. Is he going to continue to be that same explosive player? St. Brown, love the player. I think they did grow a little bit as an offense last year, but they were unable to replicate some of the things Ben Johnson had done previously. But really, the true thing for them is, can their defense be something that is helpful to their offense?
Just a side question for that. Would that departure of Montgomery make you more or less likely to think that Gibbs could be Offensive Player of the Year?
A little more.
Okay.
But because of it's a 17-game season.
Yeah.
It's still like that's a huge factor in that. I don't think Isaiah Pacheco is the same. He is a tough runner. Maybe he's more similar to Gibbs than he is to Montgomery. But if they can replicate that and say, hey, we're doing exactly what we did with those guys. You get a series, you get a series. You get 2 series, you get 2 series. And that's how we're going to keep your legs fresh. Then I think he still continues to be a successful running back. But showing that you're the dude that can take on 75% of the reps and also keep putting up those numbers and averages and touchdowns, that's the thing that changes people's perspective on you.
Alec, it goes to you. Overreaction or reality? Playing inside will get the Lions back to the playoffs.
Overreaction, I don't think that's going to be the factor if it happens. I think it does help whenever you have a quarterback like Jared Goff, who he's good. There's no doubt about that, but he is very off and on. So if you keep all things equal for him in terms of the controllables like that, then I think that you're better off for sure. I just don't know how I feel about that team in general, because you do kind of blow up the one thing that you're really known for, which is that Sonic and Knuckles 1-2 punch in the run game. And outside of that, the Lions haven't really in the past couple years done anything that makes me say like, whoa, they got better. They add stuff, they draft and whatnot, but they don't do anything that I'm just like, oh my gosh, they did something that made them better overnight. Their offensive line is kind of up and down as well. Their defense, ever since Aaron Glenn left, I'm just like, it's a bunch of dudes. They're okay.
Right.
You know, like they're not bad. They're just okay. I think it's just an okay team right now.
Sorry, somebody brought up a question on the fan text that I never considered. Isn't jet lag not as bad going north and south as opposed to east and west because you're changing time zones? But when you're just going down, is it not as bad? And I went and looked it up, and it was like, yeah, if you're north to south traveling straight down the same line,
that stands to reason.
Then it is you will only get jet lag heading south if your route crosses east or west. I've never thought anything about that before, and I have no clue if they do. But I think sometimes when they talk about travel, it's also like you're not able to immediately get to a place where you can start recovering, like in resting, like you would if you were at home.
Right.
You get done, you go home, or you go into your tub or whatever that's at your home facility. But jet lag I didn't consider.
Do you guys want one more?
Yes.
Brutal travel will keep the 49ers out of the playoffs. So they're traveling the most single miles.
North and south, or?
Well, one of them it's still kind of east to westy. So, I know, dog. They're traveling 38,000 miles this year. They have 2 international games, one in Australia, one in Mexico City. And then they also drew the NFC East, which means more travel cross-country to the Giants and then to the Cowboys. So, NFL schedule overreaction or reality. Brutal travel will keep the 49ers out of the playoffs.
All right, I'll tell you this. This is where it starts. Our boss, Tim Collins, suggested to me to watch a movie called Apex. One of the people in the movie travels to Australia, and things go awry. Right? So now
will the 49ers have a similar path?
I hope not. It is terrifying, dude.
Okay.
It is terrifying. But that being said, I don't know how things go in Australia. You know, that just might be a typical Tuesday. So good luck to the Niners.
Alec?
With all that travel.
You don't necessarily have to speak specifically to Australia, though you can. But the focus, brutal travel, will keep the 49ers out of the playoffs. I will let you decide.
I consider that brutal travel.
I was going to say, he can decide if he wants to expand on Australia or not.
Reality, I think it will. Because, again, they did not get much better over the offseason, on top of the fact that I don't know what that intense amount of travel on top of the effects of an electrical substation. I don't know what the combination of those things do. Like high altitude plus chemical imbalances within the body. There's got to be some sort of chemical reaction. Maybe the lactic acid, in the muscles just kind of, it doesn't really go away. It firms up a little bit and everybody's just a little bit sore, a little bit more than usual. And then you got to stay in the cold tub a little bit too long. So yeah, I do think that this is, and obviously Australia is going to have a huge part in it because of the longest fight.
Yeah, that too.
That, and then honestly, none of this matters as long as I get a picture of George Kittle with a kangaroo at some point. Because I feel like that would be the best picture of the NFL season.
That feels like a very achievable dream. Can you go ahead and give me cut number 12, and we can switch gears for a little bit of NHL and NBA super segment?
28-22 Cleveland. 2 seconds, 1 second. Mitchell banks it in! A spider bite at the end of the quarter.
Obviously, I love that call.
Did you say spider bite?
Spider bite.
Dude, I recently saw that George Kittle defeated a spider in the middle of the night. Like his wife saw one and he defeated it and went back to bed.
See, I wouldn't be upset about having to deal with a spider. I would be like, it's 3 a.m. Let me sleep.
But the spider could do something to you in the middle of the night, like crawl into your mouth or ear.
Well, if you've ever eaten a Tootsie Roll, there's a decent shot you've eaten one of those anyway.
What?
Right?
Alive?
Or are those crickets?
Alive?
I hope not. All right. So I don't know if they realize it now, but the Pistons season is over. They did not care to show up in the actual game. Yesterday, Game 7. It was a weird place that we got. Cleveland was sitting in a spot where they were 6-0 at home in the playoffs and 0-5 on the road. Then they win their very first road playoff game. Hooray! And then they lose their very first home playoff game. Not hooray.
Not hooray.
But yesterday, Game 7, they beat the brakes off the Pistons, and it was crazy too, because the Pistons had won 4 straight elimination games this postseason by an average of 16 points, and then they got absolutely smoked. Do you think that the Cleveland Cavaliers have what it takes to overthrow the Knicks?
Overreaction.
That was just a question.
Oh, I thought we were still doing overreaction to reality.
As we switched.
I still think it's an overreaction question.
Okay.
I like the Knicks too much. Now, Cavaliers have an offense that can do it, and as you pointed out, like with Detroit's defense, I think they just figured out Detroit.
Yeah.
They really figured out what what it was that in the physicality that it was going to take to beat them as well. But I think the Knicks, I like them a lot. I know is this a tighter series? I think that the Spurs and Thunder will be very entertaining.
I agree.
I wonder if this might be a tighter series or if the Knicks are just like, no, we're going to blow everybody out by 40.
I mean, that would be astonishing. By the way, Dan Gilbert, who I think it'd be a really funny bit if they made it to the NBA championship and they were up 3-0, and he goes, "No, I meant now. Now I'll win a title before LeBron."
Mm-hmm.
I think that would be a funny bit. I don't know if he still thinks about that. He also sent 25 busloads of Cleveland fans to Detroit, which was great because by the end of the game, well, halfway through the fourth quarter, there are a lot of empty seats there.
I saw somebody say this is dumb for him to do that, and I was like, "This? Why would you say that?
Yeah, why
this
is
is ridiculous."
dumb?
Do you not remember how awesome it was to hear "Let's Go Mavs" chants in Miami as we were defeating them in the NBA championship? You remember that? You had that one pocket of fans up there that were just going nuts. And B, to make your fan base love you in Cleveland, you got to do some things. And sending them to a game and being like, y'all go have some fun and just represent us.
Right.
Because nobody else is going to. But us, we will represent ourselves. I love that from him.
Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals will get going tomorrow. The Knicks have been installed as a 7.5-point favorite. Game 1 of the Western Conference Finals tonight. The Thunder are 6.5-point favorites over the Spurs. But to your point, I am very excited to see how that goes. Alec, can you give me cut number 13? Because that's what makes it a super segment.
Darlene's in deep. Quinn scores! Jack Quinn, a one-timer! A power play goal! Buffalo back on top!
And they would beat the ever-loving crap out of Montreal 8-3.
This is a fun series, dude.
It really has been. And I thought going in, this might be like the Detroit-Cleveland series. But it feels like it's been way more fun, even though it's also going to Game 7. And Game 7 is tonight back in Buffalo. Buffalo is a very slight favorite. They're a minus 118. So it feels impossible at this moment to really say for sure which way this series is going to go. I guess I'll have to predict Buffalo because Canadian teams don't win the Stanley Cup.
I agree with you here. This is an interesting one because Montreal's been the only team that won back-to-back in the series. But that was leaving one and going back home. Losing, that was Buffalo. They lost. Yeah, so I wonder if that's going to be the thing of now you're back in Buffalo and you have to deal with that again. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, being back in Buffalo after losing at home, that was probably your last shot. That last injection of energy that you were going to get from your crowd was there. Now you're going to go into a Game 7 at Buffalo. That is not going to be a kind place to you whenever you go in there tonight. So this is exciting. This one's very exciting tonight.
Now, the winner will move on to play Carolina on Thursday. Here's going to be my crazy factoid of the day for you. Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Finals set for Thursday. Carolina finished its second sweep of the playoffs on Saturday, May the 9th. That will be 12 days between playoff games. To put that in perspective, from November 15th to November 26th, the Dallas Cowboys play 3 NFL games in the span of 11 days.
Nice.
So later in this season, the Cowboys will play 3 NFL games in between the span of time that Carolina has been waiting to continue the playoffs.
And Carolina can be like, yeah, like we do that all the time, guys. We play more games in 11 days than y'all ever do.
Yeah.
And
meanwhile, the Hurricanes are just sitting here. They're like, well, somebody's going to win.
Get a nice long break to wait and watch this thing happen and then find out who your opponent's going to be and somehow be able to have that kind of same, because whichever team wins this, Kevin, is going to be going into the next round with a spark.
Yes.
Like whether it's your home, you just won on your home ice, or whether you went into somebody else's house and took it from them, you have a spark, and they're going to have to match that to start the game.
If the Hurricanes were to sweep again, and they're 12-0 going into the Stanley Cup final, would they have to be the favorite? Even if it's against the Avalanche?
No.
We've only lost 1 game.
No.
Okay.
I don't think they would have to be just because of how good Colorado is.
All right.
But you make sense.
By the way, Colorado and Vegas, they get going on Wednesday. Did you see the actual penalty for Vegas?
No, I did
for
not.
not doing media availability. Now, this is a real penalty. All right. So their coach didn't come out for media, said he wasn't going to come out for media, and apparently this has been an issue a couple times before. The coach got fined $100,000, and they won. That's the thing. He got fined $100,000, and they got stripped of their second-round pick. Now that's
rules.
Punishment right there.
You know the rules.
And by the way, I'm pretty sure they traded away their next 2 or 3. So that means that they're not going to have a second-round pick for like the next 3 or 4 years. But yeah, that's a hell of a punishment right there. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and
let's get something away!
877-881-1053. Caller number 10 will win a pair of tickets to go see Logic and G-Eazy perform at the Pavilion at Toyota Music Factory on October 12th. You can buy those tickets from Live Nation, or you can win them for free right now. Caller number 10, 877-881-1053. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block.
Should my wife have been this upset about another woman's hair in my lap? Next on The Fan.
Our goal is to have you winning every sport. By our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. If you didn't win that go-around for the Logic and G-Easy tickets, don't worry. We'll be doing that giveaway all week long. And right now, it's time for the C-Block starring Cordy Major.
Kevin, thank you very much. I really appreciate that. We're going to get into the story of another woman's hair in my lap.
Oh.
In just a moment.
Well.
And we'll get into that in just a little bit.
All right.
But before we do, let's have a little sports conversation. Does that sound fair?
Yes.
Well, I guess this is sports meets education.
Oh, sportsication.
Sportsication, if you will. Graduation season is upon us. And I think graduation season it's a lot of fun. It's also very stressful for a lot of people. My wife recently posted a video of Avery putting his cap and gown on and then grabbing his little Georgie stuffed animal that he's had his entire life, like since our neighbor brought it to us on day 2 of him being home. So I guess not his entire life, because he's lived for like 4 or 5 days. But he there's lots of stuff going on right now with all the kids we've watched grow up, and they're all getting ready to graduate. My nephew just graduated with the highest GPA in his college at Brown. I think it was Brown University.
Nice.
Now he's going to law school.
Heard of it?
Or Rhodes College.
Oh, okay.
Now he's going to Vanderbilt for law school, where he's one of the top kids there too.
Harvard of the South.
I don't know if they've ever said that, but I appreciate it.
I heard many people say that, but they were all going to Vanderbilt. But still.
See, and in that instance, do you want to say you're the Harvard of the South, or you want to say that Harvard is the Vanderbilt of the North?
Yeah, that feels like a big stretch. So I'm okay with it.
Wow, dude. You who always wants to be number one. You're like, no, I'll let them have it.
Yeah, because, if you really were number one, you'd be going to Harvard, right?
Dude. Yeah, it makes a good point. Well,
no? I'm secure enough to be like, I did not go to Harvard.
I don't know. Is Harvard good?
So they say. Yeah, I feel like having multiple presidents graduated from Harvard Law, so that feels pretty good.
They're endowed.
Yeah, they're very well endowed.
They are.
That's how they were able to get by.
They are. Trust me, though. You want Harvard's endowment more than you want any lady endowments.
Don't know what you're talking about.
Yes, you do.
All that being said, as people are graduating with their master's degrees, Shaquille O'Neal's one of them.
Oh, really?
And Shaquille O'Neal was being announced at LSU for his master's graduation, and he's standing there waiting to be called. And this is how they announced Shaquille O'Neal.
Shaquille, I hate Charles Barkley O'Neal.
That is amazing. And man, that's amazing.
Now, again,
it's not just, this probably won't surprise you to know. I have a lot of weird respect for people who not only are accomplishing their goals, but really twisting it on their enemies or supposed enemies in the process. Man, that's awesome.
You have all these opportunities, with this one. Now, again, I'll give Shaq a lot of credit for the things we hear about him around here. Just not charitable things, but just good deeds that he does.
Right.
There are people. How many fans I've talked to or have messaged me with a picture of Shaq at Walmart. And they're like, by the way, he bought this and this and this. And I'm like, wow,
he's around the Metroplex.
Yeah, he lives in the Rockwell area. And people will be like, oh, yeah, I met Shaq last night, and he did this. He bought, 6 bicycles for kids. It's just kind of, but then
neat.
He had every opportunity to do something different in that moment, and he chose it to just dig in on Charles Barkley.
I love it.
What is the moment that you've really taken advantage of your opportunity to dig on your nemesis?
This story has led me to believe that I have not
done good enough.
Yeah, so I will work on that.
All right.
I have to think of new and exciting ways to try to go after my nemesis.
And see, that's the thing too. Who are your nemesis?
Oh, you know what? That's not true. I told Reggie I was going to start sending him a care package of delicious foods every single month. So hopefully he would get fat. Because every time, if you don't know this about Reggie, we've talked about this many, many times, and he's like, Kevin, I've never been fat. And he always says it the same way.
Never lost.
And he goes, not once. And now, if I text him, sometimes instead of responding, he'll send me how much he weighs, or he'll just randomly text me 191. And I'm like, damn it! Just to try to irritate.
Has that number gone up?
It's pretty solid.
He carries the weight well.
He does.
He's one of those guys that he could put on about 10 pounds and you'd be like, looks right.
He lives in Houston. He has to have put on weight. The food is good.
He says no.
I think it's good weight, though. I think he's just like, you know what? I can get into the gym a little bit more. I feel like there's good weight for him.
Gotcha.
Like the last time I saw him, gave him a hug, I was like, firming up a little bit.
Oh, that's a weird thing to think.
I don't know what you mean by that.
I think it's weird that when you're in the midst of hugging someone, you're like, let me quickly judge their body composition.
You don't feel their firmness whenever you hug somebody?
No, and hopefully they don't feel mine either.
Kevin, I think you're looking at this in the wrong way.
I think you are looking at this in the wrong way. I agree. We're looking at it differently. I do not believe I'm on the wrong side of history.
I feel like I'm walking around the room in innocence.
Yeah.
And you're walking around the room in sin.
Well, I'll tell you what. Here's my challenge. Go up to a stranger. Actually, find somebody on this floor that you don't know super well. Reach out your arms and say, would you like to feel my firmness? And see how that goes.
You don't announce that you're feeling their firmness.
Okay, well then if you're low-key being like, oh, I'm just hugging people. And
like if you were, let's say you found a grandma, your grandma, I don't know.
My grandma's dead.
Okay, so this is really going to make sense. And you went to hug her, dead, and she felt light.
Okay.
You're telling me you wouldn't notice
It's your grandma.
how light and dead she feels?
Is this the way you wanted it to go?
Maybe.
That's what I'm afraid
Sometimes when you get into the lane.
Yeah. You definitely have that kind of Bobby vibe at times when you're like, whew, it's not going well. Well, you could stop. Or
let's dig this hole a little deeper.
Yeah, exactly.
See how far this thing can
and
actually
you're like,
go.
fine, I'll see your story with a dead grandma anecdote.
Let go and let God.
Yeah. Thank you, Bobby, for contributing again. I'm trying to figure out how much time
there's too much time left on the clock.
No, the hair story is going to need.
Oh, tell me the hair story.
Well, before we get to, actually, you know what? I'll tell the hair story. That way we'll get back to jerseys in just a little bit.
Okay.
All right. So over the weekend, we went to see a play. Now, I'll be honest, this is a musical and a play that I've seen in the last 3 weeks.
Bye Bye Birdie.
Bye Bye Birdie. And then we went to see American Buffalo.
Oh, the Joaquin Phoenix, Christina Ricci movie?
Maybe so.
Maybe that's Buffalo 66.
Stone Cottage Theater in Addison.
Okay.
And I'm dead serious. It's a stone cottage.
Oh,
the
neat.
stage is the size of this room. And it sat it was 3 rows by 14 people, 14 chairs.
Okay.
So you can do the math
42.
There you go. And we went and had dinner.
I'd already done the math.
This little place is awesome. It's really cool, intimate venue. The guy that we went with, he was like, look, if you sneeze, you might actually hit one of the actors, so be careful. Which, crazy enough, he had a sneezing fit on the drive home. And then his wife gave him a piece of gum and said, I don't know, see if this activates something. And then he stopped sneezing. So, guys, we may have found out we have sneeze gum out there. Would you get something called sneeze gum just to have around?
I don't think with that title I would.
That's why I told Adrian to market a better name. I was like, come up with a better name. We'll sell this thing.
Okay.
Instead of Trident, it'll be Spork. So it's the Classic Theater Project did American Buffalo.
Okay.
Classic Theater Project is the name of the group. And there's a lot of companies here in DFW that do acting and stuff like that. And this is one of those local opportunities to go see something. It was exquisite, dude. Like they were really good. It was a 3-man group. Like it was 3 people. That was it. And it was 50 minutes and 45 minutes. That's how long each side was. And by the end of the night, I was captivated, had a really great moment of tension, really fun story. I was like, this is great. The actors were awesome. Like, I got to give them tons of credit for bringing me in. They really did a good job. The setting was good, but the actors were very good, too. So good job by the Classics Theater Project on American Buffalo. That being said, in our seats are seats, right? It's kind of tiered.
Okay.
And we're sitting on the back row, and there's a woman sitting in front of us.
Oh,
she comes in.
I get it.
She comes in and sits down, and she has a lot of hair. A lot of hair.
Mm.
And she starts putting her hand up over her hair and flipping her hair to one side and flipping it back, and then she'll leave her arm up there. And my knees, I'm a tall guy. I'm a tall drink of water, Alec. All right?
Why me?
I looked over in your direction, and that's why I said that.
Uh-huh.
I've been talking.
You know why.
And so my knees are up against the back of her chair, and now her hair is all over my lap. And Adrian looks down.
Oh, no.
And I look over at Adrian, and I see the look on her face of, what is happening? That is gross.
Gross, huh?
The woman sitting next to her, our friend, Adrian's friend, she looks over, and I see the same look on her face of, why? No.
Oh.
No. And they start discussing it in a theater so tiny that you can hear everything that's going on in that room.
Oh, no.
But I don't think the lady in front of us noticed.
Oh, okay.
Because for the rest of the night, this continued to happen, where she would flip her hair around and it would land on my lap. Now, I don't care. I am watching what's going on the stage floor, and I am like interested in that. I could care less about anything else that's going on. The lady's hair is not bugging me. It doesn't smell bad.
Did you kind of like it at all?
Nope. Okay. Did not give any other thought to it other than I could see out of the corner of my eye my wife and her friend judging.
Okay.
And then at the very end of the play, at the very end of it all, my wife decides that she's going to put her leg over my leg and nudge this lady's hair around with her foot. And I was like, what are you doing right now? Stop this. That could.
Okay.
And the lady never noticed. But I was telling Adrian, I was like,
This is like Rapunzel or something?
You are, she had a lot of hair, dude.
Okay.
And I was like, you are so much more like invested in this situation than I am. She's not even bugging you.
Women, right?
Yeah. Well, so that's what I'm saying is I could care less or I couldn't care less. I didn't care at all. All right, I'll say that much.
Is too much hair ever a deal breaker for you?
Nope, can't say it. I have an answer to that.
Okay.
And so, but the question is, if it's not directly bugging you,
I don't see what the problem is.
Should you let it bug you that much to where you now are taking action in a situation? I thought she was going to kick that lady in the back of the head.
Yeah, because it's her hair. I don't see the thing. It would have been different if you were like, oh, yeah, somehow she didn't notice that 2 of her fingers were on your knee. Or I don't know, something. And I'd be like, yeah.
She kept accidentally putting her hand on my leg.
Yeah, I could see how she would be like, not today, skank, or whatever. But like, if she didn't know, or like, I believe she didn't know.
Is it my responsibility if I don't care?
Nope.
For my wife's sake, to lean over and tap this lady on the shoulder and say, hey, your hair is all over me, and I would appreciate it not be.
See, this is where it's tricky, right, Alec? Because I say no, but I'm not married to Corey, and the person that is married to Corey and can thus make things more difficult for him, she does care. So do you need to default to that person, perhaps?
I feel like you always have to Because I'm with you, Kevin. I wouldn't care. And Corey, I would not care. I wouldn't even notice if we're being honest. I would be so locked in on the play. But I've been with people that I know would make a similar scene. So I would just be like, all right, well, I'll do something about it because it's bothering you. So inherently it has to bother me too. So, yeah, I feel like you have to default in that case, but I wouldn't care. Yeah. Unless it smells.
It didn't smell bad. It didn't smell good.
Or it was like matted or something.
It wasn't dirty hair, I don't think. But then again,
it was neutral.
I didn't care because I was very invested in what I was there for, and that was what was going on the stage.
Was there a conversation between y'all about it?
After?
Yeah.
On the drive home?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Did I tell my wife, hey, I didn't care? She was like, I don't care.
So she doesn't care that you don't care.
She didn't care. No, it bugged her a lot more because she was like, it's just gross. It was just gross for somebody to be doing something like that.
Do you think that? Or do you think by gross she meant touching her husband?
A little too much, probably.
Okay.
But listen, you won. You already got me.
That's a good point.
You've already won the prize.
Oh, my gosh.
You already have the victory in your pocket. You're good.
Like the anti-Jasmine from Aladdin.
Yeah.
You were a prize to be won.
From 3-2-1, Corey should have thrown his hair at that lady in retaliation.
That's right.
No, I'm good.
Man, I think there might be something wrong with me because in my insane brain, Corey leans right over, takes out some scissors, cuts off some hair, sprinkles it on her. It's like, how do you like it, lady?
Sprinkle it in her drink.
Whoa. I got something to spare. Can keep in your pocket.
That's the C Block, ladies and gentlemen. Again, congratulations to the Classics Theater Project.
I forgot that's what we were talking about.
Really cool. American Buffalo. I think it's running through June, like June 20th or something like that, if you want to check it out. And again, the Stone Cottage Theater in Addison, awesome little venue that I never knew existed, and I'm glad I do now.
Yeah. All right.
Watch out for
I hear you.
Your dates.
Yep. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, this time, for real, probably, we'll do winners and wankers of the weekend next right here on The Fan.
When your friends say, hey, did you hear? You can probably...
Masterpiece is brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Stays onside. Sarver with a chance to win it. Sarver with a massive goal for FC Dallas to take a 3-2 lead. Scuba time at PayPal Park as FC Dallas for a third time tonight have put themselves in front.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And Corey will lead off our wankers of the weekend. No, I'm just kidding.
Happens.
It's time for winners and wankers of the weekend. We did play a positive one. Would you like to start with the winners?
Yeah, let's rock with the winners here, man.
All right, for the winners, FC Dallas and Sam Sarver. Sam Sarver, once again, scored in the 3rd minute of second half stoppage time for FC Dallas, gave them the 3-2 victory over San Jose, which I know is really clutch. I believe they lost 3-2 on the Wednesday before. So Sammy Sarver, he comes on the show again, scores another goal, gets FC Dallas another win. And it was the celebration afterwards that I know caught a lot of people's attention, and we can talk about that in just a second. But Lionel Messi, obviously, he's playing a lot more. It's a little different. I just thought this was fun. Lionel Messi is currently putting up 1 goal for every 98 minutes he's on an MLS field. For Sam Sarver, he's putting up 1 goal for every 61 minutes he's on the field. So I just think that's fun. By the way,
you're saying Messi's a chump?
I would never say that.
You're just presenting the facts.
Exactly.
Gotcha.
But also, there's like a 25-minute 30 for 30 or something short on ESPN called Messi, the Lost Tape. Most of it is not in English, but it's awesome. Especially if you like soccer, really go check it out. And every single goal that Sarver has scored has come in the 87th minute or later. And every single one has been part of an FC Dallas win.
Yeah, he discussed that a little bit last week.
Yes.
Whenever you asked him, do you like that? And he was like, I like coming off with fresh legs, and everybody else kind of might be dead, and it's my opportunity to use my athleticism to help the team out.
And he said, no excuse.
Yeah, exactly. And he knows exactly what his role is. And Kevin, this is one of the things. Whenever I was in college, I got to cover a soccer team that had a player just like this that they would use for late minute stuff. And one night they were kind of discussing starting him. And it was the national championship game. And I was like, why would you do that?
Yeah.
Now I'm having, we're having dinner and I'm just having a conversation with him. But I was like, why would you do that? He's done this all year long and come off the bench and scored goals for you. And then I said, why would you change that now? He is a spark plug late in the game when you need him. Literally the next day they play in the game. He doesn't start. He scores ignites 2 goals. One he set up and the other one he scored that won the national championship. I was like, it makes a lot of sense to have a dude with that kind of athleticism, speed, and quickness.
Yeah.
Do what he does so late. And his confidence is so high right now. Sarver's, that is. It's awesome to watch, especially with the energy. And you know that the team, here's the thing that I don't know. You know the team knows when he comes off the bench, and now other opponents are probably going to start catching on to it too. When he comes off, we're going to get this from him. But at what point do you go, we just expect this from him, and he doesn't do it? And then how do you adjust from there? That's going to be the future. But for right now, ride this high. It's awesome.
So he said his coach at Indiana said there used to be another player that did a scuba celebration, and he yelled at him because he didn't want to get hurt, and so he thought it'd be funny to do it, and he did that celebration where he just whoosh.
Yeah, he had all three of his teammates hop onto the wall, and they just flip back over the wall.
And then people were throwing some beers on the field, so he said, I decided to chug one.
This is too cool. Now, I don't know if it looked like he may have just let the beer wash upon him because, he's on the field.
Right.
Can you be inebriated and playing soccer legally in the MLS?
There's only 6 minutes of stoppage time.
Yeah. But
I don't know.
But they, when you have opposing fans so mad at you that they chuck a beer onto the field at you, hit you in the head, and you're like, what else am I going to do it? Thank you for the free beer, buddy.
Yeah. From the 561, sounds like a KNC bump to me as well. Can you get some of the Rangers' offense on?
Okay.
It's a good question.
The G-Bag Nation has the player show.
We will look into.
And we like when they have the player show.
If we can fix that up.
I enjoy listening to the player show on the G-Bag Nation.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying they could give more than one player. Their offense is struggling a lot. So I don't know if we could submit that as a question for them with Chris Young today.
More players?
Yeah, could you send multiple players on so we could
let's get the 105.3 the fan bump for
exactly fix this up. Now, this one's a little complicated.
Before you go any further, I'm sorry.
Okay.
All right, next time we have Sammy on, do you think we can request a celebration?
Sure.
Is this one of those where, hey, Sammy, next time you score that game-winning goal, can you give us I'm calling you boys?
Oh,
so let everybody know I'm calling into the KNC Masterpiece for the next show. I don't know how we work this out, but I do need to go ahead and let FC Dallas know we have to have a move this week's meeting. So
okay, all right. So Aaron Rai obviously has to be a winner of the weekend as well. He won the PGA Championship, I believe, going in. He was approximately 288 to 1. On the betting odds. So hell of a performance right there by him. And you do realize now that PGA Championship is over, the countdown begins, because the next PGA Championship, the 108th edition of the PGA Championship, is at the 109th, is at Frisco's Fields Ranch East course.
Cool.
It will be the first men's major in North Texas since 1963's PGA Championship. So it's coming back to the Metroplex. They are now on the clock.
This is going to be in the dead middle of July.
I assume it'd be about the same time as now. So mid to later May.
Mayflower season.
Yeah,
huh?
It's not so bad. Now I take you to Texas Tech. Texas Tech softball specifically. And they did, even though it looked like they would not. So they were in their regional, and they're playing Ole Miss. It's the bottom of the 7th, and they trail 8-0. In regional and NCAA softball tournament history, teams that trailed by 8+ runs were 0-640.
You're kidding me. There's been that many games that teams have been down that much?
Yeah.
That's crazy.
We need a little bit more parity in softball.
But I guess there's a lot of history.
Yes, that is true.
We're going back to like the 20s, right?
I have no idea when NCAA softball started. I would guess significantly later than that, but I don't know that. So give me cut number 7. Remember, it was 8-0 in the bottom of the 7th, but then we got here.
Chance of Raider power, get into it, panel, the RBI, sack fly, and the Rain Raiders comeback is complete, never done before.
They did it!
Since 1982, by the way.
Okay, so see, I was like, it had to have been
Still
later.
600 in that amount of time is insane.
They were victorious 10-9 in the bottom of the 8th, and they went on to win the Lubbock Regional. So now they will move on to the Super Regional. Congratulations, Texas Tech softball. That's bananas.
We had an intern a long time ago, Kevin.
Yeah, shout out Mia.
That had some ideas about Texas Tech softball.
I need a text.
They invested some money into that program.
Yes, they did.
It looks like Texas Tech said we're going to invest a lot of money into all of our athletics programs, and the success has been very beneficial for them.
Now I'm a little conflicted on this one. So it starts off super positive. So these are the winners. Olivia Miles, she joined Elite Company for the WNBA. And so did Caitlin Clark, setting and making WNBA history. Here's where I'm conflicted. Olivia Miles became the 3rd player in WNBA history to have at least 10 points and 5 assists in her first 3 career games.
Wow, that's amazing.
Is it?
The first one to do it.
No, the 3rd.
Oh, the 3rd. Oh, well, that's pretty cool.
But also 10 points or more and 5 assists or more.
Are you comparing it to men's basketball?
I'll give you one more, and I think that answer will clearly be yes. Caitlin Clark furthered her already standing WNBA record with 20-plus points and 10-plus assists. That's the 12th in a single game. That's the 12th time she's ever done that. Previous WNBA record for her career was 10. 20 and 10 is a good game. She's done it 12 times, which is the most in the history of the league. And Olivia Miles, and I realize Olivia Miles had a better game than just 10 and 5. It's not about Olivia Miles. But
if the conversation is regarding her versus Fudd, then it definitely is about Olivia Miles right now.
I hear you on that. I'm just saying, Olivia Miles did something really cool to start, but she's only the 3rd player who's had 3 straight games of 10-5 plus. Mm-hmm. And Caitlin Clark was the only player that's ever had more than 10, 20, and 10 games in the history of the league. That seems pathetic.
The WNBA was founded in 96?
Yeah, so 30 years.
So in a 30-year window, do you look at that as major advancements over that time, or they were just incapable of being able to do this until now?
I don't know, because I don't want to say the second one, but there's something that doesn't match up. And I realize, it's...
You are comparing it to the men's game,
sure.
though, and because in the first 30 years, what were they? I have no clue what they were doing.
I would have to look into that as well.
And this is just me I see what you're saying about this. And I'm trying to figure out some things.
And maybe I should just go compare it to women's or men's college basketball, because they only play 40 minutes in the WNBA game as opposed to 48. But I just feel like those numbers are crazy
low. They have
low.
less?
Yeah.
Okay.
Which also feels like, wouldn't you want to strive for that level of equality as well?
Interesting. I don't know. Congratulations to them for doing something that nobody's ever done before.
Yeah, no, it is very impressive that they're in that company, because for Olivia Miles, she's with Candace Parker and Sue Bird, so 2 of the greatest players the league's ever seen. And then for Caitlin Clark, she's with Courtney Vandersloot. And so it's great class to be in. It just seems extraordinarily low. By the way, for Caitlin Clark, Vandersloot did that in 436 games. Caitlin Clark did this in 57.
All right.
So she is on pace, not only obviously already broke the record, but shatter it forever and ever.
How are the Wings doing?
They're 1-2. I believe they play again this evening.
All right, let's go. Let's rock, baby. See how this thing goes.
All right. We might have to hold on. Maybe we'll bring it into crosstalk for the North Carolina running story. A couple more quick things. The Detroit Pistons. They're losers, wankers of the weekend, not only because they lost, but they let down Osar Thompson. There have been 17 instances in postseason since 2004 where one player had 25 or more steals and 25 or more blocks. The other 16 of them all went to the NBA Finals, and then Osar Thompson.
Wow.
So, would you equate that with Jalen Duran as well? Number of games under 10 points in the regular season, 6.
Nice. Congratulations.
In the postseason, 7.
What happened?
Exactly.
I don't know. Does the GM or the coach come in and go, what happened?
I think it's going to need to be the GM because a lot of people thought maybe he could ride with Cade, and now people are like, seriously, you need to get Cade some damn help.
Isn't it the playoffs that always do quantify that for you, though?
Yes.
Playoffs are the equalizer for you. If you are a playoff team now and you've been kind of riding this, that second man is not good enough if those are the things that happen.
You were right about that. Maybe NBA fans were the real losers because before this postseason, no NBA playoff run had ever featured 3 30-point road wins to clinch a series. In 30 years, hadn't happened. That happened 3 times in the conference semifinals. The Spurs won by 30, the Cavs by 31, and the Knicks by 30.
This is the iteration of the NBA that we have, Kevin.
It's just crazy that you would see that in the closeout game, too, right? But
no, it's not.
Okay.
Because the way the NBA is at this point.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Do we have some track and field to litigate? Next with the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Number one Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Here comes number 41. A breaking pitch lifted high into the air. Deep right field. Nimmo gets turned around. He is back near the wall. He leaps, and he's got it. Brandon Nimmo pulled that one back, going over that 8-foot-high wall and taking a home run away from Yordan Alvarez. Brandon Nimmo, make a play.
K&C Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Courtesy of D&M Leasing, it is time for our chit-chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Amazing, Hagee. How are you?
I am doing very well. Thank you for asking. Now, we have a story we didn't get a chance to get to today, but we've all discussed it kind of off air. Have you seen the hat? I swear that's fair, but this is a true story. I wasted like 4 minutes of Wolchuk's time in the break to set up a joke.
He was so into the conversation. He was like, hey, he's finally talking to me like I'm a friend.
I know.
Then he really thought that you were building something.
We've made up since the Thriller night.
We have had numerous conversations.
No, we have. Honestly, you and I have been tremendous ever since, and I love you dearly. It's the morning show that is just drama queens.
Basically, to cut to the chase and how I started the show was I saw a guy up at the ATM that just had one leg, and I went up there to try and help him. Turned out he was just trying to check his balance.
You know what? I actually heard that joke from Chad Ochocinco a few days ago.
Thanks to Lucius.
It was great. Like, it's a really good joke.
People texted that in that he said that. I heard it from my wife, and I was like,
she's a frequenter of the G-Bag Nation.
And she's a nightcapper.
Yeah.
I can't imagine she knows who Ochocinco is, let alone. But that is her kind of humor.
It's a good joke.
It is. So we go to the state of North Carolina, where
Raleigh?
What's that?
Raleigh?
No.
North Carolina?
No. Mallard Creek High School. And they're,
of course, Mallard.
Yeah, sure. They're about to win the state championship. All they need is 2 points in the boys 4x400. They're the heavy favorites to win this race, and in fact, they are going to win the race when anchor Nyan Brown near the finish line. He held up 5 fingers to sit on his left hand to signify 5th championship for the team.
Okay.
5th state championship.
Held it up for the final 2 to 3 seconds of the race.
5th quarter.
5's up.
As soon as he crossed the finish line, an official held up a yellow flag. He was disqualified for celebrating before the end of the race, ruled as unsportsmanlike conduct. They are disqualified from that race. They get 0 points. Eventually, they don't get any more points needed, and they do not now win the state championship. And then it goes to Jordan High.
Freaking Jordan High.
Now, supposedly,
that rules official's alma mater.
Oh, wow. That would be amazing if we found that out. And Brown, who's already signed a track scholarship with NC State, he was like, I don't want to talk about it because he didn't want the issue to become a bigger deal. But a lot of people are making it a bigger deal. Supposedly, the team had been warned a few times about this. But does this seem like petty nonsense to you?
I mean, I guess it makes a little bit more sense now that we know that the warnings have been happening.
Right.
So the officials said there is a no wiggle room policy on this. No wiggle room policy. I think that's an official term, Hagee.
It does sound.
And then
right.
they were
I
looking
like the
for
way you said
anything.
it
They were
before.
looking for anything because there's no possible way you could argue that was reasonable taunting.
Yeah.
You watch these track and field events every time someone's crossing the finish line. There is some sort of a celebration, and I would say holding up number 5 for a 5th team state championship is very well within reason.
Which, by the way, means not even all his. That means he was also celebrating other state titles when he didn't even go
Legacy.
there.
This dude was so far ahead. He didn't turn around and show 5 to anybody.
No.
He was showing it to his teammates that were waiting past the finish line that we are about to celebrate our 5th one. And that was what it was. Now, the other thing is they said they warned him. The coach is like, when you warn a player, you have to have the coach there too. He said, I was never brought over for this warning.
Yeah.
And they said there was one of the incidents that had happened earlier was hooking. I thought when they said hooking, I was like, oh, he took out another hurdler. He just accidentally hooked one of the hurdles. Like that, he went around it instead of going. I thought hooking meant like he's taking somebody out.
Yeah.
This is the thug team that's just trying to take people down. That wasn't necessarily the instance there. And I guess the kid that did this also, Alec, didn't you say he had broken a state record earlier in the day as well? So like this, they are legit. They deserve this title, right?
Yeah, he was putting in work all day. He had already broken, I think it was a school record in the 300 hurdle.
Yeah.
Wow.
So, like, this is a legit dude, and he, like, flexed at a camera after that one, and there was no issue with that.
Oh, come on.
Mm-hmm. But when he put up the 5...
We got to have some consistency here.
Yeah.
The fun police are really getting overzealous.
Zebras always making it about themselves. Those are the worst kind of zebras.
If you're that other school, if you're Jordan High, are you like, hey?
No, we do not want it.
Okay.
No, you don't want to win that way.
No.
Yeah.
You lost.
So you don't celebrate? Do you put the banner up? Like, what are the next steps here?
You probably do, but if I'm on the team, I don't feel good about it.
Okay,
I'm sure the school's going to want to celebrate it.
Yeah.
But I think those people that participated that were on the track team were like, we lost that race. We know the truth.
I mean, an empty championship means nothing to me, so no, I'm not celebrating it. You know, I'm making an example out of this. We're gonna load up the school buses and we're gonna go to that high school and hand deliver them their championship.
Oh,
Yeah.
Wow.
That's downright sportsmanlike of you.
Yeah, we're gonna blow up on social. You know, we're gonna be the school that does the right thing. You know? Always do the right thing.
Okay.
Do the right thing always.
Okay.
We are saying.
I like that.
And you get to stick it to the officials as well. People appreciate that.
Yeah. That's really what
the
we're
officials
setting
hold
up
against
for.
you the next year. They're like, we saw you all shove that in our face. Now we all are never winning. You're always. They're like, we're after you guys for being good people.
Every year the champion is not really the champion, and they have to go deliver the fake championship to the real winners. It's a new tradition in the community.
I actually am really excited about that. Potentially.
Just as Russia should have brought us our gold in 78.
True.
Hagee.
Oh, true. Very true. It's going to bother me if I don't say this. I think it was 76. I'm sorry. I don't know why I'm like this.
That is actually what we now do in our fantasy league. The loser or the winner has to drive, go pick up. The loser of the Super Bowl has to go drive and pick it up from the winner and take it to the new winner. They got to go drive it all the way around, no matter how far away they live. One dude lives in Carolina, so
Raleigh.
Hope I don't lose that year.
Raleigh.
I think Mallard Creek.
I don't know that to be.
Did he go to Jordan High?
The case was. I don't know. Let's say, for the purposes of ending this, yes.
Yes, he did.
What do you fine fellas got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always, Hagee. Thanks for asking. Brian remains out. He's hanging out with his dad. He's having a father-son week. So
That's
send that man
nice.
some love on social. Let him know he's missed. Vach Lombardi is going to be doing the corner today at 3:40. And then, of course, at 4:20, our Monday staple, the great CY.
I like it. Would you consider, and guess what? I was wrong too, is 72. Would you consider asking him if he could send more players to be on air so we can help fix this offense up as a team?
Yeah, we need
More players
bumps.
on air.
More player bumps.
More players.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just write it down. Be serious.
Look, if they send one and they're getting the G-bag bump, we need at least 2 or 3.
We want to try to help the team as well.
It's like a puff pass interview where it's like 2 questions and then you pass
Go
on
to the next guy, and then they benefit with batting average and slug.
Yeah.
We're just here to do our part.
Doing our part.
You never know.
Time
You might
to get Corey Seager on the show.
Yeah, that.
You think he'll tell us about his back today?
Probably not.
Well, the thing about his back is
you cheeky son of a gun.
The location.
Roll home. Jeez Louise. With the G-Bag Nation.
Is that too dirty for you?
We're going into a meeting, so yes. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. Make your way back with us tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105 through the Fair.
Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. General at your service at East Broadus continues to be off. Send that man some love on social. Lucius Alexander's in the Pimp Cup Master Control here, 75 and 635. Fixing to go a full 5 flawless. Rangers baseball tonight. Pregame at 7 o'clock. They're in Colorado to take on the Rockies. So that's one of those weird. There's a handful of teams across the big leagues that are starting games at 6:30 now, trying to get these things in before it gets too late. And I don't know how to feel about it. I like my 7 o'clock start times myself. But if the Rangers wanted to dial that back 30 minutes, it might make sense. Allow your younger audience to stay up for the whole game.
Yeah, that'll play. That'll play with the families and trying to grow the youngsters into being baseball fans. I get to my bedtime's at 9 o'clock. I'm watching the whole game, baby.
Perfect. That's right.
I want to watch these 1-0 games. Like, people forget how fun those are.
They'll take care of this fan base.
You love a good pitching duel right there.
8-zip was pretty good last night. We'll talk about that. I think the top story, though, by the way, salute to Aiden Butler coordinating your video. And a reminder to download that Odyssey app. It'll be Atolo's best friend, the ultimate backup. Of course, Wolchuk and Chia follower in the house. You guys have a good weekend?
Yeah, I would say it was solid. Had a little crazy reptile situation in the backyard yesterday.
That's right, I saw that.
That was crazy.
How long was that?
Was it on the weekend itinerary? That was probably like a good 3.5 footer.
Oh, yeah, I'd have crapped my pants.
Little snaky snake.
In fact,
action.
I might have.
That'll create quite a stir.
I want to bookmark what Wolchuk just said. That he might have crapped his pants this weekend.
You can gloss over that.
I don't think that was on your weekend itinerary either when you clocked out on Friday. The snake wasn't for me. We ultimately got it taken care of, and I'll get into more detail perhaps a little bit later on in the program. But
nice.
we are safe. But trying to go to sleep last night was tough.
With thoughts of that,
just knowing
what is possible.
Like, where's the brother? Where's the sister? Where's mom? Where's dad? They're probably trying to find their baby. I would be. Unfortunately, they're not going to find their baby, okay?
Because you murdered him?
They might find me.
Yeah, they might come
you
looking.
up.
Yeah, dude, they're serious.
But we got reports that it was a harmless snake, not venomous.
Yeah,
okay.
the Twitter scientists are telling me it was just a water snake that I guess isn't venomous. Could still bite you, though, right?
Non-venomous water snake.
They could bite you.
Yeah, I think they could, but it wouldn't hurt. You'd be all right.
To taste.
Okay, the top story in sport right now for the entire nation is Brendan Sorsby. He has already sought treatment for his gambling addiction. And what is this? He is filing an injunction against the NCAA seeking his college eligibility for the season. So the filing says Sorsby suffers from a clinically diagnosed gambling disorder, which is a mental health condition. So salute to the lawyers on that one. The NCAA has weaponized his condition to shore up a facade of competitive integrity while simultaneously profiting from the very gambling ecosystem it polices.
I think he's got a point.
That's great lawyer speak right there, man.
It does.
Yeah. I think if you're in Lubbock or you're a big fan of tech and you want to use this as like a go get 'em rallying cry, like, hey, our guy has a problem, You guys can't just bring all this gambling into college football.
Just throw it in his face like that.
And then kick players out when they're like, hey, I want to gamble too.
You're taunting him every single game day.
I mean, you can make it flow logically. And if you're a lawyer, you're talking to the Sorsby family like, yeah, $200,000, I'm going to go in front of a judge and nail this speech. I just don't think he's got much of a shot because of the rules. And that's unfortunate because I have so many Red Raider friends in my life. And I want to see them have fun.
No, you should just text them and say, get ready to learn Will Hammond, buddy.
Will Hammond could be a good player, and he got cleared according to the text, which is great. My brother-in-law is already flooding me with texts right now. The NCAA does not want this smoke. Red Raiders are out in full force trying to rally for the troops for their guy. I mean, the hope could be, do they end up just saying, all right, you're suspended half the season? And if you're a Texas Tech fan, that's a big win.
You can hope, like, let's play our hand as strong as possible. Let's throw ourselves in the mercy of the court. I think it's pathetic. Like, I wouldn't want me or anybody in my family to say, oh, I got a problem. I'm addicted to gambling. Please let me back in. Like, you screwed up, right? You were an idiot. You were gambling on the games that your team was in. You know this was against the rules. Be accountable. and say, I screwed up. Thank you very much, NCAA, and I am sorry. Not this, the NCAA is wronging me for bringing gambling into my life and then throwing me out. Like, you can tune into sports games and see alcohol ads.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean you can get drunk at the game as a player. That doesn't mean you can drink beer and go into the game, right? Mm-hmm. It's very easy to shoot down the idea that things we're going to advertise for. It doesn't necessarily mean you have a blanket green light to do this on game day.
100%. Yeah, and that's a very clear and obvious pushback. So you're not buying. You think he's just milking this thing about the, like, I'm like, I have a problem. I'm addicted to gambling. Please give me a break on this.
I mean,
that's the way he's spinning it and selling it.
I mean, I am a lifetime problem gambler. You
personally,
yes. So I know what that is.
Right,
I'm intimately aware of what it is.
Yeah,
you make a stupid bet and then you double it, and then you find yourself in the hole. And now you're saying, how can I get out of this hole? And the only way out of it in your personal, private world is to keep pushing the envelope.
Right.
And the more you get underground, the more desperate you are to find an advantage, right? The rest of us, what we do is we call these 1-800 lines of people that promise you the world, like Brandon Lang, like, I got all the, give me $500 and we'll go 10-0 this weekend. That's what normal people do. But, if you're inside the sport, you have access to a deeper layer of information, and you, with greed and fear taking over in your life, psychologically ruined, you're considering telling your parents about this maybe 6-figure debt that you've incurred, right? There's a lot going on here that makes people desperate enough. And that's without even including any organized crime. We don't know if Brendan Sorsby went there. We assume that all of his gambling was done on the internet. But if you do go to an organized crime bookie, now they're really starting to put a high level of pressure on you that will make you do a completely other level of desperate stuff, to try to get back to even. So, unfortunately, I think it's so crappy for what's happened to Tech, because they couldn't get there in the old system, right? Now they got close, but now in this new system, it looks like they're going to be a major player, and this year could have been special.
Yeah,
the good news to me is that you have the resources, and now you have momentum. And maybe one of these younger guys can play, but you're probably going to have to wait until a year or two down the road before you find yourself back in the playoffs.
Yeah, it's a big bummer. I mean, ultimately, I hope that he ends up getting reinstated. I think it'd be great for Texas Tech. But big picture, you can't bet on your own team. And that's what it comes down to. I don't care who he's betting on, but you can't bet on Indiana when you're enrolled at Indiana and on the Indiana football team. And it doesn't matter to me that it was several years ago, because the NCAA is going to have a bigger problem on their hands if all of a sudden they just say, you know what, we'll look the other way here. You're right. We don't want to go through this legal battle. And then what's going to happen from here on out when every other player pops up here and they gambled on their own team? You've got to put a rule in place against this, which they have for this very reason. So Sorsby, in my opinion, probably screwed. And I don't know what's going to happen with his future. That's the thing that really stinks here, because you really needed this year from an NFL standpoint to evaluate him. In the big games at Cincinnati, he really didn't play his best. And I think that there are a lot of NFL teams that are like, we're not really sure. We see a very talented player, but then now you've also got the gambling stuff. When you're a quarterback and you're face of the franchise, you can't be worrying about, is my quarterback having a gambling tiff over here? And now he's, Shohei Ohtani, and now we're going to have issues. I don't know where he's going to end up going in the supplemental draft if that happens, but it sucks for Red Raider Nation. It really, really does.
It does. And I think you make a good point that as this gambling becomes more and more out there, you got to set the precedent now.
Right.
You can't
lay down the law.
Evaldi was back, and he was awesome. 7 scoreless. The Rangers offense really surged after taking a couple of nights off. That got kind of rough, almost getting no hit.
Yes, what the hell?
Well, but they beat the Astros in the finale 8-zip. Jake Berger, 4 ribbies, had a homer, had a double. Higashioka went deep as well. So it was good to see him avoid the sweep, but they did lose a little bit of ground over the weekend, and the offense not consistent enough as they go into Colorado tonight. The pregame is coming up at 7 o'clock right here on the Fan with the first pitch at 7:40. Okay, Mavs fans have been checked out for months, but many basketball fans in our social circles will be fired up tonight as Game 1 Thunder Thunder hosting the Spurs. It is the Western Conference Finals that are going to be underway. How much of a shot does San Antonio have here?
I mean, in my mind, I think they have a decent shot in terms of, like, I expect this to be a very competitive series. Like, this is not going to be Oklahoma City just running it up and sweeping or gentleman sweeping. I think this is a minimum of 6 games, and I think there's a real shot that it goes 7. I think the biggest thing is just that OKC kind of has that experience, of course, and that matters. For San Antonio, this is going to be kind of like, this is the first time you've made it this far, and Oklahoma City is really unbelievable. Now, the Spurs have played them extremely well. Wemby's played extremely well. It'll be interesting to see if they, tick up his minutes a little bit more. Like, you're not just be able to go out there and play your requisite 29 minutes or whatever. Probably need to get him on the floor a little bit more, but he's had Chet Holmgren kind of in the blender in their matchups there. So I think this is going to be a heck of a series. I really do. I will still take OKC with the home court advantage and just the championship experience to unseat the Spurs, but I think it goes 6 or 7 games.
Yeah, San Antonio's won 4 of 5 in the series, in the matchups. They do match up well. Obviously, things change significantly when you get to the postseason. But yeah, OKC a 6.5-point favorite in this one. Wow. And maybe by the time we get to Game 2 on Wednesday, that number could come down. I think that's what I'm hoping for. Game 3 will be in San Antonio on Friday. We'll check.
I guess De'Aaron Fox, like his health, I mean, I think the Spurs could absolutely win the series. But I think because of the injury that he's dealing with, I'd still lean OKC in 6. I think I'm with you on that. I think both these conference finals should go at least 6 games. What a bummer it was last night. Detroit just looking lifeless. A Game 7 at home, and you come out that flat. That was a disgusting performance for the Pistons.
Okay, I guess it is back to the drawing board. Yeah, for Detroit. Cade Cunningham just 13 points. That one's pretty tough there to see. And James Harden with another shot. Harden with another shot to sort of redo his legacy. He had some big games in the series. Maybe even tallied more points total than Donovan Mitchell. So that's an interesting storyline to track. The NBA firmly in the international player era. Nick Wright posting it's not only been 8 straight years of an international MVP, but also 6 straight years of international players finishing 1-2. And 5 straight years of international players 1, 2, and 3. The last American to finish in the top 2 of MVP voting was LeBron in 2020. So that is another interesting trend. I do think part of it is cyclical. I also think Shai Gilgeous-Alexander should kind of count as an American.
He's Canadian.
He spent a lot of his high school years in Toronto, which is basically just like northern New York.
In Canada.
But yeah, I mean, if you're hooping in Canada, you are not part of the European or African basketball industry.
Right.
You are living an American basketball reality. So his story is determination and dedication, grinding every morning on my handles and shooting 1,000 shots in the driveway, and my parents sacrificing to do whatever it takes to put me in the best games possible. That's the American sports experience for making it to the top of the NBA. In Europe, what happened is basketball without borders. It introduced the game to the world from a grassroots level at the highest education level possible. And they built out infrastructure to teach basketball from the ground up to countries that didn't understand it and sent incredible coaches. Masai Ujiri was part of this. And as a result, like the decision making and the total balance of the skill set is much more heavily coached at a young age. Okay. And now we're going away to an academy system like 12 years old Luka Doncic to learn basketball from teaching professionals for 6 to 8 hours a day while we also do our school. And I think that's something that American basketball should take under consideration. I also think part of this, again, it's cyclical, and it happened post-Jordan, and then Kobe evolved, but really there was 6 or 7 years between that, and then 4 years later, LeBron's coming along. So, I think before too long, there is going to be a dominant American basketball player that, puts together a Kobe, Jordan, LeBron type of stretch. But also, it's a chance to review, on what is different with the learning the game process for our players compared to theirs. For our players, for the longest time, getting to the highest level, just being in our environment was good enough because iron sharpens iron. We're going to go hoop, and I'm going to play you, and you're going to play me, and we're all going to go home and watch all the games on TV, and we're figuring it out together, and like collectively as part of this ecosystem, we're going to make each other so much better. But now I think we're taking that up against a program that was intentionally built to create basketball players with a full skill set and an ideal like view of the game. And you just can't get that if you're in your driveway playing one-on-one with your best friends, so I think there's something to that. The other really interesting thing though is that while they are making individual talents, Wemby, Giannis, Luka, that win MVPs or are capable of winning MVPs, they aren't building the full team. Isn't that crazy?
That's a good point.
Like, how are you achieving the highest possible spot, but we're going to wax your team when we get to the Olympics?
Right.
Maybe by 15, maybe by 20. It might only be by 8, but we're going to beat you.
Yeah, I guess just because they're all divided up so much. You're playing against a bunch of different countries. Like America, we have all of our NBA players from America. Then you go play over. Now all of a sudden, Luka's not playing with Jokic.
Yeah.
Right? Like they play for different countries.
But those countries are big enough to dominate in soccer. Create teams that destroy us, even though our population is 4 or 5 times bigger. I don't know. I just thought that was a quirky, interesting thing to it.
Yeah, like you've had like Argentina, I think, had a pretty good squad.
They did.
When they were able to, it has happened where like France, I think, has come close. But you're right. They don't have necessarily the quality starting 5 and depth that Team USA puts out there. It's really like maybe 2 studs, and the rest of the team's kind of like just a bunch of Jags.
All right, we got to run. We got the champ on the other side. Then Wolchuk's top 10, buddy. Where are you taking it?
All right, we did celebrate National Barbecue Day over the weekend, and when I think barbecue, outside of just outstanding brisket and delicious foods, I do think sauce. I found a list of the top 10 ranked current fast food sauces. 877-881-1053. Give me your favorite sauce in the fast food game next in the nation.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan, and the segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. Franklin, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Okay, top 10 here in just a sec. Let's go into the Pimp Cup Lucius with the champ.
Now, what is this going for? 3 today or 4 today? I believe it's going for 3 or 3. I think
3 sounds right to me.
I'm thinking 3. G-Bag of the day. We do it every weekday on the Fan 5:30. Replay the champ right about here. And our champion going for 3, as we all just decided, is our guy, Mr. Brian Broadus, as we call him, Interruptosaurus Rex, because he has a gift of interrupting at the right moments. He does. This one right here is President Franklin D. Roosevelt's historic speech to Congress. This is the Declaration of War, and Broadus had to talk through it.
December 7th, 1941.
Who did it?
A date which will live.
Was that Germany or was that Japan?
Who did it? The United States of America was suddenly and deliberately attacked.
Watch, he's going to say Germany, I
by
bet.
naval and air forces of the Empire of Japan.
That was my next guess.
The United States was at peace with that nation, and at the solicitation of Japan, was still in conversation.
Does he speak Japanese?
Government.
I didn't know that.
Its emperor.
Has he always known Japanese, or is that like you think?
Peace in the Pacific.
Like once he lost use of his legs, did like make his brain stronger?
On the Hawaiian
Hey, speaking of Germany, why does he wear that mustache? The Hitler guy. It's just a dumb mustache, right? Like, why does anybody take them seriously? Is that like considered attractive there in Germany?
Fair question, man.
So good. Yes, the champ faces some challengers every night at 5:30. I feel like Broadus will be back Wednesday or Thursday. He wasn't clear on that. He said I'm out Wednesday to Wednesday, boys.
Yeah, I think he's going to be back Thursday because Wednesday we've got a day game, so it'll be kind of we got like it's a 2:00 day game, so we got one of those shorty shows. So I think he's probably going to punt on that. Is the vibe that I got.
Okay.
And then he'll be back with us Thursday.
Looking forward to his return. Looking forward to Wolchuk's top 10 at 2:20. Here's Zach.
Did you guys enjoy National Barbecue Day on Saturday? Get any barbecue in your life?
I made some Orange Magic wings.
Oh, you beautiful man.
Nice move, dude. I actually smoked a brisket pizza.
That sounds freaking awesome. What went into that?
It was phenomenal. It was just the butcher shop that I go to. They had these pizzas ready to rock and roll. You just got to bake it, do whatever you want. So I just threw it in the smoker. I hadn't done that before. Came out fantastic.
Oh, smoked pizza.
Smoked pizza.
So good. Chief, I found a new wood pellet that is stronger than anything I've ever had. I love a pellet grill for the convenience. I always want more smoky flavor than they produce.
Right.
I'm gonna bring this to you tomorrow, and then I'll announce it tomorrow at this time.
Okay.
Oh wow, that's a tease.
Pellet
boys.
grill fans need to hear this.
Heck yes.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
It adds like a super smoke in there.
I believe so.
Barbecue in your life? How was the weekend?
It was a great weekend. It's fantastic, bro. I no barbecue, but I did have a nice big chunky burger from this place called Big Daddy's.
Big Daddy.
On Grapevine Lake.
Let's go.
Yeah, I'm sitting out there on the patio catching a vibe.
Did you fish?
I did not go fishing. No fishing this weekend. I didn't go get the trails like I wanted to, but I did hit some nature vibes.
Okay.
But it just wasn't the trails that I wanted.
All right. Well, hey, I guess next weekend's. Did you catch any of the fights on Saturday?
I did. All of them.
All 17 seconds of them?
Yeah.
Hey, that's Rhonda's way. If Rhonda's going to win, she's going to make sure that's a quick finish.
Netflix was buffering so bad, I lost it, and then it came back, and they were raising their hand.
Yeah, I mean,
I still haven't seen it.
Yeah, well, you didn't miss much. It's just typical Ronda armbar.
Nice armbar.
But the card was good. The card was good. I like the card.
You know, I did think that the prelims were actually fantastic. Yeah. And, I mean, the final 3 fights, look, Nate's probably done. I think if Mike Perry's beating the crap out of you like that.
Covered in his own blood.
Yeah, and you don't really see Nate get finished like that. I mean, you have a corner stoppage. That was rough.
That dude he was fighting is a maniac.
He is, man.
Real life, man. Nobody should fight him.
No, I think they both have CTE really badly.
He's a maniac.
Yeah,
he was calling out folks, and everybody was like, it's your night, man,
Yeah. You go ahead and take that one, bud. But it was kind of cool to see John Jones there and then Francis Ngannou. I mean, I'd love to see that fight finally happen. I don't think that it ever will. But you never know. Maybe Jake Paul will have the finances to throw enough money at the both of them that it will.
That would be a good career turn for him. Fight promoter.
Yeah.
Fight
what he's
maker.
rocking with. Yeah, especially now that he's not going to fight
use my
again.
social to promote other people fighting.
Definitely. I mean, it could be good for fighting, and I don't know that anybody's really going to be able to directly compete with the UFC, but if he gets enough financial backing, maybe he can. All right, let's do it. Top 10 fast food sauces, 877-881-1053. 469 said they had Terry Blacks for the first time after their daughter's college graduation. Congratulations. Delicious. I mean, we're spoiled. You could literally walk from Pecan Lodge to Terry Black's. First, we got Hurtado. We got Hutchins. I mean, we've done the top 10 barbecue list in Dallas, and it's just, I mean, it's
you
just
could do a
blessing.
barbecue crawl right there through Deep Ellum.
It's unbelievable.
Crush it.
Chick-fil-A roasted barbecue from the 817, which I guess is that, are you talking about the honey roasted barbecue sauce at Chick-fil-A? That is an underrated sauce. I'm with you 100% on that.
Is it different than the regular barbecue?
It is. It is. So the honey roasted's kind of a mix of barbecue and honey mustard in a way.
You get a little sweeter barbecue sauce out of that?
Yeah, like if you get the grilled chicken sandwich, you're supposed to get a packet of the honey roasted barbecue sauce to accompany that. Put that on there. I mean, it's great on any sandwich, but specifically the grilled, it was made to go with it. It's delicious. Popeye's Sweet Heat Sauce is number 1, and they're willing to box about it from the 601.
Oh, okay. I don't know if I've had that.
I haven't done the Sweet Heat. I've done the Black and Ranch there, which I think is outstanding.
That's solid.
Whataburger Spicy Ketchup, which will be in the list from the 817.
Easily.
Whataburger's Buttermilk Ranch from the 972.
I do like their ranch.
I don't know that I've had
I'll go back and forth. Like if I get the tenders for whatever reason, I'll go back and forth like bite for bite. One bite's in the spicy ketchup, the other bite's in the ranch.
I always like the sweet and sour from McDonald's.
Yes, dude.
It's an underrated sauce.
I would get a chicken sandwich and put it on there.
Yeah.
I don't even know if they have it anymore.
They do.
they do.
Yeah, I introduced it to my kids literally last weekend. They're like, "Oh, this is fire."
Yeah, and it happens to be number 10 on this very list. Number 10 is the sweet and sour sauce from McDonald's, and I'm with you. It is underrated, especially with those nuggies. Very good. Number 9, zesty sauce from Burger King.
Burger King has a zesty sauce,
which is for onion rings. They're onion rings. It's their zesty sauce. Get it zesty. Number 8 is the spicy ketchup at Whataburger. Kicks out the regular ketchup. The regular ketchup didn't make the top 10.
I mean, they're both it's the 1A, 1B of ketchup.
It's like, do you just want spice or do you not? Because their ketchup's the best. 7, Lucius, we've got an Arby's contender. It's the horsey sauce at Arby's.
Good stuff. That's good stuff.
Is it horseradish?
I don't know what it is. It probably is if it's called horsey.
Is it white?
Yeah.
Yeah, smoky.
I like Arby's sauce better, though, bro.
Yeah, I do too.
Arby's sauce is a banger.
I never get the horsey sauce. I just do the Arby's sauce.
It's the house sauce.
The Arby's sauce, I mean, honestly, this list is what you should do is just combine them. And then you've got the best of Arby's right there because the 2 signature sauces, you got a smoky tomato-based Arby's sauce. And
it's kind of like a
creamy horsey
ketchup
sauce.
and a barbecue sauce in one. How would you describe that Arby's sauce?
Yeah, I think
because it's unique.
It is, but it's got kind of like it's like a more vinegary,
thinner,
barbecue sauce. Yeah, it's got a tang to it. The hot mustard at McDonald's.
Let's go.
Comes in at 6, which I had never had. And then when we were at nosebleed seats at night, Eric's like, dude, you got to try the hot mustard at McDonald's. I did. Fantastic.
There's something different about it. Like,
what are you putting in nuggets?
Yeah, I will honestly dip anything in there. I'll go fries. I'll go a chicken sandwich, a burger, like whatever. Like it's the hot mustard and it's the sweet and sour sauce when it comes to McDonald's. But it is like I told Walchuk about this years ago, and he's like, dude, it's like mustard is mustard, but it's not. There's something I don't know what they do to it, but they've got something working, and it's been working for decades now.
Yeah, no, Eric was right. It's fantastic. Hell yeah, the hot mustard's the best from the 972. Don't worry, Wingstop Ranch, we will get to. It is on the list, 817. Don't get too excited. It's there. Hands down, Jack in the Box Buttermilk Ranch. We've gotten that from multiple people.
J and the B Buttermilk Ranch.
J and the B Ranch. And the 214 saying, hold up, Wendy's sweet and sour sauce in the round pack. That's the one that you need to get.
Okay, I have not tried that. For Wendy's, it's only honey mustard for me at Wendy's.
We should go sweet and sour sauce and mix it with the honey mustard together.
Oh.
Yeah, boy.
That sounds pretty damn good.
At Wendy's?
Dip the burger in it, too. Yep.
Yeah.
That sounds good. You got the Taco Bell fire sauce, comes in at number 5, which, Eric, I don't think you would ever try.
No, I mean, I have before, but
you wouldn't go back because then it's going to end up in a
you'll be
situation.
You'll be whistling after that.
You've got Popeyes Black and Ranch coming in at number 4.
Strong.
The Wingstop Ranch, the Reign Supreme.
Man, Lucius, was that Wingstop you had in there earlier,
I sure
Lucius?
did.
Gosh,
Sure did.
dang
Leftover
it,
from
dude.
this weekend.
That leftover Wingstop smell, that could easily be a top 10.
I always got a large ranch on me, bro.
Yeah, I know you do.
I got a large ranch on me, cuz.
I know you do.
Just in the car, just if I need a little taste.
Just in case, dog.
It smells so good in there, dude.
I mean, my daughter, yesterday we went out, she wanted a chicken quesadilla, which I think it's just because she now knows how to say it, so she just said chicken quesadilla.
Well, and quesadillas are so good.
They're delicious, but the thing was, she didn't really want the quesadilla. She just wanted a vessel for ranch.
Oh.
And it ended up turning into, she literally was sticking her entire hand into the ranch and then just eating her hand. And I was like, Eliza, honey, we can't do that.
That's insane.
I mean, the problem is, guys, I can't, I'm a softie, man.
Yeah.
I can't really say no to her.
You just let her do whatever she wants. If she wants to just go wrist deep into the ranch, you're going to be like, sure, honey, do your thing.
Yeah.
Let me get you some paper towel.
The biggest mess of all time.
Literally what I did. Yeah. I'm like,
shout out to you girl dads over there.
It's just like,
future husband's going to be so upset. Like, I cannot tell her no.
She's got me wrapped around her finger. It is so bad.
I'm the same way, dude. She'll be like, "Hey, can you make me a burrito?" Or we call it a burrita for window, and I'll also, of course, I will. Yeah, of course, I'm gonna make you a burrito. What kind of a dad do you think I am? And mom will say, "She's not even hungry. She's gonna take 2 bites." And I'm like, that's fine. We're going to have fun making this burrito.
All right. Shout out to Cody. Cody texted us, said, hella underrated, and no one's talking about it, but the Slim sauce from Slim's Chicken. Now, I've only been to Slim's once.
Yeah, Slim Chickens, I see it a lot. I don't think I've ever been there.
It's really good chicken.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're going to have to try that out, Cody. And then our old buddy Tony Spears texted and said cane sauce and Freddy's dipping sauce.
Yeah, I had that one on the list. Cane sauce. It's like the main course.
Yeah, and Cane's is number 2. Number 1 is the Polynesian sauce at Chick-fil-A.
That's the number 1 sauce?
Yes, and Chick-fil-A sauce wasn't even on here. On this list.
I don't know about
Which
that,
I think
dude.
is very debatable because I still would put Chick-fil-A sauce as the number 1. I do love Polynesian. Did you have any other on your list, Lucius, that we
that's it, bro.
mention? Okay.
The cane sauce is incredible. For as much as I dunk on canes for being just very, very average across the board, their sauce is top tier.
And the sweet and spicy sriracha is good too at Chick-fil-A.
To Brian's point that he went upside my head on early last week as far as liking plain food, I get canes with no sauce.
Wow.
I don't even know. It's
noodles with no packet.
Wow. Oh my God. Really?
Yeah.
What's the point of going, fam?
I agree.
I don't
There's
know.
so much better chicken out there.
My family loves it.
Respectfully.
My family loves it, and I'm like, okay, I guess I'm getting canes plain.
That is
Okay. Do you just not like the sauce?
No, it's too much.
What about
something there.
ketchup? Not a ketchup
Yeah,
guy?
I'll do ketchup, but
all right.
At that point, I don't do ketchup on chicken strips. That's disgusting.
Well, you like what you like. That's disgusting.
That is disgusting.
Wow, ketchup on chicken tendies. Okay. All right. Learned something new today about you.
Alrighty, thank you, Wolf.
Yeah, just when you think you know somebody, bro.
Yeah.
That's like serial killer
That's
level.
crazy.
That is,
That's
dude.
watch list stuff.
Yeah. I think you're
I thought
literally
you guys would appreciate
I think
it.
you're the only person in the world that does that. There's not anyone in the world that would be like, yeah, I could have canes without
Going
the
to
sauce.
canes with no sauce. What?
I think I've kind of learned to like it. I have. Okay, we got to run on the other side. We got a little basketball discussion, Chief.
Yeah, let's crank open a rim sesh. How did Dallas fare in the anonymous player poll that's next year in the nation? But first, let's get you
or visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on The Fan. We're 1 hour away from Voch Lombardi joining us for Krusty's Corner. Here's Chief with an afternoon basketball discussion.
Yes, sir. Let's go ahead and cut the lights out. We'll put the kids to bed, and that G-Bag Nation goes all 56 inches around that rim.
Let it rain! Rain dance!
Rain dance! I got a joint here, man. I've been saving for a special occasion.
It's always a special occasion when we get to go around the rim with someone who may or may not have soiled their pants this weekend.
Bro, I thought we had just made it through.
But we do congratulate SGA for going back-to-back in the MVP. Pretty incredible. Congratulations to him. 14 individuals have done that. 14 back-to-back MVPs. The last of which was the polar bear, Nikola Jokic. Wow. Giannis has done it, Steph, LeBron, all the big names. They've gotten this done, and now SGA is in that same lore. Okay, and last year he gifted all of his teammates some Rolexes for helping him on his MVP campaign.
Yeah. Yeah, he's the ultimate, I'm going to include my guys superstar.
Yeah, after a game, you want to interview me? I'm going to have the team around me, all making faces and giving me wet willies, because that's what we're about. We're going to go win a championship. Well, this time he's going with the Audemars Piguet watches.
Audemars
Piguet watches.
The AP, I see.
There we go. And I'm looking at them somewhere in the neighborhood of about $37,000 a watch. Ooh. That's what he's gifted his teammates, as well as a trench coat. They all get the same colored trench coat.
Okay.
And they all get looks like they're all a little bit different, but they're all the Audemars Piguet watch.
I wonder if it's the Royal Oaks. That's the ones you want to get in the game, bro.
Okay, it is, bro.
Yeah, that's what you want, man.
Royal Oak 40.
I was on the damn squad. I should have focused in school. Should have focused.
Royal Oak 42 men's offshore driver, I believe is what it is. So, I mean, if you're on the Thunder, man, you're definitely putting in the vote there for your guy. Impressive. For your guy, SGA.
These look incredible.
Yeah, they are pretty nice. I still can't wrap my mind around, what is the difference between a $37,000 watch and one that's considerably cheaper.
Yeah.
They're both telling time, and you can get some really, really good-looking watches.
One just feels real, the other, you're just, you're a fraud.
Cheaper. But that's a heck of a teammate right there. I mean, that's what quarterbacks do, right? Quarterbacks do that. SGA's I'm back-to-back MVP. I'm going to hook my teammates up. Now, you also have the Spurs just totally dominating the T-Wolves to the point where with minutes left in the game.
I think there were 8 left.
8 minutes left in the game. And then you'll see Anthony Edwards going over to the Spurs bench area and breaching their huddle.
He's recruiting.
As if he
pulled an Earl Thomas. Come get me.
I thought he was asking for a Spurs uniform. Let me be on your team.
Hey, go ahead and send him to De'Aaron Fox and some ones, and let me and Wemby cook.
Let's execute this trade right now.
Yeah, let's make this happen, please.
I'm not going back to Minnesota, okay? I am a Spur. You are taking me. But he wanted to go pay his respects. Hey, you guys just absolutely waxed us, and I know there's 8 minutes or so left in this game. I'm going to do something that's never been done before. I'm going to go do the handshake stuff a little bit early, get it out of the way. All right, so then afterwards you get our guy Dirk, you get the vets, Udonis Haslem, Amazon Prime. They're talking about Anthony Edwards. They're reacting.
I've watched the NBA and been a part of it for a long time. I've never seen this. A guy walking into the huddle with 8 minutes to go in the fourth quarter and dapping up the entire team. Too much for me. Obviously, you can do that after the game and show plenty of respect. That was a little strange for me.
And what I will say is, as great as Ant is as a basketball player, there's still some growth for him as well. Because as a leader, I would not have walked down there and shook their hand. I would not have walked down there and shook their hand with 8 minutes left in the game. As a leader of my troops and my guys, I will not show that weakness. The game is not over. I got 8 minutes left. I still got smoke coming out of my ears, so I'm so damn mad we losing. Let me calm down for those 8 minutes since I'm not in, and then after those 8 minutes, I'll go down there and I'll congratulate them and their coaching staff. But in the middle of the game, when I got guys that have sat the bench and cheered me on, no, I'm going to sit there and cheer those guys on. I'm going to put that energy back into those guys, and then when the game's over, I'll go over there and shake their hands. So that's just the way I handle things. I'm a little bit different. I'm a little bit old school. I understand there's a different generation, but I don't think if they were beating San Antonio, Wemby would have went down there and shook his hand with 8 minutes left. I don't think so. I damn sure know Wemby wouldn't have went down there and shook his hand.
You know that because no one in the history of basketball has ever done this before. At least from my understanding.
That's insane.
It's a different way of doing things. Dirk's like, I've never seen this before. We're all like, hey, we appreciate the respect that you want to give. Give it at the end of the game. Yeah, there's two sides to this. You have the guy that's doing what Anthony Edwards is doing, and then you have the guy who's walking into the tunnel with like 30 seconds to go and doesn't want to acknowledge the other team. It's a little bit more toxic competitive. I would kind of prefer that if I'm a T-Wolves fan. Like, my guy's so ticked off and disgusted, he can't even shake the other team's hand. I'd prefer that.
Yeah, I don't mind that. So I think where I'm at is that if you wanted to be unique and just be like, hey, I'm Anthony Edwards, I do things differently, and you went and did that, I could see it. Like, all right. But you coming off the court is almost like you disrespecting your teammates. Like, it's over with 33 minutes to go, 33 down with 8 minutes to go. I'm off the court, so I'm kind of making it about me. Like, they're going to put the scrubs in now, so I just wanted to shake your guys' hands, let you know they've taken me out.
Yeah.
So this is our acknowledgement that we have no shot.
Yeah, we've waved the white flag.
The coach, I think, at that point with 8 minutes to go down 33 is saying, Anthony Edwards, you've been terrible tonight. Let me see if the bench players can save you.
Get a spark.
Yeah. So it doesn't seem like you're that very in the moment. But was that Tracy McGrady? He nailed it. There's some growing up to do.
Yeah, that was Dirk and Udonis Haslem. They got Blake Griffin, and they were all kind of opining on that. They were also calling out Shams this weekend because Amazon was supposed to announce the MVP for SGA, and it was Shams who was doing his job by getting ahead of it, and he tweeted it out and announced the MVP hours before it was supposed to be announced on Amazon Prime, who had the exclusive, I guess, announcement rights. So everybody was kind of they were busting Shams' chops there on Amazon Prime. I think Blake Griffin told him to, like, hey dude, it's Sunday, like, go get brunch and just enjoy yourself. All right, you don't have to be grinding.
Okay, so that's why Malika today on NBA Live or whatever it's called said, "Here's Shams joining us from brunch."
That's right.
So she made a joke about it.
She made a joke, trying to make light of it.
Understood.
Now we have the anonymous NBA player poll, where people are being, players are being asked a bunch of different questions. Which arena has the most passionate fans?
OKC?
OKC comes in at number 3. Now, passionate doesn't mean
Boston?
good fans.
New York.
Yeah. Boston and New York. So it's the Celtics got the most votes for having the most passionate fans according to NBA players. Then MSG and the Knicks, and then the Paycom Center and the Thunder. Okay, and then the very next question to the players is, which one has the most obnoxious fans?
Oh, Philly.
Philly's number 2.
Boston.
New York.
Boston is still number 1. Knicks are 3. So the Mavericks did not get any votes. We have not been, I guess toxic. Now, of course, Nico was not being asked any of these questions, so we didn't get a single percentage point on toxic fan base, which I think is nice. Now, we remember a few weeks ago, maybe, where it was LeBron that was calling out the city of Memphis.
Right.
Yeah.
The hotel and all that stuff.
Yeah, it's just like, I don't want to go there. I don't want to play there.
And he's not alone. There's been plenty of other athletes that have called out Memphis.
120 players were asked anonymously, what's the first team on your no-trade list? The last place you'd want to be traded.
It's Memphis.
Memphis with 36% of the votes, okay? The second most is 12%, and that's the Wizards.
Ooh. So Anthony Davis.
I mean, by a landslide, nobody wants to play in Memphis. Like, that would be brutal to be a Memphis fan. You're like, I know nobody wants to play for my team.
If we can't draft for you, we got to trade for you.
And these guys,
nobody's picking it.
Yeah, and they're saying they don't want to be traded there. Like even trading for a superstar over there, like it's borderline impossible. I don't know. It's a bad place to be.
And they've done a pretty good amount of winning for the last 15, 20 years.
Yeah, I mean they've had some moments. They've had some
you
moments.
thought the gyro was going to be big. That's falling apart.
And the Mavericks did not get a single vote. There's not a player that was voting here that shows the Mavericks as a team that would be on their no-trade list. That
might have been different in the Rick Carlisle era. I think he had quite a reputation for making life hell.
And
in his pursuit of greatness.
I think Mark had rubbed some players the wrong way.
Yes, that too. Yeah.
And the players were asked, like, what are the smartest teams spend money on? Like, beyond player contracts, what are they investing in? And, of course, the players, 86% of them said player comfort.
Okay.
It's like,
so what would that be? What does that entail? The food,
it's
everything,
the facilities, just across the board.
Yeah.
Travel, hotels, the facilities, how nice everything is, the recovery stuff, all of it. The staff. Do you have a good staff? Do you have enough staff? I know that's like a complaint that maybe Cowboys players have about the training staff with the Cowboys. It's like they're good, but we just need more of them. So the players are like, just player comfort, man. If you want to be a good team, invest in me.
Appreciate you, Chief.
Yes, sir.
We got 1 down, 4 to go. A little football fix coming up. We'll check.
Let's talk Eli not wanting to be a Charger and what would be the best remaining free agent fit for your Dallas Cowboys. That's next in the nation.
Tolo means turn. And by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome to the nation.
Hour 2 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We're 40 minutes from Voch Lombardi joining us here on your home of the Cowboys. He's going to join us for Krusty's Corner as Brian remains out until Thursday. Here's Wolchuk with your football fix.
All right, let's do it. Let's get our fix right after this.
You think football is still fun?
Yes.
Sir.
Wrong side. Left side. Wrong side. Left side. I use these for acid indigestion. So what are we going to use these for?
Intimidation.
Intimidation.
You know I got to get my fix, man.
All right, update from On3 regarding Sorsby betting on Indiana football in 2022. He said he did so to feel more connected with the team.
There you go.
Per his affidavit and court documents, he said, quote, I rationalized placing those bets as a way to feel more connected to the team, to root for my friends, and to feel like I had a real stake in the games that I otherwise just wasn't involved.
The only way I could root for my teammates to be successful is if I had money on them.
He also added, because the Indiana football team was not a very strong competitor in 2022, I lost most of the bets I placed.
Yeah, I know. That was the big thing about all this. It's like, man, that was not the time to be going Hoosiers money line in 2022. So not only is he a gambling addict, he's clearly bad at his addiction. He's not even good at his addiction.
Oh,
that's the worst place to be.
I mean, that is pretty hilarious. I'm placing the bets to be closer to my team. I'm not even playing. That's the main thing I'm trying to get out here, Judge. I wasn't even playing. So I get it. You don't want people betting on your team, but I have no say-so or impact on the game.
I was barely even on the team.
I wasn't even involved. I just wanted to be closer to my friends. So I had to place that bet.
I mean, team sport, man. I was trying to do my part.
Come on, don't punish me.
I wasn't able to clap and yell and encourage them on the sidelines unless I had money on the game. How can you not understand this?
Come on, guys.
Your Honor.
And I do love that feeling of having something on the game and all of a sudden a meaningless contest has turned into the most exhilarating 2 to 3 hours of your life. That's fantastic.
It's great.
Gosh, that's wow, that's amazing.
He was doing that every Saturday his entire freshman year.
I want to congratulate the attorney for just getting a massive bag of convincing Brendan Sorsby and his family that this epic line of BS was a viable legal strategy.
Yeah, guys.
Like the judge is going to look up and say, is there anything else you would like to throw at the wall to see if it sticks before I throw this out?
Look, they are going to try this in Lubbock, so it might work. Who knows? Maybe you get a judge that, he's pulling on the heartstrings.
Got to put some extra oil money in the judge's pocket,
just tugging on those Red Raider heartstrings, That's all that is. It's all good. That is pretty laughable.
So if Lubbock judge greenlights this, are we done? Or is the NCAA going to say, well, we're going to challenge it and we're going to appeal it to the so-and-so court?
That's a phenomenal question, because I don't think there's any way that the NCAA
is going to let Lubbock decide if Sorsby can play.
We can't open up this bag of worms here.
Like the judge has a Texas Tech Red Raider tattoo. Yeah. Arsenal on the entire left side of his body.
He's got the number one fan bumper sticker. Like,
NCAA is like, well, fair's fair.
Yeah.
Judge,
I'll even say 4-game suspension.
The judge has spoken.
Fair. Golly, wow.
Man, good luck. Good luck, Tech fan. I mean, I'm pulling for you.
Yeah.
I want every team in the state of Texas and at least 2 schools in Oklahoma to win the championship every year.
Absolutely wild.
The judge is going to grant him what he wants. And then he's just going to start lobbing flour tortillas out into the jury in celebration.
Woo! It's a tortilla party.
They're going to have such a damn good time over there.
Man.
Judge is going to walk in smiling. He knows the good news.
Yeah, he's cheesing hard. Like, yeah, guess what, guys? Look what I just pulled off.
He might actually tell the lawyer, like, hey, don't quit saying the crap that you're saying right now because you're making this harder on me.
Did you guys see the videos that are floating out there? Rodgers returning, 1 year, $25 million deal. He's on the practice field today. He's slinging it to Michael Pittman Jr. Steelers get a Steeler, man. 9-win season. Loaded up, baby.
Wow,
Getting the band back together, Mike and Rodgers.
He got a pay raise for what he did last year.
Well, and you said that seemed to be kind of the holdup was the finances, right, Gavin? Like, he wasn't going to play for the 15.
He's like, I'm only going to suck at quarterback for $10 million once, okay? And if you want me to suck at quarterback more, I'm going to need double and a half.
Okay, how much can you buy into Arthur Smith stunk And a lot of their play calling was like, we're not pushing the ball downfield. That wasn't a Rodgers thing. That was because of the offensive coordinator. Now that he's gone, that in itself is going to be an upgrade. You've got DK Metcalf. You've got Michael Pittman Jr. You've got Jalen Warren, who's a good receiving back.
The problem is you also have
Aaron Rodgers and Mike McCarthy. Now, here's the thing. We can say that, though, but the McCarthy offenses did put up big numbers here. We had that first half of the season that sucked. They did put up numbers, and I'm with you. Overall, McCarthy's not some offensive wizard. But I don't know. Like, is he for sure calling the plays there, or is this going to be Rodgers just going backyard quarterback style?
He is calling the plays. Yeah. They did bring in Brian Angelico, who is Kevin O'Connell's right-hand man and had been part of the Shanahan team in Cleveland. Remember that team with the Browns 12 years ago that had McDaniel and all those guys? And so he's been part of the offensive scheme revolution, and in Minnesota. But what's he going to want to do in Minnesota was run the football and be under center, which is two things Aaron Rodgers and Mike McCarthy don't want to do. So there is hope in there. Fit. If you think all those things are going to happen, and the first round pick was Ahenachor, the tackle from Arizona State.
Yeah, could be a good player.
Third round, they get Jennings Dunker, the tackle turned guard at Iowa. If those players are good, and Rodgers and McCarthy are willing to run more, I think there's a path to double-digit victories for the Steelers. There's still a lot of really good players on that team. You just couldn't go be an actual contender with Rodgers as your quarterback.
No, right?
He was 35th through 38th in most meaningful stats.
And there's 32 teams.
Yeah.
It's pretty incredible. They have a slightly.
There's 32. He was 35 out of 32 teams. He's crushing it, boys.
Let's give him $25 million. Yeah, they have the 18th easiest schedule. So roughly in the middle there in terms of how difficult their schedule is. But that whole dynamic is just hilarious, dude. I can't believe we're living in a world where McCarthy and Rodgers are
back together. I don't feel
42. How old is he?
Yeah,
it'll be 43 in September.
This is
oh my God!
Like, you really did it. Just get the reset year. Like the last time they were terrible, didn't they end up getting Big Ben the following season when they had a losing record?
Yeah, 2004.
Right.
They were picking in the top 10.
And then they got Big Ben Roethlisberger, and now you're good for the next 15 years. Just stink. Your roster's pretty solid. Like, you literally could suck for a year. Just start Will. And who knows, maybe Will Allard or Drew Allard are your guys. But odds are they're not. And now you go ahead and get your guy in what should be, at least as of today, on May 18th, a good quarterback class next year. For Steeler fans, they got to just be and I'm sure there's a few that are trying to sell the hope beam like I just did. Like, okay, this is how, best case scenario. Yeah. But the majority of Steeler fans, having at least gotten to go to a game there, they seem level-headed and actually an educated fan base.
Yeah.
They got to be like, what the hell are we doing?
It's hilarious. Roethlisberger's only 1 year older
than
Rodgers.
Wow. And he retired 5 years ago and was washed
nuts.
up. Yeah, actually, Steelers fans hate me today because if you don't know, I do this podcast with my buddy New Bear who lives up there. He does a Cowboys podcast with me, and I agreed to do a Steelers podcast with him like last summer. And reacting to this story, I said, we got to, be truthful about how Aaron Rodgers played last year, and he sucks. The NFL only gave the Steelers 2 national primetime games. This is one of the top 5 biggest brands in football. They gave you 2 primetime games. Both those are Sunday Night Football, where Mike Tomlin now works. This team is uninteresting, it's boring, and it's average. And the front office is pathetic. So I just went all in on the Steelers and said, how could you bring back Aaron Rodgers and give him a $10 million raise? You have Mason Rudolph, and you have 2 young quarterbacks that could use the experience, but you want to try to make the playoffs. And it's actually the same thing that's harmed the Cowboys for the last 30 years. We just want to not be bad,
right?
Because then we can make a crap load of money.
Yeah, at some point it's worth it to just say, you know what? Throw out the young quarterbacks. Maybe you're able to catch lightning in a bottle and one of them hits, like the Cowboys ended up having to do with Dak. and he ended up being the guy. Or what's more likely is, boom, now you got a top 5 to 10 pick next year.
Yeah,
we drafted a franchise quarterback.
And the moment they hired McCarthy, they were making this statement of like, we just want to be okay.
We want safe.
No, you're right.
Yeah, you're not hiring McCarthy and be like, hey, dude, we're going to suck this year.
We don't want Grant Udinski, the OC in Jacksonville. We don't want Chris Shula. We want a guy that is going to give us a high floor.
Yeah.
And the Cowboys did that for years. At D.C., they actually talked about that at the presser. In the past, we would have hired a D.C. who is a head coach to give us a baseline expectation of what we could expect because we don't want to screw things up too bad. And you got to kind of be willing to screw things up if you want to innovate and get an advantage on game days.
940 saying, I'd take Rodgers over half the quarterbacks in the league. He's not as bad as y'all are making him out to be. 817, great story. Cowboys, Steelers, Super Bowl 2027.
Yeah, I could see the Cowboys getting in there. I could.
I mean, it'd be a great storyline, McCarthy versus Dallas. Yes, with all of that. And then, of course, the history and the lore of Steelers-Cowboys. But the likelihood that this happens on both sides.
412 says, I live in Pittsburgh. Yinzers are ticked about Rodgers.
Yeah, they should be. That's disgusting.
33 in drop back success rate, 37th in percentage of throws that went at least 10 yards. Fastest time to throw through the most passes behind the line of scrimmage in the entire league.
It was bad. I mean, they had a...
He doesn't want to get hit,
They had an East and West offense. I mean, it was not something that you wanted to watch every single week. Now, we did mention Ben Roethlisberger, his draft class. Let's go to Eli Manning, who was on with Bussin' with the Boys. Number 1 overall pick. Said, you know what? I'm not going to the Chargers. I don't want to play for San Diego. New York takes Phillip Rivers. We've got that famed trade. So, Bussin' with the Boys. What went down with this whole thing with you in San Diego?
What exactly was wrong with the Chargers?
I just didn't feel like they were the most committed team to winning at the time. Marty Schottenheimer was the head coach, who was awesome, had great respect for him, but like they came to work me out in New Orleans, went to dinner, and like there was just friction between, the head coach, general manager, like the owners. They're all like yelling, kind of like fighting. We're at a Marriott like restaurant, and Schottenheimer's mad that he's like, we're in New Orleans, we're eating at a Marriott, and so he's like pissed. They're like kind of just bickering, and it just didn't seem like there was a whole lot of like agreement on things, and like they were kind of like committed to building a great winning franchise at that moment. My parents really weren't supportive. My dad didn't like the idea. He came to my defense and like supported me after everything was going down. But a lot of
he didn't like that you were kind of demanding, I don't want to go to San Diego.
Right. He didn't like that. And afterwards, he took like a blunt of a lot of the criticism because he came to my defense, and people were saying, oh, you played in New Orleans all those years, you didn't win, so you're trying to dictate like where your son's going. And he just kind of bit his tongue and said, I'm just hey, this is what Eli wants to do, and I support him. And he kind of did some media to try to save me from doing all the media and taking the hits.
I do think it's hilarious to manage them just sitting at this Marriott dinner, and Marty Schottenheimer's just like, what the bleep are we doing? We're in New Orleans. Why are we eating here? There's so many great restaurants. The GM, AJ Smith's like, go F yourself. Like they're just fighting, and it's like an old married couple, and Eli's here like, what the hell? I do not want to play with you guys. This is dysfunctional. What are we doing? And shout out to Archie, though. Like, that's a hell of a dad, because my entire recollection of that was like, it was the Manning parents. Like, they're
Absolutely.
Like, we don't want our son playing for the Chargers. It's a bad organization. No, really, it was Eli had a bad experience and is like, I'm good here. If we can go ahead and go ahead and use our power, I don't want anything to do with this organization. And Archie, for all this time, is taking the blame for it.
Yeah, it's a fascinating look at it, because I think we were all under the impression that Archie was the one that was strong-arming all of this, but it was all Eli. And what does that mean moving forward? Because we've all been thinking, man, Arch, he could just easily pull an Eli, because we feel like the Mannings were all involved in this. This is like a family decision, and they're going to be calculated in where he wants and doesn't want to go. But maybe that's not the case. Yeah. Maybe Cleveland's sitting there at number 1, or the Jets are sitting there at number 1, or the Cardinals, and they're all just disgusting. Oof. But Arch is like, yeah, it is what it is. And Archie is going like, hey, man, like, you do what you got to do. I'm grandpa, and you need to go. Like, he's encouraging you to just go whoever takes you.
Yeah. That's the way it works now.
Man, and how different would the NFC East history have been if he had just gone to the Chargers? Mm-hmm. I don't think anybody believes Eli Manning was that great, although Wolchuk would defend his Hall of Fame credentials. I always thought Romo was better than Manning.
I agree with that. I do.
Okay.
But I do think, just based on the 2 championships, beating Tom Brady, like he will get into the Hall of Fame. But the fact that they're keeping him away is a positive.
Yeah, but it's really interesting, and it's crazy that they just decided as a family, like, let Dad wear this. We don't need to go revisit it and relitigate it. They think it's Dad's problem, and they're not going to crush me for it. And Dad was like, "Oh, fine, I'll go ahead and wear that for the next 20 years." But I think, yes, to your point, now that Arch is coming out and this story is starting to influence how people look at that and look at his candidacy, he's probably looking for an opportunity to set the record straight to give Arch the clean slate.
I am kind of fascinated if Arch can go to Arizona. We would then be able to get Manning to Harrison 2.0.
Oh, yeah, because Marvin Harrison Jr., wow.
Yeah. I mean, that could be, if those all hit, like Jeremiah Love, Marvin Harrison Jr., and Arch Manning, like that's a nice trio.
And then Edrin's son, Jizzle, he could come out and be their running back.
Jizzle James.
Yeah.
Dude.
That's something. I think Peyton's kid's coming down the pipe as well. Isn't he like 14, 15?
Yeah, I see clips of him.
He looks like, he looks better than Arch.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
He can sling it.
Although they're saying Arch throws the tightest spirals of any Manning yet. Like Peyton's was not good. Archie's was okay. Eli probably threw the best ball from a Manning perspective yet, but apparently Arch's are way better. Arch has way better balls than Eli.
Not better than Troy's, though.
No. Okay, we got to run. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Scandalous weekend. We'll take a look. It's the C-Note coming up next year. The G-Bag Nation on your home of the Cowboys and Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. The C-Note Cowboys news of the evening segment is brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. We have Voch Lombardi coming up in 15 minutes. As he'll fill in for Krusty's Corner this afternoon. We'll pick his brain about the Cowboys offseason and what's coming up this summer. So looking forward to chatting with Voch here coming up shortly in the next segment. Dak Prescott at the rodeo event with a gal that was in Sarah Jane Ramos's bridal party. The internet instantly went into a speculation. Dak denying there is a relationship, said they'd been friends for a long time. I guess she was a freshman at Mississippi State as he was on his way out the door. And I don't know if they started a relationship back then or how Sarah Jane Ramos got to know her, but she was in the bridal party. Maybe her and Dak had been longtime friends. So they're at the rodeo event, and Dak denied a romantic relationship. When TMZ called the woman for comment, she handed the phone to Dak.
That's so weird.
You deal with this. I'm over it.
I'm surprised he took the phone call.
Yeah.
I've been like, no.
I'm good here. Tell what you want.
Hang that thing up.
Maybe she's like giving him the phone thinking, I'll find out where I am, where I stand with him.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, let's see how he responds to this.
I don't know, but the way the story reads, it seems like maybe this was Dak's friend that was going to be part of the bridal party. Sometimes that happens. Like, hey, I've had this long-time great friend, and she can't exactly be a groomsman.
She's like a sister to me.
Yeah, she's like a sister to me. It's just hard to believe, I think, stuff that a serial cheater says when it comes to denials of this sort, and unfortunately, there is the fact that this whole thing blew up and ended at the joint bachelorette party. So people are thinking, was this the deal breaker for Sarah Jane Ramos? I don't know, but I think at this point he's lost the ability. He's lost like plausible deniability, or he's lost credibility, I think, when it comes to the denial. But I would also add that I think if you're cheating, it should be with somebody significantly more attractive, or at least the same level of attractiveness.
This is not the case, huh?
I would say not.
No.
I was maybe it was a bad picture. Sometimes the pictures don't capture your best side.
I've seen a few pictures.
Have you seen a few pictures? Okay.
You went down the rabbit hole?
No, I mean they're all over the place. It's It's not like
I'm not searching.
No, and I would be in agreement.
Okay, all right.
She says she has a very strong Raya profile, which I think is like the celebrity dating app. So she's still out there single and ready to mingle, at least according to her. Caitlin, I believe is her name.
What's the Mendoza line for getting on that app?
I don't know.
Yeah, this wouldn't be something where you'd be like, yeah, we're totally dating, we're in love. Even if it's 100% that. The look of it is so bad,
Yeah, it's not great.
What's the old saying? The best way to get over somebody, get under them.
I suppose. Okay, up next here in recapping a scandalous Cowboys weekend in the C-Note, Cowboys content creator West Coast Cowboy arrested and accused of human trafficking over the weekend. This one's wild.
Wait, what?
Yes.
I know the Cowboys content creation Twitter had to all put out public statements about this.
He'd been on a number of other creators' channels.
This is disgusting.
Wait, what is this?
This is absolutely terrible.
So the FBI says that West Coast Cowboy, a kind of a medium level creator, would you say?
Yeah, I don't know how big he really was. But yes, he's been on a lot of other, I'd say, big content creators like J Tuck, Law Nation, several others. I know the World's Team podcast has had him on.
Yeah, you've probably seen his content. If you're on Cowboy Social, you've seen his stuff.
You probably have.
You've seen his reactions. Well, so the FBI said he's guilty of threatening and stabbing one victim.
Jeez.
So they were like kidnapping women, according to the FBI, and then putting them into prostitution. And if you wanted to leave, you would get threatened with stabbing. And apparently they did stab one victim, and there was also a minor apparently involved.
Oh, my gosh.
So,
this is a Cowboys content creator who's also a
human trafficker.
Apparently. He's done a lot of shady stuff behind the scenes. I had some, I was talking with our buddy Paul Stewart and some of the other UK Cowboys people reached out and were like, hey, have you ever had him on the show? I'm like, hell no, I don't know anything about this guy. Never talked to him. But he's been like extorting people for tickets, and I think he got banned from AT&T Stadium, apparently. A lot of weird stuff going on with him.
It was a big weekend for discussing the content creator's place in the world of sports media. And, Brian weighed in, Jane Slater weighed in, Ed Werder weighed in. I think for the most part, independent reporters are great. They have been a great addition to sports coverage. And the deal is now is that you can learn a lot on your computer since they've started sharing all 22 film. And your traditional football reporters, they aren't coaches, they aren't scouts. A lot of people that were players, scouts, I think Voch Lombardi coached for a while, right? You get a level of understanding about the game that maybe traditional media doesn't have, and now you can turn on the All-22 because the NFL has made that available and break things down that beat reporters might not even be thinking about. So I love what the sports media ecosystem has grown into, where you have old traditional TV people, you got radio people like us, you got internet content creators, you got fans and coaches that decided to turn on the YouTube channel 5 years ago, 10 years ago, and see what it turned into, and it's grown into this massive thing. But I think it's all additive. I don't think it's one or the other. And if you're from the traditional media perspective and you're thinking, well, this is the way it's always happened, so this is the way it should always be, I just think you're being closed-minded.
You are. I mean, I do think there is an element of the people that are boots on the ground. They're there in the building every day. You are going to have a unique perspective that not everybody has. And it doesn't mean that these other people aren't credible. But I do understand, the Ed Werder way of thinking. I'm here and I'm looking over and I see Nick Harris and Clarence Hill and Calvin Watkins and John Machota every day, Joseph Hoyt, right? We're here, we're grinding, we're putting in the work. So Todd Archer, Bobby to an extent, all of us, we're our own little community here. And I do think I would trust them maybe first and foremost, right? They're going to know it. They're going to get that information. They're there. They live in the building. But to say, I know I think Law's done a great job with this. A lot of these other Cowboys content creators have formulated relationships with a lot of players and coaches, and they're able to even get access and get information that some of these other reporters aren't privy to.
Yes.
So I do.
And those reporters sometimes have to pretend like things aren't true to protect their access.
Right.
So sometimes they can't tell you the truth. But again, it's all additive. I'm not choosing one or the other. I love being able to tap into the guys that are in the building.
Yeah.
Because they're going to be able to tell you things that the guy in his couch binge watching all 22 can't. But that guy on his couch watching all 22 is spending his time doing different things, and what I want the people in the building to acknowledge is they don't know that as well as some of the content creators do.
Agreed.
And collectively, I think the internet is just doing such a better job at serving and educating the fan.
Yeah, I think we've got we're kind of in a golden era right now of Cowboys content. I think we've got a lot of excellent people that are doing incredible work, whether it's in the YouTube space, podcasting, whatever it might be.
But some content creators, I guess, how we got here in this story with West Coast Cowboy, they're complete weirdos, you know, and the reason that they're at home by themselves is because if you put them in a corporate environment, they're going to melt down and sabotage themselves one way or another, or they don't have, the skills or, to work interpersonally with anybody. So they got to do their own thing. And, over time it's revealed there was this dude named BitBoy in crypto, and I used to watch his YouTube channel all the time. He had the #1 channel, made it to the top 1 million subs, making $20-30 million a year. He totally short-circuited, cheated on his wife, and got thrown in prison in the course of about 8 months.
Oh, my gosh. Talk about rags to riches.
Yeah, no doubt about it.
Riches to rags.
Okay, of the non-scandal variety, gentlemen, congrats to Clayton Adams. He's in the NFL Accelerator program. This is a program the NFL does to help teams find their next coaches and GMs. And, it's pretty cool. I think, one takeaway is it's awesome that the Cowboys are putting people in this program, if you wanted to go positive with it.
Yeah.
Like, hell yes. The NFL actually has a special committee of people that are looking for the most promising coaches, and the Cowboys have one in there.
How about that?
How long's it been? I don't know. I don't know the last Cowboy, or this is the first Cowboy coach that's in the accelerator program.
I mean, I would think Kellen Moore was in there.
Maybe,
but he would probably be the only guy just because of the youth factor. He was young, and he had a really good narrative behind him that he was going to be the man, and he's ultimately gotten the head coaching job. But otherwise, no, they usually go for the old, recycled coaches that are not on their way up. They're more on their way out.
Yes. So I'd say that's another good sign that Shoddy is heading in a great direction. It's also kind of sad that the league needs a program like this because the owners don't want to spend the time to learn it themselves. Like, if you were actually a team that was paying attention to all the trends, you'd be like, what are we doing putting this program together? I'm out working everybody to figure out who has the best trends and where the best coaches are. And now you're just putting out a master list for every lazy owner across football. But that's a window into how they think. They want to do well themselves. They want it to be easy. And they also want to make it easy for their partners to have success so their fan bases can be energized, because you making more money means more money for me. So I don't think it's in the best spirit of competitiveness. Would be another one of my takeaways on this story. And then the topic of possibly losing Clayton Adams. How concerned are you guys with that?
I'm concerned. I mean, I think that he is one. You look at just the way that the running game worked last year. You could see his fingerprints all over how they utilized that thing. And I think it'll hopefully take another step this year. So you don't want to lose good coaches. Now, do we believe in Shoddy has been able to put that offensive staff together? Yeah. So, I mean, is he going to be able to identify somebody else that can come in and take over that responsibility? If Clayton Adams is getting a head coaching job, it means good things happen for Dallas. So, big picture, I think if you're a Cowboy fan, yes, it sucks to lose your coaches, but you're losing coaches because it probably means your team's been successful.
Yeah, and we've obviously seen Shoddy now build this staff out in a pretty respectable way. He's now done that on the defensive side of the ball with Christian Parker, and that's probably going to have to be his superpower. If you aren't going to be the man, like Kyle Shanahan can lose coaches, Sean McVay can lose coaches, they are the guy. And if you aren't that, then your superpower needs to be able to go identify the next one. Mm-hmm. And you did that with Clayton Adams, but that's going to be something that you're going to have to do if you're successful probably every few years.
Yes, and I right now I think I trust Schottenheimer to do that about as good as anybody. You know, I think you mentioned Shanahan. They have put together a ton of great young coaches that have gone off and done other good things with the Rams and McVay. I'm trying to think of other teams that I would trust their hiring as much or more than I do with Shoddy right now. McDonald in Seattle. It seems like he really struck gold last year with Clint Kubiak. They brought in Brian Fleury now. He previously served as the run game coordinator and tight ends coach with the Niners. So, you know, he's looking in the right spots, I think. But I don't know if there's any other coaches besides the ones that I mentioned so far that I would trust as much as I would with Shoddy. Seemed like Liam Cohen's probably got a pretty good idea.
Yeah, Tampa Bay had a really good stretch of turnovers at offensive coordinator. They went Liam Cohen, Dave Canales, Byron Leftwich was there, and all of them had success.
All right, we got to run. We got Krusty's Corner coming up with Vach Lombardi, the famous Cowboys YouTuber, is next here. It's the G-Bag Nation of the Fan.
Coming up Tuesday morning on Sean and RJ, Game 1, Thunder.
back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight. And they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price to sell. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It is time for Krusty's Corner with a special guest today, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com. Okay.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Brothers.
All right, and thanks again to Greystone Roofing for sponsoring this. Brian will return on Thursday. Day Baseball on Wednesday brought us back on Thursday. And joining us now, his podcast partner. He has his own YouTube page. You can see him on Brian's Crown Global Media Daily. Vach Lombardi here with you on The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
What's happening, fellas? Just, working, doing our thing. Appreciate y'all having me on.
Well, it's great to have you. Let's start big picture here, Vach, with how much of a jump you expect the Cowboys to make in 2026 based on this offseason.
I see, Gavin, that's a dangerous question, because if I get on this radio and say, oh, man, they're going to be Super Bowl contenders, they're going to call me a homer. They're going to say I'm being XYZ. So why would you even put me in that situation? That's exactly what I'm about to say. But, if you just follow – if you just follow just follow the breadcrumbs, right? Like, hey, man, this was the worst defense we've ever seen in our whole entire life. Not just the kind of worst defense I've seen in my short life, or the worst defense in the league that year. This was like a historically all-time top 10 worst defense ever. And they still found a way to win 7 games. Now, if you just do a little bit of math, because we cover the Cowboys every single day, every single week. There was a time in week 14, 15, we were actually having this conversation. Hey, man, the Cowboys could get in the playoffs if this happened, and that was still with them going out there looking horrible on defense. Now, Christian Parker, all you got to do is be 29th, be 28th, my boy, 25th, and that'll just be humongous change, and you'll win 2 or 3 or maybe 4 more games. So, yeah, man, it sounds homery to feel like the Cowboys can make a huge leap in wins if they, shore up some things on defense and they go out there and be fantastic on offense like they were last year. It doesn't sound impossible, but this Cowboy land and, doom and gloom is the norm.
I guess what holds me up from what could be in the best case scenario is just how difficult it could be against the AFC South and the NFC West. And if those teams are as good as they were last year, I feel like the Cowboys could be a bit better and maybe not end up with any more wins because of how difficult their opponents are.
Well, it's a good thing that you play the Giants twice and you play the Washington Football Wizards twice. And, Dak seems to have some good luck versus the Eagles because, how dare Dak, play a good team well. So he does well against those guys. You would say that you have a pretty good chance of beating the Titans or whatnot. The Cardinals get weird. Arizona gets a little weird. On paper, that should be a team that you should be, but there's no such thing as a guarantee. But I think what we all have to figure out is, what are we most worried about? Are we worried about the balanced team, which is like, think about San Fran or think about the Ravens, right? Or are we more fearful of the team that's elite on one side, but they are vulnerable on the other side, right? So the Houston Texans, for example, some people are fearing the hell out of the Houston Texans, and I feel you. That's one of the best defense in the league. It might be the best defense in the league, but C.J. Stroud look weird out there, you know what I'm saying? And we have to account for those things. Brock Purdy can look weird sometimes. The Ravens had a weird season last year, so yeah, on paper it is a very difficult schedule, but if you made the improvements that we all think that, Overshown coming back healthy. Deron Bland should be healthier. Your linebacker situation just simply doesn't have Murray involved, right? Mm-hmm. You would assume that you can do decent versus those teams if, and I'm saying a bunch of ifs and buts, but this is, preseason. So there has to be ifs and buts. If your Dallas Cowboys offense shows up and does their thing, yeah, you could beat some good teams. You beat good teams last year. You never would have thought that you could drop 40 points on Green Bay. It's just that your defense gave up the same damn 40 points. So we just got to do that same game this year.
Great Vach Lombardi with us here in the G-Bag Nation 105 through the Fan. Vach, I want to ask you about the offensive line, and I believe you and Skywalker Steele might have just talked about this as well. I encourage everybody to go check that out on YouTube. But the Tyler Smith conversation about guard to tackle that kind of got brought up with Joseph Hoyt talking with him at the Derby about it. What do you think about Guyton? What are your expectations for him and maybe the best case, worst case for this offensive line in 26?
So, Zach, when we go into draft world, right, you have to decide, are you floor guy or are you ceiling guy? You know, if you like the players that have a high floor that can come in and do things right now, then cool. Those are the guys that you like. But some people are ceiling guy. Some people like to, you know, shoot dice in the bathroom. Some people like to take chances and say, hey, man, I know this dude hadn't played football for a long time. He hasn't played tackle, but for 1 year he was a tight end prior to this. But, man, I bet by year 3 he'll be a pretty good tackle. Hey, man, you know, you can't be that guy and then be impatient in year 1 and year 2. This is Tyler Guyton's 3rd year. Now, I'm floor guy. I'm more of the Booker dude. I want the dude that's good as hell right now, and then he'll go lift some weights and get bigger and be good next year. That's more my kind of guy. So I don't think that this Guyton thing should be an emergency right now. This is right on track. This is exactly who Tyler Guyton is, you know, supposed to be. Now, if you look at Tyler Guyton in 2024 versus 2025, he was on the right track to improve. He was going up, and we were in camp. Y'all was at camp. What's up? Y'all was at camp. Y'all was there. And Guyton was doing his thing until Guyton got hurt. And him getting hurt set him back a whole bunch. Him not having to go against Micah at camp, that set him back a whole bunch. So he needs reps. He needs as many reps as he possibly can get. And he did make some improvements, but hey, man, you have a couple setbacks. You're a totally different dude. Now, what I don't think the Cowboys want to do, I don't think they want to move the interior too much. I think they want to be super elite in there with BB and Big Tyler and Booker, because it's 3 Tylers, pardon me. So they want those guys to move A gap. They want those guys to move B gap. When they play the Eagles, they'll let Dak worry about Nolan Smith, Jonathan Grenard, the outside pressure, all that stuff. But you want to keep Carter in check. You want to keep Davis in check. So that's where your guards and your center are important. And Tyler Smith, Big Tyler, he is an elite guard. He played a fantastic guard season last year, and he was hurt. He'll be healthy this year. And what I think you don't want to do is to take a dude that's elite, that's all pro, and put him at tackle and just make him cool. You already got a cool dude at tackle. If you look around the league, there are worse tackles than Tyler Guyton. We just live in Tyron Smith world. We live in that old classic Cowboy offensive line world. Guyton's not horrific. He just ain't as good as we want Guyton to be. But I wouldn't want to move somebody elite just to make him okay and just to take a cool dude and put him somewhere else to be another cool dude. Stay great. Stay fantastic. And if it gets bad, then draft a tackle next year.
Vach, how do you expect the offense to get better next season?
Hey, man, keep on breathing and existing. One thing that I keep mentioning that's really difficult for an offense is when you're constantly in this shootout mode, right? So, like I said, the Cowboys defense, they were 49th worst last year. That's horrible. And as an offense, it's hard to get a rhythm. As an offensive line, it's hard to, change up some of your attacks because you're always pass setting. You never get an opportunity to hit first. So what happens is when the Cowboys are running the football and they get to be physical and they're a much better run blocking unit, then they get to play action. They get to do all kinds of weird stuff. They get to mix up the defense. But when you are only passing the football because J.J. McCarthy whooping your ass, because Russell Wilson whooping your ass, I don't know if I can say ass twice or 3 times on the radio. I know I got one good one.
Unlimited.
But when you're constantly in shootout mode, when you're constantly in track meet mode, you're taking away half your offense because you're having to throw the football. So what ends up happening last year is, okay, well, if we get up to a point to where Bo Nix is throwing the ball all over the yard, then what we get to do is we get the bracket Pickens and we get to shift one dude over here to take Lamb away and make Flournoy beat us. And we know they're not going to run the football because they're down 2 scores, right? So if you're the Cowboys offense, you live in this world where you get to run the football when you want, and you get to throw when you want, and you get to play action when you want. I would imagine that you get a little bit better. How many times did we just watch the Cowboys last year, second half of a game, you have to be perfect, and they just don't run the ball because they just can't run the ball because they're down. And Javonte Williams still had 1,200 rushing yards last year. I think the run game will be better. As far as the passing game goes, I just want them to be efficient. Dak Prescott doesn't have to lead the league in passing and touchdowns or anything like that. I would actually love it if Dak could have a game like Jalen Hurts or Brock Purdy where he only gets to throw the ball 12 times, gets 120-something passing yards, and you just run the ball and play defense. That would be a luxury to have something like that. But Dak don't know nothing about that, because if Dak plays bad, then the whole Cowboys play bad.
Vach Lombardi here with you on The Fan. Okay, give me the best under-the-radar move of this offseason. I got 3 options. You got Durant, you got Abonia, you got Devin Moore, one of the 4th-round picks, or other. Vach, who would you go with?
Man, Devin Moore, in my personal opinion, might be a next year guy. It could be Otito. it could be OT though, because he's just an extra rundown guy. I think what the Cowboys really wanted to do is they wanted to raise their floor and make it hard for an offense to do anything to him. Once upon a time, the Cowboys had this defense where they can roll out the bed and get a whole bunch of sacks, or they'll go get turnovers and picks and all that. But versus a good team, they can run the ball for 250 yards against you, and none of that matters. What I think the Cowboys did this year is that they're kind of sacrificing some of that stuff. They had a whole bunch of 3-techs that are like decent pass rush guys, or just D tackles that are decent pass rushy, upfield attacking type guys. Perrion was a guy like that, Solomon Thomas, and of course Osa was a guy like that. And they would ask Quentin and Kenny to do it, right? I think now what they're leaning towards is like, hey man, let's just get big edges on the outside. Let's get big dudes on the inside. Linebackers gotten a little bit bigger. You got corners that can tackle, and we're going to play this scheme where you got this safety playing nickel, so he helps in the run game. I think what the Cowboys want to do is they just want to stay steady on defense. I think you may not get as many big plays on defense, but you're not going to get as many big plays happening to you. And that might be just what this Cowboys offense needs just to be true. So Otito Ogbanya, hey man, there's going to be a bunch of down linemen there. You're going to need 3 of them. And when you play nickel, you're going to need another dude that can move around and play different spots. Otito can play 0, 1, 4. I wouldn't do it a whole bunch, but he can. 3-tech. And he's a dude that's really good versus the run. So if Christian Parker wants to be this chess player, this calculus defense to where he's mixing up the looks, and that's going to be what your pass rush is, just making your quarterback hold the ball longer, then you just need dudes to deal with the run, and Otito can do that.
He is at Voch Lombardi on Twitter, on YouTube. You see him on Crown Global Media with Brian Broaddus every day, buddy. Anything else we can tell the folks how to get to you?
Hey man, Voch Lombardi, somebody in the comments right now probably don't like me or whatever. I saw a couple people in there. But hey man, Voch Lombardi everywhere. You can find me. I'm Googleable. Appreciate y'all, and I'll be tapping in 105.3 The Fan. Salute.
Hey, Fantex loved you, bro. We're going to have to do this more often.
Thanks, Voch. Cheers, buddy.
Thank you. Salute. Appreciate y'all.
See you in Oxnard, sir. Or sooner on Zoom. Thanks to Voch. Okay, we got to run. We got 2 hours down, 3 to go. Little mixed bag coming up, old Chuck.
Yeah, let's do it. We do have Brady. We got Manning. And how about we get back to that best free agent fit for your Dallas Cowboys? Maybe sprinkle-dink a little MMA news in there as well. That's next in the nation. But let's chat Trajan Wealth, shall we? That's TRAJAN. If your current wealth manager isn't hitting it out of the park for you, all right, we're looking for that Rangers offense to get going. Trajan Wealth, also the official radio partner of your Texas Rangers. That's right, you're hearing them all over the place. They're doing big things, and you can as well with Trajan Wealth's help. Step up to the plate with them. Their family office brings your retirement, tax, and estate planning together on the same team. Call Trajan Wealth today. Consultation is absolutely free, okay? Give them a ring at 1-855-TRAJAN1. 1-855-TRAJAN1. They got a variety of offices across the Metroplex. I love Frisco. That's my one-stop shop. Say what's up to my guy Steve there. But they're also in Arlington. They're in Fort Worth. They're in McKinney. And how about South Lake, Eric?
Yeah, that's my spot. Shout out to Trajan Wealth. I would encourage you to check them out at TRAJANwealth.com. Schedule that free, no-obligation consultation because at Trajan Wealth, your needs come first. They're a fiduciary firm, so they're going to be prioritizing your financial well-being above all else. And the more money you make, the more money they make. So trust me, they want to see you win, and they're in this with you. Now, Trajan Wealth is also family-owned. They're veteran-led. They've brought decades of experience to the table, and their team of advisors actually specialize in helping individuals in or nearing retirement. I mean, my goodness, trying to navigate the complexities of today's financial landscape, we all know that can be extremely challenging, but great news for all of us, Trajan Wealth is here to help. You can reach them at 1-855-TRAJAN1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN1. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC Registered Investment Advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Actual client. Paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
Take us with you wherever you go. Now heard on the iHeartRadio app, YouTube, Twitch, the TuneIn app, our Odyssey app, and of course with the biggest mother of a radio signal in DFW. Thanks for making your favorite travel buddy 105.3 The Fan. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Aaron Rodgers finally signed a deal in Pittsburgh this weekend. The 42-year-old will reunite with head coach Mike McCarthy, who he was with last in 2018 with the Packers. Green Bay went 6-9-1 that season. Rodgers threw 25 touchdowns, 2 interceptions, and just under 4,500 yards. The Steelers currently have the third best odds to win the AFC North at plus 500 behind the Ravens and the Bengals. I'm Adam Abdallah.
Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea just got harder with Twisted Tea Extreme. Twisted Tea Extreme is made with real brewed tea, goes down smooth, and an 8% kick of alcohol. Dial up the fun with Twisted Tea Extreme. Keep it twisted. Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If Twisted Tea was your best friend, they'd start a dance party in the supermarket that turns into a pool party at your place, and you don't even own a pool. Twisted Tea is smooth, refreshing, and always fun. Twisted Tea Hard Iced Tea. Keep it twisted.
Twisted Tea Brewing Company, Cincinnati, Ohio. Please drink responsibly.
When shopping for a new auto insurance policy, AAA could help you customize your coverage to fit your unique needs and budget. Trust AAA Auto Insurance to help you find the balance that works for you. See how a simple switch could make a big difference. AAA, we're always with you. Visit AAA.com/insurance. Insurance provided to qualified AAA members by Auto Club County Mutual Insurance Company. Membership requires a separate payment.
Hey Cholos, RJ Choppy here for one of the best dealerships in all of North Texas. Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep on the east side of DFW between Highway 80 and I-20. And of course, it's Stephen Gilchrist-owned store right now. Take advantage of the Declaration of Deals sales event at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep, one of the biggest selections you're going to find anywhere. Brand new Chryslers, Dodge, Rams, and Jeeps. All start the process online. PlatinumCDRJTexas.com. And then you drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Chrysler Dodge Ram Jeep.
Injured in an accident? Call now! Oh, look, if you've been hurt, the last thing you need is another high-stress situation. At Branch & Dillon, our goal is to remove that stress and let you focus on recovery while we focus on protecting your interests. Established right here in Dallas-Fort Worth. When you work with us, you're a fellow Texan, not a number. No yelling, no gimmicks. Visit us at CrashHelpFast.com. You focus on recovery. We'll handle the rest. CrashHelpFast.com.
Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May 25th, get up to 70% off everything home at Wayfair. Plus, score amazing doorbuster deals all sale long and surprise flash deals on Memorial Day. We're talking thousands of products at every style and budget. Now is the time to save big on must-haves for your patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last, so don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolade spells powerful relief. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
It is not hard to destroy a college. Last season, the podcast Campus Files brought you stories of fraternity drug rings, stolen body parts, campus cults, and more.
And now, Campus Files is back for another season.
There's a guy screaming into his phone. He's like, I just saw Charlie Kirk get assassinated right in front of me.
Every week is a new episode and a new story.
It was so chaotic.
It's almost like a university under siege. Listen to and follow Campus Files. Available now wherever you get your podcasts.
Tolos Chiafalo here, and I got to be honest with you, my home has become my happy place, but I started noticing scuffs, faded colors, and peeling paint that needed attention. And that's when I reached out to my friends at CertaPro Painters and scheduled my free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. And whether inside or out, you can protect your home with quality paint in a worry-free process. Free estimates, detailed, easy to understand, and you get a quote right away. They're dedicated to bringing fresh color to your home with quality craftsmanship, just like they did for me. So schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, CertaPro.com. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, here we go. It's hour 3 of the nation. Thanks to Vach Lombardi, who just joined us. And if you missed it, you can go back with the Odyssey app, listen to Krusty's Corner. It's time now to promote the fact that Chris Young is coming up in under 20 minutes. CY is going to join us. We're hoping for good news on Seager. Corey Seager update coming from CY in 15 minutes or so. Here's Wolchuk with your mixed bag.
All right, let's shake it up. You never know what you're going to get in this mixed bag. We'll actually stay on the diamond, as I think it's about 40 degrees there in Colorado right now, according to the beat that is at Coors Field ahead of tonight.
Jeez.
And still waiting on the lineup to be dropped. But it might be a night that you could see Andrew McCutchen in the lineup, courtesy of some Rangers Twitter out there. McCutchen, as they're taking on Jose Quintana, he is 8 for 27. He's got about a 300 batting average with a home run against Quintana in his career. Nimmo is also 2 for 5 with a 400 batting average and a home run. So maybe Kutch in the lineup, whether that's in the outfield or DHing, but can't wait to talk with CY and get some more updates on the other side. Did you guys, my gosh, the tick pick prices for this Eastern Conference Finals Game 1? Did you take a glimpse at any of this?
No, this will be at MSG.
Yes, it is the Cavs-Knicks Game 1 MSG. Most expensive conference finals tickets ever recorded. The current get-in price, just to get in the door for Game 1, is $501. The average purchase price is just over $1,000 for a ticket at MSG. I mean, heck, it's the Knicks' best chance getting to the finals since, when was they lost to the Spurs? Was that 99?
Yeah, I mean, this is a huge time. This is a huge time for Knicks fans, and they've had some playoff disasters for a very long time right now, and they're fired up. So I get it, and you know the NBA is dying for the Knicks to be the Eastern Conference representative in the finals.
Yeah, can you imagine Cleveland in OKC? Like, those ratings would probably be pretty rough.
Yeah, because this isn't Cleveland with LeBron at the height of his powers.
No. But, man, yeah, this Knicks and Spurs, I mean, a rematch, or even Knicks and OKC, I think both those would be really fun series. You're probably all playing for second place in the East, though. I think we all believe Spurs, Thunder, they're going to end up being your NBA champ when it's all said and done.
I do think they're the two best teams, for sure.
Yeah. I agree.
Yeah, it's hard to imagine New York and Cleveland getting past Game 5 against either of the two Western opponents.
Gentleman's sweep.
Yeah.
Did you guys, okay, so who was it that threw out Caitlin Clark as the Jeremy Lin? We talked about that last week.
I don't know. Lucius had it in LA Live. There was a Craig Carton.
Craig Carton. Right. Well, it wasn't a good weekend for him. Did you see what Caitlin did? Stat correction ends up now. She goes back-to-back nights. She pushed her total for assists from 8 to 10, but she has WNBA records now in consecutive nights. First player to go 20 and 10 now in multiple games. She had 21, 10, and 7 boards in 24 minutes yesterday.
I think it's the most 20-10 games ever.
Yeah, she did.
And it's only like 21.
Yeah, it's an 11th career game with at least 20 and 10 assists.
11.
So she broke a tie with Courtney Vandersloot. Now she's pushed it to 12.
That is crazy, dude.
I mean, they've been playing this. They've been playing this for 20, 30 years.
Yeah.
They've been playing WNBA basketball for 30 years.
You haven't had one person.
We haven't had a guard. I mean, all the Sue Bird years. There's been so many great players who can shoot and assist.
Yeah, that is pretty freaking wild. But shout out to Caitlin Clark. She had a dominant weekend.
Angel Reese has the double bigs record.
Yeah, she broke. And again, I think that was like 13.
Yeah, she did it in her second year.
Yeah, absolutely. Nuts. All right, NFL news. Nashville, we're voting on it. Super Bowl in 2030 to be at the new $2.1 billion stadium in Tennessee. I think that's probably going to get approved. And we found out, so next year the NFL draft is going to be in D.C.
Yeah.
You're following Minnesota.
That's right.
It's going to get the NFL draft. So congratulations to the Viking fans. They're going to be ready to rock. They're ready to party there. It's going to be lit. It's going to be super fun.
It's going to be freezing.
Yeah, it will be.
It's going to be a lit, man.
It's going to be a lit. Feeling lit, feeling light. 2 a.m. summer night. It's going to be a lit for sure.
That might be the oldest thing you've ever said, Wolchuk. Do you hear it calling middle age?
Yeah, I know.
It's calling your name.
Well, I mean,
it's going to be a lit.
I'll reveal what happened to me in the 6 o'clock hour. When I get closer to our nighttime audience, formerly the nosebleed seats where it feels more like a safe space, I don't want too many people to hear it, all right? And
it was not on fleek?
It's not on fleek, dude. Not on fleek at all. In fact, it was super freaking embarrassing.
Was it bussing?
Wasn't bussing, dude. Not bussing either. All right, whatever other
it was
thing.
busting out the bag.
Something was bussing, and it wasn't in a good way. All right, that's not what you want here. Out. All right, let's actually get to some of these. This is perfect because Peyton Manning was asked a lot of these same words, and Peyton. Just funny. I just, even if he's not trying to be funny, I just find Peyton Manning to be funny. But here is a back and forth with him, and it's either his niece, might even be his daughter. I got to fact check this while he's talking. Take it away, Peyton.
Dad, what is Riz?
Riz
Dad
means
daughter.
That you have a little style. Is that right?
Mm-hmm. I bet.
I bet. Is I the first part? How do you spell I? I means all right, and bet means yes.
How about aura?
This is all from experience because I have 2 kids that say these words a lot. Aura means, what was the first word we talked about?
Riz?
Yeah, somewhat in the same realm. You kind of got it. It's kind of with you. And
how about sus?
Oh, sus. That means you're kind of suspect, like, that's not sure about that.
How about slay?
Oh, slay means you're out there just killing it in volleyball, hitting bombs in baseball, throwing post routes in football, just killing it.
It's awesome.
Seems like he nailed that, didn't
he? Good old quiz, daddy-daughter time. He did. I think he crushed it. I think Peyton is he's probably more up to the times that I am.
Isn't Riz more like dating, though?
Yeah, like
it's like you're smooth with the opposite sex.
You're a good talker, right? Yeah. And then the aura, everyone's
same sex?
Yeah, or the same sex, however you want to go these days.
You're a smooth-talking son of a gun.
Absolutely, man. You're able to get in there.
And you do it kind of casually, right? You're not trying to be like Mr. Don Juan. It just kind of happens for you.
Yes. It's just a natural gift of gab, and they're attracted to you. You've got that pull, like a magnetic force. Let's go to Tom Brady. Now, Brady, there's probably a reason why he did the commencement at Georgetown for their graduation. You can let me know on the text line because I don't really know what it is. But congratulations to him. As he graduated 27 years ago, Georgetown says, hey, come on over. We want you to go ahead and speak to the class. And in doing so, Brady, man, he is just into these roasts, isn't he? He takes another shot at his old coach.
And I challenge you as graduates of this amazing institution to seek out more things that are just too hard. Things that will force you to grow beyond what you thought was possible for yourself, physically, mentally, or emotionally. I want you to challenge yourself with ideas that are uncomfortable and people who push you to be your very best. Even if one of those people is a cranky old coach who cuts the sleeves off his sweatshirt and screams at you all day, do your job. Okay, that's too specific into my experience. You guys get the point.
He's embracing it, dude.
Yeah, it's just like, you know what? I'm just going to roll with it. Why not?
His writers do a nice job for him.
Yeah, they do. And you know what? It's all about the delivery as well. And he's got the delivery down right now.
I didn't sense that. I got to tell you, that sounds scripted and robotic.
Oh,
that sounds
you don't like the delivery.
I'm not going to add this to things Tom Brady does well.
All right. Well, agree to disagree.
I think we're still at 2.
Okay, it's fine. People can't have everything, and I don't want Tom to be awesome at football, plus be a model, and also a good joke teller. So screw you, Tom.
I can't believe he's doing fashion walks.
Okay, we're going to get more into that later, because I saw that you had that, and I didn't really do a deep dive on the fashion walks.
Oh, Riz is from the word charisma?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, it all makes sense now.
I did not know that until
Seriously?
today.
Are y'all serious?
I'm dead serious.
I am. Unfortunately, I am dead serious.
Oh my God,
these guys, like, come on.
I didn't know.
How long have you known that, Lucius?
Forever.
When
I first heard it.
Golly,
Context clues helped me with that one.
Yeah.
Read a freaking book for once, guys. What are you doing? My gosh.
No, I should have known that. I should have put 2 and 2 together. I think it's the Z, like Riz, and there's not a Z in charisma. It missed me.
So Rizonomics, you haven't read the book?
Not yet.
You should.
I'm waiting for it to arrive at my house.
That's the beginning of it. All right, we got more information.
I bet is not a Gen Z word, by the way. We've been saying that for a long time.
Yeah.
I bet.
Yeah.
The sus is not really a Gen Z word either. We've always been calling people suspect. They just shorten it down a little bit.
That's all it is.
What was that other one? Oh, my God.
Aura?
No, not Aura. They can have that one. That's definitely theirs.
Slay.
Slay. Drag queen's been saying that since the 70s, bro.
Yes. Right? I think he got that one wrong.
Yes, girl. Slay.
Slay is not you're crushing it in softball.
Then they high kick and fall on the ground like it was an accident. Then they pop back up. It's crazy. Woo!
It's like that guy that was doing the splits. Yeah, 33 times over and broke a record.
Oh, my gosh.
All right, more information going here with Brendan Sorsby.
Adjust your package a little bit.
Yeah, that was disgusting.
King.
Court documents have revealed Sorsby's wide-ranging gambling habits. You ready for this?
No.
Across the 22 to 25 seasons, Sorsby placed thousands of bets on everything and anything. These bets weren't for the purpose of making money. He bet on things like games in the Turkish basketball league, Romanian soccer games, obscure double tennis matches, and Nathan's famous hot dog eating contest. I don't think this guy had a problem. I think he was just a man.
He was betting on Joey Jaws, of course.
Duh.
To
we
win.
all do. We're all sitting there every year like, how many over, under, what's the dog count? That's nothing bad.
Turkish basketball?
That we might have a conversation about. I didn't even know you could do that.
That kind of that screams addiction, or you've lost your ass today and now you are chasing in any possible way that you can. Oh, here's Turkish basketball. I didn't know that was a thing.
All right, what are we thinking? Addiction?
I don't know.
You sway? Did he sway you at all?
Maybe it was addiction. Maybe it was, but I have a hard time with anything that seems to be more about escaping accountability than a clinical diagnosis.
No, you're right. All right, yep, I hear you. Best team fit according to ESPN. Best remaining free agents. Would you want anything to do with Nick Chubb at running back for the Dallas Cowboys?
That was terrible. No.
Okay, what about Alvin Kamara?
Nope. Old.
Neither. We're talking just for a season here, man.
Yeah. I mean,
still no go. All right.
The problem there is you're talking about names that might have a priority. I like the idea of Malik Davis better than those two.
All right.
And a snowball's chance in hell of Jaden Blue.
Maybe a Blue and a Maffa.
Hitting for you.
Yeah.
I mean, best case scenario, I'm crossing my fingers every day that Jaden Blue gets himself together and can get on the field. But trading for Kamara is probably not something you want to do.
Well, he might get cut.
If he gets cut, then that's a different story.
Listening to what Mickey Loomis was saying today, they're like, we don't even know where he fits on the roster.
I know, that was interesting.
Doesn't that make you think he's getting cut? I wouldn't trade for him either.
Yeah.
I think they're going to end up releasing him.
Yeah, if they end up releasing him, I'd be interested in kicking the tires on Chubb and Kamara. And then with no guarantees that you're even going to make the team, but let's see an Oxnard and make the young guys really have to prove it that they're the guy that should be RB2.
We'll see an Oxnard, sir. And finally here, it's official. He's back. Conor McGregor will be returning to the UFC July 11th in Las Vegas, welterweight bout against Max Blessed Holloway. Last time Conor McGregor fought, all right, we got to go back to 2021. The Bucks were winning their first championship. Lionel Messi won his first international trophy. Italy was atop the European soccer world. Boy, have things changed. The Lightning had just won back-to-back Stanley Cups. And you had Oklahoma, the Sooners, were starting a dynastic run in softball. That is the last time we saw Mystic Mac, and I hope he makes the walk, and I hope his head is in the right place. Because if it is, there still might not be a more entertaining fighter in the game.
Well, thank you, Wolchuk.
5 years?
Thank you.
Yeah. That's going to get sad.
And it was bad back then. Like that. The
last time we saw him, it was bad, but I think that he was also addicted to drugs and alcohol, and I don't know, maybe now he's not. But if he is, then it's still going to be gross.
We got Chris Young joining us next here, Rangers president of baseball operations here on your home of the Rangers. Pregame at 7 o'clock tonight on The Fan.
But first, Tolos, I know as parents we would all do anything to give our own kids a bright future, but some kids need a helping hand to get there, and that's why I'm here today to ask you to donate your old car to Cars for Kids. It is so easy, all right? Free towing, all paperwork done, a maximum tax deduction, and a $50 gift card as a thank you. Every cent of net proceeds goes to Texans Can Academies, giving at-risk kids the education and hope that they deserve. Listen, if my kids needed help, I'd pray someone would step up. Be that someone today. Visit carsforkids.org or call 866-835-5437 and write off the car, not the kid.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
Straight Talk Wireless presents Pickup Truck Wisdom.
If you're only good to your new friends, you're not going to have any old ones. Straight Talk gets it. That's why new and existing customers get free 5G phones on Verizon's 5G network. Pretty simple, really. You keep good people by being good people.
Find us at straighttalk.com and Walmart. Straight Talk Wireless. Straightforward. Always. Taxes and fees apply. Plan purchase required for free phone offers. Copyright 2026 Verizon.
Did you know you can get free electricity every night and help the planet? Call Green Mountain Energy at 1-866-GREEN-TX to get free nights of 100% wind energy for your home. That's 1-866-GREEN-TX. Green Mountain Energy, PUCT 10009.
Summer is coming. Are you ready to look and feel your best? If you're dealing with low energy, weight gain, muscle loss, or low sex drive, your hormones may be holding you back. BioT certified providers help treat men and women for low testosterone, low energy, muscle loss, and low sex drive. Visit myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program or call 817-518-4580. That's myhormonelevels.com or call 817-518-4580.
Polo Schiafalo here to remind you, if you're buying or selling a home, one thing can stop a deal real fast: the roof.
I'm Josh Fining with Greystone Roofing. Realtors trust us because a bad inspection can delay a closing or kill the deal completely. We offer no-cost roof inspections and honest, fast assessments.
Before you list or buy, know where you stand.
Greystone Roofing, the choice of real estate professionals across North Texas.
Visit greystone-roofing.com.
Licensed, local, and family owned. The best roofs come from Greystone.
Puka, Bella, I'm sure you've noticed some changes.
Who are you talking to?
I'm just practicing for when I have to tell the dogs about the twins. Because they'll
be fine in the spacious third row seat.
But the twins
can sleep peacefully thanks to the rear manual sunshade.
And what about the
extra cargo space for strollers and dog beds?
I guess you're right.
Can we go to the hospital now? The contractions are getting closer.
The 3-row Lexus TX. Because everyone should feel like the center of the universe. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Back pain, muscle strain, or a stomach ache? Skip the internet search and talk to a healthcare professional. Call Medical City Healthcare's Consult-A-Nurse to connect to an experienced licensed nurse who can provide health advice where and when you need it. Consult-A-Nurse is available 24/7 and it's free. Call 844-70-NURSE. When it's a question of your health, don't leave it to guesswork. Medical City Healthcare Consult-A-Nurse, the official healthcare system of the Texas Rangers.
Get everything you need for the entire job delivered. From lumber to drywall, flooring, and fixtures, get it all delivered from the Home Depot. With same day, next day, or any day delivery. Staying on track and on time is crucial to your job. That's why it's our job to get you what you need when you need it. We deliver the supplies. You deliver the results. Brought to you by the Home Depot.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Hey everybody, it's Corey Majors, Tolos. When it comes to retirement, timing your Social Security can make a huge difference in how much you actually get. My good friend David Dustin, founder of MoneyWorks Group, helps people all over North Texas navigate the system so they don't leave money on the table. Right now, David's giving away a free copy of his Safe Money book to help you make more informed decisions. Visit moneyworksgroup.com for your copy or call 972-736-7373. David Dustin and MoneyWorks Group. Reinvent your tomorrow with confidence and guarantees.
Cowboys fans, the NFL offseason is heating up. Before summer temperatures come on with a full blitz, schedule a first-time $59 AC tune-up and professional cleaning with on-time experts. Proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys. Here's the truth. Dirt, dust, and debris are the #1 killers of air conditioners. Most companies do a quickie system check, but at the On-Time Experts, we remove all that harmful buildup. Go to theontimeexperts.com and schedule your $59 tune-up today. The On-Time Experts, a proud partner of the Dallas Cowboys.
Do you owe back taxes or have unfiled tax returns? The IRS won't quit until they get your money. Here's great news, fresh from those in the know. Major changes have happened at the IRS. If you owe more than $10,000, you may be eligible for a 99% reduction of what you owe. Haven't filed a return for a while? Their happy clients are talking.
The IRS was going to levy my bank account, but Guardian was able to prevent that and fix all my IRS issues. Thanks again, Guardian Tax.
Need relief from crushing tax debt? The IRS now has special programs. Guardian Tax knows all about them. Personal or business, this is the fresh new brick you've been hoping for.
We aren't the company you call when you need a hug because you're scared of the IRS. Guardian Tax is the company that wins when you need it most.
Guardian Tax Service is really great to work with. They really help me out. I'd recommend them highly.
Call now for a free confidential consultation. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424. 800-499-1424.
If you're looking to buy a brand new car, the place to go is Platinum Chevrolet. My family has bought 4 cars from Platinum in the last 6.5 years. It's because of the great people, service, selection, and those low prices. You get them all at Platinum Chevrolet.
Get in now and pound your fist on the table for GM Justin Rudd. You got clear upfront pricing. Whatever you see online, that's the price you're going to pay. Shop online and let them deliver your new Chevrolet. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com. Drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by BuyersBarricades.com.
Buyers Barricades is a full-service traffic control provider, taking care of your project from the evaluation and planning to setting up, maintaining, and taking down the equipment when the project is complete. The Texas Authority in Barricade Rental. BuyersBarricades.com.
Welcome back. Rangers are in Colorado tonight. Pregame coming up in just over 2.5 hours. It's time for the Chris Young Show here on your home of the Rangers. It's brought to you by Medical City Healthcare and Lexus. Visit your local Dallas-Fort Worth Lexus dealership today. And here he is, the president of baseball operations of your Rangers, Chris Young, on the Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
Hey, guys, I'm well. How are you all?
We're doing pretty good, thank you. That was a nice dub yesterday now, but I think everybody's thinking what's going on with Corey Seager's back. Do you have any updates for us?
Yeah, Corey saw our back specialist this morning and confirmed that he's dealing with a little bit of inflammation in his lower back. He's missed the last 4 days with this, and we just decided that we're going to put him on the IL. We feel like he's so important to our season. We need to get him right. We need to get him feeling better, and we are going to IL him with the idea that he'll be back the first game at home against Houston, the first day he's eligible to return. It's nothing that's overly concerning in terms of the diagnosis or the prognosis, but prudent that we put him on the IL to make sure we get this right. We don't want to rush it. We want to make sure that he's 100%, and he's just too valuable and important to the rest of our season. So not great news, but nonetheless, I think the right course of action. And our anticipation is this will give him a chance to reset mentally. He's certainly pressing in terms of the offensive performance, and we just get the good version of Corey Seager coming out of this. We'll be in a good spot.
Do you know when it started and what caused it?
No, I'm not 100% certain. He came out of the game, or came out of the last game at home against Arizona with back tightness. Thursday, it didn't feel good, and then Friday in Houston felt significantly worse. So it got worse with the off day, which is never a great sign. Wanted to try to give it a day or two in Houston, was hopeful he could play by Sunday, and when Sunday rolled around and he wasn't ready to go, we decided to send him back to Dallas, get tests, and see our back specialist, and then sort of confirmed what we thought in terms of the inflammation and the need for rest. And but what actually agitated it, we don't know. Specifically, he had a play where he went to the ground last week. That may have contributed to it. Corey, he's a tough player. I mean, he doesn't show much emotion. He's very tough, and he wants to be out there, and he was pushing hard to try to get back, but his back just wouldn't cooperate.
Any update on Wyatt?
Yeah, Wyatt's making progress. We had a good week with him, regaining some strength in his forearm. We're hopeful to start baseball activity here soon, and the hope is that it'll be a quick progression once we can kind of get cleared to start baseball activity. But he's turned the corner, and our hope is that this is going to go pretty quickly here, and we'll get him back sooner than later. But it's a tough thing when any team loses their two best hitters in their lineup, and certainly we're going through that right now. And I think we felt that this weekend in Houston. And so Sunday, it was really good to see the guys step up. I felt like Saturday we had chances to break through, and we couldn't get the big hit. I think we had 13 runners left on base. And so while we were creating traffic, we weren't coming up with a big hit. So, one, we've got to get Corey and Wyatt right. Our offense needs those guys. We depend on those guys to be successful. But, these other guys are going to have to find ways to step up as well. And it was great to see on Sunday when they did that.
Chris Young here with you on the Fan. So roster-wise, what are you guys going to do here over the next week to help out?
Yeah, we're going to activate Michael Hellman. We're going to recall him from AAA. Evan Carter should get the day off today with the left-handed pitcher. Evan's been out there almost every day of the season, and it'll be good to give him a blow against a left-hander. Certainly try to ease the pressure of him facing left-handed pitching. So Hellman will play center field tonight, and we'll run out a predominantly right-handed lineup and hopefully get these bats going in Colorado.
Was that the Justin Foskey play where Seager went to the ground?
No, it was not the Foskey play. There was another play in that series that he made to his left, and I think he kind of grimaced on it. I can't remember the exact play. I didn't think much of it at the time, but after the fact, you saw Corey grimace and you knew, okay, that may have been a little painful. But I can't say for certain whether or not that was the specific play that hurt him. It was not the Foskey play.
Okay, thank goodness, because we had Justin on last week, and he was like beside himself, like, oh my gosh, if I was the person that hurt Curry Seager, I probably wouldn't even be up right now. So that is
no,
that is good news. See why?
It definitely was not that play. So Justin can have a clear conscience.
How is Smitty doing? That must have been quite some interesting news to get regarding the meningitis.
Yeah, that was, there's just certain things that you're not accustomed to dealing with. You're used to on-field injuries. And when we got that news, first of all, it was extremely scary. A very serious situation in terms of, life and death injuries and illnesses. And when we got that diagnosis, our medical team did a tremendous job of recognizing the signs and the symptoms, immediately sent him to the emergency room to get further testing where they confirmed it was viral meningitis. And, he's been in great care with our doctors here in Dallas, but great thing. And sometimes you think of these players, they play through a lot of pain, a lot of injuries. They put their bodies through a lot, but when they go through something like this, it gives you some perspective about what this game is. And certainly Smitty, he's hopefully getting discharged from the hospital soon, and our hope is that he'll be back quickly, but he's got a little ways to go here.
Pretty clutch training staff to be able to spot viral meningitis, CY.
I'll tell you what, I really tip my cap to those guys. And when they first said it to me, I was thinking, are we being a little conservative here? Or do we think this is a little overreaction? And sure enough, they were spot on. They knew the symptoms. They recognized kind of the pain he was having and the description that he provided to them. And they said, this does not sound like a normal illness or headache. This is something more serious, and we need to get him checked out right now. So it really was a very good job by our medical team.
The pitching staff was really strong this weekend. What'd you think about Leiter's start on Friday night?
Yeah, Jack was so good. It just was unfortunate that we couldn't get him a win. He pitched so well. It was really fun to see, and he just keeps getting better and better. I mean, he was dealing with a little heel issue, ankle heel issue that I think was impacting his mechanics. We kind of got that knocked out, and since then he's been very, very good. And it's fun to watch Jack. He keeps getting better and better. I really believe he's going to be a frontline starting pitcher, and the way he pitched the first game of the series was phenomenal. It was really fun to watch, and so. With our starting pitching, they've been really good. I know Jacob gave up the 4 home runs, but oftentimes those things don't beat you. And so it's been fun to watch our pitching. We have to find a way to start supporting them offensively. I mean, I do believe even with Corey and Wyatt out that we're better than what we showed this weekend, the first 2 games in terms of our run production. And, if these guys get hot together like they did on Sunday, with our pitching, we should be able to run off, a stretch where we win 8 out of 10, 10 out of 12, something like that. And then all of a sudden you look up, and with where the American League is right now, a run like that would put us in a really good spot.
Yeah, where do you see right now the biggest potential is for the offense to make those gains? I mean, you mentioned earlier the traffic's been there, just maybe not the timely hitting.
Yeah, it's we've got to continue to create the traffic, but at some point we've got to break through with a big hit. And we did that yesterday with Jake Berger's home run. It was really great to see. And then Jake came up again later in the game. And it's such a good group of guys, and I can see it. They really press. They know that they've got to step up, and they're putting a lot of pressure on themselves to come through in those moments. And sometimes in this game, the harder you try, the worse you get. And so. I really believe we have quality major league hitters, and it's just a matter of time before they break out together. But, the last 2 games, or the first 2 games in Houston, were tough to watch when we couldn't push a run across. And, we were all frustrated. We know that we're better than that and that these guys are capable of more than that. And my expectation is with or without Corey and Wyatt that, guys play up to their potential. And I do believe we're going to start seeing that here soon.
Well, I guess everything turned out okay with Evaldi's side, his oblique or whatever.
Yeah, that was another scare. You can see the week we've had, obviously, medically. There's had a lot of different conversations from, backs to obliques to meningitis. And nonetheless, Evo turned out was, he was able to get through it and missed a couple days there, kind of pushed back a start, but was the right decision to make. And he picked up where he left off. I mean, he was so good and really set the tone. You just kind of felt like Evo said, we're not losing today because they're not scoring today. And that was kind of the impression I had watching him. And he went out and just kept us in the game until our offense finally broke through. And it was it was just a great job by him. And it speaks to who he is and, the frontline starting pitcher. That's what aces do. And Evo did exactly that.
How much of your time in your day and your week are you looking at minor league stuff? I saw Malcolm Moore was Sally League Player of the Week, crushed it, hit like 520.
Yeah, it's great to see Malcolm. Last year was a rough year. He got off to a decent start, then got hit by a pitch and fractured his hand or wrist and missed a significant portion of time. When he came back, he just never got going. And so it was not a lost year for Malcolm, but it was a tough year. And to see him come into camp this year, he was in great shape. You could tell how hard he worked this offseason. You felt like he was due for a big year. And really, I was talking to somebody internally today about Malcolm, and, we picked him 30th. It was the year that we picked at the end of the first round after winning the World Series. And it's just a great example that we had a very good process, and Malcolm was somebody who fit a lot of the process metrics that we felt like good hitters have. And while it didn't show last year, sure enough, he's having a great year to start this season, and a great bounce back for him, and he deserves all the credit for it. But yeah, it's really fun to see. I mean, he is just having one heck of a season. I was watching part of his game yesterday, and he homered and doubled in the 2 at-bats I got to see. So I do pay close attention to the minor leagues. I always want to keep my eye on what's going on the farm and, which guys are performing. And actually, there's a lot of good hitters in the system performing right now, especially at the lower levels. We're a little thin in AAA, but you get down to AA and high A, we've got a lot of guys having good years, and it's pretty exciting to see.
When it comes to pitching in Colorado at that altitude, Mackenzie Gore gets the ball tonight, but what are you hoping to see from your arms? Maybe it's good for the offense, but as a pitcher, I imagine that's a challenge.
Yeah, it's funny. I pitched there a lot in my career, and I always enjoyed pitching there. I felt like it was a place that if you made good pitches, you could get a lot of quick contact, early outs. And so I enjoyed pitching there, and I think it's really a mentality. For me, I embraced it. When I knew I was going to have a start at Coors Field, instead of dreading it, I did the opposite. I went into it with a positive mindset and said, okay, this is going to be fun. It's going to be a great challenge. Let's go attack it. And I expect that from McKenzie. If he does that and execute pitches, his stuff is really, really good. And my hope is that he'll go out and pick up where he left off last outing and give us a really, really good start. Do what Evo did yesterday. These guys keep feeding off each other. Like I said, our starting pitching is really solid, and if these guys continue to pitch the way they have, we are going to hit a stretch where the bats get hot and we win a lot of games in a row.
Appreciate you as always, CY. Have a great week, and give them hell. We'll be pulling for you.
Guys, thanks so much. I appreciate it.
There he goes, the Chris Young Show every Monday at 4:20 here in the G-Bag Nation on your home of the Rangers, 105.3 The Fan. And, man, CY has been so great to us over the years. Love talking baseball with him and getting an update on those stories. Corey Seager, though, if you missed it about 14 minutes ago, CY told us he is going to go on the 10-day injured list, and they plan on having him back next week. So it's kind of a good news, bad news situation. At least it's not worse. When you start talking about the back, things can get away from you a little bit. So it sounds like it's very manageable type of deal there. We'll give you more reactions to what CY told us, and look forward to tonight's Rangers game in Colorado against the Rockies. Pregame's coming up at 7 o'clock. Sands at 5:20, and we're back with sports here on The Fan.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, the Rangers-Rockies series opener. We get a Game 7 for the NBA and NHL playoff super segment, plus a very special Masterpiece Theater. Join the show 10 to 2 right here on The Fan.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here, and it's time for a little real talk. I want you to remember this one little line that you may not be thinking, but your girl's thinking about it. Good enough isn't good enough. Raise the bar and raise something else. With Blue Chew Gold, a 4-in-1 upgrade, targets both your body and your brain. That's right, most blue pills only focus on blood flow, but Blue Chew Gold goes further, enhances arousal, desire, connection, total performance, physical and mental, dissolves right under your tongue. Starts working in as little as 15 minutes. Turbocharge your love life with Blue Chew Gold. Get started today. An online medical provider prescribes it for you. BlueChew.com, promo code RJ. See why millions of men trust Blue Chew. And now with the gold standard upgrade that's changing the game for good. 10% off your first month of Blue Chew Gold. Promo code RJ. BlueChew.com, promo code RJ. Get your confidence back and your little fella feeling big again.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Coming up tonight in pro basketball, Game 1 of the Western Conference Final, Oklahoma City a 6.5-point home favorite against San Antonio, and OKC's second best player expected to play in the game. And I know San Antonio had regular season success against OKC. This is a different animal. Give me OKC laying the 6.5. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter. Get everything you need for the entire job delivered. From lumber to drywall, flooring, and fixtures, get it all delivered from the Home Depot. With same day, next day, or any day delivery, staying on track and on time is crucial to your job. That's why it's our job to get you what you need when you need it. We deliver the supplies. You deliver the results. Brought to you by the Home Depot.
Everyone has a horizon, the line you can't see past. Before it, the familiar. Beyond it, the unknown. Enter the Lexus GX. It's designed to be capable. It's designed to be luxurious. But most of all, it's designed to get you past your horizon. And the nice thing about horizons is that once they're crossed, there's always another, patiently waiting its turn. Live up to it. The Lexus GX. Experience amazing at your Lexus dealer.
Caught in an online health advice rabbit hole? Get real answers from a real healthcare professional. Call Medical City Healthcare's Consult a Nurse to connect to an experienced licensed nurse who can provide health advice where and when you need it. Consult a Nurse is available 24/7 and it's free. Call 844-70-NURSE. When it's a question of your health, don't leave it to guesswork. Medical City Healthcare Consult a Nurse, the official healthcare system of the Texas Rangers.
Listen to the Texas Lending Mortgage Show each Saturday morning at 8 on 105.3 The Fan to get the latest on buying, selling, or refinancing your home. You can also listen to the show on the Odyssey app. The Texas Lending Mortgage Show is paid for by Texas Lending.
I need a little range, step to the range.
There's a new flavor in town, the Jalapeno Ranch Club at Chick-fil-A. With that juicy Chick-fil-A original spicy or grilled chicken, a buttermilk ranch bun, candied bacon, pepper jack cheese, and jalapeno ranch sauce. It's got big ranch vibes with a little heat. Chick-fil-A's new Jalapeno Ranch Club, available for a limited time only. Order ahead on the Chick-fil-A app.
This is the story of the one. As a procurement manager for a hospital system, she keeps every facility in her network stocked and ready. That's why she counts on Grainger to be her single source for thousands of products, from disinfectants to lighting, air filters, and more. And with fast, dependable delivery, Grainger helps her keep every facility stocked, safe, and running smoothly. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Ready or not, summer is coming, and Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance is on now. Right now through May 25th, get up to 70% off everything home at Wayfair. Plus, score amazing doorbuster deals all sale long and surprise flash deals on Memorial Day. We're talking thousands of products at every style and budget. Now is the time to save big on must-haves for your patio, backyard, and beyond. These savings won't last, so don't wait. Shop Wayfair's Memorial Day clearance now through May 25th.
Wayfair, every style, every home.
I move mountains for a living. Literally. That means I don't carry hand lotion, and when it comes to serious heartburn, I don't mess around with anything but Rolaids. Rolaids' dual-active formula has calcium carbonate and magnesium hydroxide that relieves heartburn fast. Yeah, you heard right. 2 actives for that powerful relief. And the best part? The roll fits right here in my pocket, so I can get back to moving mountains.
Rolade spells powerful relief. Read each label. Use as directed. Keep out of reach of children.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by DFWsecurity.com.
If your cameras only record crime, that's the old way. Record, replay, regret. DFW Security has the new way with remote video monitoring powered by Alarm.com. Detect, deter, and defend. Stop crime before it starts with DFWsecurity.com.
DFWsecurity.com.
Rangers President of Baseball Operations Chris Young teams up with G-Bag Nation Mondays at 4:20. Nobody covers this team like your home of the Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight, and they've got more new Chevys than anyone in the all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through The Fan. Just had Chris Young on, brought to you by Medical City Healthcare and Lexus. Visit your local Dallas-Fort Worth Lexus dealership today. Yeah, CY updated us on a number of things. Corey Seager is going to go on the shelf. He'll be out another week. It's 10 days, and so it's retroactive. He's been out 4 days already. He said Seager went to the ground in the game last week. He did clarify that was not the Justin Foscue play where Foscue came across second base to, pursue a ball that was clearly Corey Seager. So that's good to know. It's good to know that it's not a worse injury. Said the training staff and the team medical staff identified Josh Smith viral meningitis pretty good. That was pretty strong. Although I think now you can just pretty much input symptoms into AI. And it can at least let you know, maybe go to the doctor right now, bro. Yeah. Like, these aren't things you want to just make an appointment for next Wednesday for. You want to get this thing locked down. So I guess that's the good news. And the other good news is now they know what to look for. I would be worried as a GM if somebody has viral meningitis, the other players could get it.
Right. Absolutely.
Right. Did we get this contained at patient 0? Where did Josh get it?
Yeah.
Is the clubhouse a super spreader? How contagious is this?
Yeah, seriously, dude.
Damn viral meningitis.
That's
okay.
a bummer, man.
The 214 says, though, we have a team 228 average. Hopefully CY knows it's more than just a timely hit. You asked the follow-up on that. If I'm CY, and we know he's very frustrated at the end of these games, but 3 times in the last week. Last Monday in the game, Evaldi had to miss, and then Friday and Saturday, it's like the offense is giving you jack squat.
Yeah, it is. It's one of those things where there are nights where you just see them absolutely have an inability to hit the baseball, but then there are others, which I think is when he probably looks at it and says, guys, I think they're 0 for 10 plus with runners in scoring position, right? So it's like you've got the foot traffic. You're clearly getting on base. We just can't find a way to bring runners across home. So
is it on base enough, though, to the texture's point? It's 228.
I think obviously you've got the sample size right now that the offense is not good enough, and this current group probably is not what you need moving forward. I just think that he is at a spot where, like, what are the answers? What are the solutions? And he even said it himself. They're pretty thin right now at AAA, so I don't know that there's a ton of options that you can to call up. And when it comes to making a trade, do you have the support of ownership to then be able to maybe swing for the financial priority that it would take to go and get a bat right now? I don't know. Plus, you've also got to have something that other teams would want. So it's a delicate balance that I don't know that they have the answer for currently, which sucks.
No. And as a leader, as a GM, you can't expect him to come out and say, these guys can't hit, I'm going to get better hitters.
Right.
Now is the time of the year where you show confidence in your guys, and he's been consistent. But every time we get to July, he does something. He knows he's not an idiot. He just has to say things publicly and back his guys. And I'll tell you another thing that he's not going to talk about publicly, but that would be very frustrating for me privately, is you lost some big contracts off this team. $70 million of payroll, and ownership didn't allow you to replace those guys. So you had to make trades for guys that are pre-free agency, and there's just so few of those dudes that can help you win. They need two great hitters. Guess what great hitters cost in today's game? About $35 million a year. So if you take away $70 million, and as the fan base, you're like, we need better hitters. We need catalyst guys that can hit for power in the middle of the lineup at the top of the order. Well, yeah, I see why definitely agrees. And I would be very frustrated, I don't think it would be enough that I would think about leaving the Texas Rangers because I'm from here. We won a World Series. I have my dream job as GM or president of baseball operations for the Texas Rangers. But as a competitive person, if winning is my top priority and I see the ownership scale back $70 million and say, make up for it in the minor leagues, develop some hitters, I'd be looking at it like, dang, it's going to be a while. Because to Wolchuk's point, I was wondering about that. Are there guys in AAA that could theoretically help you? They're crushing it in high A, Yeah. Hickory is a wonderful spot to be a Rangers prospect right now. But, what is that, 2 years away, 3 years away?
Probably.
Yeah.
Maybe they can fast track a couple of those guys and they can get up to AA this year, but you're probably looking at AAA next year. So I think probably at the earliest 2 years, which it stinks. And I do think there is a world where if this continues in the trend and if CY does not feel like he does have the support of Ray Davis and company, and if indeed behind the scenes he wanted to do more and was not able to do more, then there could be a separation. Maybe the two just don't see eye to eye, and it could be best for both parties to move on. I don't want to see that happen because I believe in CY, and I do think that, I get when it comes to the offense and the hitters. Obviously, Jock Peterson was not a good signing. I think you can look at some of the trades if you want to dig in there. I don't think they've given away anybody that's been absolutely tremendous to this point yet. Liam Hendricks is a guy that I think is playing pretty well right now. But, all in all, he's trying. He made some big changes this offseason, moving away from some key players in Garcia and Heim. But right now, you're just not seeing the benefits right now, the return on those investments.
Yeah, seriously, moves that he shouldn't have done. I think it's one in like a half decade. Jock Peterson. I'd like to spend that $20 million somewhere else right now.
100%. Yeah, and I wonder how much Ray Davis and ownership is holding that against him. Where it's like, man, I gave you a nice check and you basically just flushed it.
Yeah.
And how much better would this all be if just Langford was himself? If he was healthy and just meeting some level of expectations, and then Corey Seager was being himself.
Yeah.
How much different would everything be if those are your two best hitters? Those are the two guys that this whole lineup is built around, and they've given you nothing.
Yeah, that'd be my message for ownership right now if I'm CY. I'm like, we got Seager and Wyatt. They're going to go off in the second half. Let me get permission to trade a Walcott, to trade some of these guys down in Hickory that other teams would be interested in adding. And we might have to blow out our farm system again. But damn it, we got Evaldi. We got Leiter and Mackenzie Gore now, and DeGrom. Other than the 4 home run disaster that was Saturday, it's been a really good year. Like when you have a staff this good and a bullpen who the ERA is still tops in the big leagues, even after a couple of real disasters over the last week or so. Let's go be buyers. Okay, let's jump into Blogging the Boys' bold predictions. Do you have some breaking news or something, Chief?
Well, it's not breaking news, but I did find it interesting. I don't know if you guys saw the Evan Grant tweet from over the weekend where he was talking about the idea, because he was like taking questions on Twitter.
Yeah.
And Rangers fans are kind of at peak frustration right now.
Absolutely.
Like the grace period post-championship is kind of, ran its course.
I mean, I vented on Jared Sandler a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah.
I think I relate to that.
Well, Evan Grant was responding to somebody on Twitter. He says, I have full confidence that there will be no in-between this year. They will either be real buyers or bulk sellers. He just says right now it's just way too early to know, so he thinks it's pointless to kind of like ponder what it's going to be. But he says one way or another, they're either going to be big-time buyers, which is encouraging. If Evan Grant is hearing from somebody like, they will be willing to go make a big move for a bat or two, or if things just start to bottom out on you, they'll just fire sell this thing.
Okay, and I like that. I think it's time.
Yes.
To bleep or get off the pot, I think is...
Yeah, that's 100% what it is. Or get out of the bed.
Yeah, that's the problem, though, right? Like, you're going to be within the AL West race the entire season. So it's like, I think this team's just going to be hovering around 500. I think that's what they are. But the thing is, hovering around 500 is going to probably keep you within a game or two of the division.
And that would be buyers.
And right.
You can't sell in that situation.
No.
On top of that, you couldn't sell these players for great prospects. They're too old.
I wonder about some of your frontline pitching.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think Evaldi, and now DeGrom's got the no trade, so he would have to sign off on some of this stuff.
And so, like, the Cubs are a team that is right now saying, okay, we want to be in the buyer's market for a starting pitcher. And if you are a seller, you look at what Chicago might have to offer. Would DeGrom waive a no-trade clause to go to Chicago? Evo, I don't think they want to move. I think Evo brings a lot from a leadership standpoint from a lot of your younger arms, but maybe if you are a seller, I think that's probably where you get the most return, unless somebody, right now you're selling low on a Wyatt Langford, right?
Yeah.
And Evan Carter, I think, has had, as defensively when it comes to the outfield, he's been fantastic, but I don't know if they want to make any of those moves, but I think the pitching would be an interesting conversation if you were to be a seller.
I couldn't imagine being that age and saying, yep, I'm signing up for 3 to 5 years of developing. Let's trade this for prospects and see where we can be in 2031. As an 80-year-old owner, forget about that. We don't want to do that, Ray.
No.
Let's have fun, but maybe his real enjoyment in life is growing investments and playing the long game, and that's how he wants to wrap things up for his legacy. And but shoot, if you're not willing to go for it, just sell the team, please. I think this team could be great. It's not that everything is so bad that you better blow this thing up because you got no chance in HE double hockey sticks. You add 2 bats to this thing, and it's one of the best teams in baseball. We got to run finest coming up next, Chief. Where are you taking it?
The real reason Rodgers wants to play another year, plus we have Coach Prime speaking on Shiloh's Go Make a Sandwich comment next in the nation.
Oh, I cannot wait for that. Can't wait to tell you about my friends at Men's T Clinic, though, because if you want your edge back, they can do that for you. We live at a great time. The testosterone replacement therapy is available to us, and Men's T Clinic here in North Texas has set the industry standard. They are the best. So let me ask you a question. Do you know where your testosterone is? Is your testosterone level where it should be, where it needs to be if you want to get the most from life? For over 10 years now, Men's T Clinic has been helping men get the answer to that question and then get it optimized, get the ideal amount of testosterone in your body. Our Tolos, myself included, describe Men's T Clinic's therapies as life-changing. And you might be stuck in low gear. You might even think you got a little depression kicking in there, maybe a little midlife crisis going on. A lot of times you just need to get your hormones optimized, and everything starts to feel better, look better, perform better, and you'll be amazed at how quickly you start to notice results from Men's T Clinic. But it's not about quick fixes, precise biomarker analysis. They get to the root cause. They create personalized plans that focus on the hormone optimization, preventative care, weight management, muscle gain. You know how important leg muscle is as we age? I was learning about that over the weekend. Very important. Okay, it's brain wellness as well. Like it gets pretty dang sophisticated, and Men's T Clinic can help you get the most out of hormone optimization. 5 DFW locations, Saturday hours, insurance accepted. Get dialed in right now at menstclinic.com.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say, "I heard it on the Fan," keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
The NBA Conference Finals are set as the Spurs took care of the Timberwolves over the weekend and begin the Western Conference Finals tonight on the road against the Oklahoma City Thunder. The Thunder are 6.5-point favorites for Game 1. In the East, the Cavaliers destroyed the Pistons in Detroit last night to move on and face the Knicks in the Conference Finals. That series will begin tomorrow night in New York, where the Knicks are 7.5-point home favorites. I'm Adam Abdallah.
O'Reilly. Save money on your next full synthetic oil change at O'Reilly Auto Parts. Get a $15 O'Reilly gift card after rebate when you buy 5 quarts of Mobil 1 full synthetic motor oil for just $35.95. We can recommend all the oil change supplies you need. Shop your local O'Reilly Auto Parts store or O'ReillyAuto.com.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Hello, I'm Ozempic. And I'm other GLP-1s, kind of like him. Hey, are you shaking a maraca?
No, I'm shaking the pill version of Ozempic, which no one should ever do except in ads like this.
Nice disclaimer.
Hey, thanks. Ask your doctor about which FDA-approved uses of the Ozempic pen or pill may be right for you. Call 1-833-OZEMPIC or visit Ozempic.com to view the medication guide and learn more about Ozempic semaglutide tablets, 9 milligrams, and Ozempic semaglutide injection, 2 milligrams.
There's a pill version of Ozempic. Your allergies driving you crazy this spring? Well, your air conditioner could be part of the problem. I'm Jeff Stewart with Reliant Air Conditioning. And right now in North Texas, pollen and dust levels are through the roof. And without the right air filtration, all of that pollen ends up moving through your home and into the air you breathe. And that's why during our Spring Clean Air event, when you install a qualifying high-efficiency system, Reliant Air Conditioning will include a complete clean air package for free. And that includes a UV light, an air scrubber, and a hospital-grade air filtration system. That's a $3,750 value, included at no additional cost. And during our Spring Clean Air event, you can also save with manufacturer rebates and special financing. So call us at 877-YOUR-HERO or schedule your free estimate online at ReliantAirConditioning.com and see how we've been gimmick-free since '83.
Reliant Air Conditioning. Call 877-YOUR-HERO.
Injured in an accident? Call now! Oh, look. If you've been hurt, the last thing you need is another high-stress situation. At Branch & Dillon, our goal is to remove that stress and let you focus on recovery while we focus on protecting your interests. Established right here in Dallas-Fort Worth. When you work with us, you're a fellow Texan, not a number. No yelling, no gimmicks. Visit us at crashhelpfast.com. You focus on recovery. We'll handle the rest. crashhelpfast.com.
Hey, Tolos, RJ Choppy here. Do I have a major announcement for you from Platinum Ford in Terrell? You can get employee pricing right now, which means you pay what they pay at Platinum Ford. We're talking American value for American values. It doesn't get better than this. Check out the full lineup of trucks and SUVs. Some restrictions apply. Go see GM Adam Vinci right now. Tell him you want your employee pricing and you want to pay what he pays. You can start the process online. PlatinumFord.com. And then drive a little further to save a lot more at Platinum Ford.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It is hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Looking forward to chatting baseball with Sands coming up here in 20 minutes. Is this Rangers offense actually worse than it was last year? Is that a fact, Chief? I can't believe this.
I know it's hard to stomach, but they averaged more runs per game last year by almost a full run. I mean, they were at 4.4 according to Jamie Newberg, or excuse me, the league average for runs scored in a game is 4.4. The Rangers are at 3.62 runs per game this year. Last year they were at 4.22. So runs per game wise, they are a fair amount worse this year than they were last year.
Yeah, 2 weeks now. I mean, to really show it, because I do think that they have faced some really high-level pitchers. But you're in Colorado. That's the place that you should be able to hit.
Yeah, it's breakout.
Houston's not been good, and you just had a bad weekend against them. I get it. Arrietty's been awesome. But Saturday, what the hell was that?
Saturday was brutal.
Come on.
Well, I'll do my best to get some answers from Sands on that coming up here at 5:20, and I'll try not to anger him at the same time.
No,
but
I want you to anger him.
That can be easier said than done. Here's the Chief with your finest.
Why are people making fun of the GOAT? I'll tell you right after this.
But at the end of the day, it's about taking it a day by a time, a day and a day, just continuing to do that.
You cannot lose games in the NFL and still win.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game.
It doesn't matter. He pulls another rabbit out of his head.
Okay, we're going to go quarterbacks, then we're going to go coaches, then we're going to go wide receivers. We'll see if we have the time for it.
Speaking of goats, watched the GOAT movie on Netflix, I believe, over the weekend. Highly recommend it for adults and kids together.
Animated basketball with animals?
An actual goat hooping. Pretty good.
Oh. Certified bucket getter?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
He's got range?
Absolutely.
3-point assassin?
There is so many quality Easter eggs in this movie. If you love basketball, just go watch it.
It's called GOAT?
GOAT, yeah.
All right, dude. I'm excited. I'm always looking for good, like, cartoon. The kids love cartoons and animals. If you can combine cartoon animals, they are going to be locked in. So
and they're doing a hell of a job.
Exciting.
They're doing a hell of a job making it interesting for us as well at the same time.
I think these animated movies have been phenomenal for years. They're really doing quality work.
Well, congratulations. I know a lot of people, because week 1, when the schedule comes out, we see that it's Chiefs hosting the Broncos on Monday Night Football.
Mm-hmm.
The first Monday Night Football game of the year. Everybody's like, man, they're just really banking on Mahomes being healthy. Yeah, no way, Schefter's doubling down, saying that everything he's heard is that Mahomes is way ahead of schedule, and he is tracking to be ready for the season opener Monday night, the first Monday night game of the season when the Broncos come to Arrowhead. So that is good news for the league, and certainly good news for the Chiefs. They did get the Justin Fields insurance just in case, but looks like Mahomes is going to be healthy, so good news for him. Now, Tom Brady is getting roasted.
Well, I thought he was roasting.
Well, he did roast Belichick.
He roasted Kevin Hart
for his pathetic graduation speeches.
Yeah, well, no. He's being roasted because he was catwalking this weekend.
Oh,
as a model.
Do your thing, Tom.
He was did he wear heels?
He did not wear heels, but he was decked out in 100% leather. It's the tightest leather outfit you've ever seen.
That's disgusting. Anybody with balls should not wear leather.
They get money. They find themselves hanging out with fashion people. Next thing you know, they want to play along too, and they don't realize what it looks like to the common man.
I'm too sexy for my love. Too sexy for my love. Love's going to leave.
That is right. Tom Brady, the 7-time Super Bowl champion, made his runway modeling debut at Gucci's Cruise 2027 show in Times Square over the weekend. It's all leather from top to bottom. His face, he must be doing, I think he's doing the looks maxing stuff. I think he's taking hammers.
Hell of a doctor, bro.
Hammers to his bones.
Something's going on with that face.
Needles and hammers.
Really, really tight.
The only thing tighter than the leather outfit is his face.
Yeah. It looks like if you flick it, it would break into shards of glass.
It's really unbelievable.
My man can't yawn.
Yeah, no.
Can't smile, laugh. No, don't make Tom Brady laugh. Might hurt him.
Boy, this looks very Zoolander.
It does, doesn't it?
He can't turn left.
His face is just naturally the Zoolander kissy kind of face.
Zoolander 3.
Someone said divorce because he wouldn't quit his job, but now he wants to do hers? Okay.
Hysterical.
Face tighter than a Sixers uniform on Kyle Lowry.
Oh, my gosh. That was a dumpster truck.
Is he on meth, you think, to get the sunk-in cheek look?
Listen, maybe
I think he's got a great doctor.
Clavicular is doing.
Yeah, he might be on that clavicular, looks max, balls max, body max, jaw max.
He's starting to look like Igor Bogdanov. Have you seen this guy?
Who the hell is Igor Bogdanov?
Oh!
The puppet meme?
You never want that to be your pro comp, bro. You don't want Igor to be your pro comp. Holy smokes. Yeah, he's getting roasted pretty good on this. I'm sure he made a pretty penny to do it, and he's willing to just take checks. That's his thing now. He's like, all right, if I've already, I can't reverse history on being a good husband and father, let me just make as much money as I can. So I'll do the Netflix roast. They'll pay me $25 million, and I will have my entire life aired out and my family's life aired out in front of the entire world, but that's fine. $25 million. I wonder what he got to wear all leather and show off his face.
Looks like a Marvel bad guy. I like it, though, a little bit.
yeah, this could get cinematic real quick. I could see that. So that's what Tom Brady's up to. It looks like also with the schedule release, he's going to be back in New England calling a Patriots game in Week 9 of the NFL season. So we'll get the Brady return to Foxborough there. So there is a little bit of your quarterback update. Now we take you to the well, actually, we have one more quarterback update because it's Aaron Rodgers. And it looks like...
Oh, gee.
Was Tom Brady, follow up real quick, was he not a good-looking guy until he got rich and started buying that face?
No, I think he
was always good-looking?
No, he was not.
I think the face was fine, and the body was just strange.
Well, the face was pudgy. The face was like look at NFL Combine, Michigan Wolverine.
Right, but that just means that the face is slimmed down, but the actual like eyes and everything, like he had attractive qualities.
Yes,
from his facial features.
Tell us about it, then, Wilson. He is fighting for this.
Well, no, I mean I don't think the face has really changed outside of he's just dropped some weight.
Yes, he got thinner naturally. His face looked really solid and thin by the time he was doing the TB12, and he was still doing natural things. He was just aggressive with those weird diets.
I'm looking at photos of him for the New England Patriots, dog. These cheekbones.
I think it's face
Something
lifts.
is going on here.
Some
bro.
implants.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh! I mean, I just don't remember it. I don't remember
lipo in the cheeks.
I think when he got to Tampa is when he started to get a sense for, okay,
that makes sense. Florida do it to you, yeah.
Florida will do that to you. I think that's when his face started to get a little bit more narrow and tighter.
I mean, that's how Dr. Miami got big.
100%. So that's when that stuff, I think, started to morph. And then once you get out of football, you're not getting clowned in the locker room on a daily basis. Now you feel a little bit more freedom. Oh, I'm going to be on television. Sure, I'll dye the hair. Sure, Joe Buck, let me get your hair plug guy.
Yeah.
Let's go.
And it's incremental.
Yeah, exactly.
You add a percent every month. And 3 years later, you look ridiculous, but you can't tell yet. It's like when you put on weight and you keep taking your shirt off and looking in the mirror in the bathroom, you're like, yep, still got it.
He's got a hell of a butt chin,
You're doughy.
too.
Yeah, well, yeah, he's always had the butt chin.
The butt chin is really pronounced.
Maybe he's added to it. I don't know. Like, Doc, can you give me a little bit more crack?
Can I get a little bit more of an invert here?
But Aaron,
there's got to be a facelift.
This
thing's been lifted big time.
The Brotox has been 10x'd over the last 5 years for him. And now he's decked out in leather and he's catwalking. Now Aaron Rodgers, $25 million.
Loser.
Oh, he's doing $25 million to go back to the.
I think it's like 22 with incentives. You could get to 25.
It looks like he has an opportunity to move ahead of Peyton Manning for the third most touchdown passes in NFL history.
Nice.
Rodgers has 527 touchdown passes in his NFL career, and Peyton Manning has 539. So his 13th touchdown pass of the season will move him ahead of Peyton Manning for the all-time list. Now, he's probably not going to reach Drew Brees, who's second with 571, and then Tom, nobody's touching that, 649 touchdown passes. That's pretty insurmountable. But Rodgers maybe just trying, hey, let me just one last rodeo, give me $20 million, I'll suck, but I'll tell McCarthy to shut his mouth, and I'll call the plays.
$20 million is crazy.
And then and then boom.
No deal.
I'll get and then I'll get to 13 more touchdown passes. I'll pass Peyton, and I'll be 43 years old, and I'll limp into the Hall of Fame. That's
I
what
wonder
I'll
how
do.
many games he plays this year.
I don't know. I mean, he doesn't want to get hit. So I would expect he should be able to play a fair amount, but the one time he tries to escape the pocket for that first down, the hammy, the groin, something's going to blow. Something's going to blow. But he wants to get the ball out quick.
The Achilles.
Doesn't want to get hit.
The year Russell Wilson played in Denver, where they were like, okay, you're fired, you're done here, statistically better than the one Aaron Rodgers just put up.
That's terrible. That is awful. That was an inept offense.
Pretty bad, dude. Now we get to the coaching world, and we have Deion Sanders. He was on the Barbershop podcast with Garrett Bush, and he was talking about a couple of things, but of course they brought up the Shiloh comments.
Oh, yeah. Okay. To Mary Kay?
Yeah, because Shiloh told the longtime Browns beat reporter, who's a lady, to go make a sandwich, Mary. whenever she was expressing that Deshaun Watson was likely to be the starter and the Browns should go ahead and just make that announcement ASAP and get this thing going. Shiloh didn't take kindly to that. Go make a sandwich, Mary. That was a couple of weeks ago. Now you have Deion Sanders chiming in on it I think on the record for the first time. They asked him about it. He says, we don't talk about nobody. We don't do nothing to nobody. I know Shiloh had a little altercation that he spoke up for his brother. You got to understand, man, that's his brother. And God bless Mary Kay's soul. But that's his brother. I mean, she said something, he said something. Like, media is different today. I know a lot of people don't respect the old school. I do, because I grew up in that era that we didn't have a say-so. But Shiloh spoke up for his brother, and he was ridiculed for that. So, I don't know, maybe behind closed doors, he's like, Shiloh, gosh dang it. What are you doing? But in the microphone, he's just kind of like, hey, you're defending your brother? Do what you got to do.
And support him.
Go make a sando. So, I was surprised about that. I thought he was going to be a little bit more... like, yeah, no, my son should have, thought a little bit more before he fired off that particular tweet.
I mean, if Shiloh is trying to become a social media influencer, that might be his lane. Say shocking stuff that's going to get attention. But I think what the consistent thing with Deion is he is going to have his kids back 100 out of 100. Unless they screw up on the football field. He's willing to talk about their shortcomings on the football field compared to Deion. Deion was great. Kids can't live up to it. But anything short of that, I think he's going to play the card that my kids have been more victimized by the media than they could possibly do back. And, it's up to you to decide.
I get it.
The score is
defend your own.
Well, as someone, Dawson, who has coached their daughter for a long time, you can relate to Deion. Right.
Sure.
So now he's talking about Shedeur and Travis Hunter, two guys that, of course, he coached in college and for Shedeur coached his entire life until he's gotten to the NFL. And Deion has recently explained his desire to meet with new Browns coach Todd Monken as a coach and not a father. And basically, I mean, he can do those things. And so the quote is, he's talking about Shedeur, but he's also talking about, like, Travis Hunter being drafted to Jacksonville. I've had him for 3 years. Don't you think you would want to talk to me to let me know or to ask me what gets him going and what backs him off and what, like, you wouldn't want to know that? Basically, the teams that drafted my players, they should basically be counseling me on what makes them tick. What do they like? What do they don't like? What's the best way to coach them? And I guess the Browns never did that with him and Shedeur, and the Jags never did that with him and Travis Hunter. Now you have the issue with, is Travis Hunter still going to be a two-way player, or is he just going to be a receiver? Is he just going to be a corner? And so Deion is basically saying, man, these teams should be reaching out to me and asking me what makes these guys tick. I can help them.
Yeah, I think, a lot of people don't like Deion in football. I think a lot of people are just genuinely turned off by the way that he goes about his business, believes it's only about Deion. And whether that's true or not, I can't tell you. But that's his reputation around football. And I think that's part of the reason of why Shedeur slipped as far as he did. Because teams don't want this. They don't want Deion making a big deal about their quarterback room. It's creating noise around their operation. They get bummed out when just fans are talking stuff on social media. If Deion's talking stuff on social media, it is 110,000 times that level of volume. So they don't want to consult any quarterback's parent or collegiate coach beyond the draft process. Unless there is a degree of expertise that they don't have, and at the quarterback position, Deion doesn't, But it's mostly just in the build-up to the draft, like we're doing our homework on our player. But, yeah, the unfortunate thing about Deion Sanders is that just not a lot of people like him. So you have to be likable for people to want to pick up the phone and talk football with you.
Yeah, I mean, I guess from a Travis Hunter standpoint, that is pretty apples to apples. Deion, like, what do we need to know if we're trying to get a guy to do something that is kind of like what you did, corner and play offense, But he's saying these teams did not reach out to him, and he thinks they should. Now, The other news in the coaching world today, Brett McMurphy from On3.com.
Busy day for them.
The Jaguars won the case over whether Urban Meyer's conduct justified a firing with cause, because you remember it's been like 5 years now, but the Jags fired Urban Meyer with cause after he kicked their kicker.
Yeah.
That whole crazy story. He kicked their kicker, Josh Lambo. So he's been fighting this.
It wasn't even for the butt-touching stuff. It's just for the kicking.
Yeah. Well, yeah, he had a disastrous tenure. It was $300,000 in fines for violating off-season workout rules. Then he skipped the team flight home, and that's when we got the pictures of him at the local Ohio bar where he was hanging out with a lady, not his wife. And then, of course, the kicking allegation where he kicked the kicker during a training camp practice. So it saved the Jags more than $30 million. He's been fighting for it, and he's officially lost.
It's a lot of money.
I don't think anybody. You want to talk about unlikable? I think Urban Meyer's close to the top of the list of least liked human beings, let alone coaches in all of sports.
Yeah, no doubt about it, man. And I learned a long time ago when a coach is doing anything funny with the schedule, a lady's involved. It's usually a lady that shouldn't be involved.
Some fuddy-duddy stuff.
Yeah.
You never see a coach not fly back with his team.
Kidding me? You go ahead and take care of this, guys.
Yeah,
There's one thing.
I'll catch you guys
in the
back
entire
home.
world he could be doing.
You guys got this.
Well, thank you, Chief. We got Sandler stepping in next year. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. I want to chat with you about my friends, the Frankels. Life's unpredictable. Accidents happen. If your loved one's injured in a car or truck wreck, call my friends at the Frankels. They can begin to advise you on what to do, not do, what to say, not say. Right there, roadside, 214 or 817-333-3333. The website is frankelfirm.com. And, they've been protecting victims of negligence here in North Texas for 30 years. So their names command respect in North Texas courtrooms. Sometimes, you don't have to take them to court. You just have to call the Frankels. They call the guilty party, and they start singing a completely different tune. And that's important because the guilty party, what are they going to try to do? Number one, they'll try to blame you. When that doesn't work, they're going to try and fight like heck to get you to settle for less. They'll get all their fancy lawyers, insurance adjusters on the case to try to get you to settle for less. And if you're not careful, it's easy to do. But when you call the Frankels, they are experts in extracting maximum value and understanding what this particular kind of negligence is worth for you. You might have decades of pain and suffering. Career re-education is needed. You might have time off work, time spent in an ambulance, in a hospital, in physical therapy. You're looking at tens of thousands of dollars easily. These things become 6 and 7 figures quite often. 214 or 817-333-3333 for the Frankels. Go to frankelfirm.com, principal office, Dallas, Texas.
1976, gas was 59 cents a gallon. Disco ruled the radio, and D&M Leasing opened its doors in Texas. For 50 years, Texans have trusted D&M because we make getting a vehicle easier, smarter, and often less expensive than the traditional dealership experience. No negotiating, no pressure, just experts designing the right lease for your life. Call 817 or 972-35 Lease or visit dmautoleasing.com. D&M Leasing, 50 years of helping Texans drive smarter.
We make leasing easy at D&M.
McDonald's is serving up 6 all-new drinks. Try the fizzy Sprite Berry Blast, topped with cold foam, or fruity refreshers like the Mango Pineapple Refresher with Pop and Boba. 6 all-new drinks, now at McDonald's.
A family office is a team built to handle the 3 biggest financial responsibilities a family faces: wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning. Most firms only manage your investments and refer the rest out, hoping everyone stays aligned. At Trajan, we built something different. Your wealth, tax planning, and estate planning are handled together inside one firm under one roof. There's no guessing whether your CPA, advisor, and estate attorney are truly in sync, because our team works together every day on your behalf. When your financial life becomes more complex, your advice should become more coordinated, not more fragmented. One plan, one trusted team. Call Trajan today, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
If you're looking to buy a home, this is a call out to you to call TexasLending.com for your home purchase. Mortgage rates have fallen. It's a great deal right now with the number of homes that are for sale, and TexasLending.com has a free call, free application, free pre-approval letter. Get a free quote right now at TexasLending.com when you call 972-387-4600. It's TexasLending.com.
4201 Spring Valley Road, Suite 1150, Dallas, Texas, 75244. NMLS number 2297. Equal housing lender.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance tech at a university, he knows ordering from multiple suppliers takes time away from keeping their arena up and running. That's why he counts on Grainger to get everything he needs, from lighting and HVAC parts to plumbing supplies, all in one place. And with fast, dependable delivery, he's stocked and ready for the next tip-off. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Did you know about 1 in 3 people with plaque psoriasis may also develop psoriatic arthritis, which causes joint pain, stiffness, and swelling? Does this sound like you? Listen to what it sounds like to be a million miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy, and for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Imagine being a million miles away. Explore what's possible. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Visit Tremfya.com or call 1-800-526-7736.
Dax Kurtz here. Let's be real. Right now, everything feels so expensive, and replacing your windows can feel like something to put off. But here's the thing. Old, inefficient windows are costing you money. Our windows can help lower your monthly bills, and that adds up. We're home with the 10 windows for just $59.50. And with 0 down, 0% financing with approved credit, you don't have to come out of pocket to get started. If you've been putting it off, now's the time to call 469 Windows or visit BestBuyWindowsAndSiding.com.
If you're looking to buy a brand new car, the place to go is Platinum Chevrolet. My family has bought 4 cars from Platinum in the last 6.5 years. It's because of the great people, service, selection, and those low prices. You get them all at Platinum Chevrolet.
Get in now and pound your fist on the table for GM Justin Rudd. You got clear upfront pricing. Whatever you see online, that's the price you're going to pay. Shop online and let them deliver your new Chevrolet. Visit PlatinumChevyTexas.com. Drive a little further to save a lot more. Chevrolet, together let's drive.
Here we go. It is the G-Bag Nation on 105 through the Fan. It is time now to check in with Jared Sandler, our Rangers insider, about this Corey Seager news and about this series with the Rockies that'll be underway tonight. Pregame at 7 o'clock. First pitch at 7:40. The Expressway is brought to you by the On-Time Experts. And good afternoon, Jared. How the heck are you?
Guys, I'm great. How are y'all?
Doing wonderful. So Corey Seager going on the 10-day IL here a little bit. What do you know?
Yeah, I think get some work done to make sure that he's ready to go on Monday when the Astros series starts. I think that's going to be the first day he's eligible. IL retroactive to the 15th, so he'd be eligible on the 25th. But, you guys know this in any sport. You have things, and sometimes you just got to manage it throughout the year. You do some things that, doesn't show up in the box score to make sure you're able to be on the field. And I think the hope is that, this 10-day period will allow Corey to do what needs to be done to be ready to go, not only on May 25th, but hopefully for an extended period of time.
What's your gut tell you on if this is the development that maybe he needed, that it's like perfectly timed, give him a reset, come back fresh?
Well, yeah, I think that so long as he is able to come back fresh, then yeah, probably not bad timing, right? I think with a back, with anything like that, it's always a little dicey because, the back is, it's not like the pinky finger, right? But yeah, if you tell me like, hey, you can come back fresh, then I would say, hey, you know what? All right, that's good. That's a good, built-in way to get to, 10 days off. It's not like he won't be picking up a bat until next Monday. So, give him some time to just get back into a little bit of a groove, and hopefully he can hit the ground running. So, as long as this isn't lingering, as long as this isn't something that, will be prohibitive to, his ability to perform at Corey Seager level, then, I think having a built-in short break like this, really, honestly, Gavin, for any of these guys, it's so tough to tell them, hey, you're not going to play today. We're going to give you a day off. And sometimes something like this, just allows them to get a little break in the middle of the year to allow them to, hopefully sprint through the finish line.
Other than the fact that it's Corey Seager and we're all just assuming he's going to get back right, has there been anything from his metrics or anything that stand out to you that say, like, there's reason to believe tangibly that things will start to go a different way for him?
Yeah, I think there's some things, Eric. It's kind of like a reverse answer in a way, that there's things that typically you don't see from guys that don't get worse. I mean, like, it's not like Corey Seager's 39 years old and, can barely walk, right? Mm-hmm. So there's certain things that just have not been Corey Seager level that you just almost never see go from where it was to where it is, just like that, right? And so, like, you look at his production against fastballs. If he was 39 and his bat speed was slowing down, then I would say, all right, maybe it makes sense that he's struggling to catch up to fastballs. That's not the case. Bat speed's not an issue with Corey Seager. So, I think just the lack of production on fastballs this year is a big thing that will get better. And I think, and you guys know this, typically when guys get hurt, whether they acknowledge it or not, maybe there was something building up to that while they were still playing, and maybe that impacted things. So, I think with Corey, that's one thing. The other thing is, he is chasing a little bit more than we've seen. But I think some of it too is, Corey's a smart hitter. I know, he doesn't show a lot of that side of himself publicly, but like from an IQ standpoint, he knows what's going on. And he, I think, also understands that there are times where, if he doesn't get the big hit, it might not come. Odds are it's not going to come. And so, I think he does some things or has done some things sometimes this year where, he maybe expands a little bit to try and get that big hit. It's not playing hero ball. It's just trying to do what you can for the team. And, the hope is that as other guys start to get healthy or start to produce better, that will allow him to just kind of settle into, being the best version of himself. You might ask, well, isn't him not expanding the zone what's best for the team? Maybe, but if he's just going to draw a walk and then get stranded on base, probably not, right? I guess it's better than popping out, but like, what's the difference if neither results in a run? It's just kind of maybe selfishly helping his stats, whereas, when he expands the zone sometimes this year, he's trying to come up with a big hit because, and let's be honest, guys, it's not like the Rangers have been littered with guys who have been coming up with big hits this year. And so hopefully you get some more production around him that will help.
Jared, how's the weather? And the 214 wants us to ask, do the Rangers stand a chance of hitting off tonight's pitcher for Colorado?
I mean, I would hope so. Jose Quintana, he has not necessarily fared super well against the Rangers. Now, the Rangers don't hit lefties super well. So something's got to give there. I'm hopeful that seeing lefties more could maybe help the production. It's kind of, be careful what you wish for, but the Rangers, there's only one team in Major League Baseball that's seen fewer at-bats against lefties than the Rangers. And so you think to some extent, like, just seeing these guys will help them. But Jose Quintana is not a guy who's going to blow you away with power, which I think could work to their advantage. Weather's not great, so there might not be a whole lot of offense right now. It's cold. The temperatures, I think it feels like with the wind, like in the low 30s. That doesn't tend to, lead to a lot of offense, but we're in Colorado, so I guess you never know.
Well, thank you, Sands. Have a good night, and pregame's coming up at 7 o'clock. We'll chat with you tomorrow, buddy.
Sounds good, fellas.
He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter. It must follow for Rangers fans everywhere. They are in Colorado. Great place for the offense to break out. But Corey Seager, if you missed it, he's going to be out another week. Here's Lucius in the Pimp Cup with your G-Bag of the day.
Here we go. G-Bag of the day. We do it every weekday on the Fan at 5:30. My name is L.A. How you doing? Happy Monday to you. Hope you had a good weekend. All right, going for 3 today is our guy, Brian Broaddus. Interruptosaurus, as I like to call him. Came up with that while watching a YouTube documentary about the Mesozoic period.
Okay.
Might have had a little help with me. Come up with that. But I came up with it. Anyway. Our guy Brian Broaddus will interrupt any moment. Doesn't matter what it is. It's a skill, in fact, when it comes to Broaddus, because he knows right where to interrupt you at. I'm just saying. I like how he asks you a question and then answer it while he's asking you.
Yeah.
And then keep answering I love it, dog. Anyway, Brian Broaddus right here. Mr. President Franklin D. Roosevelt had a historic speech to Congress. It was a declaration of war, and Brian's talked all the way through it.
December 7th, 1941.
Who did it?
A date which will live.
Was that Germany or was that Japan?
The United States of America was suddenly and deliberately attacked.
Watch, he's going to say Germany, I
by
bet.
naval and air forces of the Empire of Japan.
That was my next guess.
The United States was at peace with that nation, and at the solicitation of Japan, was still in conversation.
Does he speak Japanese?
Government
I didn't know that.
Its emperor.
Has he always known Japanese, or is that like you think?
Peace in the Pacific.
Like once he lost use of his legs, did like make his brain stronger?
On the Hawaiian
Hey, speaking of Germany, why does he wear that mustache? The Hitler guy. It's just a dumb mustache, right?
Just a dumb mustache.
Like, why does anybody take them seriously?
That very many American lives.
Is that like considered attractive there in Germany?
Should I get one?
That's AI Broaddus right there from the brain of Bobby Belt. He sent me one that he was thinking about doing. He's like, what do you think about this?
Yeah.
I was like, bro, this is the type of bit that'll get people bagged. Like, that'll be on a headline, bro.
What do you think about this?
Everybody would look at it like, why did they even try that? Why did they even do that?
Why is Bobby Belt trending?
Yeah. It's bad, bro. It's bad. Okay, let's go to my guy Bill Burr right here. Comedian Bill Burr. He was talking about Philly fans. How they got the bad reputation of being like the worst fans or something like that. I think you guys did a list earlier about that. And he also took a swing at, who is this? Takes a shot at the Pittsburgh's hockey squad, too. Check this out.
And I don't need to see, boy, oh boy, those Philly fans, they're like the rudest people in the and then meanwhile, people are getting killed out on the West Coast. They suppress that story by gassing up Philly fans, and because they've done that, I now feel like they all have to top each other. Like, I think the next thing, now that kid puked on the other guy, what do you do now? Just in a bag and throw it on the field, and then ESPN's like, oh, this Philly fans are crazy. What are they going to do next? And then I don't like the Penguins either, because all they did was bitch, moan, and complain about they're pushing Sidney Crosby too hard, and then they got Ulf Samuelsson in their Ring of Honor. So I always felt like they were like a bullshit franchise, bitchy franchise. Like they're out there trying to blow out your knee, but you can't do it to somebody on their team. All of a sudden, you're the ass. That's like a very I think we've all dated that woman in our 20s. She can do whatever the she wants. And, if you put your shoes in the wrong place, you're the worst person ever. I feel like if a psycho ex-girlfriend was a hockey franchise, it would be the Penguins.
Bravo. All over the place, bro.
Really nice work.
All over the place.
Bill. The synapses are firing.
All over the place.
Oh, man. Those California fans will kill you.
100%.
I think the Philly fan, they have like a mutual social contract. We're going to talk crazy so we can both act super tough.
Crazy as hell.
But nothing's really going to threaten our lives.
No, man.
Yeah. We're just going to talk crazy as hell because that's what we do. And it's fun. But we need to have some assurance that it's not going to
get physical.
End up with a broken nose. That's Philly fan in a nutshell. 8 words.
Let's go to NBA hot takes with apologies. Nothing like having a hot take, then apologize afterwards. We got these young kids. They're definitely NBA fans doing the podcast. Listen to them.
I respect Jalen Brunson if you're watching this. You're my favorite player. But also,
he's my favorite player, too. Do not give the clutch player of the year to the free-throw merchant.
Shai. He is absolutely, if you're watching this, Shai.
We're sorry.
I mean, like, come on, man. The referees, if you're a referee in the NBA, if you're watching this, I'm going to say you glaze SGA.
You glaze SGA. Shai, if you're watching.
I'm sorry, man. I love you.
You guys just glaze him.
You're a foul merchant. But I love you. I love you.
The whole league's watching that show, man.
Everybody's watching.
If you're watching.
I love you, but if you're watching.
Some of these kids, 8 or 9 years old, will blow you away with what they know about sports.
Stuff, bro. Yeah. I think I peaked actually at that age.
Yeah, bro. I was at the height of my powers.
You got nothing else to do.
Baseball cards and football cards helped me learn the game. Really. And then playing the video games. Really put me in the pocket. Yeah. Really put me in the pocket.
Like every team's all 53 just about.
Yep. This isn't one, but Sandler came through for you guys on Thursday. It was like SpongeBob night.
Yes.
And you guys wanted him to do something.
That brings us back to the Globe tonight, or should we say Bikini Bottom on SpongeBob night here in Arlington.
Had a baby
He did that for you guys. I thought I'd play it for you if you didn't hear it.
Right out of the gates, man. He came correct with it. That was awesome.
Bikini Bottom.
Yeah.
Still waiting for my Wyatt Langford bang bang call. Little Bangford action. I saw the name went viral amongst the Rangers fans, but
didn't tag you.
I don't think Sans takes requests from me like he does you guys for some reason.
Yeah, I don't know why. I don't know what it could be.
What do you need Wyatt to get back on the gosh dang diamond?
Good Lord.
Okay,
you got a fight coming, Sandler.
Yeah. I don't condone this type of behavior right
here.
Should
I say Sandler and Wolchuk? Don't think I notice how you take his side every time, Zach. Sorry, Lucius. Back to you in the back.
Dawson said we got to pat Wolchuk down when he walks in the room. Pat that man down.
Bring it.
Yeah, let's see what's going on. Okay, I do not condone this type of behavior right here, but there was a dude that went viral. He was driving around in his Mazda, and he bullied a cop into not giving him a ticket.
What?
Bullied a cop into not giving him a ticket. Went viral. I don't condone this behavior.
Hi, how's it going?
I'm all right. How are you?
Your speed. Why are we not pulling over for red and blue lights? Why are we driving?
I was trying to find a safe spot, sir. Yeah, and I was trying to find.
Do you have a license insurance on you?
Yes, I do, sir.
I don't understand your whole thought process of what you were doing.
I was trying to find a safe space to pull over. Okay. All of it is just like this thin. It's all on camera, brother.
Did you
and
not
I slowed down.
Like where there was a berm right there with the old.
No, I didn't.
All right, say the for insurance. Be right back to you. Okay.
Thank you, bitch.
Oh. A life lesson for you.
I don't need your lessons. I don't need your lessons.
Okay,
I don't need your lessons. Yeah, just write me the ticket and I'll get your insurance.
You want a ticket? I'll give you a ticket if you want one. I'm not writing you a ticket, but I'm going to try and inform you of when there's lights behind you, you pull over. You don't keep driving.
Even if it's
there was a berm. Stop using that stupid excuse. There was a berm.
It wasn't stupid, dude. It's all on footage, by the way.
I know it's all on video. Mine's all on video too.
I was slowing down, motherfucker. You knew I was slowing down, and I put my hazards on. Don't act like such a bitch, dude. Just write me the fucking ticket. I don't give a fuck about your fucking ticket.
You're gonna get a warning for the speed. Have a good day.
What?
What?
That's crazy. Warning for this. Bye.
Wow,
that's wild.
Did not see that coming.
Some people were saying in the comments that maybe the cop was wrong, and that's why he didn't write him the ticket.
He realized he was wrong.
Wrong and let him make it. I don't know.
That's the only thing that
crazy.
I could even imagine. Or this guy's like, man, when I go home, I hear it way worse than this.
Yeah,
this is nothing, bro.
Yeah, I think he might. I think he might have been crashing out there, and that guy just revealed it to him, and he actually had a moment of self-awareness.
Got him right there. Yeah. I'll give you a ticket if you want a ticket. What? Are you kidding me? Yesterday was your church day. I pray you got your blessing. Shout out to my Reverend Dr. Pastor and politician, Mr. Freddie Haynes, over at the Wild Wild West in Oak Cliff. We have a church mother right here that loves the microphone wipers. Apparently, every time somebody goes up on the microphone and says something, they have a guy that comes on and wipes down the mic for the next person, which I appreciate.
That'd be Broadus, this dude, I think.
I appreciate it. I appreciate
Disinfecting.
She's giving them some love.
for me. God is so good. Let's say amen. Amen. I love you. I love you. And I thank God for this thing. Amen. I want to thank God for our microphone wiper. I want him to wipe my microphone. Because he gets that microphone and like he gets all the germs out of it. He takes it and he rubs it and he rubs it. But I'm going to let her do it. Now you take notice from him.
He takes it and he rubs it and he rubs it. I want him to wipe my microphone. What?
Talking about the same thing here?
Yeah, what are you doing?
All right, is it AI Broadus? Is it Bill Burr on Philly fans? Is it the NBA Hot Take Kid Edition? That was strong. Those kids got a future in this game. Yeah. Is it Sandler on SpongeBob night? Guy in Mazda bullying a cop and not giving him a ticket? Church mother loves Mike Wiper. Okay,
church mother Mike Wiper.
That was a better way of saying it.
Lot of strong candidates here. I'm going to go with the kids. I'm going to go with the kids hot taking about the NBA, Chief. How about you?
Give me the champ.
Okay, we're tied at 1, Lucius.
Yeah, Big Broadus in the building.
Woolchuck.
I'm going to go with the kids.
Oh, yeah.
We're tied at 2. Jump onto @GBagNation. @GBagNation, that's the Twitter handle for the show. All of our handles are in the bio, so you can follow us all when we get there. @Lucky Lucius P, Gavin Dawson, Eric Gia. Follow Zach Wolchuk, and I should change it to @Crown Global Media since the thing happened with Broadus.
Yeah, we're still waiting on that one.
But we'll create an Insta poll. We'll announce it probably towards the end of LA Live. And speaking of that, here's Lucius.
It's a Monday, Friday edition of LA Live right after the great Rick James.
Well, all right, you squares, it's time you smoke. Fire up this funk and let's have a toke.
Monday.
It'll make you dance to some of everything. Everybody get high.
You ain't never heard a crackhead say, I ain't got no money today, so I ain't about to go smoke no crack.
Yeah.
You ain't never heard that. Why? Because they do it no matter what. They get it done. Go out there today with that crackhead energy. Go be a crackhead. I mean, don't go smoke crack. I'm just trying to give some morning motivation, man. I don't know how else to say this. Hone in on that crackhead energy.
Yeah.
Don't do crack, but be a crackhead. But not a crackhead. Just have a fucking good day.
That's it, baby. It's Monday. New week right here. Let's get into it. Write those goals down. Don't put them in your notes. I'm talking about write them down. Put them in your calendar. Or write them down on some paperwork. Put that on your refrigerator and everything. Anyway, handle your business this week, baby. This is LA Live for Monday, May 18th, 2026. It is a Monday, Friday edition of LA Live. Welcome in, folks.
We're busting out some serious funk, y'all.
Shout out to the now disbanded Dallas hip-hop group PPT for naming today Monday, Friday. The vibes here is just where I go over some things I seen and did over the weekend. I planned on hitting some hiking trails this weekend. That didn't happen, though. You know, when man plans, God laughs. You know what I'm saying?
You think you're doing that?
That's cute. That's real cute, dog.
That's a good thought, though.
Yeah. But I did get my nature on this weekend. I did some miles around Grapevine Lake, you know, just exploring, walking around with the dogs and whatnot.
Very nice.
Putting some of that sticky in the air. Having a good time. And I ended my day on the patio of a spot called Big Daddy's out there on the lake. Big Daddy's right there on the patio. I ate a burger, put my feet up. Drink them sugary ass margaritas. Good God. I had to tell her, hey man, can you put like 2 shots in this thing for me? Yeah. My God.
Lay off on
sweet.
On the flavor.
Doctor's gonna be playing dice with my toes pretty soon. Lord, dog. But I had a good weekend, bro. I got into my Euphoria bag. Caught up on Euphoria. Don't judge me for watching that. And The Boys. I started The Boys the latest season. I know it's been going on for a while, but I like to let the beat build just a little bit. Let the beat build. LA Live is brought to you by Greystone Roofing and Construction. That is greystone-roofing.com. Dallas made national headlines this weekend after hundreds lined up Saturday morning at North Park Mall in order to get a $400 AP Swatch Watch Collabo. AP. Icy. It was a madhouse. You guys see the videos?
Did see some of that.
Straight madhouse. I got tagged in so many videos because we've been talking about it, you know, this past week.
There wasn't a coordinated enough line.
It was.
It was just a mass of people. You know what's going to decide who's next in line? I will.
Elbows, right? Elbows, knees, and toes, dog.
Move.
Yeah. Police were on bullhorns. People got pepper sprayed out there. Y'all went crazy for these watches, dog. Listen, the AI rendering of them were better than what they actually dropped. Now, I'm not going to hate you if you picked one up and you like it. That's your bag. It's your bag. But this crashing out was crazy. There were folks there waiting for 10 hours. Ouch. At the mall waiting for this release, starting at 4 a.m. And it just wasn't here. It was all over the darn country. They even shut a spot down in Denver because it was just too much rowdiness.
Whoever let that door open, you it up for everyone. All right? This is over. And if you try to destroy anything around here, we will you up.
Oh, my gosh.
Oh, man.
Oh, my gosh.
They were so outnumbered, man. They had to lay it down.
It got a little wild. People going crazy for that AP swatch. Royal Pop.
They were probably they were probably looking to double or triple their money, you think, on secondary?
Yeah. That's exactly what happened.
I'm not standing here for the watch. I'm standing here because I'm making about $40 an hour if I get one.
That's exactly what happened there, Mr. Dawson. Most of the people buying these watches are resellers. One reseller flipped a watch for like 2 G's right in front of the store. Damn. Right in front of the store, flipped it for 2 G's. Hold on, I got a little bit of that.
2,000. He made an instant profit. What the hell?
What'd you get?
I was trying to get a black one for my brother, but that didn't happen. It's okay. Yeah, I still want it.
Here, take my number.
Okay. You're not going to charge me $2,000, right?
I won't charge you $2,000. Let me take you to Lake Colonial.
To where?
Lake Colonial.
What is that?
Brother was going to take her out on a date for the watches.
Fair trade.
Yeah. I'll take you out. You give me a watch.
You really want
got
one?
a lake house outside of town. You spend a weekend with me. It's beautiful. You can have the watch. It looks like between $2,000 and $3,500 on the internet right now.
Yeah, some sellers are asking for $21,000 for the complete set.
For
the complete set of all those things. And some Royal Pop sets have already sold for $25,000 online. I think the price is going down, though. But whoa!
Yeah.
Hey!
I don't think those are going to appreciate much more.
No, I think that's about it for that. What a run, though. What a run. Yeah, I'm going to stick to my rivers and lakes that I'm used to. LA Live 105 The Fan on a Monday, Friday. Shout out to boxer Keyshawn Davis for remaining undefeated in his win against Mr. Albright in a unanimous decision. Shout out to Ronda Rousey for getting it done real quick. I mean, she was business-like walking out. Does she always walk out there like that?
Yeah, she does.
Straight focus, bro.
Yep.
What a mad woman. My God. And shout out to Nate Diaz. We love you, buddy, but Mike Perry is a problem.
Yeah, it's time, Nate.
Nobody. I mean, is it really time or is it Mike Perry?
No, Mike Perry's not that good.
He's not that good?
No. He is crazy, but he's not some elite fighter.
Okay, so it was just making him look good against.
Yeah.
Okay, because I was like, yo, this dude right here needs to fight nobody.
He looked great, but no, Mike's gotten his plenty of time.
Nobody wants to fight him.
No, because he's crazy.
Yeah, nobody wants to fight him.
I mean, he's done it all. Bare knuckle, boxing.
Yeah, I don't want to fight that dude. Who did Jake Paul call out? He called out somebody, the real big dude. Hold on, let me see him right now. Francis. I had to play that for a second.
That's so silly. Why?
Yeah, he's not going to, he doesn't mean anything. His jaw's still trying to heal.
Yeah, come on, man.
His jaw's still trying to heal. Anyway, yo, shout out to those guys right there. Nobody wants to fight him. I had some audio of those guys ducking the rematch. Matter of fact, I'll play it. Hold on, I'll play it.
Jake's crazy calling out Francis Ngannou. I'm not calling out Ngannou, but I would MMA against Jake Paul.
Jake, I'll MMA this motherfucker.
Yeah, let's do it.
Let's do it.
Already beat that ass in boxing.
It was a good fight. You got me, bud. I'm more of an MMA fighter. You saw the I landed tonight. You wouldn't like that.